Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And a pretty good weekend. We're going to do, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I want to start it. I learned that I'm so glad that we have CJ and not Danny Dimes. He's getting worse. That throw, a couple of those throws. Well, Stingley made a great play.
First of all, welcome back into the studio.
All right, I'm in studio for those of you, all of you Johnny Wood people. You can shut up now.
It is a good nickname.
It is a
you
good
have to
nickname.
admit it. It's a good nickname.
Johnny Wood.
I don't know. Somebody on Twitch came up with it.
Johnny Wood's pretty good.
I do know this. So you did make it in right in time for the first day that I think B&B Butchers or the Berg Restaurant Group is supposed to be bringing
B&B Butchers. You think they got any good meat?
Yeah. So I know. So Kelly Stone from Houston Restaurant Week's bringing food up just in time for you to be back.
Right.
And then you still have your house, right? You're still living in your house.
Yeah.
So you're staying there the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you want to come
We're not
sleep
gonna
on
sell for a while.
I got a day bed that you could stay on.
Well, I appreciate
right
that.
now if you want to stay with the kids or Marty would appreciate talking to you about some things.
No, Marty doesn't like me. Remember? She thinks I'm inappropriate.
Yeah.
Well,
she's right.
Well, yeah, somewhat.
It's not wrong. But,
no, she's not wrong per se.
I sure am glad, too. I sure am glad we have a quarterback.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than knowing you have a quarterback. Right now, usually, even after you draft a quarterback, you go into year two saying, I think we have a quarterback. Like right now, Carolina has no idea if they have a quarterback.
What about the Steelers?
The Colts have no idea if they have a quarterback right now. Well, the Colts hope they have a quarterback, but their quarterback only played a couple games. Literally, Carolina has no idea if they have an NFL quarterback now. The first pick of the draft. The Titans hope they have a quarterback.
Oh, we're just doing our division? Yeah.
Well, I'm saying our division's just full of of the draft picks last year.
Right. Well, the Steelers don't have any idea. Not sure about Denver. Bo Nix looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'm talking about just young quarterbacks. Yeah, Bo Nix is Bo Nix's tape was. I had a high grade on him, and then I had to change it a little bit after Senior Bowl because I got a little nervous. But the fact is, his tape was great last year. Yeah. It was great. He looks good, and he's with the perfect guy. He's with Sean Payton. It couldn't be better than that. But the Texans know they have a guy. Mm-hmm. After 1 year, we know we have a guy.
Katie Stone is coming.
Katie. Okay, yeah. And not only do we know we have a guy, but we know we have a guy who has a good chance to step into a role as top 5 quarterback in the league.
Yeah,
this year.
Yeah, no.
And it's not really a huge stretch. Like I think he and Joe Burrow are battling. He and Josh Allen are battling this year. Josh Allen, Burrow has to stay healthy. But I'm not sure that Joe Burrow is that much better than C.J. Stroud right now.
So on Sunday, I was going to tweet this because I was on the sideline for the first 5 years of the Texans, and I watched Peyton Manning in all of those games. Every year they beat the Texans. Didn't win a game against them for 9 years or whatever, and didn't win in Indianapolis. But Peyton Manning would take 3 steps and get the ball up. You know that on the first drive, the sideline to Nico, he came back along the sideline. Yeah. Nico, I don't know if he bobbled it just a hair, but he caught it and he cut up field, and nice gain. It reminded me so much of Peyton Manning, how CJ got back, and before the rush could get to him, he's getting the ball out, and that was the thing about Peyton Manning. You could blitz him; it didn't matter. Peyton Manning was going to get the ball out and be smart. They didn't touch CJ. And the offensive line, you got Fisher. You don't have Tunsil out there. Last year, you had a makeshift offensive line. How often? And that young man, he was able to still maneuver and hit the right guys, hitting the tight end a couple of times. First one, the one back when he was in the end zone, and he hit Schultz over the middle. That was so sweet. That is so nice.
His timing, his knowledge, it's just funny how everything that you would be concerned about what the S2 is supposed to uncover is
he's the exact opposite.
He's the exact opposite. Yeah. Like he processes quickly. More importantly, he knows what the plays. You can tell he understands where his reads are and what to get to quickly. There's some guys who just don't know how to get to what to get to quickly. he knows he reads the coverage quickly, and he knows where to go with the ball, and then he gets it out on time. Like, there's so many things you have to do, and he does them all.
We're looking at Russell Wilson right now on ESPN, and he looks like the exact opposite.
He doesn't get rid of it.
He doesn't get rid of it.
And guys who don't get rid of it, they pretty much chronically don't get rid of it. My dad dealt with that with Ben Roethlisberger because he was always playing hero ball. It also got my dad a Super Bowl ring because his hero ball, hero ball works for a while until it doesn't. But Ben Roethlisberger is one of the only guys I've ever seen because he basically just Todd Haley refused to let him hang on to the ball and drilled to get rid of it. Deshaun Watson will always be a hang on to the ball guy. Lamar will probably always be a hang on to the ball, but he's not terrible with it. Like he'll get rid of. I mean, he'll throw it. Russell is a terrible hang on to the ball guy. Kyler Murray hangs on to it. Guys basically who know they can make a living scrambling, they just tend to just fall into that. And the problem is they don't read defenses quick. A lot of times they hang on to it because they're not looking to get rid of it, on time. CJ Stroud gets rid of it on time. This is exactly what you have. Accuracy, ball comes out on time, leadership. These are the elements of an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
And he's got it. And I mean, you see it with Burrow. You see it. You don't see it. Josh is also a hang on to Josh can go either way with it. And Pat Mahomes can go either way. But Pat is just, special. But man, I'm telling you, CJ Stroud, and I'm not even saying, you're just reminded of it in the preseason. CJ Stroud has stuff that could make him can make him an MVP.
Do you agree with this headline? Case Keenum doesn't look like a backup anymore. 7 for 13, 73 yards. He averaged 5.6 yards per reception. Davis does look better.
No, Davis is better than Case. Right?
Yeah.
But does he look like a backup? Yeah, I mean, I think he's still maybe not a high-end backup, but Case could.
I think he's still good in that room.
Yeah, I think that it's more than him coming in and trying to win a game. For him, like he would be good. Like he might be good in Denver. Although that's not the same offense but he might be good in a room with Bo Nix, something like that, or good in Indianapolis. I can't remember who they got a bunch of.
Well, he was good in the room last year with CJ, that's for sure.
Yeah, and maybe that's what you want to. Maybe you want to keep him there.
Yeah, right.
Maybe you want to keep him there.
I don't know that, and I don't know. I know Davis does look better, and if in fact you had to win a game last year, they went to Case and it was like, yep, right decision. Case came in, won the game. It wasn't like it was pretty or he was great, but he won the game for you. Right. And then the next game they got slaughtered. They got punched around. And he had to be pulled from the game and Davis had to come in. But he did win you a game, and that's all you can ask for at backup. But if you had to have a guy right now, I think you'd want Davis Mills out there as opposed to Case.
No, I would. I think Davis has looked pretty good.
Yeah. He actually has. He's moved the ball. He's moved him down the field. Hopefully he'll be better. He had bruised ribs, so he didn't play the other day. And I don't think Tim Boyle has much of a chance, right?
No, Tim Boyle has.
I wouldn't think so. So you got a win. It was neither here nor there. I'm going to tell you what. The sun thing is going to be a problem. That sun thing is a problem.
Yeah, because of the
yeah. I wonder how anybody there, was it hot in the building because of it?
I wasn't there.
I wasn't there. Was it hot in the building if you were at the game? I know it wasn't very crowded, so I know that when it's full in the opener against the Bears, then I think it's probably going to. Although it is a night game, so that won't be a problem.
But it won't be a problem.
It'll still be hot.
Did you forget?
Yeah. No,
it feels like temperature was 96 degrees last night.
No, it's going to be really cool by that time, though. Yeah. It's going to be probably. Yeah. It'll
be September, so
light
it will really
sweaters,
cool down.
Light sweaters.
Just get up there at the blue tarp.
Yeah, I know why.
Somebody just throw some blue tarps up there.
I know. Why don't they cover it? I don't got it. I don't know.
I swear to you, you might be able to just pick somebody up off of a street
and put him up there.
Just say,
what?
Hey.
No.
You just stop.
Is this a Home Depot thing you're talking about here?
Well, for me, it's going around the West Park, turn around, getting on out of 59. If you slow down, if you even slow down to go into that gas station,
I know. Oh, no.
Forward, like you can't make direct eye contact with anybody. Don't be looking around. And don't, God forbid, you don't drive over there with the pickup truck.
No, because they'll.
Yeah. You drive over there with a
jumping
pickup
in?
truck, forget about it.
Everybody's
Hey,
jumping.
hey.
Here.
People will run over there.
Hey.
Hey, I need 4 to fix a roof.
Whoa.
4 to fix. It's a big roof. Just don't.
We might need 6.
Yeah, 6. I just have a roof that needs to be. I just need to put this blue tarp up there, but don't tell them NRG Stadium.
Yeah. So hey, how about this? I know Kyle Tucker still doesn't come back, but Justin Verlander, like we talked about last week, how about that Wednesday start, the Wednesday afternoon start against the Red Sox, and that looks like it's what it's going to be. They're giving him an extra day of rest. He normally likes 4 days to pitch on the 5th day, but they're going to give him an extra day of rest, and it looks like they're going to have a 6-man rotation. We'll find out whether or not Justin, well, I don't know how much. I know he's got a lot of sway, and he's revered and all of that, and can't wait for him to get back into the locker room. But earlier in his stint here, he could tell them, no, I'm pitching every 5th day and move everybody else around. I'm not so sure that's the case now, and especially I don't even know that you want to do that. You want to give him an extra day because he has been so, I don't want to say fragile, but he has been beat up. He's been beat up this year and had some problems. So maybe that extra day of rest is actually going to do everybody good. So here comes the cavalry, and hopefully Kyle Tucker is in that at some point, sometime soon. Goodness gracious. That lineup yesterday, holy crap. You had 2 100 hitters.
Look like a Larry Durker.
You had 3 guys that were rookies after the All-Star break, called up after the All-Star break, and never played Major League Baseball before that. You had Jose Altuve in the leadoff spot as a DH. You had no Yordan. Yiner in 3. You had Jake Myers in the 4 hole.
It was basically, this is as close as you'll come to. Well, it's not even as close as you'll come. It was a spring training lineup.
It really was.
And it was almost like, well, we need Hunter Brown to step up and have a big game so we can win. Because you weren't even, like, I get being disrespectful to the White Sox or wanting to think, all right, we don't have to have as many. But come on now, Jake in the 4 hole.
Well, that was Fromber, right? Yeah.
What's that? Fromber.
Yeah,
Jake,
right.
Fromber yesterday
right.
and Hunter the game before.
Right.
And Fromber was great.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Fromber was great. Is this 3 in a row?
Fromber has been.
This is 3 in a row. The near no hitter. He had his last game, and then he had this. Yeah, this is 3 games in a row where Fromber's
8 2/3, 2 earned runs. 5 2/3, 1 earned runs. He's given
almost.
up. He's had 3 starts. He's given up 7 hits in those 3 starts. 7 hits.
He's been
1-2-7.
phenomenal. The White Sox lineup isn't great, but my God, what you were throwing out there, it's like, hey, you got to win 2 out of 3 in this one. You can't lose this in a spot of throwing that out there. Like, holy crap, Joe. Let's. If you get a lead on somebody, maybe you pull one of these guys out. But what are we doing here?
Well, Dana was on, and he said, we're gonna have to do this because Yordan. Did you see Bregman, Pena, and Altuve are like top 5 in the league, or Pena's 6th in shortstop innings defensively.
Yeah,
and Bregman and Altuve are in the top 5 of innings defensively.
But all in one day, you want to get everyone?
Well, I know. Well, Bregman being hurt is not a good now.
No,
elbow slept wrong on his elbow, and he's been out since. And you got DeCenzo, who started well and then didn't. You got Shea Whitcomb, who's come here and in first game gets a couple hits and a walk, and then nothing. And you throw on top of it, you throw in Leon. Holy crap! What a lineup yesterday. That was really scary. And Yiner gets a home run robbed from him, and then turns on one and gives you all you needed because Fromber has just been excellent. Fromber is your ace right now. Fromber has been, and that's hard to say because Hunter Brown has been better than anybody in Major League Baseball for the last month and a half, and yet Fromber is your ace.
Well,
that's
Fromber's
how hard
dialed
that is.
in right now. I mean, he's really dialed in, and so is Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter's really dialed in too. It's just a matter of seeing what Justin looks like because, my goodness, if you're throwing those 3, if Justin gets back, and Justin's a guy who just knows how to pitch, so even if he's not at his best, you still know he's going to come up and give you a good start. And then, Arrighetti, I don't know. I don't have a tremendous amount of confidence in a rookie who's at his innings.
Been good.
He has, and then he hasn't been. Like he wasn't great this last time out after having high strikeout totals against lesser teams. So I don't know. You need three, and then you've got Ronel Blanco is better. I mean, Eric Getty would not be ahead of Ronel Blanco in any world. Who am I missing? I'm missing somebody.
Well, yeah, you got Eric Blanco, Kikuchi.
Oh yeah, Kikuchi.
Yeah,
And so
Kikuchi will be your fourth starter. It'll be Fromber, Verlander,
ahead of Blanco.
Hunter Brown, and I think so. I think Kikuchi gets your
God,
fourth
but
starter.
wouldn't he be great to have that arm come out and throw 2 to 3 innings? Like, wouldn't it be great to have him dialing it up left-handed, just bringing gas?
That's probably. I will say. I think that's probably going to be Blanco's role.
Probably so. I think you're probably right because once again he's going well over his innings total.
Yeah.
And he's like a 30-year-old player. He's not a young player, so he's an old player who's hitting his highest innings ever by a long shot because this is kind of a dream come true for him. This is one of those weird Astros hit on a Latin American player. But yeah, Kikuchi, you don't trade what you traded for him to come out of the bullpen.
Absolutely not. You got Kikuchi. Kikuchi starting tonight against Houck, Blanco against Pivetta, and then Eric Getty against Criswell. Or excuse me, I think Verlander goes in this one. Verlander goes on Wednesday. That'll be nice. Wednesday afternoon game, a getaway day against Boston on Wednesday. And then you have 4 against Baltimore, who you took care of Boston in Boston. You swept them. You took care of Baltimore here. You swept them. Now you go to Baltimore and then to Philly. This is a nice stretch, especially with 18 days with no days off. And then you get Kansas City here, who kicked your ass when you were in Kansas City earlier this year. That was Hunter Brown's low point when he gave up the 9 spot in the
That's when we weren't sure if he was even going to make it to the bigs. Like we were talking about.
Is he going to?
Because Javier wasn't gone yet, was he?
I don't think so. He was
because we were talking about, man, is there? He may have to go down to the minors. This is so bad.
And look at what that sinker has done for him. And so you heard Fromber crediting that curveball now. Did you see his usage of his curveball up so much? That's the reason that Fromber is as good as he is right now. We got to break it here. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Were you at the Texans game on Saturday? Did you? How hot was it? If you were there, 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about HRP. I'm talking about the great people over at HRP. Chris and Mike. Mike does an unbelievable job. Chris's right hand, along with Plotkin and Kevin and all of the guys over there. You get to know those people like they are family. You get to know them personally. You get to really enjoy what they do for you, and it's a pleasure for them to have you as a client, to have you as a friend. They do the best crawfish boil I've ever been to every year in appreciation for all of the clients there, and everybody comes out there, and it's just so much fun. A beautiful facility with the technology that's second to none. I'm telling you, you're going to feel like you're part of the HRP family. It is like it because you spend a lot of time with them. You get to know them. They care about your business. They care about how you get your payroll to your people and your HR to your people. And it's really, they're really part of your business. So if you're looking for somebody that you feel like is going to be invested in your business, that's what HRP does. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
720 ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. You want to get in here? 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here as our Astros take 2 out of 3 from the lowly White Sox. They got a little person in right field. Did you notice? I mean, I know we got a little person. I know, but this looks like
ours is the Hall of Famer.
I know it. Theirs is not.
No.
And he really looks like a wee person, a little fella.
Waiting for wee person.
I mean, did anybody else notice that, or was that just me? That it didn't seem fair that we were playing against a little I don't think that's fair. Because Eddie Goodell, remember Eddie Goodell? They did that.
Well, that's years ago, and he was literally is a gimmick.
Right. But it looks like a gimmick and it looks like the White Sox are paying the price for it. All the gimmicks that they're doing with 30 wins on the whole year. It just doesn't feel like that was a real Major League Baseball
team. The A's are so much more competitive than the White Sox, and the A's don't even have like a home.
Right. No. Well, they haven't had a home really in a while. They haven't had a home field in a while. So we got the Texans. You're looking at line play right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at everything, but mostly line play. I want to see how Kenyon Green. I do this every game. I kind of look at Kenyon Green and see how Kenyon's playing because I think he's a huge key. And up to this point, it's been pretty good. I'm going to keep watching here, but Juice Scruggs, Brandon Thorne, who's an O-line guy that I respect a lot. He's going to be one of the Joe Moore Award members this year, selection committee. He made a comment about Juice Scruggs not looking very good. And that's a little bit of a concern for me. So I need to take a close look at. He said this before the game the other day. Maybe it was after the game. So I want to just keep an eye on Juice Scruggs because he's a big part of this year. Obviously, you want the offensive line to be much better. But man, CJ, I saw the angle from the back. His throw on that quick slant. I didn't realize how freaking close that was. Like the linebacker read his eyes perfectly, and in his release, it's the second play of the game.
Diggs' first catch. Yeah.
Well, the little slant. It's like holy crap.
Did Johnny Harris get lit up by Warren Sharp on that play?
What do you mean?
Because Johnny Harris was on the on the color commentary, and I heard him say this. He said, "I don't know if Josh Allen makes that throw," and Warren Sharp was like, "You're kidding, right?" Because Josh Allen has been the most prolific was one of the most prolific passers last year in the last couple of years.
Which throw?
The first throw to Diggs. The very first throw.
Well,
that's on the slant.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta. Well, it's part of that's really timing and quick and release quickness. I mean, we all know he makes prolific throws, but that one has to do with release quickness and timing.
I know. Hey, listen, I was
not staring down. Yeah. So, John Harris won't be happy if.
Oh no,
that.
Warren Sharp.
How did Warren Sharp hear?
Hey, I don't know why. Oh, maybe he was watching. Maybe
I guess
he's watching all the games, whatever. But it was. I was like, oh, and he actually went after Johnny pretty hard.
Did he really?
Yeah. Actually, I'll find it. We'll play it. But no, I don't. I don't want Johnny to hear that. Oh yeah, here it is. I love CJ, but passes 1 to 5 yards last year. Josh Allen was literally the best quarterback in the NFL. Number 1 completion percentage, number 1 success rate, number 2 EPA. And he goes, idiot. He called Johnny an idiot.
This isn't going to
Johnny is a football savant.
Yeah. So he's going to EPA.
Yeah. Well,
don't overthink. And what he's doing is he's just using all the stats instead of talking about what it takes to make certain catches. Certain throws. And certain throws, like, great, you're accurate inside of 5 yards. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's not the point. That's not Johnny's point. You know why you're accurate? Because you throw to Stephon Diggs. Guess who caught that pass? Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs is going to catch a lot of short passes. He's become that guy. So get ready for some of that. Everything's going to be 12 yards and in with Stephon Diggs this year, I think.
Wow. The comments on this thing are that announcer can bleep. local booths are bad. It just is. Stop already.
I know.
Johnny Harris is it's forgotten more football than any of you people know. So shut
now
your
I gotta
faces.
check Johnny's Twitter.
Johnny. Oh,
If somebody would have tagged him. He's
you know that somebody had to tag him. But anyway, come on, stop already. And now I don't know that you throw a 5-yard pass to Stephon Diggs and you call out Josh Allen.
Well, I mean, you're asking,
yeah.
but he probably didn't. Yeah,
Right.
I get it. Johnny is excited.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, and that's his guy. CJ's his guy. And you know what? CJ is the greatest quarterback. It's a possibility. I was surprised with Matt Schaub up in the booth. Did you guys have the sound on? Did you hear
No.
Matt Schaub? Matt Schaub was
No.
up in the booth for the game.
Oh, really?
And I was surprised nobody asked him and said, "Hey, how about CJ? And how about they didn't even really ask him about CJ, just about how do you get ready for the season? What do you do in the preseason?
Maybe
kind
he
of
told
things.
them that. Well, you never know. Maybe he told them that he hasn't seen. Maybe he said, "I haven't seen a whole lot of the Texans" or something like that.
Well, I don't know.
Because some guys.
Well,
don't.
last year he was coaching. Actually, he was Matt Schaub was coaching. I forget what team he was with. He was I forget. Gosh dang it. He was coaching with Arthur Smith. He was with the Falcons. He was coaching.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I do think I know that.
Yeah. And this year he's trying to get into the booth. So I would imagine he knows enough about what CJ is doing. And they didn't even ask him about CJ. And how
knowledge is power.
Is Matt Schaub still the greatest quarterback in Texans history? That's a tough question.
Was he better than Deshaun? Did we decide we had to keep him there because Deshaun didn't? I mean, Deshaun went to 3 playoffs.
Yeah, I guess.
I think Schaub went to 2.
Yeah, but and then what happened in those playoffs?
Well, nothing good happened for anybody ever.
And is CJ already past Matt Schaub and Deshaun?
Well, no, not in 1 year.
I don't know.
In
my eyes,
he won one
has.
playoff game. You're giving him credit for what's to come.
Well, I'm giving him credit for, the
No,
greatest rookie season ever.
He doesn't have more wins than either one of those guys. So, no, we're not. We're better than this. We're not. Is one quarterback's 1 year the greatest in team history? It does tell you
It
something.
is the greatest rookie season ever.
Look, Matt Schaub led the league in passing 1 year, had the most passing yards. Deshaun Watson made all-pro teams. So, no, you can't say it just yet.
Deshaun made all-pro or Pro Bowl teams?
He made an all-pro team. Nah, he probably didn't.
No.
I just said that out loud. I'm trying to think of all the really great quarterbacks. It's hard to make all-pro.
Yeah.
I think you only have 1 and 2.
Yeah.
There's no way he was one of the top 2 quarterbacks when he played.
No.
He did make Pro Bowl teams for sure.
He didn't make Pro Bowls, but so did CJ last year. Wasn't CJ an alternate?
Yeah. Those
Didn't he
Pro
play
Bowl
flag
teams
football? Didn't he?
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't he in the tug of war?
He might have been
In the Pro Bowl tug
more
of war?
closest to the pin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the
The
bicycle
volleyball,
challenge.
the
Yeah.
badminton. Didn't he?
Yeah,
Didn't
he might have been
participate
in the
badminton?
pickleball thing. Soon they're going to do pickleball. You know that, don't you?
Yeah. Oh,
For people who like to play tennis without covering all that court, pickleball.
pickleball. No, absolutely.
I started watching some pickle. I was in Alabama, and I'm in a hotel that doesn't have Netflix, smart TV. So I'm like, man, I'm going to have to watch this freaking cable. And I'm flipping, and I go, and I land on a pickleball. It's a pickleball network.
Yeah.
Pickleball TV. And I'm watching these
Oh,
underhand serves where it's real hard with topspin. Like, it's tennis on just a small court.
And only faster. There is an entire channel dedicated to Frisbee golf.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is. Oh, yes, there is. When I go play poker at Champions on the Beltway, it's on every single time. The network. It's a network. It's nothing but Frisbee
Well,
golf.
it's got to be a streaming network. That means they've got to actually put it on. Somebody wants them to put it on.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No. Well, there's some Frisbee.
I don't even like watching it because they throw so far. It's like, I can't. For what? This doesn't do any good for me.
You watch football and you can't throw it like them.
I told you I
you
could
can't
get-
throw it behind the back like Pat
I know.
Mahomes.
I can.
No.
I can 100. Where's the football?
Oh my God.
I can 100%.
Pat Mahomes made the greatest throw in NFL history this weekend, and you say you can do it. This is okay, Dal. Get
No,
this
he
on tape.
didn't.
I
was informed that Caleb Williams made the greatest throw in NFL history.
No, Okay, watch. This is going to end up terrible. Oh, look at that.
That's not bad. That wasn't bad.
Lance is standing up.
Tell, you see this?
Yes. I mean, it's not great for the people who can't watch us, but
No one can see it.
because he's off mic and
It's
even he's
bad.
off camera when he's flipping the ball.
horrible.
I
That
was
threw a spin. That's not a hard throw to make.
I was informed that Caleb Williams made the greatest throw in NFL history.
Oh,
over the
where
weekend.
he ran left and threw it.
When he spun himself out of the pocket for no reason and then threw across his body.
I know.
Right.
Everyone's
He's running along this. He's almost in the sideline.
Yeah, everyone's like, "Oh my gosh!" Well, isn't that the whole issue of Caleb Williams?
Yeah. Caleb's
Voiding a
game
pocket for no
had
reason.
Wow moments, but it's also it was also him spinning himself into hero ball moments that didn't need to be. Like it's going to be a lot of that. It's really Kyler Murray football, but with Pat Mahomes type ability, arm talent.
We got to break it here. 713-780-3776 if you'd like to get in here. I'm going over to Chastang Ford today. As a matter of fact, I'm bringing my truck. They said they would come and they would pick it up and they would do everything. They were better. And I said, no. I want to go over there to the dealership anyway. I want to hang out. I might even trade it in for a different vehicle. We'll see. I don't know because the pickup might not be right for California. There are literally no pickups in California. There are none. So it's a little bit different. But here's the deal. Is I know that I'm buying it from Chastang Ford. I know this is where I'm going to get my next vehicle. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm going to go to the pre-owned lot as well, but I'm going to see, what the Fords are, maybe Bronco, whatever. But they have ridiculous. They got $4,500 off over here. They've got nothing down, no payments for 90 days. They've got service for your vehicles that is absolutely free. They've got it's thing after thing after thing that they're just killing it all the time, giving you the best that they can possibly. How about a lease for $299 a month on a Bronco Sport? 0 down payment options for the Explorer and F-150 Lightning. The XLT with $4,500 off. It's at one after another after another after another. They're going to find a way to get you into that vehicle at the best price that they can possibly get it to you in, with no add-ons, no markups, because that's what Chastang Ford does. So you're going to be part of the family like I am. It's where I'm buying my vehicles. That's it. Chastang Ford, because I know I'm going to get the squarest deal. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, chastangford.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us. And don't forget, in 10 minutes, what did you learn this weekend? In one sentence. So get it ready. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? And have it ready for us and call in. Because there's got to be something that you learned. It doesn't have to be about sports. It can be about anything. But it could be about sports. And it could be about your kids. It could be about your boss. It could be about your wife. It could be about Tom. Maybe you saw him out with some women or something. Whatever the case may be, you're more than welcome. We'd like you to represent yourself. But if you want to represent someone else on a mobile, that's fine too. You can do that because that seems to be the way we're trending with this. Astros take 2 out of 3, and Fromber looked great, and Hunter Brown looked great. They just looked fantastic. I know it's against the White Sox, but it is that
This has been
them
going
continuing. Yes, this has been going on for a while now. The Texans looked pretty damn good, especially against the first team. The Giants kept Danny Dimes in there for the entire first half, and they finally scored. And they were celebrating against, like, the Texans Plumbers. I mean, honestly, the Houston Plumbers were able to stop for the most
Not
part.
the Houston Plumbers.
Yep, they were able to stop.
Wow.
Yep. C.J. Stroud, he gets rid of the ball, but he commended the offensive line for not allowing this. I like him not getting touched now. He's not going to play. He's not going to play in the last game.
Line play's been pretty good, though. Like the
Except
line
running
is,
the ball. I mean, other than
well, no, but I'm talking about protecting our quarterback.
Yeah, no.
Didn't they get called for 2 holdings and a false start?
Hey, that's part of protecting the quarterback.
In the snaps that CJ took, there were 2 holding calls and a false start.
You know, you can't get sacked if you're holding the guy who's going to sack him.
And CJ overcame it.
Well, he didn't score any points.
Well, he didn't on the holding call. He was able to still pick up a first down. He had a couple of short passes, and then he got the.
No, that was a
first
false
down.
start that they picked up the first down. Blake Fisher false start on the first play of the game, offensive play of the game.
Yeah,
and they picked up a first down.
first down. Yeah,
The holding call came in the red zone on 3rd and goal. They did it over, and then on 4th down they didn't score. And then Tank Dell was open. He hit him, and then Brevin Jordan, at least helped off the line. He was holding as well. And they eventually had the punt on 4th and 10. So I understand you didn't get touched, but if we're talking about in your short amount of time, your offensive line tight end group holds twice and gets called for a false start, I'm not sure I would commend their performance.
Well, listen, I'd rather them hold guys than have them get to CJ.
I'd rather them block well without holding.
Well, I'd rather them hold guys than CJ gets hit. So I'm okay with it.
Let's understand. Well, it's okay now, but block guys, don't hold, so you don't kill drive. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. I'm not worried about. CJ will pick it back up in the next drive.
They didn't score.
Okay. Yeah, they did. They scored with CJ.
No, they didn't.
What do you mean?
They didn't score. They went up for it on 4th and goal and didn't score. And then he got pulled on his second drive on 3rd and 10. He played the first quarter.
Oh, they seemed like they scored, though. Remember how close they were? Well, they would have kicked the field goal if they went for it instead. They would have kicked the field goal. They absolutely would have scored with CJ on the field. Anyway, he did commend the offensive line for not allowing sacks.
Yeah, they did a really good job of just, giving me time. And I know that, they got my back thick and thin. So, it's just more than just ball. It's just a trust factor that I have with those guys. And that's a great D-line over there. Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns and Kayvon, all are great players. So, they had their hands full, but I think we didn't give up any sacks today. And we only played our starters in the first quarter. So, for our second guys to go in there and do well too, that just shows the work they've been putting in.
Thanks, CJ.
Yeah, no. And when first team against first team, that was not even a battle. That was not even close.
Yeah.
Of course, you're not playing any crappy teams like the Giants this year, though.
Blake Fisher would tell you differently when Brian Burns hit him with that spin move on 4th and goal.
Wow, that's Brian Burns.
What are you playing? Elite defensive ends and CJ.
Well, but Blake Fisher ain't going to be on the field.
All I am telling you that game featured CJ getting the ball quick because even the Texans knew we don't want him holding the ball against that front in this
how
game.
negative this is?
I know.
He's Mr. Astro now. He's co-opted our team in baseball. But now that he's got his own little football team, the Miami Dolphins, you know how everything's negative?
I love CJ. I just didn't see it the way a lot of people are seeing it when they got the ball
You're
out
not seeing
quick
it right then.
to avoid him getting hit. And then the couple times, now they did great in the end zone when they need to hold up and he hit Dalton Schultz. That was great pass protection.
I notice you're not focusing on Danny
But the
Dimes'
couple of
interception
times
pass.
we haven't talked about Danny Dimes yet. The couple of times that they needed to get a playoff in the red zone, a hold, and then Brian Burns was right in his face immediately.
Well,
so
listen,
that's all I'm saying.
We don't care about again. Okay, we don't
Hey,
care about that.
happens. Hey, you got to tip your hat sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, Blake Fisher against Brian Burns.
It's not exactly a
That
fair
CJ
fight.
still walking today is a win. Okay, Blake Fisher against. And oh, by the way, where is Tunsil? By the way, does anybody know?
He's coming. He was practicing. But they're not going to play him.
What
Arthroscopic
can
knee
he-
surgery this
Wait,
offseason.
I thought he was actually playing this game,
Yeah, I did too.
but he didn't.
Why? I mean, honestly, can we put him out there for a little bit
No.
so that Blake Fisher's not
By the
getting
way, have
killed
you
by
noticed
Brian
that
Burns?
Kenyon Green, they've had him playing some tackle. They did against the. I didn't see if he did in the snap counts at against the Giants, but he did against the Steelers. They had Kenyon playing right tackle, and he played some tackle when they needed him to at Texas A&M. He played like a whole season.
So the
up there.
15th overall pick is going to be Charlie Heck.
No, but it's interesting that they're basically seeing if he can play another position just to have position flexibility. Just in case. It's something interesting to me. Like, you always want your offensive lineman to be able to play another position if possible.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a one-position guy if possible. And if Kenyon can be I think they want to see, hey, is Kenyon Green better than Charlie Heck if we needed to make this move? If we needed to go Kendrick, the other from the Steelers.
Kendrick Green.
Kendrick Green. Yeah, Kenyon Green, Kendrick. If they needed to go, is it better to go Kendrick Green left guard and Kenyon Green right tackle if there was an injury to Titus Howard, which happens seemingly plenty?
Yeah.
So would that be better than going Charlie Heck out there
Or Blake
or
Fisher.
Blake Fisher? And so I thought it was interesting. They were just giving that a look and seeing, hey, how does he look let's see what he looks like at tackle. If that might be a switch that we want to do, would we better off having the two Kenyons in or going Charlie Heck and keeping Kenyon Green where he is? So I thought it was just something interesting to happen against the Steelers that they were checking that. 'Cause he does have some snaps at right tackle when he was at Texas A&M. He looked okay, by the way, if you were wondering, but yeah, it's just something I found to be kind of interesting. That
Well, you
they
find
get-
a lot of line stuff interesting when no one else does.
Well, but it's not like they have been like. I'll give you an example. Titus Howard at guard, not great.
Let that man live. He's in his moments.
No, I know. He's
I
a
know.
dude like
it's film,
Titus Howard at guard
it's film
wasn't
watching
good,
time.
right?
Right.
Titus Howard at guard sucked. So sometimes you need to know what it's going to look like. Like if Kenyon Green, if they don't have a lot of confidence in Charlie Heck, maybe they look at Kenyon Green out there and play Kendrick. Kendrick Green. God,
There's
why is this so hard for me? Kendrick and Kenyon, and they're both greens. I'm
All
gonna
right.
need.
We got to play.
I need Kendrick Green cut.
All right.
Make this easy.
Is
Just
this
to make
on?
it easier on me.
Is this on? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. You must have learned something from this weekend, but you get one sentence to say it. That's it. Okay? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Could be about your family, could be about your job, it could be about dating, it could be about Texans, it could be about anything. 713-780-3776. Right now, I learned that I really still love Champion Energy. My electricity bill's it's 9,000 degrees here, and my electricity bill is still great. I wish Champion was in California as well, because, you want to talk about taking advantage of that situation. Love, love, love Champion Energy. Look, I don't know how much you're spending on your electricity. I do know that mine, I've been with Champion Energy for 17, 18 years, and it's just still fantastic. And they're going to when my contract is up, they're going to tell me they got a better rate for me. And it seems like virtually every time, hey, there's a better rate here. You need to sign up for a couple of years, and I do it. Champion.energy/1560. If you're not completely satisfied with your electricity company, champion.energy/1560. What does Jive Live mean?
Line over there, Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns and Kayvon, all are great players. So, they had their hands full, but I think we didn't give up any sacks today. And we only put our starters in the first quarter. So.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? We got a full board as soon as somebody gets off. 713-780-3776. So let's go. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Let's start it with Tom, because Tom always brings something very interesting to the table. And as a matter of fact, there are people that are spin-offs from Tom's original show. He's like all in the family. And everything is, he's got a bunch of spin-offs off of it. Tom, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, guys. I learned that cultural appropriation can be quite enjoyable when it's a black woman telling me, a black man, that I'm Poppy.
Okay, what did he say?
I learned. Now, see, is that a Tom impersonator?
When
or
it's
was
a
that
black
Tom
woman
Telling a black man
to
that,
get on top of him?
or that he's Poppy?
Yeah, I didn't understand what he said.
Is Tom a black man who was called Poppy in a certain situation? Is that what he's revealing?
Oh, maybe that's culturally appropriating.
Oh, he
maybe
was it's cultural
a Puerto Rican?
appropriation.
Yeah,
maybe Puerto
a
Rican or Dominican?
Latin American
Yeah.
community. I don't know.
Hey, Poppy.
Yeah, that.
Like, excuse me?
And he said it was
Excuse me?
He said it was quite enjoyable.
That being called Poppy?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we discerned it. That's what we do.
Huh?
We try to break it down exactly what the hell you were saying, and I didn't. I'm still not sure you said it right. But you had one sentence. Congratulations. Was that real Tom, or was that on a
No,
mobile?
I think he leaned into it.
It was. Oh,
I think that was real Tom.
That was real Tom?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Brandon, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Sorry, Lance, but I learned that the last season at Goodison Park is going to be a relegation season forever.
Jesus. 3-0 out of the gate. Terrible. I think so, too. I'm going to have to fly over and go watch a match this year before they get relegated. And they'll have a new stadium. Everton's going to have a new stadium next year in the championship.
And they're going to be in the championship league?
No, it's not what you're thinking. It's the second division of English soccer.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It'd be like, I don't
They're
know.
called, yeah, I know.
AAA.
I know.
Champion.
Right, I know.
I'm trying to
They'll
think
be in
what
the
it'd be.
championship.
I watch Wrexham. I know.
No, yeah, that's your entry point. I was trying to think what it'd be like if the Texans got sent to the UFL or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what it
right.
is.
That's what it is.
It's what it is.
713-780-3776. JP, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned
if you get dragged into that Magnolia thing in Waco, do yourself a favor and go get something from their bakery, because they ain't doing nothing wrong in there.
In their bakery.
Yeah, so I think that's the there's that Home and Garden show or whatever it's called, the reality show with Tom and B or whatever. There's two people who have are you familiar with what's going on in Waco?
No.
There's a whole reality TV show. These two they design homes or whatever.
Yeah.
And they created basically an entire community out there. It's incredible with food trucks, and there's a bakery, and there's all these goods, like they sell home stuff, pillows, and
I remember hearing about this a few years ago.
I bet you that's what he's talking
Yeah.
about. I went there with Tyler Oberle when we went and met with Matt Rule, and because his wife loved the reality TV show Chip. It's Chip, and Chip is the guy's name, and his wife, and they got a whole.
It's a whole community.
It's incredible. Yeah, I'm sure that's the bakery he's talking about.
All right, so the bakery is something
And
that
she
you
said
have to
taking
visit.
you to the Magnolia thing, which I think that's what it's called.
The Magnolia thing? Oh.
Well, it's not the name Magnolia thing, but yeah, Magnolia Market.
Cool. Neat stuff. Thank you for that, JP. So you got to stop at the bakery because there's nothing bad there.
Shop at the Silos. Yeah, it's Shops at the Silos is what it's called, and the Magnolia Market is out there. And it's these silos, like grain silos, but this I don't know. It's just wasted too much time.
Okay. Let's get La Raza. ¿Qué pasó, mijo?
¿Qué onda, güey? La Raza on a mobile.
Yeah.
Oh, it's La Raza.
¿Qué onda, güey?
¿Qué onda? ¿Qué pasó, La Raza on a mobile?
Gentlemen, buenos dias. I learned this weekend that I like to be called El Cabal because I like to warm up the gorditas, baby. No mommy's way.
No mommy's
No
way.
mommy's way.
It's not mommy's.
No mommy's way. What? There's a La Raza impersonation now?
Warm up the. Did he say Kamal or Cabal? It's a Kamal. Stop
That
it.
was just-
We have La Raza on a mobile.
Now we got
Every home should have a
Tom
Kamal.
on a mobile.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
we got a La Raza impersonator. Now you know you're big when you got an impersonator.
Well, he already had one. La Salsa
Yeah.
was just
Oh,
a
La
play
Salsa,
on
yeah.
La Raza
Yeah.
anyway.
He's getting big.
Keith, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that the new Lacey Peterson Netflix doc 3-part series is absolutely brilliant, must-see TV, and Peacock is dropping their own version tomorrow with
Now we're talking like a
two
giant
sentences.
run-on sentence.
That is a
Yeah.
giant run-on sentence.
You can't just throw "and" in there and think you got a compound
Yeah.
sentence. It's not going to happen.
Lacey Peterson.
I saw it's showing up on my thing like, "Hey Lance,
#1 show
what you want to watch?" Is that what is
for
that
Netflix.
number
yeah.
one?
#1.
Okay, because right
She-
now I'm watching Bad Monkey.
She's
with
the
Vince
one who
Vaughn.
her husband killed her, or
Yeah, Scott Peterson.
Yes,
was he?
Scott Peterson, yeah.
That lasted a while, didn't it?
That trial.
I'm on Bad Monkey right now with Vince Vaughn on Apple TV.
is it good?
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about it, but it's actually pretty good. Tokyo Land Swindlers is 100% something you need to watch.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Tokyo Land Swindlers is good on Netflix.
713-780-3776. Tom, we heard from, and he actually, I think he did. He was leaning into Tom on a mobile.
Yeah, that was
He was leaning into Tom on a mobile, who is here now with us. Tom on a mobile, what's up?
One of many.
Hey guys, how we doing? So I learned that when your coworker brings his hot wife to a party and you suspect her chest is a little fake, it's probably not the best idea to find out for yourself.
Get off of our radio, Tom on a mobile.
Tom on a mobile. Stop Tom on a mobile.
Stop it. He's got to be stopped. Did you learn anything this
I
weekend?
did. I learned that I think I like John Mechie and want him to make the team.
Yeah.
I did.
I learned that my son's move-in to his place and that they were using his quote-unquote cottage as a storage facility. So when we got inside, there was an air fryer. There was 30 buckets of paint. There were all the tools. there were some dead roaches on the ground. None of the carpets, but there's missing furniture. Like, hey, I drove all the way from Houston for this.
Yeah. That's more than one sentence, but okay. That was a lot more
So
than one sentence.
now I'm trying to browbeat and get a free month.
I mean,
out of it.
I appreciate you trying to limit one of your stories into this segment so
That
we
was
can
good.
move on. But
Yeah, that was good.
But it doesn't fit the profile of the
Yeah, but we
segment.
don't have to follow the rules.
Well, we kind of do.
We
if you
do.
say if you say what have you learned?
Yeah,
you
what did you learn
do.
this weekend in one sentence?
I feel like we don't have to follow the rules.
I did. I learned that, man. I really think that the team loves John Mechie. Boy, they really.
I just learned that UFC is now being sponsored by Bud Light. So Bud Light's really. I think Bud Light is back.
Yeah, I think Bud Light is definitely turned a corner.
Now the
from where
sales
they were.
aren't back.
No, but where they were, and I think they
The new
understood.
marketing guy came in. What should we do? UFC. See if you can get Dana White.
Yeah. Now, next,
And Bilzerian.
and Joe Rogan. See
Yeah.
if you get Joe Rogan.
Bilzerian. Let's just get
Yeah.
us.
Get as manly as you can.
What's the maximum amount of testosterone that we can get?
Right. And that
Power Slap. See if we can sponsor Power Slap.
or butt slap.
Is that a new one?
There's one. Oh, you haven't seen butt slap?
Oh, I saw it, but is that a thing? I've seen it. I saw one time it happened
It was good.
in a ring. Is this an actual?
It's good.
Are we going to do this? Is this?
I don't know. It's a thing between Dak Prescott and Zeke Elliott.
No, I saw that where he does this. That's terrible.
That's a thing. Butt slap.
No. This is different.
Is that,
It wasn't
is
Zeke
that,
or
okay? Is that what you want us to watch?
no, that wasn't.
We've
it.
got Mark Lou.
Mark Lou, like Gilbert's brother.
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh no,
Mark. Yeah, remember Mark?
I
his
know
brother.
Mark. I know. Here's Mark Lou, Gilbert's brother. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence, Mark?
I learned that China Garden egg rolls are the secret to family happiness. Anyway.
Huh? Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, China Garden egg rolls are.
for anyone thinking that we're doing something untoward, Gilbert on one of his last calls to us,
Or his brother.
His
said
brother.
that he couldn't. Yeah, he claimed it was his brother, it wasn't him, because when he called him by his name, we would avoid him depending on the day, and then so he called in and would trick us, and then at one point he said, "Yeah, no, this is Gilbert's brother, Mark Lou." I said, "Hey, Mark, can we talk to Gilbert?" He goes, "Yeah, Gilbert." He goes, "Hello." He tried to change his voice slightly.
He did.
It was one of his greatest tricks.
It was. No, Gilbert
It
is
reminds me of
outsmarted
Kaiser
us plenty.
Soze. Yeah.
That was probably his
The
greatest.
greatest trick the devil ever played is
Yep.
making people
Yeah,
believe
his
he
brother
didn't
Mark.
exist.
And now Gilbert's in a home and not loving life. That's just a shame. Thank you for playing. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Nicely done, people. We'll play again next week at this time, 7:45 on Mondays. But right now we're talking about Houston Powder Coaters, biggest and the best by volume. Biggest and Google reviews. Go see. Very hands-on. You're going to get great communication. You're going to probably deal with. You're probably going to deal with Robin at some point at Houston Powder Coaters. You'll see her for sure. Maybe it's somebody else that you'll be dealing with, but that's fine too. You can, whoever it is, they're very professional. They're going to pick up your patio furniture, or your boat parts, or your car parts, or whatever it is. Free pickup and delivery. Whatever it is that you have metal, okay, they'll pick it up and they'll deliver it to you absolutely free. The powder coating process couldn't be better. When you see it, I've been there, done it. I mean, I've seen what they do, and it is fantastic. The ovens and the how detailed they are and how much they care. It's just amazing how your stuff is going to look absolutely new. Whatever it is that you need to have powder coated to save it or to restore it, this is the place to go. There is no question. If you're looking for the best in powder coating, HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888, 281-676-3888, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 975 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us on the show. You're more than welcome to come in. And what did you learn this weekend from our Astros, from our Texans? You can hang with us. We learned that the Texans are pretty good football. When you compare them, now Jalen Petrie, okay, the interception for the touchdown. Dell, you got that the sound. Is there a chance there's a nice resurgence for Jalen Petrie this year?
Yeah, but that was, remember when Davis Mills did that first? We've already seen that move. Or Carson Wentz did it. Davis Mills did it. The little Danny Dimes interception where you're falling down in the end zone, so you just throw the ball into the sky.
Yeah.
I've seen Mills do that. I've seen Carson Wentz do that. That's when I officially knew Carson might be done. Is when he did that with the Colts, and I was like, who is this bad? And now we saw Daniel Jones throw it up, and Jalen's just like, sweet, caught it at about the 6.
Yeah, but more than that, Jalen Petrie seems to be in the backfield more because, well, he was in the backfield quite a bit. He just missed tackles when he was in the backfield. I was playing safety because he was wild out of control.
I've never had concerns about his instincts, his nose for the ball, and all that stuff. You got really upset at him for missing some tackles.
It's his tackles. It's his tackling that's been really bad, actually. Some of his angles at safety. If he's up at the line of scrimmage as the nickel guy, I think they're better off.
He's a big nickel. That's what he is. He's an overhang player who's meant to play near the line of scrimmage. Yeah, part of your job is you got to tackle because you're going to enforce against the run on the edge, and then you just have to do a good enough job of covering. I think we're more likely to see him have some issues in coverage than we are in run support. He's going to run in there and try to hit you as hard as he can, and some of the times he's not going to wrap up. So you're going to see some misses because he's trying to clock people. But yeah, it's an interesting thought where the Texans are putting more into the run defense than coverage, and I think they want him just to cover enough around the line of scrimmage. It just shows they don't have tremendous confidence in C.J. Henderson or.
Well, Desmond King King has been the guy that's been in the slot a lot.
He can play. I mean, they've got it's going to be really like, can Robert Woods make this team? I don't think, once again, I do not think Dameon Pierce is going to make this team. You can go cheaper with British Brooks. You can I just don't know that Dameon Pierce makes this team.
Well, if I think Juwan Jordan makes the team. Yeah. I mean,
Juwan Jordan, Cam Akers. You can go Juwan Jordan, Cam Akers, and obviously Joe Mixon. I just don't see a place for Dameon Pierce.
So why is he still getting, now with Mixon not playing, why is he they're not showcasing because the offensive line doesn't block, so they're not helping his cause.
Well, you have to play him at some point.
Then why is he getting reps above the guys?
They want to see if he can play. They're hoping that he can play. I think that it's not the first time. Like, it's one of the weird things that happens where a guy who gets a lot of carries gets cut, because I've been freaked out by that in the past, thinking, wow, this guy got like 14 carries in a game. How's he getting cut? And I realized sometimes you just want to just see, like, you have to get as many carries as possible because it's basically him versus another guy. And Dameon Pierce, he just doesn't feel it. Like, he's just not creative. And I loved him so much 2 years ago. I loved him coming out of the draft. I think he's a tough bull of a runner, but he's not creative. And he has to have it blocked for him, and he's just not.
You're watching the film. Is the Texans' offensive line, the starters that we see, blocking the run game well?
No, they're not. But
great.
Lance made a good point. I mean, if you have to have it blocked up every time, anybody can do that.
Who can do
the guys who make people miss. Those are the guys that are.
You either
special.
have to create for yourself through power,
he's not special.
speed, or elusiveness.
It's not a question of. I don't think he is special. But are we talking about an offensive line who's playing poorly in the run game?
No, I mean, they're hitting like their nose on. No, they're. What's happening is the extra men in the box, right? The linebackers are coming down, the unblocked linebacker, because you don't have enough men to block them. Well, that's your job then as a running back to set him up. And I'm watching him like he doesn't change his tempo. He's a predictable runner.
Well, that's also CJ's job, which he's not going to be doing right now, is audibling out of that run because there's an extra man in the box, and CJ can take advantage of it in the passing game.
Yeah, a lot of times. Although
you're not game planning right now.
But he checked. They had a run. It was an RPO basically at the line of scrimmage where he threw that lob to Nico Collins that he caught, but it was not for a touchdown. He caught it going out of bounds.
Yeah.
That was actually, when you watch the guys blocking, they're getting down the field blocking. So that must have been an RPO where it was his option to throw that. It was a check with me with Nico Collins. So he got out of that. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, if the numbers aren't there, but a lot of times you're going to have, you're going to have 5 linemen and either a fullback or a tight end. So you got 6, and you're going to be taking on 7. And that's not considered a bad thing for the running game. It's just your job to either the lineman has to work up to the extra linebacker, or it's your job as a running back to set them up. And he just doesn't set people like, I don't think he's making it. Mechie will make it. Mechie's going to make the team.
So let's hear from Petrie first on playing the nickel and the safety and how it's different for him this year, and then we'll hear from Mechie. And actually, there's a guy who's a little bit surprising that is teaching Mechie. I wouldn't have guessed it. But first, Petrie on playing nickel and safety.
How did it feel to get in the end zone?
Oh, it felt great, man. It was my first time in the end zone, and thankfully it was, here at our stadium. So it was real fun to get in there.
Looked like he was under some duress from Derek Barnett to help make that play for him.
Yeah, he went full assist mode right there and got me the interception. So real thankful for that.
A good example of your comfort zone we've been talking about with you at the nickel spot?
Oh, yeah. I had a lot of fun today playing nickel and safety. Like I said, wherever coach wants me, it's always fun to just be out there with my teammates, be able to have, all of us swarming to the ball.
And then Sting keeps it going. You started the party, but you kept the party going.
Oh, yeah. I don't, anytime the ball is thrown over there, it's his. I wouldn't do that if I was a quarterback.
Bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't. No quarterback would do what Danny Dimes did. So, I mean, he gave you a gift. That was the nicest gift that Danny Dimes could have given you, Jalen. That can't be any nicer. I hope Jalen plays his ass off this year.
Yeah.
I hope he plays great. Pissed at all that Justin Simmons went to the Falcons and not. I mean,
not after I heard that Justin Simmons has been waiting this whole time because he didn't want to practice ever. He doesn't like practicing during the season. Nah, not really. He doesn't sound like
he's diva-ish.
Well, it just sounds like he just is toward the end of, wants to collect his money, and I'm not sure that he's all in. He's an awfully good football player when I've watched him. They say he's lost a step, but, I mean, that step, I don't know if I don't know. I feel like he could play. I felt like he could play, but there was a reason he hadn't signed with anybody. And we're already dealing with look, when we're at August. What is today? The 17th or
19th?
August 19th. We're at August 19th. He just signed on. He signed on Friday, so the 16th, Thursday or Friday he signed 16th, 17th. So, I guess the 16th is when he signed. He didn't want to be. Either teams didn't think highly of him, and he got $8 million. He got $8 million. From what I understand, there was a thought that, you had to pay 7 to 8. He got on the high side 8. So, I mean, a little bit. And then I heard he just doesn't want to practice. There's some football stuff that I don't think the Texans probably didn't love, some of the football character stuff they heard. So I just know he was a good football player when I watched him.
Yep. Now, John
Really
Mechie, we talked about Mechie a little bit earlier. I mean, I'm a Mechie fan.
Great
his story is fantastic.
Good pro, he's runs good routes. He comes from Alabama. Some of those guys don't end up, they kind of max out at Alabama sometimes. But the guy who handles my contract stuff, they represent him, and he said, "Man, this kid is a phenomenal player."
Man, a lot about Devontae, Jerry Jeudy,
Waddle.
Waddle.
When it comes to wide receivers,
yeah, they're putting out some guys. But Mechie he's been against
Jerry Jeudy right now. I don't know that. I think
Jerry
now,
but Jerry Judy's had a nice. He's been good.
He's been all right. Jerry Jeudy has not lived up to the first round.
But Mechie
Alex Leatherwood.
He's not a wide receiver anymore.
Cyrus Kwanjo.
He put on some weight when he got to the NFL. Alex Leatherwood.
Was Cyrus Kwanjo like?
No, I'm talking about wide receivers. And Mechie was behind the 8 ball. You know what, with cancer and all. So here he is, and he. I didn't think I'd hear him say that this is the guy that's teaching him a lot.
I couldn't really sit here and tell y'all it'd take too long, but just how to play the game, how to approach it, how to approach practice, how to approach games, how to look at coverages. I think every conversation we have is like some wise, They just giving you knowledge. Yeah.
And is that why you all have that certain connection on the field together like that as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely, for sure.
How long you?
He's
You're
talking
talking
about
about
Case
CJ?
Keenum.
Oh,
Case Keenum's the one who's been teaching him a lot of stuff.
wow. I mean, it makes sense, though, because Case is on here as a coach. Basically, he's a coach on this team.
Well, and not only that, but they're working together a lot in second team and third team or whatever.
I think that's awesome. And Case understands late in his career, hey, let me help somebody else become a good pro. I think that's all. I think that's awesome. And it's another reason why Case Keenum is probably going to stay on this team as the third quarterback, because he's another set of eyes for CJ if he needs it. I don't know what their relationship is like, but actually I do. Dusty told me that, who's really tight with Case, he does Case's marketing stuff, said that CJ would go to dinner with the three quarterbacks all went to dinner together
right.
last year all the time. And so, that's awesome to hear.
Yeah.
You got a veteran quarterback helping Mechie out. That's fantastic.
Yeah. No, and
he needs, but you can't learn on the, like, he's got to learn on the run. That's hard. He missed a whole year.
man, when Mechie caught that and the guys running out on the field to meet him halfway before he got to the sideline, there is a. I mean, when you see how many guys are rooting for you like that, you just know that kid, John Mechie, is a good kid that everybody wants to see him succeed like that. That's cool. That's pretty cool. And the Case is helping him out is really cool too. 713-780-3776. JG pretended he doesn't have a pocket full of gift cards from those silos. I don't even know what this is the first time I've heard of it.
Chip and Joanna Gaines. That's her name from, like, one of those home improvement type shows.
That no one's ever seen.
Oh, there's a lot of people who've seen it.
There
That's how
are?
they ended up making so much money.
Oh,
yeah. I'd
well.
never heard of it till Tyler told me, because his wife watched. And Wendy might know. She might know him.
She may, but I'm telling you, there's a really good chance that no, she doesn't. I don't believe we've ever watched a home improvement show.
Well, you haven't watched it together.
Never, ever. I can tell you that for sure. I don't know what a Chip and a Donna is. I don't know.
I do get caught into, if I'm like at Dr. Whitsett's office, they always have a TV and it's on, flip it or skip it, or I one of those shows. I remember when I had COVID, I probably watched 9 straight shows, 9 straight hours of, they have this house, and one guy will say, okay, I can list it for this much, and you can, or you can put this much into it, or I'll find you a new listing, or you can put this much into your own home and keep it. And I'm like, what kind of dumb show is this? And then I was on show number 7 in a row. I was like, man, how did I get stuck on this? But it happens. It happens.
Well, you know what else happens? Craig DeSurf. He's got
Craig happens.
Yeah, Craig DeSurf does happen.
Craig DeSurf is inevitable. This is inevitable. He is somebody who has been around Houston for years and years and years, and ran David Taylor way back in the day and was great with it. And then when they sold to a national company and turned into something else, he said, "Nope, I don't want to work for a national company." And they wanted him to stay, and he said, So he started looking around behind the scenes. He ran into Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They asked him to come out. He's like, I don't know if I want to be in Angleton. And then he took a look and said, whoa, this is really great. He calls it Camelot in the cornfields because the people who work there are awesome. And their ideas are aligned with Craig's, which was, hey, we're going to really make the car buying experience a fun experience and an enjoyable one. It's not something where we try to get over on somebody. We're simply trying to have the best experience for them possible. And so that's why you get more trade-in value for your vehicles. That's why they find every single penny of dealer incentives that they have available for you. And you got great cars to choose from with great finance rates. It's my good friends over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, where you're looking for pickup trucks, SUVs, the crossovers. They've got you covered. Go to LanceZcars.com. That's LanceZcars.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Why are we watching Caleb Williams when we could be watching C.J. Stroud on ESPN right now? I mean, is Caleb Williams on track to be a superstar? What?
Score some points in your preseason game, CJ. Then you'd be on ESPN too.
Well, and did you see the passes he missed?
Oh, well, that doesn't play well on TV. You can't do that.
Apparently not. That's all we see is him spinning out, rolling left, and throwing.
Someone said something that I found interesting. What's the difference between his highlights and what we saw from Justin Fields as a Bear? All the running around, throwing the ball, not on time. Oh, look, he made a play down the field. Cool.
He really didn't make any plays on time. Right? But Justin Fields had to pull it down and run with it a lot more. And Caleb is just throwing bad passes. The difference is
Caleb actually had some time to throw on some of those. But he doesn't like Caleb wants to make splash plays. On tape, that's all he wants every play to be a splash play. He is not a profit taker. He's just not looking to take a profit and move on to the next one. He is like, if it's 3rd and 8, he is not going to settle for a 5-yard pass.
Are y'all worried at all about that second game, the first home game for the Texans?
Not the version I'm looking at right now. Now, he's not going to win a lot of games playing this way. He may make
Texans have some speed.
He might make a play or two, and it'll be, oh my gosh, he'll hit a clip and it'll go viral. But is he going to win games playing that way?
We got Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and Christian Harris. We got some guys.
We sure you got Christian Harris?
Well, we don't have Christian Harris yet.
Well, we got plenty. We're okay.
Yeah. No, I'm not worried about them. Now their defense, they've got some guys who can play a little bit. Montez Sweat is a factor, but I'm not worried about the Bears. They got to be worried about the Texans offense. I don't know how they're going to match up. Texans offense are going to come out and they're going to ravage teams early on. And you know what? It's not going to be running a football. It's going to be a bunch of passing.
After the song, do the Texans come out and beat the Colts in game 1?
Which song?
After the Colts song.
Because there are multiple. Like, the guy in question made a Texan song. And
Wait, what?
Before it means the same type. He just threw Texans in the mix instead.
He's not a Colts
fan?
I
thought he's not a Colts guy.
He is a Colts fan. No, he is a Colts guy, but he made a song about the Texans too before the game last year.
Oh, about beating the Texans.
About beating the Texans.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought he seemed familiar.
But I that song scares me that could propel the Colts into greatness.
I feel like you're making that up just because you want to hear a song. And you got to be better than that.
I don't even want you to play it.
Okay, fine.
Okay. I don't even want you to play it.
It's a pretty terrible lead-in. Oh, are the Texans going to overcome that song?
Dell, did you get my email?
I don't want to play that.
No, I want you to. Somebody actually did a.
He's so obsessed.
No, somebody actually asked John if he get it to the 1-minute mark. Somebody actually made it. I don't want to say what they made an edited version. And tell me when you have it, Dell, so I can introduce it. The Texans. One of our listeners heard part of the show. It's a listener, and he said, "I think I can help. I think I can get an edit that is going to be good for the Astros." So here is. Oh, you don't have it yet? Okay. I sent it to you. I emailed it. It may have.
I'm not gesturing at you. I'm gesturing at our computer.
Okay. Well, we'll come back when Dell gets that. Is ESPN one of the worst things that have happened to ESPN TV? One of the worst things that their opinion shows. I'm convinced when you have producers who are having to come up with topics like, and we've heard complaints. I've heard complaints behind the scenes and in person from ESPN personalities who say it's terrible having to do a show based around narratives that producers are making. Like today, is Caleb Williams on pace to become a superstar or whatever? That's the question they ask. I'm not saying we have opinions on a sports talk show, but we don't. John and I have never had something where, okay, this is the question. There are some radio shows that do this.
Yes.
But we don't say, let's start a question that we can get lots of engagement. It's engagement farming. And let's just start that question up. And let's do something. And then you like Vince versus Reggie. We got tired of that. ESPN would have had a field day. Like, we can talk about Vince and Reggie
every day
for 4 months.
Yeah. Well, they did last year with Justin Fields. I mean, they do. It doesn't matter what it is. They're going to beat it into the ground over and over and
But
over
it's
again.
too much to put that on Caleb Williams already. He's already got that naturally from Chicago. It's like we're already coming up with this based on a preseason game. I just think some of these TV shows go out there, these producers, in their engagement farming, they just go too far.
When they force it, they got to force.
questions.
They got to force. Well, but that's their job. That's they're telling them, hey, come
No,
up
it's
with
true.
topics that we can have the guys, and we got to have differing opinions on everything, so that we seem like we're angry, and it, that makes it feel like, oh, this is a real experience that I'm having right now watching this. No,
We need people to hate you or love you. So the more, like, I'm convinced Paul Feinbaum now, his new attitude that he has, where he's I think this is a new little character that he's doing, where he's going after the Big
Lincoln
Ten and
Riley.
making fun of. Yeah, like I've never seen Paul get this over the top where he's trolling. And I think that he recognizes, or somebody at ESPN has said, oh, man,
I don't
that's
know.
great.
He was trolling Harbaugh, but he really hated Harbaugh. I mean, and he went after Harbaugh a lot. And I don't know how,
Some of it's SEC type
he
stuff.
went after Lane Kiffin. He's going after Lincoln Riley now. I mean, it just seems like he's relentless on Lincoln Riley now. I think he's had opinions, though. I think he has. I think if it's anything outside of the SEC, that it's not any good. That I think he's been. I mean, when he went after Lane Kiffin at USC, he's going after Lincoln Riley at USC. He went after Harbaugh at Michigan. He is a staunch SEC guy, and everything else is second tier.
Well, that's how SEC people feel about.
Yeah, right. If it ain't SEC, then
he is, and he is. He may not look like typical SEC guy, but he's become SEC guy.
Oh yeah. Well, that show, his whole show was based on Alabama.
Yeah.
Callers from Alabama.
Well, no, callers from the SEC. He's got Tennessee fans, Auburn fans. They all call. Remember, it was his call where Harvey Updike called. Yeah. Well, I just want to say, Paul, you run around there. Auburn fans going to Toomer's Corner to Rapid. They're not going to be able to do it that much longer. Why is that? Why is that, Harvey? Because I just put Spike 180 in there, and so those trees are going to die. You did what? I put Spike 180. I went down there. I drove down to Toomer's Corner, put Spike 180 in those trees, so they're going to die. So you've already done this? You said you're going to do this. I've done it. So those trees are going to die. Yes, they are.
Mm-hmm.
They're not dead yet, but they are going to die. And he was right. They did.
They did.
But and I think that guy got in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he did time for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 828 ESPN 96. I guess we're not going to hear that sound.
Oh, we got time. We'll come.
We got Ship Talk next right
That's
here.
fine.
Well, I guess this would fit. I mean, I had to cue it to a point past stuff we can't play on the air.
Oh, right. Really?
Yeah, because whoever sent it to him didn't do us a service of cleaning that up.
They did leave, yeah. They did leave stuff you can't play. But then they added one. You can play it now.
No,
we got to go to break.
We got to go to break.
No, you'd be on time for a break. Wouldn't that be great? And you need to talk about Allstate Siding.
Allstate Windows and Siding.com. I just made it up, a new jingle. That's what Allstate Windows and Siding is about. They don't need a jingle. They don't need your fancy jingles. They're out there trying to put brand new windows in. A lot of times when people think they have air conditioning issues, these air conditioning companies will go out there and they'll check the heat load and they'll check the actual temp at the vent, and they say, oh, no, it's blowing cool. Your windows are the big issue here because you have leaky windows. You have windows that are letting heat and humidity in. And if you're one of those people who say, my AC is working fine, but it's never really comfortable in my home, then that means your windows are not good. You need to have double pane, double strength windows that are going to withstand this Houston weather, withstand the terrible droughts, the unbelievable floods, the hurricanes. We had something invented called a derecho. Never heard of it in my life. Found out about it, and of course we had it here in Houston. That's how it goes. And so you need to have windows that are built in the state of Texas that are built to stand up to the weather elements. And it doesn't stop there, because they give deep discounts for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listeners. All you have to do is just make that phone call, tell them you need them to come out there, check out your windows. When it's time to buy windows, they're going to give you the big discount. Allstate Windows and Siding.com. That's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Time for Ship Talk. Every week, Dell brings us what happened over the weekend and how ugly it got out there. And it gets ugly sometimes.
Well, you referenced this thing maybe in the first segment. We didn't actually play the audio for it. It set the internet afire. Our good buddy John Harris, although his name wasn't mentioned, I think, but he learned quickly never go viral. That's one of our other good buddies' advice. Raheel Ramzali, don't ever go viral.
Ever.
And when you start having big accounts quote tweeting your what you say, it can get troublesome. Here is John Harris on the broadcast for the Texans over the weekend, giving CJ credit while Josh Allen catches a stray.
Rip, and that's really tough for a young dude to handle. On 32, oh, what a strike. Fits it in perfectly, and Stephon Diggs announcing his arrival to the Houston crowd. You know, Kevin, this Wednesday in practice, you'll see this just get inside your DB and CJ will hit you. I don't know Josh Allen would have, but CJ will put that ball right on the number. But when
And Bill's accounts, Warren Sharp, they were having none of it. As you mentioned, John, Warren Sharp called John Harris. Well, he didn't know who it was, but he called John Harris an idiot.
That's not going to work for me.
Warren Sharp called him an idiot.
Yes, he did.
Warren Sharp needs to put some respect on John Harris's name.
John Harris. Now, Warren Sharp knows a lot of football. John Harris, you know what? He doesn't know. He didn't even. He goes, this guy. He didn't even know who John Harris was. So put some respect on John Harris, Warren Sharp.
Now, John didn't know somebody national was going to pick that up and put him in the way of Bill's Mafia. That's probably not a great feeling.
Yeah.
Oh no, Bill's Mafia is on me. Great.
Yeah, I think. Listen, there's an overreaction, but Josh Allen shouldn't have caught a stray from Johnny Harris either.
Yeah, I mean, I know what Johnny was saying. It's hard to make that throw because it takes tremendous placement. It takes tremendous release quickness and response quickness. Like, I'm not sure Josh has a longer windup, and he doesn't. I'm not sure Josh, and his ball placement's not like C.J. Stroud's. I'm not sure that he does make that throw. But, yeah. I mean, if you knew somebody was going to pick it up nationally, you might have said something I don't think Daniel Jones makes that throw.
I didn't know that Josh Allen's completion percentage on passes of 5 yards was the best in the NFL.
Yeah, but what are they on tight window throws?
Well, I'm pretty sure.
5 yards, then show me. Here, I'll go look it up right now.
Yeah.
I'll look up tight window throws right now.
All right.
And I'll at Warren Sharp if I need to.
Adam. All right, Del, what else?
We'll go to the broadcast, I believe, yesterday on Fox, where Julian Edelman was sitting down and he was talking about the challenges that the Chiefs have as far as who could contend with them. And another quarterback caught a stray. It was quarterbacks catching stray weekend for NFL preseason week 2.
No team has ever done that, but the Chiefs will try to do that this year. Do you expect them to be back in the Super Bowl and win another one?
I've learned my lesson. I'm never betting against the Chiefs again. Okay, I will never bet against them. I lost a lot of money, but it's not up to the Chiefs. We all know what the Chiefs are. They got Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Spagnuolo, Chris Jones, and everyone. It's up to everyone else. We need to see a Joe Burrow come out and do something, stay healthy, start fast. You need to see Lamar Jackson, who's been on a milk carton in the playoffs, so he's missing.
That's a little flag. Although, yeah, Lamar beat the Texans, the greatest team in NFL history. So
who said that yesterday?
Julian Edelman.
Yeah, but Lamar doesn't win in the postseason, really.
He beat the Texans.
He beat the Texans.
The greatest
last
team ever.
year.
You heard, John.
Lamar Jackson beat. If you can beat the Texans, who are everybody's darling, okay, and you don't. Oh, now you're not going to give him credit for that.
What, doesn't he have to beat other teams?
Well, they beat the Texans.
Yeah, but the not this year's Texans. This is the real superheroes right here. This is Supercell.
Okay.
No, stop. That's a Netflix show. Stop it.
These Texans are known as Supercell.
No, they're not. Supercell.
Supercell?
With an A.
People
yes.
are calling them that.
No one's called them that. You made that up.
People are calling them Supercell.
You are the only one calling them that.
All right.
I call them atomic dogs.
It's an English show where black people get superpowers. That's what he's referencing, everyone, if you haven't seen it.
They're just people get superpowers.
No, it's black. It's specifically black people getting superpowers.
I hadn't noticed it. It's only black people.
That was the sell the movie.
I didn't notice it. Now that you mention it, yeah, it seems like that.
Black people in the inns in London
C.J.
getting
Stroud?
superpowers. Yes, they
Stephon
say
Diggs?
They get bruv. They say bruv, and they get superpowers.
Okay, well, Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud.
None of them are English.
Yeah, but they've all got different superpowers.
And
the power of contested catches.
What
the
else?
Power of
what else makes comps them to the people in that movie?
They have physical. They have health issues. Well, Tank Dell didn't have health issues.
Well, that's not a health issue.
He's Supercell.
Getting shot. It's not a health issue.
Talking about breaking his leg.
Oh,
he's a Supercell.
Okay.
Yeah, Stephon Diggs, the power of not being happy with your quarterback.
Yeah,
that's the sickness.
Keep digging. Go ahead. We're going to move on to Dennis Schroeder because if we remember Dennis Schroeder, he called out. Yeah. He said the difference between the NBA and FIBA is it takes IQ and so on and so forth. It's just a different game. And then when the U.S. won the Olympic gold medal, Kevin Durant just quote tweeted the picture of them winning, saying entertainment and IQ. Because what Schroeder said, the NBA is more about entertainment. Well, Schroeder didn't appreciate Kevin Durant And so he responds on his Twitch stream.
Then they won, and Kevin Durant tweet, high IQ and entertainment. For me, that's just being weak. Like that type of a star, and you have to say something to, you know what I'm saying, like a person like me, like who not even meant it to be negative. It was just what I see from both sides, you know what I'm saying? So, I didn't appreciate it. Not even appreciate it. I don't care. But at the end of the day, like that tweet or whatever he posted was because of me. And for me, it was never no negative stuff. Like, I respect all those guys, all GOATs. But to say that tells me how weak he is as a person.
Well, he is sensitive. It was a sensitive.
Oh, yeah.
He was basically saying, why is he so sensitive? That wasn't even meant as a slam. Well, maybe are you new to this Twitter, Dennis Schroeder? He's extremely sensitive. Kevin Durant has made up accounts to go after 15-year-olds before. He is the definition of petty and sensitive. So, yes.
Well, and
he's got a chip on his shoulder. Yes.
And Schroeder's he feels a little bit bad because somebody came after. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I don't ever disrespect. What?
He just thinks Kevin Durant's of weak mind. That's all. Which a lot of people would agree, right or wrong.
You can't be weak-minded and play at the level he does and win championships. But he is sensitive. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's very sensitive, and he takes everything. I mean, if you tag him, he's going to respond. He doesn't let things go.
And by the way, Schroeder is an NBA player, so I mean,
it's not like he's some kid on a blog.
It's not as if he's like he would be, I guess, insulting himself too.
He plays international basketball.
Yeah, he plays international. He plays in the NBA. He's been a long-time NBA player. Maybe he does have some insight into the differences. We got one final one. I don't know how new this is, but it came across my timeline. Guys and ladies out there, breakups can be hard. And sometimes people respond maturely to them. Other times they respond like this.
Can's mother has been forced to block dozens of calls after her ex-partner allegedly took her phone number and plastered it on poles here around the CBD, telling people to call up and impersonate Chewbacca for a chance to win $100.
This would be the most childish breakup I've ever had. Like, all he had to do was be mature and go, I don't love you anymore, I want to move on.
The calls have been waking her and her 3 young children up at odd hours in the evening, and they're yet to stop.
I won $500.
Well, I'm getting phone calls at really strange hours of the night, about 1 o'clock till 4 o'clock.
Forced to call back the wannabe Wookiees and tear down the posters.
That is the best. Boy, you want to talk about petty. That dude is petty.
Did she break up with Kevin Durant?
Oh, my goodness. That is awesome, though. You get arrested for that. I know if you put out
that's
pictures.
Harassment.
It's harassment, I think.
Well, it's not revenge porn.
It's not revenge porn. No.
But you're inciting people to harass
her
someone.
Former boyfriend, Kevin Durant, an NBA player, continued to tell his followers to make Chewbacca noises. Blah, 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 blah. No, that is something KD might do.
Let's break it here. Arthur's here from B&B. Did you see him?
Hopefully, you have a live spot.
I do. I'm gonna do Dream right here. I'm gonna do Dream right here because there's nothing there, Del. So let's do our Dream. Let's talk about Kent Jones right now. That's my man, Kent Jones. I love what Kent Jones does. Kent Jones is 29 years into 30 years in the business now. Kent Jones is the best that there is I don't know if I can say that legally that Kent Jones is the best. I'll say this: nobody's going to work harder for you than Kent Jones is going to work. If Kent Jones is going to find the Fannie Mae or the Freddie Mac or the FHA or the VA, Kent Jones is going to make sure that you get the best mortgage that fits you and you're exactly what you can offer to what you can bring to the table. What can you bring to the table? Do you have a scenario? Do you need a scenario quote? I've got this much money down. The house costs this much. How much am I going to be paying a month with whatever mortgage I'm going to have? Kent Jones will do that for you. Absolutely free. You can shop your loan because this is the biggest thing you're going to buy in your life, and you're not going to shop the loan to make sure that you get the best loan for you. Brokers are just better. And especially one with the personalized service that Kent Jones is going to give you. watch out for all of these big places that put their names on golf tournaments and bowl games because they're just making money. You're just another number. Not with Kent. You're a person, and he's going to give you that personalized service. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've been talking about Houston Restaurant Weeks, and Katie Stone is here, and Arthur on Meridian. Listen, it's been a while since I've seen you, bro. I know you. That's my man right there. Okay, he has brought me steaks in the morning before, and we go back a long way, me and Arthur. So having you in studio, seeing you this morning was awesome. Thanks for coming by, and Katie, you too. We really appreciate it. Katie Stone is taking over, and she is running Houston Restaurant Weeks, and it is a huge undertaking. Just to give people the start of it, how it all started years ago.
much for having us. So, as you know, my mom, Cleverly Stone, she was a longtime broadcaster here in Houston for many years, and her beat was food, restaurants, chefs, all things yummy. You know, what's not to love about that? So she had a long, 13-year radio show on CBS. She was the on-air food correspondent for Fox 26 for over 20 years. And essentially, she was just tired of seeing her friends laid off in August because every year, that is the slowest time of the year for hospitality. It's not just here, it's nationwide. And she set to fix that in typical Cleverly fashion. So she created Houston Restaurant Weeks. It started as 1 week. Now it's 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And due to demand, and it is the largest annual fundraiser for the Houston Food Bank now, and at the same time provides an incredible platform that helps the restaurants have not their slowest month of the year, but one of their best months of the year now in Houston.
And Arthur is so long in the business. What does this mean? Because it was a bad time for restaurants, and now it's a great time.
Absolutely. I mean, part of the reason why we got involved originally just had the opportunity to give back to the community. And so over time, as you've seen it grow and progress, and like Katie said, August went from being our worst month of the year, both sales and profitability, to now being typically the second best after holiday season, obviously December. But yeah, it's really evolved the restaurant industry a lot, and it's done a lot for the Houston itself, the city, the month of August, just economically all the way around, vendors and ballet companies, you name it. They've all, benefited from it.
Yeah,
so.
No, it's just, when is it going to be? It's Houston. It was Houston Restaurant Week. Now it's Houston Restaurant Month, more or less.
Weeks, yep.
When are we going to have Houston Restaurant Year? Okay. Is that the next step, Katie?
We're not trying to make stretchy pants season a year-round thing, okay? We got to watch our waistline.
So, but no, we don't. Not this month, we don't. Because this is when you can take advantage of, I say, okay, I don't get to go to B&B Butchers all the time. I don't get to go to Tony's all the time. I don't get to go to, that's a special event in a lot of cases. Now this is the time to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to go through. There's a great website, hrw.com. You can go through there, look at all the restaurants, look at all the menus, and really, there's people that plan, vacations around this. There's people that sit down and plan their entire month and how many times they're going to dine out around this. And so there's people that postpone celebrations from July to August, or even celebrate earlier from September to August to just take advantage of this great event. So, but to your point, yes, you can go to some great restaurants.
Great restaurants that you normally can't go to. So, and you, Katie, you guys look at every single menu, right, to make sure that it's a great value for the. So, do you hassle? Or do you go back and forth with the restaurant saying, "Oh no, we need a little bit more in this"?
My mother, this was one of her big things every year, and she would very painstakingly go through these menus by hand because she did want to ensure that it was a great dining deal, which is how she marketed the event for 20 years. So the restaurants are really smart. They know what brings diners in the door. They know what diners are looking for. They're looking for value.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for a lot of choices, and those are the menus that really do very well. So we do evaluate every menu for value. Houston Food Bank actually goes and cross-checks to make sure that it is a good dining deal. But some of those menus out there, man, for $55, you're getting probably $80 or $90 in value, especially at like restaurants like B&B Butchers or Prime 131. I mean, some of these places have appetizers for $55.
Right, yeah, right, exactly. And you're getting a meal, which you ain't getting normally. And listen, if you the meals, the dinner for $55, $7 goes to the Houston Food Bank, which is 21 meals. I mean, every dollar gets 3 times, right? So what you're really doing, how much do we expect to raise this year for the Houston Food Bank? Do we know?
Well, we never really set a number that we're looking for. We just look to, keep pushing and keep getting as many people out there dining out and doing good. But, years past will tell us that we continue to shoot for the stars.
And does it get bigger every year?
COVID kind of threw it for a little bit.
Threw us all for a little.
Yeah, and we reduced the donations pretty substantially back then. But we are back to pre-COVID numbers, which is great. Yeah.
But it's the number of restaurants too. I remember when we joined in 2003, the first time, there was only 13 restaurants. I mean, this year there's over 400 restaurants participating. It's just
that's crazy. That is awesome. And so go on now. Are some restaurants like already booked up for the month?
You can always find spots.
You can find something.
Yeah.
You can find a
You can
spot
always
somewhere.
find
So
spots
get in
somewhere,
there.
If there's a place you really want to go, maybe just call the restaurant, because sometimes the reservation apps will show that they are booked.
Yeah.
But if there's a place you really want to get into, just give a restaurant a call. A lot of times, like Arthur said, they'll be able to fit you in.
Yeah, I went this weekend. We went to Amori, and I went to Riel last week. But the other thing, Katie, is that the website's made it really easy where you can search by neighborhood. So I've searched by neighborhood. So if you live in a certain neighborhood or there's a certain neighborhood you want to go, and I mean, when I say neighborhood, everywhere in the Houston area. I mean, and when I say Houston area, Cypress, I mean, Katy, everywhere, Pearland. So if you want to look in a particular area, and the lunch deals are really great too. There's some phenomenal lunch deals also.
Yeah,
So-
lunch is awesome, especially because some of the restaurants are doing 3 courses. So they can do 2 or 3 courses for lunch and then 3 or 4 courses for dinner. And that's really where you see the restaurants that are loading up for value. You know, they're really trying to get you in the door. And now a lot of times they try to, you know, there's so many choices on the menus that you don't have a choice. You have to go back for a second visit.
Yeah, and you will after you get to go to these places again that you normally don't get to go to. Fantastic. Houston Restaurant Week. It's still going on. We got a couple weeks left.
Yep, a couple weeks left now through September 2nd, and the event runs the same dates every year. So August 1st through Labor Day. Labor Day changes, but it's always through Labor Day. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com is where about 410 restaurants have all the menus.
That's awesome. We are the radio station for it, so we really are behind this, and we would love you. Go to the website right now, make a reservation, get there. This is the best time to take out. This is a great first date.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great, if you and your wife don't get to go out a lot, this is a great time to do that. Get a sitter because you're going to be able to afford it because you're saving money. This is great date time to go and pick from the $55 dinner or the $39. You can. I'm sorry, but you're only going to be able to get the $39 dinner tonight, girl. Or the brunch for $25. I mean, this is ridiculous how low these prices are. Yeah.
Well, and it's great too for new places, right? Because
Right.
sometimes there's there are questions about new restaurants, right? We're not 100% sure if we want to go there, but we
Right.
want to try it. So this is what a lot of people use Houston Restaurant Weeks for, is there's always restaurants opening in Houston.
Right.
And this is a great way to try a restaurant and not spend a ton of money if you didn't have a great time.
Right. Or, on a first date, you're not sure that you like that person that much.
Or that.
Right? I only have to
you're
spend $25 on you. Yes, I'm trying you out. That's great.
And you're doing it for a good cause, so it's a good
Great
day.
cause, right? Houston Food Bank.
Everybody's winning.
Everybody wins. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Houston, it goes now through September 2nd, so let's go. Get on HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com, Houston Restaurant. Where did you bring the food from today?
This was from Nopo, which is one of our restaurants that's on North Post Oak Road. We're open there 7 days a week. We do it's sort of like an all-day cafe. We do great breakfast tacos, breakfast sandwiches, and then we have a really nice dinner menu. We are also participating there for Houston Restaurant Weeks, both for lunch and for dinner. We have a $39 menu, but that's where it came from. We got some breakfast sandwiches, some breakfast tacos, some BLTs, assortments of muffins. We do some great pastries up over there too.
Yeah,
so.
Nopo. It's on North Post Oak and what?
North Post Oak. It's 1244 North Post Oak Road. So it's just north of I-10 and Audi School.
Got it.
Just north of it. So, but NOPO stands for North Post Oak.
North Post Oak, right? It's part of the B&B.
It's part of our It's part of
the family.
Berg Hospitality.
How many? Yeah, you guys got a bunch of restaurants now.
Yeah, we're up to 15 restaurants and 17 concepts. It's grown rapidly.
Yeah,
it's been interesting.
Man, I knew you when you were just at
Just a
Del
kid.
Frisco's. And
Sullivan.
Back in the day.
Yeah,
back in
long
the day.
time ago.
Yeah, no. That's Arthur and Katie, and thank you so much for coming, and thank you for what you're doing here. This is huge it doesn't get any bigger for the food bank, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is their largest annual fundraiser, and we're thankful for you guys for being our official radio partner.
Well, we
this
love
year.
it. We love it, and we're gonna keep on pushing it for the next few weeks to get everybody out there, and let's set a record this year. set a record for most money raised for Houston Food Bank. That's great stuff. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and thanks for what you're doing. That's Katie and Arthur right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance, why don't you talk a little Vanderford?
Let's talk about Vanderford Air. You can go to vanderfordair.com. That's vanderfordair.com for your air conditioning needs. And I'm talking about fixing an AC that's not working. Is your AC just not blowing cold enough? You know what happens all the time when you say, oh, man, I need to get this. Maybe it needs more Freon. It may need tuned up. They have an AC tune-up that you can get for deep discounts. And if you're an ESPN 97.5, 92.5 listener, and here's the great thing. They come out there, they look at your entire system. I mean, everything from, the heat load in the room to the vent temperatures to all the lines. How's it working? Your emergency. They look at the coil. They look at the emergency drain, which they had to clean for me because mine was an absolute mess. And that's one of the things that they can do to find out and discover what's going on with your AC system. And it's good to have done every single year before summer starts. But you're in the middle of summer, so if you need help, let them come out there. They can even do new AC jobs, and they've got the financing available to find an AC that is going to last a long time at your home, and it'll be the right size for the size of your home, and it'll keep you cool, and it'll be efficient. It's vanderfordair.com, 281-557-COOL.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. B&B has Camus Cab for $125 a bottle. The biggest restaurant week deal I've ever seen. Camus for $125 is unbelievable. Arthur is with B&B now, and just they have Turner's Cut and Annabelle, and it's just fabulous restaurant. If you get to one of the B&Bs, if you have never been to the B&B on Washington, that's something you have to go there because it is fantastic.
Yeah, Berg Hospitality Group knows how to do it.
They know how to do it. Absolutely. And Arthur's the man. He is awesome. I can't believe I saw him this morning. That is great. It was a logistical nightmare for me because
somebody sat in my seat, which was fine. I get to take a segment off, but I put my food in here. Like I couldn't sit out there and eat.
Why? I was surprised you didn't come in and grab it.
I should have.
I mean, that it was really that was the favorite. That Lance was able to hold back and not grab his. Of course, you just grabbed another one in there, didn't you? Oh, you didn't?
I waited. I got this whole thing.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, great stuff. Great.
I mean, I thought about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you see what the Texans did on Saturday? They had seats for Fred Fowler and Ken Hoffman and one other guy. Who else?
A guy named Mark Lane.
I didn't know him.
I don't know Mark.
I don't know him.
But they had their pictures there, and they had flowers there. So they had 3 seats that they had kind of sectioned off that were for media members that had passed away this year.
Yeah. Hoffy
Really-
having a seat there. That was nice. That was really
Yeah,
nice.
it was really-
They had his picture. They had Fred's picture.
And Mark's picture.
And
It was-
Mark's picture, yeah.
It was really a nice gesture by the Texans.
Yeah. Yeah, that was nice. That was really nice. So the Texans looked pretty damn good, too. The first team, the Giants don't look like a very good football team. This is going to be it for Daboll. This is it.
Yep. He came in and kind of shocked the world, but then he fell back down to earth. And that's what happens sometimes when nobody, the Texans are built to sustain. Because you look at their roster, they're built to sustain, but the Giants weren't. And the Giants had a little flash, and that was nice. Then the pressure builds, and you're the hunted, and you're not surprising anyone. Your schedule gets a little tougher. You're in a tough division. Well, relatively tough. You got 2 teams that are good teams, the Eagles and the Cowboys, and all of a sudden the Giants fell back down to earth. The Texans have it set up to where their roster's better, their quarterback's better, their division is may not be as tough. Like, I don't know how good Jacksonville or the Colts are going to be, but I don't think they're going to be Cowboys and Eagles good.
No, but
so it's an easier division than having, I mean, Washington's not. If you're the Giants, you're the soft team.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, no, they're the worst team in the division. I don't think there's any question.
How about the Texans? Texans get Will Anderson. The Giants got Kayvon Thibodeau. I mean, that's fine. He's okay.
No, he's okay.
He told me that he was the master of pass rush. On TV, he told me and Bucky Brooks he is a master pass rusher. Yes, he's a doctorate in like pass rush moves. I'm like, didn't seem like it on TV, but Bucky goes, "Oh, we're talking a lot for having 5 sacks last year." Wow. Like Bucky will talk to these guys like that.
Yeah.
So, we've got a real guy.
Okay,
Will
so what did we learn this weekend from preseason games? I guess we learned about Bo Nix. We learned that Patrick Mahomes can fire one behind his back.
We learned that Gardner Minshew's been given the starting quarterback role.
Yeah.
Ahead of
What does that
Aiden
mean for
O'Connell.
Devontae?
It's better than Aiden O'Connell, I guess. I don't know what it means.
Well, does it mean that Devontae is going to have a decent year?
I'm a stay away from Devontae Adams, fantasy guy. I mean, there's a place for him, and he's going to be one of the primary options. So he's probably, he's probably going to be fine. Michael Pittman had a good season last year with Gardner Minshew, but he's one that scares me in fantasy football. What about Joe Mixon?
What about?
Well, he's got to actually get on the field.
That's
He's
what
practicing.
I'm saying. How are we feeling about Joe Mixon?
Well,
as
he's
a fantasy
practicing. I
option?
guess they just held him out to be safe.
What about CD? What do we do about this?
Oh, as far as your fantasy football teams?
Yeah.
Wait for him to get paid, I guess.
You got to take him.
You got to take him.
Like there are teams, their fantasy football drafts going on right now. They're drafting him.
You have to.
Who's drafting now?
Let me check his. A lot of people.
No, you got to do this. You got to wait.
They don't.
The
Our two
Ayuk
drafts
thing.
are 2 days before the first game and the day
why
before
wouldn't
the
you
first
wait?
game.
Ayuk is still out, not practicing with the team, and CD Lamb. You asked what you learned. I learned that now that Tua is a $200+ million man, he doesn't mind telling people that Brian Flores is terrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Apparently, it just dropped this morning. Here's Tua talking to Dan Lebitard about the difference between Brian Flores and Mike McDaniel.
Explain to us the difference in practical terms between having a coach who did believe in you the way that he did and the difference between that and what was happening with Flores.
Yeah. Well, to put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad. And you hear it more and more. You start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that.
Yeah, that had an impact on him. You can tell. That sounds like you have something you could say about your dad or something in a bad relationship. You know, you have somebody who's positive. Well, it's really coach. I mean, that's coach stuff. This whole thing. If you have positive reinforcement, he called him a terrible person. Did you miss that? Did you see that?
I brought it up to intro it.
I mean, he called him a terrible person.
And the person he's referencing, Brian Flores, saying, you shouldn't be here, that guy should be here, is Deshaun Watson. Because remember, Brian Flores was put in the position of being the guy who really wanted Deshaun in Miami. So, and that was during Tua's, I think, second year. So, yeah. That's on the Levitard show. Apparently, they got to sit down with him, and now that he's gotten his money, he doesn't mind telling the world, "Yeah, Brian Flores sucked." At least for me, he did.
Well, I mean, but he's right though. I mean, if you go in and somebody tells you you're terrible every day, and you don't deserve and all of that stuff, as opposed to encouraging, he's right. He's right. I mean, if that's how Brian Flores didn't want him.
He didn't. He was the main guy pushing to go acquire Deshaun Watson, yes, while Tua was their starter.
I'm seeing in places that you should draft Brandon Aubrey ahead of Justin.
The kicker? Oh, because of what he did over the weekend?
No, but because of what he
was
did last year.
Yeah.
That Brandon Aubrey is the kicker now in the NFL.
Brandon Aubrey.
Over
Cowboys.
Justin Cowboys.
Oh, I'm never drafting anyone over Justin Tucker.
Well, apparently there's a changing of the guard.
This guy can bang it though.
Yeah,
he's
68 yards.
Yeah, he can really hit it far. Which usually there are bonuses. I'm looking right now on ESPN and Snake Drafts. CeeDee Lamb's average draft position is 4.1. In other words, he's the fourth player drafted.
Yeah.
This discussion about contract talks is having no impact on drafts.
Okay,
they all believe
but
it'll get done.
If it's not done yet by the time you draft, I might take Amon-Ra ahead of him. I might take Jamar ahead of him.
Amon-Ra they have as the third wide receiver going.
Third.
And then Jamar right there close 4, and Justin Jefferson right there close
Tyreek.
5th.
I might
they
take
got Tyreek 1.
all of them ahead of CD unless this gets worked out.
Yeah, I can see that, but it's
now if it was worked out, I'd take CD first. CD was well, I had him last year. He was
I had him the year before.
Yeah,
he was great for me. So,
awesome.
Yeah, I know.
But what about sitting out all of this time? Does it matter?
It doesn't bother me. All that would bother me is if he misses any games. But I don't think so. Those are his checks. He's not messing with his checks.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
That's the big money.
And now, okay, rookie quarterbacks. What order do you like them this year? Where's Bo Nix moved up ahead of Jaden?
It moved up in terms of what? For rookie of the year?
For rookie of the year.
Okay, it's not fantasy because
Caleb Jaden Daniels will get drafted.
From a quarterback standpoint, you think?
As a second quarterback.
Yeah, I guess 24 teams, and he can run. He probably will. I would say for rookie of the year, I'd have Bo Nix 2, and then 3 Jaden. It'd be very close. Drake, I guess, would be 4, Penix 5. And then, of course, J.J. McCarthy's out for the year, so not a factor.
It'd be go over again?
1, Caleb. 2, I'm going to go Bo Nix. 3, Jaden Daniels, but I think it's very close. And then after that is Drake May, and then Michael Penix playing behind playing behind. I know the coaches love Penix. I mean, if you're Kirk Cousins, you got to be a little bit concerned that they may try to justify drafting, even though their plan is like, oh no, we're fine. We'll wait until Kirk Cousins. They're gonna feel pressure to justify their picking. I guarantee you, they're watching with confirmation bias. I've seen teams do this, where guys they really bought into, once they draft them, they only see the good stuff they're doing. And with Michael Penix, I wonder if the coaches are just going to, wow, did you see that play?
Yeah.
Did you see that play? Man, did you see that play? And Kirk Cousins is a proven commodity in terms of getting stuff done for an average team. Like, his numbers are going to be really good. He's never won at a high level, but he's been a solid quarterback. But I think at some point they're going to be just chomping at the bit to put Kirk Cousins in. I mean, to put Michael Penix in. But the fact is, the Falcons have a great chance to be the best team in the I think you're the favorite to win the division. You know, they just traded for Matthew Judon.
They got
So you
Judon,
got another
and
rusher.
they got Justin Simmons, and no, they should be the favorite because the Saints, don't they still have Derek Carr, or do they have somebody else?
No,
now?
they still have Derek Carr.
They still have Derek Carr.
Yeah, it's still
Okay, all right. I mean, and Bryce Young is in that division, right?
Mhm.
And I mean Baker. I think it's going to be it's got to be between those two, Falcons and Baker, right?
Mhm. I guess.
I guess.
I don't think it's going to be Carolina. I mean, the Saints are always sleepy offensively, it seems like, but they got a pretty good defense, so we'll see.
Yeah. Tua said Flores thought he was the king, and Tua was the sorry people.
He did.
Or
Yeah.
Well,
he did. Mike McDaniel's in there. Man, you're so awesome. Everything you do is great. This offense is perfect. Imagine that. And Tua's got a lot of weapons. He just needs to mentally be right. And who would you rather have now, Deshaun Watson or Tua? Look how quick that can change. In 2 years, look how quick that's changed.
Oh, my God.
Not even close.
No.
Tua by a mile.
916, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What if you had John Daspit?
You have John Daspit. You have somebody on your side fighting for you. It's funny. I was driving back from I was in a cab coming back from the airport, not last night, but Saturday night. And my cab driver was driving, and he was all excited. He said, I used to be from Egypt, and I'm in the States. He goes, but I'm not new to, I'm kind of new to the country, but I'm definitely not new to driving. I've driven for a long time. I said, okay, that's fine. I trust you. It took about 10 minutes before he was drifting into another lane and almost sideswiped a pickup truck. And all I could think of was, if I would have gotten hurt, could I have called John Daspit? I think I could have. If I'd been injured in a wreck that was caused by my driver, for sure I could have called John Daspit, because John Daspit deals with personal injury cases where you go to the hospital, you have doctor's bills, you're injured. He makes sure and fight for you so that you don't have to come out of your pocket for any money, and you get a pain and an injury settlement, rather, pain and suffering settlement. And of course, as I mentioned, any time missed from work, you're in a serious accident, that's going to be accounted for. John Daspit, that's what he fights for. He fights to passionately pursue justice for the injured. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Y'all, I'm telling you this. Go to NoPo and get the bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. It's not just bacon. It's pork loin.
Pork belly.
Pork belly.
With honey. You can taste the either brown sugar
crap.
or honey based on it.
That is about as good a sandwich as you'll ever have. I'm not even joking.
Ciabatta bread.
Man, that is fabulous.
It's legit.
Y'all do it right. NoPo. I never heard of it. It's just north of I-10, I guess, on Post Oak.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Fantastic. What else is fantastic? Justin Verlander's coming back, and it looks like he's going to start on Wednesday, which is what Friday when we left you said we were breaking it down when we thought he would come back, and Wednesday looked like a great day. Tuesday will be with his regular 4 days rest. Give him an extra day. Let him finish that series against Boston at home before they go out on the road. 70 pitches? Is that what I think?
That's my guess, 75.
70,
maybe.
75?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'll pitch him more than that. Even if he's pitching really well, I think you probably just shut him down because he threw 52 and then 57 in his last two starts. You limit it to about 70 because he's going to be working harder than he was when he was facing. He just will because it's big leagues and it's tougher batters, and it just means more as opposed to a practice game for Sugarland. So
the American League West is a lot like the SEC in that it just means more here.
Well, the Mariners now, 2 games over 500? The Mariners have just fallen apart. Astros will run away with this division. I'm telling you, now the sights are set on Cleveland and the 2 seed. So you don't have a wild card game.
Man, would that be an incredible run?
That would be, but that's what's going to happen. They're going to run down. They're going to run down Cleveland for that second seed, and the Yankees continue to blow games. All right, the Astros just might have the best record in the American League when it's all said and done.
Come on now.
Okay, I said it there. I said it. It's not.
You did say it. Let me see how far out. Let me see if it's crazy.
Well, they're 73 and 52. They're actually just 5 games out of the best record.
But you're chasing multiple teams: Baltimore, Cleveland, New York.
Right. Cleveland is 72 and 52. You're 4.5 games back there. No, it's not a. It's
Baltimore and the Yankees are both 73 and 52. So you would have to play. Not all these teams are going to fall off. So you'd probably have to play unbelievable baseball.
Seattle's now 3 games over 5. They went to 2 games over 500 after their loss on Saturday. They won yesterday, so they're 3 games over 500.
What about the Central, man? The Royals are 69 and 55 with a plus 109 differential.
And they're still 3 games back.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all. First of all, you don't want to be playing in a wild card series, right? So you got to get to the second or first best record, and I don't see why they can't catch Cleveland. Cleveland's got a tough road because they're going to be fighting against Minnesota and Kansas City. That's actually a pretty good division.
Yeah.
I mean, a better division is obviously the West is the worst division, maybe in baseball. With the Mariners only 3 games over 500, the Rangers are now 11 games under 500. Wow, that's awful. And then the A's and the Angels are just terrible. But you got 3 teams, actually, Kansas City, Minnesota, and Cleveland, all with better records than the Astros, who are in first place.
So you made a lot about, the 18 consecutive games. You got through the first 3 were going to be the easiest 3 because now you've got Boston at home, and then you've got 4 on the road against Baltimore. And then
You mean the team you just swept when you were here? Okay.
Yeah, we'll see if you sweep them again there. And then you've got 3 on the road against – so you're going to have a 7-game road set against Baltimore and Philadelphia. Any concern for you?
No.
No?
No. If they get out of that, listen, they're playing better on the road now than anybody in baseball. They are – I'm telling you, their recent run, they were 8-1 on their last road trip. 8-1 their last road trip. They're now 33-29, 4 games over 500 on the road, which is better than everybody that they're chasing in the Central. They're better or tied with them for as far as the road goes.
Now, it is interesting. We must note this. I'm glad that they took 2 or 3 from the White Sox. Coming up now, your next 7 games are against teams with 73 wins, 4 of them against the Orioles, and 73 wins, 3 of them against the Phillies. Then you've got the Royals, who have 69 wins at this point, more wins than you do. Then you get the
we play better against better teams.
Okay, because you're facing good teams. You still have the Reds coming up, and then who's the other team that I'm thinking of that they have? Don't they have the let me see, from a schedule standpoint, the Astros have nope.
Well, first they got Boston
Arizona
here. Then they're at Baltimore. Then they're at Philadelphia. And then Kansas City here.
Yep.
And then at Cincinnati.
At Cincinnati, yeah.
Then Arizona, Oakland, the Angels.
It lightens up at Cincinnati. You're at Cincinnati, and they're not a walkover team.
Well, I didn't even realize this. Your last 3 games of the season are at Cleveland. That's going to be for whether or not you're in the wild card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be very important.
Cleveland's looking at that going, what the? We're fighting for our division, and now we're going to be fighting for whether or not we're playing in a wild card because we got to play the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
How did we get the Astros in the last 3 games of the season? That's not fair for Cleveland. It's just not fair.
You know, it's funny. I can look at all the things that concern me. Boy, we're getting ready to play really good teams. Oh, there's this, that. Every other fan around Major League Baseball is probably, because I've seen it on Twitter. Here come the Astros. The Astros are inevitable.
Yeah.
I guarantee you fans looking at the Astros like, holy crap, it's them again. Like, that's how, when they know they have to play the Astros, they're all thinking negatively.
Yeah. No. Well, everybody's been the Astros BA. Everybody in the American League has been the Astros BA for the last 7-8 years. So, guess what? Of course they feel that way. 929 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
As well they should.
It's good to have our baseball team back after the start.
The real one.
After the start of the season. It's good to have our team back.
And we're getting players back. Kyle Tucker's probably on the verge of coming back.
We did have a minor league lineup that we won with yesterday.
Just kind of as a flex.
Yeah.
Watch this. We can win with Jake Myers hitting 4th. What? 2 100 hitters and Jake Myers 4th.
And
watch this.
And sure enough,
hold my beer.
He comes up with the bases loaded. It was almost inevitable, and he just there's a lazy fly ball. It was almost inevitable that Jake would be put in a game situation.
Jake Myers is inevitable.
Yeah, inevitable. Instead of Yiner being up in the cleanup hole and Jordan in the
Love
3 hole.
Yiner in there.
No. All right, breaking it here. Why don't you do a little jive talk here, Lance?
Oh, jive talk. I want to talk about F1. I want to talk about Red Bull. This is really, really cool. You guys know how big F1 has become over the last few years. It's going to be coming to Houston, and I want to make sure that you guys know the Red Bull show run is open and free to the general public. It's going to be going on September 7th. So this is going to be down at Discovery Green, September 7th. Here's some of the things that you can look for. It's not going to be a race, but they are going to be starting. They're going to have a couple cars going. It's admission free, as I mentioned, and highly accessible. But you're going to have cars. You're going to be able to hear and feel racing up close, exhibition style. They're going to have a couple of the Red Bull cars out there that are going to be taking the streets around Discovery Green, and you can really experience how fast, how powerful, how loud these vehicles are. It's a one-day pop-up showcase that is going to have the sights and the sounds and the engine start chills of Formula One racing. If you would like to check it out for yourself, make sure to get down there to Discovery Green on September 7th. There is so much to do down there. It's really going to be a great event, and Red Bull Showrun is putting on something that everyone in Houston is going to want to check out. You can go for more information and take a look at, if you've been dying to see some F1 race cars and F1 racing, make sure you go to the website redbull.com/showrun Houston, and they'll have all the intel there. You can also follow Red Bull Racing on Instagram or TikTok.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance is finishing up that excellent sandwich. No po. Get the bacon, lettuce, and tomato. Holy crap. I'm not even joking. That's as good a sandwich as I've had in a long time. Way to go. Way to go, Arthur. And Katie, thank you for coming in, by the way. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com, HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. We got other stuff that's coming up here. We got a party that we're going to have. We're going to be telling you about a listener party that's going to be coming up here soon. So we will be doing that here shortly, telling you how you can get here and be part of that. That's going to be fun. What else do we have to promote? Oh, we still got Rock the Mic
This Friday at Carbach.
At Carbach,
the finals.
Aren't we doing the golf? Are we going to do? Are we East River 9 this week too, or no?
I don't believe so.
We're not.
I'll look it up, but I don't believe so.
Okay, we're at Carbach this weekend. This Friday.
Yes, for the finals of Rock the Mic. We've been, promoting it for the last couple months now, so we're getting down to it. We'll pick a winner, and Carbach, of course, is more than that. Great beer. They got great food too. So if you want to hang out with this, please do. Well, you guys or some of you, because I'll be on a plane. But for the people who are going to still be in town, it's a great place to be on Friday.
You are off next week?
Correct. Monday, all week, Monday through Friday.
Do we get Abigail all week?
Yes. In fact, for you guys who have a certain predilection, she'll be back here tomorrow to learn more and get ready for her full week.
What is that? A certain predilection.
You
sounds very.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. That's the point. It sounds like a certain thing because I wanted it to sound like a certain thing. If you are someone, I could have called you a perv like John did. I just said you had a certain predilection. So she will be in town. She'll be in town. She'll be in the studio tomorrow, control room, figuring everything out. And so she'll be ready to go on Monday through Friday.
LZ leaving the station with leftovers. He's got the biggest backpack I've ever seen.
Well,
I wish.
There would be some if he hadn't taken a lot for himself right now. You don't think he'd take leftovers?
I made sure I got mine. I'm taking this home.
So Joshua, you've made your point. No one cares what you think.
What is
we'll
Joshua?
talk fantasy if we want to talk fantasy.
Oh, Joshua doesn't
Please
want you
stop. Leave it to the experts.
He doesn't want you talking fantasy?
Yeah. No, baloney. Joshua, I won my league last year. I am an expert.
To be fair,
suck it, Joshua.
I don't want you.
You made your point. No one cares.
I don't want you not to talk fantasy because you're not experts. I just don't want you talking it.
So you made your point. No one cares, Joshua. Don't listen to something else if you don't want to hear us talk about fantasy. I absolutely love talking about fantasy.
He want Matthew Berry to come on and talk?
Which yeah.
He wants a roto. He wants roto.
Because we can't have an opinion of if we would take CD first or we would take Tyreek first. So I'm sorry, Joshua. We can't have that opinion.
So he wants a real answer, but you're not giving it to him. Is that
not
the
one
problem?
he likes.
Okay.
No, we're brutal because we're having some kind of a discussion about Tyreek, or we're having some kind of a discussion about taking Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels.
Joshua, don't blame them. I didn't write out what they're supposed to say beforehand, so that's on me. I didn't carve this segment in the way it should be, so blame me, Joshua, not them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll write their fantasy football stuff next time, so they'll have definitive answers. You don't have to worry about it. I effing hate it.
You hate fantasy.
I don't mind. I don't care one way or the other. But the talk about it's like, all right,
well,
guys.
The thing I hate about fantasy is when should I start this guy or this guy?
If you want to talk
You're
real
the
football,
only person that has
I
those
think
two guys.
pre-draft, it's interesting discussions before your draft.
But
you hear all this stuff.
In season talk after everyone's made their picks.
A little tougher.
Yeah.
A little tougher, except unless you're just a niche show and that's all you're doing.
Yeah.
And that's understandable.
Sure.
And there's a huge market for it. Let me tell you, you want to go look at who has a lot of followers on social media, fantasy football. Well, hot girls and fantasy football guys. Guys who give fantasy football advice, they get a ton of starters. They get a ton of followers, way more than draft people.
Oh, yeah.
Draft people don't get the same amount of followers as fantasy
You got
guys.
into the wrong business.
Yeah, fantasy
I know
guys.
I'm following like 3 or 4 guys. I'm getting as much information as I possibly can for our upcoming draft. Not this coming week, but the following one. Not next week, but the following one.
I think Vanessa Richardson's going to come in studio with us on Wednesday.
Is she?
Talk Rockets.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she's going to come in studio, and then I've got Nate Tice coming up this weekend this week from the Athletic. Big football film guy. Nate left. He's at
he's not
Yahoo
there
now, I think.
Does Vanessa have an opinion on whether it should be Şengün or Green?
Who gets traded?
Yes.
Well, we'll ask her.
Ask her.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Which one would you trade?
Oh, I just got a cancellation.
What?
She's not going to be able to make it.
Which one would you trade, Vanessa?
Yes. Which one doesn't fit this Rockets build?
Right.
Şengün or Green?
Who's got to go?
We don't talk about this.
One has to go,
One
Vanessa.
has definitely.
Which one?
You have to make a choice.
We don't talk about this enough, but what are the odds that it turns into both of those guys stay, and that's
That's
core?
not what we're looking for, though. We need
Well,
one
I know,
of them to
but
go.
is that something that could happen?
Well,
I know it could happen short term. They could do a deal with both of them, and then one of them could be, I'm assuming Jalen would be a potential trade chip if they wanted to. Is there a chance that our Houston Rockets are going to reach their highest levels with this team with both Jalen and Şengün?
I think that's their hope, right? The problem for them is, I don't know if you want to use the term egos, but are you going to decide one of them deserves a max deal in the offseason and tell the other one to wait?
Yeah.
That'll become the problem.
I don't know if I should talk about this. I'm going to leave it to the experts.
Vanessa Richardson will join us Wednesday?
Wednesday?
She'll be able to answer that question for you.
And my short answer to you is no, Lance. My short answer is no. Both of them will not stay.
Okay. And it's not because they really don't complement each other. I just feel like, are you paying 20-something years old $200+ million?
That's it. Because if you offer him a lot less,
it's going to be a problem.
Listen, all the guys around Jalen that were drafted are paid already.
Yes, even guys. I mean, Cade's a good player, but what has he accomplished? Scotty Barnes, good player, but not necessarily if it hasn't accomplished much. Jalen Green's going to look like, sure, I haven't done a lot, but neither of these guys, why aren't I getting what they're getting? And then you're going to give the guy who got drafted below me all that money, which seems like the bet right now that if anyone's going to get it, it's going to be Şengün. You don't want to say because Jalen's going to be a very rich man anyway, but it could be an issue.
Okay, better odds. Both of them get paid. One of them gets paid. Neither of them gets paid.
I would say both of them get paid.
You think that's the best odds?
What do you mean by paid? Because, yeah, they'll pay him if they get him on a reasonable deal.
You mean get a new deal?
One of them gets the big deal.
Well, even if you give him a big deal, Jalen's still tradable.
I think you need to put a number on it.
That's my whole thing is they can sign him with the idea that he's still tradable. Like there's not going to be a deal where you can't move Jalen Green if you wanted to. Somebody's going to want a young 21-year-old who can get you 24, 25 points a game.
That's the problem, how young he is.
Yeah, well, he's got to prove that he can
But
get
that's
to
not
that
a problem
point
for another team.
No, it's a problem for the Rockets
Maybe 22.
to understand whether or not, because dude could turn out to be great, but you got the really young Jalen Green.
Yeah, he's 22 years old. He'll be 23
but
in February.
and two things can be true. Like he could end up being really great. People are so worried about doing a deal because this is the number one fear of anyone wanting to make a trade, that whoever you trade could end up being really good. Anytime you hear people who are afraid to do a deal with a young player, moving a young player, they're afraid he's going to be really good. That's the number one fear. But a young player could be really good, and you could get a really good win-now veteran in who helps you. Like, it could work out for both sides.
I think the balance is if you're trading whoever, but since we're using him as the example right now, if you're trading him and you're going to go find yourself a win-now player, is the rest of the roster ready to join that win-now player and go win? Because I imagine if you're talking about win now, you're talking about someone between 26 and 30 as you're in their prime, ready to go. Is the rest of the roster coupled with that player good enough, or are you better off letting Green and Şengün grow? Because as you point out, one's 22, I think the other is 22 as well. So how quickly will the rest of the roster develop to become win now, even if you have a win now player?
I think the Rockets are in win now mode.
I know what they are in, but the history of the NBA says, look, the guys who just won, rightly or wrongly, probably wrongly, were taking bullets for not winning quickly enough, and they were just in their early to mid-20s. We just saw Boston around for so long, but their best players are in their mid-20s when they won. So, and it took them a while. They had to go through what they had to go through.
Yep.
So win now, I understand. But if your best player currently is 22 years old in Şengün, expecting that to him to lead you to big things this early is saying a lot. Is asking a lot.
I like the Boston model, though. You see how positive Dell's become? He's comparing the Rockets model to the Celtics model.
It's his new team. Does Dylan Brooks hold this team back? And when I ask that, it's not necessarily he has some limitations offensively, obviously, but is the mere positioning of Dylan Brooks on this roster taking away valuable minutes from players who may be better than him?
If you are building with these young guys to eventually, in 3 or 4 years, hopefully that they're championship level contenders, he could be considered a progress stopper because Ime is going to want to play a veteran, a guy who he trusts. Does that take away meaningful minutes from a guy who may struggle, but his potential raises the floor and the ceiling of this team above Dylan Brooks? Dylan Brooks is a fine veteran on this team. He's helpful, you know that, but at the end of the day, in 3 years when Şengün's 25 and ready to win, is Dylan Brooks going to be around? But I understand the right now of having Dylan Brooks on the team. I just think you got to balance him taking minutes away from a guy you want long term.
Is he taking minutes away from Amen?
I mean, you just think of it. Both are wings. Dylan Brooks is a guy who's known for his defense, and he's an older player who Ime is going to play. He's going to play him. And that might mean Amen Thompson doesn't get the same opportunities. Amen's going to get his time, but it's just the effect of playing an older player. He's going to take time away from younger guys. And Tariq, does he?
Tariq's coming back.
Does he affect
you got
Tariq?
Jabari. You got Amen. You got Dylan Brooks. You got all the guards. I mean, there's not enough. There's not enough minutes.
Well, that was my concern about drafting a player.
You got to read.
There's a glut. There's a roster glut that could be cleared out, but I think the Rockets are in a good spot right now where they can say, so we'll just see how it plays out. We're not in any big hurry. We can see how it plays out and then move guys. We're not going to play a guessing game. We're going to play it out and see what it looks like.
It's the benefit of having your best player not even be 24 years old. You can take the time.
Yeah, and Dylan Brooks at $20 million a year, I think, is tradable to the right team. You've got tradable commodities.
I got to jump in as a producer. Save some of this for the Vanessa Richardson segment. Let's not give it all away, guys.
Okay. Well, we're not doing who to trade for Vanessa Richardson.
Well, why is she here? She's not going to answer the
tough
tough questions.
Now. If she's listening now, she won't come.
No,
Tillman, you're begging Tillman to fire you if you come in here. You're going to get a text message.
I can't wait to hear her answer.
You're going to get a text
message.
First
question. All right, Vanessa, who do you trade?
Şengün or Green?
Şengün or Jalen?
And she'll immediately say, God, I wish I would not have come in.
Oh, you wish right now that you could talk about Underdog.
And I am going to talk about Underdog because it's Underdog Fantasy Football season is right here. You're drafting teams. They have a season-long best ball draft that you can take part in. Right now at Underdog Fantasy, they also have daily fantasy. So when the season starts up, by the way, do you know they do college football too? They do. But they also have NFL football ready. So you can do daily fantasy, your drafts either in the morning, the early afternoon games, the late afternoon games, or you can do a combination on Sunday. There's Monday Night Football. There's Thursday Night Football. You can play the Pick'em Challenge where you pick between 2 and 5 players, and you can even spread it across the sports. So you could have a baseball pick where you go higher or lower. You could have one in football. There's even going to be a time when the 3 sports cross over where you can do basketball, baseball, and football all at the same time. But right now, you may be focusing on your NFL football. Listen, all you have to do is deposit. Make a deposit. If you're a first-time player, make a deposit into Underdog Fantasy. When it asks for your promo code, put Lance in there. They're going to give you an easy winner, an easy discounted pick where you can go higher on the player stats, and they're going to give you a deposit feature as well. So you're going to get a deposit enticement. You're going to get a free winner, and your Pick'em Challenge, picking between 2 and 5, you are on your way to making money. You can make as much as 325 times your play with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A little news of the weird for you. And where did he go?
Well, while you two were busy berating me for my vacation trip, he had to walk away and do something.
A Summerside doctor has been reprimanded over unnecessary digital rectum exams. Do you feel like if you go in with, let's say, stuffed up nose, that you should get a digital rectal exam?
Well, is it an extra? Does it cost extra?
No.
Can I get one for free?
I think he was giving
Free
them
of
for
charge.
free.
I get one for free?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, what if it's your annual checkup?
Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Nasser. I just have a cold. Okay.
Now, if we find out that this is like, well, is it part of a physical? That happens in physicals. They were 26-year-old.
No, what if you come in
It was
with
26-year-old women. Oh, that's they aren't really
with the
candidates.
sniffles.
Yeah, that's not really a candidate.
Well, they say healing is holistic, so you got to check every part of your body to make sure everything is good. Because one thing could affect the other. So I have to give you a digital rectum exam to make sure to clear your sinuses.
I don't know, but it seems like it's excessive.
Let me check in here. Yep, I found the cause of your sinus issues. There's it feels like
Yep, there it is.
No, you should be better.
What? A Fergus Falls, Minnesota couple were headed to couples therapy, only they never made it. They were going to couples therapy, but instead the girlfriend floored the car into her partner during a fight that they were having. Do you feel like this couple's therapy is going to work at any point if she's trying to run you over, flooring it?
I think it may be past the point of no return.
I think that maybe they should just break up.
Yeah.
I don't know that you two were made for each other.
Well, that's my thing.
You know what with trying to run him over by flooring it.
Why didn't she just publicly place his name on poles around the city and tell people to pretend to be Chewbacca and call the number?
Yeah, he would have probably preferred that.
A son shot his dad in the face over an argument about stinky feet. Don't you have stinky feet in your house?
No. Oh, I have teenage boys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sebastian got in big trouble for taking his shoes off the other day.
Yeah.
And Mason was screaming at him, put them back on! You know Dad said you can't have
Teenage
them off.
boys have the worst feet. The worst.
And it's
Wash your feet and wear socks.
Yeah, but I don't get it because it gets better as you get older.
Yeah.
But teenage boys are they stink and they're bad. They're just bad smelling people.
A couple is suing an Atlanta hospital for allegedly losing part of a patient's skull following brain surgery. Do you feel like you should have all your skull left when you leave the hospital? Do you feel like maybe they shouldn't lose any of your skull? I think so. A Birmingham woman is actually suing Lane Kiffin, the Trumps, and J.D. Vance, and she's asking for $1 million gazillions. Jefferson County, Alabama. She's asking for $1 million gazillions in the suit for labor and pay that she...
Wait. That's an actual...
Yeah. It's an actual lawsuit. She's suing for $1 million gazillions.
For what now? Why is she suing?
Apparently, they took... Oh, man, this
is a lady on the streets.
This is yeah.
I'm assuming. She went $1 million gazillion.
$1 million gazillion.
Who filed this for her?
I don't know, but
What lawyer said, you know what? I'm filing it.
Much of the woman's narrative is not legible.
Yeah. So she filed it.
No, duh.
She filed it.
No, duh. Yeah. She addresses concerns. Someone had access to her bank account, stole the money, and she wants $1 million gazillions. Okay. Oh, how about this? How about the Kansas City Chiefs player? Remember the woman who stole $1.5 million in chicken wings?
Yeah.
One of the Kansas City players, Chris Jones, says I'm going to pay off her $1.5 million. Because apparently he feels like it was a good. If you're going to steal chicken wings, you're doing it for good, not evil.
Okay, I want to see him follow through with it.
Yeah, no, right? Apparently,
they need to press him and make sure that money gets.
He
transferred.
offered to cover the $1.5 million worth of chicken wings. That's a good guy.
Yeah.
Hey, he's also got.
Now don't just talk.
No,
do it.
He's also got a
huge guarantee deal.
Yeah, huge deal. So that's awfully nice. Also today, A Michigan town. Remember the Michigan town that had a dog as its mayor?
Yeah.
Now they have a horse. Would you rather have a horse or a dog as your mayor?
I mean, dog, horse.
I mean, which one would
Some
be better?
people aren't crazy about our presidential choices.
Well,
and you're talking dogs and horses.
I'm not going to get into politics.
I'm not asking you to get into politics.
Would you rather have a horse or Kamala?
Sometimes you don't.
Why would you shift to her? Why not use the other guy?
What about dog and you do horse and Kamala, dog and Trump?
Dog and Trump.
I'm telling you, dog and horse are going to get votes.
Would you rather have a beagle or former President Trump?
A beagle, a beagle, or former President Trump?
Yeah. Or a horse or Kamala. I don't think you're going to be able to tell the laugh. Which one? Which one is the laugh? Which one laughs?
You weren't going to get into it. Just
listen to his ugly.
Look at you.
Look at his ugly tone. I thought you're out of.
I thought you're staying out of this.
I'm staying out of it.
I thought you're.
I'm staying out of it. He just
clearly.
Alaska Airlines flight made a sudden diversion after the pilot announced that he's not certified to land. Do you feel like if you're flying when you took off, if you're the pilot, that you knew you couldn't land the plane?
Well, he didn't say
problem?
He didn't say he couldn't land. He said he wasn't certified.
He's not certified to land.
He could probably land the plane like some people.
But he knew that before he took off.
Whatever. We're just playing games with people's eyes. Whatever. Like some people don't have driver's licenses, so they're not certified, but they can drive.
Well, right. I mean, I could fly the plane.
Well,
but you know why I don't do it? Because I don't know how.
No, but some people, you knew how to drive before you had a driver's license,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so maybe he's the same way. I know how to land. I just wasn't certified.
Actually, he didn't. He turned around and said, "No, I can't go. I can't do this. I'm not doing it."
Oh, so he's a quitter and a coward.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. That's right. And you knew beforehand.
He didn't have a co-pilot?
After the pilot admitted he was not certified to land in Jackson, Mississippi. I guess not. It was diverted. It landed
So
safely.
how did the plane get down if
I
he
don't
can't
know.
land?
He's not certified to land anywhere. Oh, well. They replaced the unqualified pilot. That's all. That's all we know. A billionaire was accused of stealing sand from a public California beach. I think we did this one already, right?
Yeah, it sounds like a Baywatch episode.
Yeah, right. I would imagine it was quite a bit. I would imagine it was quite a bit. We're done. Mopey and Mapes is next. What's going on in your little show today?
A lot of response to overreactions from the preseason. A lot of quarterback overreactions that bothered me. And apparently Tank Dell has a personal diamond chain wearer that I saw on the sideline.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
We'll talk about that. How did that?
Well, you don't want to leave it at your home while you're playing. We've seen plenty of people get broken into.
Apparently so.
Jose Altuve again.
Did he get clipped again?
Apparently he got clipped again.
What are we doing? He's not a diamond chain guy. What are y'all doing?
I mean, of all the people, the nicest guy in the world.
Come on.
Yeah, rumor has it that Jose got...
Joe Kelly did it.
Who? Joe Kelly.
The streets are saying Joe Kelly had it done.
Joe Kelly. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
No, he's that. What is this for?
Welcome to the show. It was what I would call a successful weekend. You take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox, although Joe Espada decided to turn the difficulty up on Sunday. Sean Mapes is, or at least was, an MLB Show the player. So I'm going to ask him what level of difficulty Joe Espada decided to make Sunday's game with his minor league type lineup. We'll get into that. Sean, just think about it. I've never played that game, but just think about what it might be because I had to look it up to see what the difficulty levels are. Joe Espada was like, you know what? God may give me my toughest battles, but I'm going to give my players one today, too. Let's see how tough we can make this one and see if we can come through. The Astros did, thanks to a great pitching performance by Fromber. Hunter Brown was great on Saturday. Rigetti on Friday. It happens. It happens sometimes. Didn't go well. You're going against Crochet. It happens. But they take 2 out of 3. The Texans on Saturday. Noon game. We're used to noon games here, watching the Texans. This time it was on a Saturday. And I don't know. I feel like I watched a different game than a lot of people because maybe even a different game than the Texans quarterback saw. And we'll get to some of the sound from C.J. Stroud because in that sound, he commended his offensive line. And from my eyes and my thoughts, when you're starting offensive line plus the tight end commits 2 holding calls and a false start in their limited number of snaps, maybe it wasn't such a great performance. Now, they didn't allow a sack, which is always important to a quarterback, and he mentions that. And you'll take that. CJ did get a little bump on the 4th down play, the 4th and goal play from Brian Burns when he hit Blake Fisher with a crazy spin move. Ball was batted down, I think, by Dexter Lawrence. The Texans came away with no points. Could have kicked the field goal. Maybe they would have in the regular season. D'Amico talked about why he chose that route. We may get to that, too, in a little bit. But couldn't run the football. And I think the Texans did something very smart. When you have Blake Fisher out there, you have an offensive line who hasn't played much together this preseason. We're not going to subject C.J. Stroud to standing back there and potentially taking shots. A lot of quick stuff, particularly when they had some free access routes from the tight ends. They hit Brevin Jordan on one, I believe, and maybe even Dalton Schultz on one, beyond the one when they actually did show good pass protection backed up on their own goal line. That one was their best, at least from their starters, their best play, at least in my eyes. CJ held the ball, the offensive line held it up, and hit Dalton Schultz for a big gain. But you come out of there clean, no major injuries or that I can remember, and your quarterback barely got touched. We'll take it. All of the talk about how well the offensive line played, I mean, I guess it's going to fall. I guess Dameon Pierce in my agenda is not thriving, but I guess it can fall on him that they didn't run the football. But this is now, and of course, there have been different combinations with the starting offensive line. This is now like 3 games where the starting offensive line has not made anyone move. They have not at least generated enough of a running game to help Dameon Pierce. Maybe he's just bad. I think that's where a lot of people are falling on because they see Cam Akers in against backup offensive linemen, or with backup offensive linemen, or with backup defenders going against him, and he's found a way to be successful. They're different runners, clearly, and maybe it's simply that Dameon Pierce doesn't fit the way the Texans are going to run the football. We'll see. Joe Mixon, we haven't seen him. He was on the sideline. He's been practicing, so you should expect him week 1. We'll see how Joe Mixon fares, and if he doesn't fare any better, maybe we do have questions about the offensive line. But for right now, it's like, Dameon Pierce stinks, and that's kind of the explanation for why they can't run the football right now. We'll see if he gets time in the final preseason game, or if it becomes a thing where in week 1 we're all of a sudden asking questions about why they can't run the ball against the Colts. Then there might be a bigger conversation to be had about why this offensive line did not perform well in the preseason run the ball. But importantly, your quarterback gets out of there healthy. I wouldn't expect him in the final preseason game. Doesn't seem like there's a point. You saw Stephon Diggs make his first catch, and that led to a mini controversy. If you missed it, John Harris, who was formerly of 1560, which is what this place was before 97.5, just for people who have joined us more recently. He used to work here. He is now the analyst for the Texans. I don't know if he took over for Andre Ware this year, or is that Andre Ware's a radio guy. Spencer Tillman used to do that. Probably some others in between, but John Harris does that now. He does a lot of breakdowns for the Texans on their website. But he kind of took a shot at Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs' former quarterback, and Warren Sharp got a hold of it. He quote tweeted the audio or the video of it, and at the end of a long explanation for why this particular analyst was incorrect, he said the guy's an idiot. And Buffalo Bills people caught on to it too, and of course, no one can just have any fun. They had to quote tweet and go, actually, look at this throw that Josh Allen made. And actually, look at this throw that Josh Allen made. This is a local broadcast. He's playing to the crowd. He's playing to his base. You guys know, it's about that time of the year. You play to your base.
Yeah, and if there was one thing about NFL fans, though.
They're reasonable.
Well, that, and they never watch a local broadcast of their game. The only time is during the preseason.
It's only during the preseason.
Ever local broadcast.
It's very true. It's true.
Like in baseball, this is just like, yeah, there's 19 different subtle shots at different teams throughout the broadcast.
It's part of the fun of the local broadcast in baseball.
These people didn't grow up with Bill Worrell. That's what it tells me.
They would have lost their minds with Bill Worrell.
He's I guess Buffalo doesn't have a team, but if they're Knicks fans,
yeah,
they're lucky. They're lucky Warren Sharp doesn't get his hands on some old FS or was it FSN?
I guess at this point, yeah.
Fox Sports Southwest.
Sure. So I think it was like just an overreaction, particularly because a giant voice with a giant following got a hold of it and was very critical of the commentary. It I heard it when it happened. I was like, whatever, fine. Maybe I love a little Josh Allen slander. It didn't bother me. But for the people who wouldn't stand for it, namely Warren Sharp among others, it became a thing. We might get to it. It's not a big deal. It wasn't a big deal, but it did turn the internet against the Houston Texans local broadcast. Luckily for John Harris, I don't think they knew who it was, because then it would have been a real problem. Because as our good friend Rahil Ramzanali has always said, never go viral. You go viral, it's generally not a good thing. I don't think any doxing has occurred, but guys, relax. It's just the local broadcast doing the local broadcast thing. But we can get to this right now before we go to break. CJ Stroud, he did talk about his offensive line, and maybe the starting quarterback for the team has a better view of it than I do. I certainly didn't think they played as well as was indicated by CJ and others, but here's CJ Stroud on the play of his offensive line.
Yeah, they did a really good job of just, giving me time, and I know that, they got my back thick and thin, so, it's just more than just ball. It's just a trust factor that I have with those guys, and that's a great D-line over there. Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns and Kayvon, all are great players. So, they have their hands full, but I think we didn't give up any sacks today, and we only played our starters in the first quarter. So, for our second guys to go in there and do well too, that just shows the work they've been putting in.
CJ Stroud on his offensive line. Look, you commit 3 penalties in 2 drives. It's not great, but they did keep him clean. And they had a good drive on drive 1. The quick stuff, keeping Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns out of it for the almost the entirety of the drive. Then on third down, I think it was 3rd and goal, Shaq Mason got called for a hold as CJ was trying to escape the pocket. Thankfully, it was offsetting penalties, because I think the Giants got called for an illegal contact or a pass interference, something like that. And then on the 4th down play where the ball's batted down, Brian Burns hit Blake Fisher with the spin move. But all in all, you move the football on your first drive, and they pulled CJ on 3rd and 10, and because it was the end of the first quarter, hey, you're getting a quarter. We're not even gonna let you complete the second drive. So they pulled him on 3rd and 10. Case came in, and I think that drive resulted in a punt. So you force some turnovers. We'll get to Jalen Petrie and what he did. He had the pick. He had the tackle for loss. But I'll talk about the play I felt was most impressive for me, considering some of his struggles from last year. We'll get to the Astros, too. We'll get into some of the numbers of what was a successful weekend, although tougher than you might have thought, considering what happened last night or yesterday afternoon, and then you double that or couple that with what happened on Friday when the series didn't get off to a good start. So they exit the weekend 4 games up, as the Mariners only won 1 out of 2. So the Mariners continue to play poorly. The Astros continue to play well, and they continue to stretch their lead in the AL West with a tough stretch coming up. We'll get into what's next for Justin Verlander. We have some news on that and how soon he'll be back. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Beyond what happened on the field, I had some really haven of nonsense observations about the game. Kamari Lassiter, look, man, you've done a great job of becoming a starter in your rookie year, but don't come here to the NFL with the no gloves, no nothing on your arms thing.
I don't need Kyle Tucker of cornerbacks out there. Did you see him out there?
I did. I didn't notice.
He didn't pull that at Georgia. Why are you pulling it in the NFL? No armbands, no elbow bands, no nothing. Just full out pads down and naked arms. Look,
I like it.
I don't.
All about football.
Stop it.
Not about all this flashy stuff.
Trying too hard is what I call it. You didn't do that at Georgia, where it was all about football all the time. You had the turf tape on. You had the gloves on. You can go out there, no gloves, no nothing. I can't have him a starting quarterback looking like that. Think Kamari Lassiter. Just think of when Madden 25 updates their roster. Think of the visuals. You're gonna be the one guy out there looking like one of their one of those sideline guys who's not fully created because we can't populate an entire sideline with actual players. So we'll just put a guy as a space filler. Anyone who's anyone who's played the game knows what I'm talking about. That's what he looks like out there. You gotta put on some gloves, or at least tape your fingers.
Okay.
You want to be Tyrann Mathieu and tape your fingers? I'm good with that too.
I think we can
Or
compromise.
Sean Taylor taped his fingers. Do that.
Yeah, tape the. Nothing is crazy.
Nothing's crazy.
I didn't notice until he was already off the field. So for a second, I thought, oh, did he just he's done? He just took everything off.
That's how he looked down the field.
That's very funny.
He didn't even
It's preseason.
He didn't even start that initially with the Texans in practice. At first, I looked it up because I had nothing else to do. Yes, on Saturday during the game. During the second quarter, I'm not actually caring about this game anymore. I got to look up stuff. So I'm looking it up online. Kamari Lassiter, pictures of him in Texans practice. He first started with gloves. And then as we progressed during training camp, the gloves came off. Can't have that from a starting corner. Meanwhile, the visual of him standing there, as you thought, done for the day, but he had not taken anything off. He didn't come out there with anything. And then there's a redheaded guy, you might call him a ginger, with a bald fade. He's got Tank Dell's giant diamond chain on. How do I know it's Tank Dell's chain? Diamond number 3. And I'm looking at this guy. This guy's salary can't cover that chain. It's obviously Tank Dell's chain. Tank Dell has a personal chain wearer. Maybe don't. I guess you don't want to leave it at home. Yeah. Maybe security's an issue. But in the Texans locker room, you're worried about someone walking in there and taking it from you.
Hey, he saw what happened with Colorado last year.
Well, it's a Colorado versus recruits went in there, I guess, and took their stuff, as opposed to there are no recruits walking through the Texans locker room.
You don't know.
In some cases, I do know. In this case, I'm going to say I know. Who are they recruiting?
So many people. It doesn't have to be just about football. Maybe it's the new crop of cheerleaders that they're recruiting. Maybe it's some clients and vendors and such that get a full tour.
And they're going to steal from Tank Dell?
Just watch out. If you can afford security.
How does someone find their way into that job where you just wear Tank Dell's chain?
I don't know, but I would love to know how much he makes and the benefits.
I'm telling you, does Tank Dell pay him the difference between how much that chain costs and that guy's actual salary?
I imagine he is paid by the McNairs for something.
He's wearing Texans gear. I'm assuming he's part of their staff, and Tank maybe developed a friendship with him. So he wears his chain.
The side. Yeah,
this is what I'm saying. Tank's like, how much do you make? And whatever the number is, Tank goes, well, my chain costs this. I'm gonna make up the difference. How wide do you think the difference is? Did you see the chain?
No, I did not see the.
It's a diamond chain, and then the 3 is a diamond 3 too that the guy's wearing. Okay. I just thought to myself, that's the first time I've ever seen a guy with a personal chain wearer on the sideline. Maybe the plan was for Tank to put the chain on after his series and a half was up, and then he was gonna you know what, I'm gonna wear this on the sideline. Maybe that was the plan. But I saw it. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he was just like, hey, keep this close by,
so I can wear it. Because there are going to be a lot of shots at me hanging around with Stephon Diggs and CJ.
Yeah, with Stephon Diggs yelling at us,
allegedly yelling. Yes, because that's what he's doing when he's having an animated conversation about route running. He's yelling at everyone. That was the national media's perspective after his first game with against the Steelers. So those are my nonsensical observations. The chain thing I thought was fun. I can't have my starting cornerback wearing no gloves or no nothing. Put on the tape around the fingers. At
armbands?
least.
Can we get some armbands?
Exactly. Anything. not just straight naked arms and naked hands. That's not the aura that I'm looking for. We talked about this. What if CJ decided he was going to be the one quarterback to wear a guardian cap? You don't want look. We know it's for safety reasons, but I don't want my starting quarterback wearing a guardian cap.
Yes, we take safety very seriously
Except
here at the Olaleye Show.
Except
but
when it's not cool.
Yes, we have a line. and
Yes.
That's the guardian cap.
You want to wear a special helmet. You want to wear the I think it's like a Visas 2 or whatever, especially for quarterbacks. Cool, but don't put that don't put that helmet on, that guardian cap on. I'm trying to think of the Jetsons character who had it. It was like a green Martian who sat on their shoulder and said hello, dum dum, to everybody. I forgot what that guy's name is, but that's what it looks like. Don't do it.
Again, we take brain health very seriously.
We do. As long as it's cool.
Yeah.
As long as the helmet's cool, wherever you want.
We're aligned on this, yeah.
Yeah. We do take it very seriously. Like this show. Everything's taken very seriously on this show. So what else was there? Beyond
Daniel Jones sucks.
Well, yes. I mean, that goes without saying.
Does it have to be Texans related? Because that guy,
he was bad. The 2 picks. I almost think because he was being harassed on the first one, that the second one is worse. Not that I forgot the receiver. Not that he had a clear step, but maybe a half step, or maybe Stingley was just baiting him. But you throw the ball short and inside. If you're going to test Derek Stingley, you throw the ball. I got to tell Daniel Jones how to play quarterback, I guess. Throw the ball to the outside shoulder of the receiver. So if he doesn't catch it, no one does. That age-old saying. Throw it to the outside shoulder and see. If you're trying, I don't mind testing a guy in preseason, but that was terrible. Clean pocket, and everyone's crediting Stingley for his ball skills. He has great ball skills. He gets his hand on footballs, he's probably going to catch him. But that's easy money for Derek Stingley. Didn't even make him try.
Yeah, I mean, both interceptions for the Texans were just like thrown to them.
Yeah. The Derek Barnett put the pressure on Daniel Jones, and he's being harassed, and of course no one wants to take a safety. And so, you know what? It's awful. But there's the excuse of I was nearly being tackled in the end zone. But still bad. Jalen Petrie, I mentioned him in the first segment. He had a good day. That play, and then on run blitz, he had a tackle behind the line where he met Devin Singletary, the former Texan, and Daniel Jones almost were at the handoff. Cool. I almost hand that to D'Amico and Matt Burke as far as putting him in a position, and all he had to do was make a tackle where anyone in his position should have, considering how quickly he was in there. The one I'm impressed with is the Singletary play on the outside, one-on-one, all the space in the world, and he brings Singletary down and almost strips him of the football, eventually gets him out of bounds. That's the most impressive thing for me, his ability to close and not get beat and shut that play down. We know he's taken bad angles in the past, and even when he's gotten to places when he should have been, he misses tackles. A marked improvement for him. The back and forth between nickel and safety, I think, is what we're going to see from him throughout. He's going to be a big nickel. He's going to be a guy who you see down there in the run game. You don't really want him covering slot receivers and pass coverage. I don't imagine that will go well. But the role they had him in, maybe covering tight ends more, just being a versatile piece down there, and then he can move back to safety in certain situations. He was productive. Yeah, the Daniel Jones ball came right to him, but he made a play. You credit him for catching that football. It's not always a guarantee. And the couple tackles he made as well. A good day overall for him. So the defense did what they're supposed to do. Look, if we're at the Giants spent a whole offseason, at least Hard Knocks did, following them around for a bit, and all the talk was about Brian Daboll being not thrilled that he still had the same quarterbacks he had last year. And now you see why. If we didn't know already, we see why. The fact that he has to run Daniel Jones out there. In fact, he's being punished for how well he did with Daniel Jones in year one. He did well enough that Daniel Jones got paid. Now he's stuck with him because the Giants are like, we paid him that money. Let's wring whatever we can out of him. And Brian Daboll's like, please, no. I was a magician in year one. I can't do that again.
I can already see when he gets fired at the end of this year, that when he gets hired again in 2026 or something, the fan base being like, hey, listen, he got fired because he did too good of a job with Daniel Jones.
He's a victim of his own success.
Yeah. That's going to be a real good selling point the next time he has a job.
Yeah. Yeah, you got stuck with Daniel Jones because you were too good in year one as a rookie head coach. It's a tough beat. It's a tough beat. Hey, man, don't be so great. Making the playoffs with Daniel Jones was the biggest mistake of his career.
Yeah, coast a little. Come on.
Understand the situation. I know it's not great to tank, particularly when you have a chance to make the playoffs. And hell, they won a playoff game. They went and beat Kirk Cousins in Minnesota.
Congrats.
And now look what it's gotten you.
Yeah.
You're stuck with Daniel Jones for another year, and it might cost you your job. I got to be begging to my general manager, is it Joe Shane? Hey, you know how bad he is. Don't blame me. Give me a year.
Give me a year with insert
Shador
rookie
Sanders,
quarterback
Carson
here.
Beck, whoever it might be. Give me a chance. See what I did with Daniel Jones, but there's only a certain ceiling you can reach, and it's been regressing since
We're gonna
that
draft
point.
Cam Ward, and now we're gonna be awesome.
If Mario Cristobal hasn't ruined him by then, we'll see. Speaking of guys ruining Miami quarterbacks, we can get to that a little bit later. Tua took Brian Flores to task publicly in front of a camera, and it was for the Dan Le Batard show. So we might get to that. When we come back, we'll hear from Jalen Petrie, probably their best defender yesterday, or Saturday, excuse me. We will hear from him, and we'll get to some of the Astros stuff as well, as they take 2 out of 3 from the Red Sox. White Sox, they swept the Red Sox. So, in fact, let's just say they dominate the Sox. But we'll hear from Jalen Petrie up next, and then we'll talk about what the Astros did over the weekend and what's coming up, because we've got news and good news about Verlander. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to Jalen Petrie here in a second, but Willie P called in, and if you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Willie P, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Del. How you doing, man?
Good morning. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. So yeah, the game on Friday, it was pretty tense. You guys, Fulham came close in the early in the first half, and I was like, oh, it's gonna be one of them opening days. And then it kind of died down in the middle, and then of course we saw the clash. You know, the difference between both teams is one has a striker, the other one doesn't, and we pulled out that 1-0 win. So I was pretty happy about that. And then it was funny watching Chelsea get punished yesterday by Man City. But the other thing I want to talk about, so last week I was talking about NCAA, and yeah, I got on it online, but I got on Ultimate Team, and I didn't realize that you could choose whatever favorite team you pick, that's the team that you use. And so I had like Donovan Smith and Manjack out there getting punished. But after you play a few games, you get cards or whatever. And so now my quarterback is Lamar Jackson, and my running back is Quinshawn Judkins. So I've been handing people L's left and right in the UH colors. So shout out to them. But anyways, you guys have a good day. Sean, what it do, baby? Take it easy. Peace.
Let me ask you something, Sean, because there was a discussion on the morning show about where fantasy football fits in as far as interest and radio. And if you are not someone into fantasy football, then it can be kind of mind-numbing, particularly if someone's talking about their specific team. But overall fantasy football stuff, you're just asking questions about who you should draft. That might be better for people. Where does talking about your cut team from NCAA rank when it comes to interest from others on radio?
Pretty low.
I would think so. I don't mind Willie P doing it. He can call in because it has been a running thing on the show.
Yeah, it closed the loop.
It fits, and yeah, we always like to close the loop on topics. He called in last week, but as far as the general public, when he's deciding. First to start with soccer, which I love, but still, I understand the audience.
The first name out of his mouth was Fulham.
Yes, that. And I will say this. The one team had the striker, one doesn't. No, one team has a payroll of like, maybe hundreds of $1 million more than the other. That's the difference, and it took you to the 87th minute, so congratulations to you. Let's not pretend like we don't know the clear differences about how that sport is played. The one team had the striker. Yeah. One team brought on like two guys that were worth $70 million between them as far as evaluation in the final minutes of the game. Cut it out, Willie P. You guys were lucky. But all right, enough about my rant. We should have at least tied that game. Got out of there with the result on Friday. But yeah, I don't know if cut, which is all that is college football ultimate team. I don't know if that plays well, but he called in. We'll talk about it. Well, he can talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it. I just told you, don't rip on Donovan Smith when you're the quarterback for the team. You're literally taking every snap and calling every play in a football game. You can't blame the quarterback when you're the one moving him around, making throws. Just how it is. All right.
But now he has Lamar Jackson. He's way better.
Oh, surprising. Look at that. He's got Lamar Jackson, virtual Lamar Jackson. Surprising how that gets better for him. Maybe the Donovan Smith thing is user error. Maybe it's user error, Willie P. But Jalen Petrie is an actual pro that you guys have heard of and care about. He plays for your Houston Texans, and there's some expectations for Jalen Petrie to improve over what was a disappointing sophomore season after a rookie season that led to people thinking he could be a future Pro Bowler. He had a nice game on Saturday, the two tackles that were impressive, and then the pick six. Here's Jalen Petrie on his play and also the moves back and forth between nickel and safety.
How did it feel to get in the end zone?
Oh, it felt great, man. It was my first time in the end zone, and thankfully it was, here at our stadium, so it was real fun to get in there.
Looked like he was under some duress from Derek Barnett to help make that play for him.
Yeah, he went full assist mode right there and got me the interception, so real thankful for that.
A good example of your comfort zone we've been talking about with you at the nickel spot?
Oh, yeah. I had a lot of fun today playing nickel and safety, like I said, wherever coach wants me, it's always fun to just be out there with my teammates, be able to have, all of us swarming to the ball.
And then Sting keeps it going. You started the party, but you kept the party going.
Oh yeah. I don't like anytime the ball is thrown over there. It's his. Like I wouldn't do that if I was a quarterback.
Bad idea.
Yeah.
And then it seemed to catch on. It's been contagious. I think there were like 5 turnovers.
Yeah, we got 5 turnovers, which is big for the defense. You know, we preach that, and we're trying to get the ball back into the offense's hands as much as we can. So, you know, it's a great day overall.
A good start for you.
For sure.
Awesome.
Jalen Petrie on his performance, and I mentioned a Stingley as well, who there's some all-pro hype with him, and rightfully so. Particularly if you're going to have the ball production he has when he's on the field, he's going to get a lot of attention. Interceptions play. I mean, maybe even more so than some of the advanced analytics when it comes to coverage and your coverage area and who caught what. If you pick off footballs, it's going to help. And Stingley has all of that. He could have picked off the first pass of the game. He jumped that route from Jones to Neighbors, and he could have had 2 picks on the day.
Yeah, that was my first impression of Daniel Jones yesterday or on Saturday. It was like, oh, that first one could have been a pick 6.
Yeah, he was like, look, I know you dropped this one. I'm gonna give you another opportunity.
Yeah,
Don't worry about
it. Later.
Don't worry about it. I appreciate you doing that, but I got you. Don't worry about it. Daniel just looked out at Stingley and goes, I got you. And he certainly did, and he helped Petrie out as well. Okay, so the Texans dominating in their preseason game against the Giants took advantage of Daniel Jones and was relatively easy. The Giants aren't good. I think we all know that, and we'll see if Daboll will be able to make it through this year. And the only bail I will shoot Daniel Jones is this: he didn't play football all of 2023, right? Or he played in some, but very early in that year he was lost for the season. So that's the only bail I'm shooting him. Yeah, he was out very early in 2023. So it's been a long time since he played football, and it showed.
They have it on First Take right now. It was his first appearance since knee injury in November.
Okay, it wasn't that deep. It wasn't that early in the year. It was in November. I just don't pay attention to the Giants football because why would I? Daniel Jones is their quarterback.
Yeah, they put in Tyrod Taylor for him, and you're like, no difference.
There is no difference. So it wasn't that long ago that he hadn't played, but sure, he had missed some time, looked it, and we'll see if he gets better. Okay, so the Astros, we'll switch to them. They take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox, and credit their pitching again, particularly Saturday and Sunday. Fromber and Hunter Brown were really, really good again. And there's not a lot to say about a White Sox series. What do you take away from it? They're the worst team in baseball. It's almost like every win if you don't win it comfortably, it almost feels like a loss. There's anxiety. Why are we in a game with the White Sox? And then it was feeling that way for a bit yesterday. But Fromber was good enough where you only needed a run, and the Astros took care of business. Now, the lineup was the big deal going into the game because the lineups get posted and everyone's looking, ooh, look at this lineup. It's not exactly a major league lineup. It looks like a lot of guys who the Astros have called up in spots to make up for guys being out. And Joe Spada decided yesterday was the day to throw them all in the lineup at the same time. And the results play to it. They scored the 2 runs. And this is the lineup, particularly if you missed it, the back half of the lineup. Hell, Jake Myers was in the 4-hole, which tells you all you need to know. Then it went with Whitcomb, DeCenzo, Dubon, and Chaz, who's awful right now, and Pedro Leon. So now Whitcomb went 0 for 4. Of course, he's still batting .286. He just hasn't been around long enough for all these 0 for 4s to drop him. Because he started off pretty well. So DeCenzo under 170. Dubon, we know he struggled, but he's at 250 right now. McCormick under 200. Pedro Leon 100. So you've got 3 rookies who aren't really expected to do much. Dubon, who struggled, and McCormick, who's been bad all year. And then Jake Myers, a guy I didn't even mention, who hitting 231 in your 4 spot. So I asked you to think about this before when we were in the first segment. You play MLB The Show. What level of difficulty did Joe Spada decide to make Sunday's game when we talk about that lineup? Now, he did have Fromber, so that made it easier. Also, you're playing against the White Sox, so sure. But he decided, look, it's the White Sox.
Yeah.
I'm giving some of my guys a rest. What level of difficulty do you think that was? Did he decide to choose? Was it Hall of Fame?
I think it was Hall of Fame. I think that's because you still got Altuve and Yiner, and surprise, your 2 runs came from those 2 guys.
Yeah. Surprise.
What a surprise. The 2 of the 3 good players in your lineup are guys that are at least playing well at the moment. Yeah, those are where the runs come from. So yeah, I think it's above All-Star. I think it's at a Hall of Fame.
Below legend.
Below legend. Legend would have been if you didn't have those 2 guys in there. If you were actually the Space Cowboys playing against the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, if you decided we're going to go with the bullpen game, throw that in there as well, just to see how it would go.
Yeah, Fromber really helped.
Yeah.
Maybe it was something where they set the batting difficulty at Hall of Fame and then the pitching difficulty at like veteran or rookie.
Apparently, I'm looking at this. Just this website to see the levels. There are, as I count, 8. Is it 8? No, it's like 9 different levels. No, 8. 8 different levels for MLB The Show. So Espada was like, I'm gonna go 7. 7th toughest level and see how it goes for my team.
Yeah, let's grind a little.
Yeah,
see what we're made of.
If I'm the White Sox general manager, I'm like, all right, buddy, we know we're not good. You ain't got to roll out there and insult us like this. Look, you're gonna roll these guys out there and think, you know what? You're in a playoff chase. I know the Mariners are falling apart, but you're in a playoff chase, and you've decided to roll this lineup out against us. It's insulting. It's a little insulting if I'm the White Sox.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
You're telling me you think you can beat us with these guys. He was right, by the way. He did have Fromber, which helped a lot. But I look at that lineup and go, this man doesn't respect us at all. He doesn't. He doesn't respect the White Sox.
I obviously don't know enough about the White Sox and don't care about the lineups going against the White Sox enough to know. Like,
it had to have been one of the worst lineups they've from a good baseball team. Like, there's some other bad baseball teams, none worse than the White Sox. But from a good baseball team, this had to have been the worst lineup they've seen all year long.
Yeah, I was wondering, is this a regular thing against the Red Sox?
On Sundays,
or against the White Sox?
On Sundays where the other team has to get out of town, do they just roll out their worst lineup and see how it goes?
I don't know. I don't know what happens when they play the Orioles or the Guardians or whatever, where they're just like, all right, it's time to empty the bench a little. Keep the guys at the end of the roster sharp, you know.
I believe it's the worst lineup they've ever seen this year from a good team because the Astros have so many injured players and guys or guys who are, let's say, not fringe minor leaguers, but fringe Major League Baseball players who are only up because of injuries or just ineffectiveness. So all those guys can roll out there. Like, good baseball teams don't have this type of bench. This minor league, this Space Cowboy bench that the Astros have.
Yeah, I mean, because you mentioned, like, I don't know, how many of those guys start on a regular basis or are starting currently at a pretty regular basis? It is like 3 of the 5 guys that we're talking about as terrible. They're like Myers plays basically every day. He's the starting center fielder.
To be honest, I don't care who was hitting 5 through 9. The fact, if I'm going down the lineup and I'm the White Sox and I see Jake Myers in the 4-hole, all right, man. All right. You there's a clear lack of respect for who we are to try to get away with this. And it happened.
Yeah.
They win. The Astros win.
A spot of risk giving the White Sox bulletin board material.
Yeah. The White Sox are so done. I would question whether those guys even knew who was batting for the Astros yesterday. Let's roll out there and see what happens. Doesn't matter. The Astros take 2 out of 3. The White Sox are now 30-95. One of the worst all-time teams ever. I'm not even just talking about baseball. If we do all the cross-sport references, there are Pistons bad. The Pistons team from
this past year.
Well, yes, but really all their years, the last couple of years. But sure, they're Pistons bad. I'm probably insulting the Blazers, but they're Blazers bad. This is one of the worst. This is one of the worst professional teams we've ever seen in any sport.
Are they Steven Silas Rockets bad?
Ooh. See, the problem is, if you think about it, the White Sox do have like a future star, current star, pitching. He pitched on Friday.
Yeah.
We saw what he's capable of.
They have a good center fielder. Yeah.
So, yeah. So, are we comparing those two to Şengün and Green and saying those are the two players that could have been building blocks on those Rocket teams
But I don't
during
know
the Silas
I
years?
don't know if these guys are like Green and Şengün were 19 on the Silas Rockets.
That's true.
These guys have been in the league before. Like these guys are probably in their mid 20s. I think they're worse than Silas Rockets bad.
I think they are too.
Because they're like on pace to be one of the worst baseball teams ever.
Yeah, the Rockets weren't ever going to be a 10-win basketball team.
No.
They're
They're
bad.
double that.
Yeah, but
they're a 19-win basketball team.
That's true. They were never going to be that bad. And Espato's like, I'm gonna show how bad they are. We're gonna test out this theory about how bad they are.
This is like when teams would come to Houston and play the Steven Silas Rockets, and it would be Giannis DMP, Chris Middleton DMP, Drew Holiday DMP, and you're like, what is Brook Lopez gonna give him 35?
Yes,
He would.
yes, he will.
Yeah.
In fact, we're gonna make Brook Lopez the focus of this game and beat you by double digits because that's how bad you were. It didn't get that bad for the White Sox yesterday. They didn't get destroyed, whatever the equivalent is in baseball, but it was enough. And the Astros found a way, so we'll take it. And the other news we didn't get to, and we're way late. Verlander expected back on Wednesday. I think he had either a bullpen yesterday or today, and as long as that is okay, he'll be back on Wednesday. So expect Justin Verlander back in the rotation as the Astros hit the road. So all things trending in a positive direction as the Mariners continue to lose series. The Astros continue to win them, and as they get even closer and closer to a potential top 2 seed in the AL. That is not out of the question. Still certainly have multiple teams to overcome, and what is it now, like 5 games back? But they are almost closer to that than the Mariners are to them. The Mariners are now 4 games back, and the Astros only 5 games back. So we're starting to see the Astros get some distance and even close in on some of the real contenders in baseball. Well, we are way late. It happens. So, a warning, next segment will be very short. And then we'll get into the second hour of the show. There's a lot of slander being thrown around at quarterbacks. There was a quarterback who threw some slander at his former head coach. We'll get to in the second hour of the program. Sometimes a coach can be bad. He can maybe change the trajectory of your career. I don't remember a player ever calling a coach a terrible person. So we'll hear from that quarterback, a recently very rich quarterback, when we come back. Sean made the executive decision to combine breaks, so we start hour 2 here instead of a really short hour 1. So I detour from what I wanted to get to something else I wanted to get to. For the first time in any prediction that I've seen all off season long, there's a certain team from the city of Austin who isn't in the playoffs. According to Brett McMurphy of Action Sports Network, he has his playoff prediction, his 12-team playoff prediction. He has the Longhorns out, but he does have one Texas team in. Texas State. He has them as his best non-Power 4 team to make beyond Notre Dame to make the playoff. The others in order: Oregon, Alabama, Miami, Utah. Those are the 4 who get a bye. And then you have Ohio State, Georgia, Ole Miss, LSU, Penn State, Virginia Tech, Iowa, Texas State. He has his actual champion as not a wild card, but I guess what are they calling them? If you don't get the
at large.
At large, there it is. He has Georgia as the 6th seed running the table to go win the title.
That is very funny that he's like, I see this team winning the championship,
But not good enough to win the conference. Yeah, not good enough to win the conference. And they're in the SEC East. So who does he? I guess he has them losing to Alabama again in the title game, in the SEC title game.
Yeah, who's the top 4 seed?
Alabama is.
Yeah, so he has them losing to
Alabama one more time, but they will rebound this time around.
Yeah, just like in 2021.
Why wouldn't they just beat Alabama this time then?
Because they lose to Alabama.
And it's the motivational factor that leads them to winning it all?
They just cannot beat Alabama.
Okay, maybe. Except for
who'd they lose to last year?
They lost to Alabama.
Yeah.
But this is an Alabama with Kalen DeBoer, not Nick Saban.
Oh, a guy who went undefeated until the national championship game at Washington?
It's true, but he didn't see Georgia because Georgia had lost to Alabama under Nick Saban. Right. Yeah, I like a little variety. I'm not nuts about not including Texas because he has Iowa in it, and I feel like unless Texas falls apart, he has them in the Citrus Bowl right now. Unless they fall apart, they would get a spot over Iowa as the 5th. I think even as the 5th SEC team, they'd get a spot over Iowa.
Hold on, I'm getting my tickets to Tampa,
Orlando,
whatever.
You want to watch them play Nebraska?
Yeah, of course. I'm taking the 30th off or whatever they play.
It's
game.
Titled Sue's Revenge. Did you guys because that clock should have expired? He should have won the Big 12 that year.
Yeah, think of all the storylines with all the players sitting out.
Yeah. I guess he has the spread for that game as it stands now because whatever Texas would be favored over Nebraska in a neutral site setting now. Right now it's like 26.5. Sean and I were joking about it during the break that it wouldn't be that in January because none of the Texas guys would be playing. Whether they're in the draft, which I assume the quarterback would be. Sean thought he might be someplace else. A little insulting. A little insulting.
It's just common sense.
Why? Quinn Ewers is not spending another year in college, is he?
If he's not good enough to make the playoff at Texas.
Well, maybe everyone else falls apart and he's great. You don't know.
I guess I don't know.
What if you've already got running back injuries?
Yeah, so he's gonna have to throw it a bunch.
Maybe the offensive line takes a hit too. You never know. Maybe Quinn Ewers is the thing holding everyone together. You always think he's the one that's going to hold you back.
I don't always think that.
You think it very frequently.
I think in the simulation world that Brett McMurphy laid out, where they
wind up in the Citrus Bowl.
Yeah, they go 8-4 and then trip to Orlando on New Year's Eve. Can't wait to see it live right at the 50-yard line.
Sean's booking his flight.
I think in that scenario, it's fair to assume that he didn't cover himself because last year we thought he was going to leave after and everything went perfect.
Well, you thought that. Why would he have left after last year?
That was the common thing was, this draft is going to have Quinn Ewers in it.
Because he had to go because Arch was going to force him out?
No, because he was eligible and people thought he was going to be good last year. He was a Heisman contender last year.
Maybe it's too quarterback rich of a draft, so he stayed.
Oh, okay.
And this is
like,
better.
I'd rather be quarterback 2 or 3.
Yes, it's better to be quarterback 2 or 3 than quarterback 7.
Scared to compete against JJ McCarthy. Okay. And Bo Nix.
Well, J.J. McCarthy did win a national title, Sean.
Okay.
And Michael Penix beat him in a semifinal.
So did Stetson Bennett. All right.
Who's now like thrown 5 picks this preseason.
He won a national championship.
He was around for a national title. He winning it.
Bus rider.
Definite bus rider. Stetson Bennett. No chance he was a driver. I don't. And who should apologize to all those college football people, like the analysts? Well, Stetson Bennett, people really demeaned him, and they should really respect. No, we knew what we were talking about. Stop it. Understand, that was one of the more talented teams we've ever seen, and he happened to be the quarterback of that team. Stop it. Look, college football fans or college football analysts and pro analysts, they differ in a lot of ways, but the one thing that they really differ in is that college analysts really put a lot into the intangibles and what that guy does as a leader and so on and so forth. And then we get to what is he going to be as an NFL player? Well, we're really counting him out. Look what he did. That Georgia team was great. The SEC is a tough conference. And now what? I feel like anyone with eyes knew. You can tell the difference. You don't have to trick us or try to trick us. You could tell. Stetson Bennett's a fine story from walk-on to junior college to back to Georgia and winning a couple national titles. That's a cool thing, but it ends in the college ranks. Don't try to push Stetson Bennett as a real pro prospect.
I 100% agree.
Stop.
Also, I'm going through the rest of these projections from Brett McMurphy. Do you know who's sponsoring? And I say who because it's a person. The Arizona Bowl this year?
It's not Gronk, is it?
No. Snoop Dogg. I was just scrolling through, and it's the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, December 28th, Tucson, Arizona. Brett McMurphy has it being a bout between Bowling Green and Colorado State.
Does that bowl game get a mascot? I don't want to say Snoop is the mascot.
I mean, he kind of is the mascot.
He is. He
was just that for the Olympics.
He has transitioned into mascot-like roles. Yes, the Olympics, and I guess now his own bowl game. I'm sure he'll be at the center of the field at some point, leading to promote the game or even just welcome to Arizona, whatever it might be. I'm sure he's going to be that guy at some point. Yeah.
The Texas Bowl, for everyone interested who's going to be playing at NRG Stadium on December 31st this year. Brett McMurphy has it as Kansas and Oklahoma. Hopefully Oklahoma can get revenge for
if you're an Oklahoma
Kansas
fan and it's your first season in the SEC and it ends with you playing Kansas in the Texas Bowl, can't escape these motherfuckers. Well, we can't escape these guys. What are we doing here? Can we get away from them, please? The whole point was to get away from dealing with that team from Lawrence. It's not the whole point, but I imagine the thought of playing Mississippi State and Ole Miss and all the others was like, you know what? This is real football. We don't want to make that trip to Lawrence, and then we get to see them again. I think that's the worst possible scenario outside of having an awful year. You make a bowl game and you see a Big 12 opponent, and it's Kansas.
Yeah,
brings nothing to the table. It's only downside, no matter what. You lose. Oh, look at Big Bad Oklahoma losing.
2-game losing streak against Kansas,
and you can't even end it because you're not even in the same conference anymore. The only way you can end it is having another disappointing season and playing them again in the bowl game. Because Kansas, as much as they've done recently, and they have turned that program around, they're not a title contender by any means. So if Oklahoma's seeing them in a bowl game, it's probably because Oklahoma didn't have the year they wanted to have. It would be funny if they have a 2-game losing streak against Kansas and it goes for like 20 years because they never see them again. Kansas can hold that over them for all time. Much like Texas did to A&M for years. But that's changed. That'll get going this year again. It is embarrassing, I think, for those two schools to pretend like they don't care about each other. I'm not even talking about the fans. The fan anger, the back and forth, whatever. You guys do that, whatever. But to pretend it's not a good thing for the sport for those two teams to play each other and be like, oh, we don't care about them. We don't care about them. But God forbid you ever say anything about them around us, and then we'll really have something to say. But we don't care about them at all.
Yeah, that was always the funniest thing being a student there. And you could literally say your watch to every year. There was some story about like, oh, could they Could they schedule them some point down the line? And would you? And there's always a poll that polling the student body. Would you be in favor of this? And it was always like 98% yes.
Of course.
And I was like, this poll means nothing, though.
It absolutely means
Our
nothing.
voice means zero.
Because
in
the
this
people
process.
in charge have their own thoughts about the matter and decided it doesn't mean that much. But of course, it would make everyone involved who wears a shirt or a jersey. They'd love to see it happen again. But now they've been forced into it because the SEC was like, welcome, Texas. You get to play A&M. That's good for us. That's good for the conference if you play each other.
It'd be very funny if it was year one. They just didn't put them on the schedule.
See how stupid this is? We're gonna highlight how dumb this is by not doing it, and then in year two we'll put it back on the schedule because it's dumb not to have it happen.
Yeah. Hope you learned your lesson.
Now we're gonna make you guys play in everything at all times, as many times as we can. Football once. Can we get you into 2 baseball series a season? Can we do that? So that rivalry renews again, and who knows? Maybe A&M's the reason Brett McMurphy keeps Texas out of the playoff. If A&M upsets them, we'll see.
That has to be in his simulations that he did.
Or maybe he has.
I'm sure he did simulations. Definitely didn't just go. Can't have all the top 4.
I think he made that noise specifically. And see what happens.
Can't make it 100% chalk. So
yeah, and it is interesting to see one Texas school win it and it beat Texas State. It's a way to get a little bit of attention.
Hey, G.J. Kinney got that program moving in the right direction.
If you say so.
Jordan McLeod.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll see.
You'll see.
Oh yeah,
Some of us believe.
You know them because you're playing them so often in your dynasty. You ain't fooling me, Sean. I know why you know all those names. You've been playing them in EA college football.
They got a running back, last name Motti.
Ran all over you probably for a little bit.
He's trouble.
Let's see if he can perform at the same level that he is when he's dominating games against you as Texas State. First time I've seen them in any college football playoff predictions. And Brett McMurphy has that. You can find a lot of them. ESPN has their percentage as far as teams that make the playoff. Georgia is at 79%. Texas at 68%. So ESPN in their right minds. So it's Texas, Georgia, Oregon, Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Those are your top 5 as far as best chances to make the playoff. Then Penn State and Alabama. Those are the 7 with an above 50% chance. And obviously the percentages decrease as you go along. UTSA on the list. So ESPN thinks UTSA has a better shot than Texas. So those are your Texas schools. A&M is at 21%, so they're in there as well. A lot of it, I think, some people do it this way. They look at, obviously, your recruiting classes, and if you reach a certain threshold, then you are capable of either winning a national title or the playoff. Now, obviously, UTSA wouldn't be a part of that, neither would SMU, as they're on ESPN's list. But that's not a bad way to go. If you're trying to pick maybe even a dark horse national title contender, you go by their, not just their recruiting ranking, but the level of talent they have gathered over a 4-year span. Look at the roster, whether they've brought in transfers or it's their 4-year guys that they recruit. The blue chip ratio. If it's 50% above, you got a shot. That's kind of how it's been. Outside of TCU, that was the one team that kind of defied all odds with their ratio. And then when they got to a team with like an 80% ratio, we saw it happen. It's generally the best way to look at it. What's the blue chip ratio of the team? So I don't have my bookie spot here, but if you are putting some money down on a potential national title contender, go find out what their ratio is. And if it's like in that 60% range, it's not a great chance, but it's better than you might think. It gives you at least an opportunity. We will come back. We'll come back with the Tua news. It's not really news because if you know the gentleman, you know he had a tough time with Brian Flores. Or even if you knew the story, maybe don't know him, obviously. You know he's had an issue with Brian Flores. Well, this is the first time he's spoken explicitly about it. If Brian Flores is ever going to get a chance to coach a young quarterback again, he's going to have to convince an owner that what happened with Tua will never happen again. We'll hear from Tua Tagovailoa when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So I was trying to think of all the, and there are not many connections of Brian Flores with the Texans. He was, and you'll hear it mentioned, not by name, but you'll hear it in this audio that Brian Flores really wanted Deshaun Watson. This was after Deshaun Watson decided he didn't want to play for the Texans anymore, and he just didn't play. He sat out for years. The Texans were more than happy with that until they could find the right deal. There was a thought that he would be traded to the Dolphins at some point because Brian Flores was pushing for it. We also know that if maybe not for a Brian Flores lawsuit, that Josh McCown would have been the Texans head coach instead of Lovey, because they had fired David Culley. The thought was they're going to move to Josh McCown, and then a lawsuit happened, and they hired Lovey Smith. That didn't work out, and now we have DeMeco Ryans. Sliding doors, I guess, a little bit. But on the Dan Le Batard show, it premiered this morning. Tua Tagovailoa did a sit-down interview with Le Batard, who is a Miami-based media personality, and also he has a media company based down there. And they asked Tua about a lot of things. But the one thing that's caught the eye of a lot of media is his answer, which was very upfront about the difference between his working relationship with his former coach and his current coach.
Can you explain to us the difference in practical terms between having a coach who did believe in you the way that he did and the difference between that and what was happening with Flores?
Yeah. Well, to put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad, and you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, I mean, it's basically been, 2 years of training that out of not just me, but, a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
I don't think I've ever heard a player, at least a high-profile player, call a coach a terrible person. It might have happened before. I just don't remember it. Now, Brian Flores is a really good defensive coordinator, and hell, his time with the Dolphins, they won games after they stopped trying to tank. It just never worked with Tua. Maybe hiring George Godsey as your offensive coordinator, probably not great, but overall, it never connected. And you heard now that Tua's in a comfortable place discussing it. He's a guy who doesn't really talk that much. I don't remember a lot of sit-down interviews with him where he would be even asked a question like that, or at least answer it as openly as he did. And you're now making $200+ million. Maybe open up a little bit, and that's not going to go great for Brian Flores, because at a time, particularly right after he was fired, he said his relationship with Tua was a great one, and they didn't have any issues. The quarterback now, a couple years later, has spoken out and said that's not true in his own words. So if Brian Flores, who is a talented defensive coordinator, is going to get another job, he's going to have to convince owners, hey, that either he's going to have to say it's not as awful as it sounds, or at least be able to convince them that he's grown and he can work with a young quarterback no matter who it is. Right, because right now he may be strictly a defensive coordinator. And frankly, if you are someone who's hiring, maybe we've learned our lesson hiring guys from the Belichick tree to be head coaches. Maybe we think to ourselves, you know what? Keep them as assistants. I don't exactly want him running my franchise. Never works out well. The Texans know. They know quite well.
And O'Brien might be the most successful of them.
Yes, he's won playoff games. He's won divisions.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, he'll tell you.
If you don't know, he'll let you know. And you know how well it's worked out for him?
He's the head coach at Boston College.
That's right, because that was his primary goal. Now, there are some familial concerns with him, and that's why he's up there. You can read about Bill O'Brien and his family situation. So it's not just simply, hey, it's a demotion to go up there. There's some reasons why he did it, but I'm not sure his career path, at least the one he thought of, was I'm going to wind up being the Boston College head coach after being an NFL head coach and pseudo GM. Just how it is. Stay away from Bill Belichick assistants. Hell, the NFL decided to stay away from Bill Belichick this offseason.
He's on the McAfee show right now.
I know. But he did interview for jobs, and the NFL was like, actually, you know what? We're good. And I'm sure Bill Belichick turned down some jobs too. But the Falcons were the most prominent one, and they're like, you know what? We'd rather have Raheem Morris as our head coach. You don't fit what we're looking for, Bill, which is crazy to say to Bill Belichick, but you guys know the numbers since Tom Brady's been gone. What's it been? The one Mac Jones year, and then he ruined Mac Jones.
They made the playoffs.
And then he hired Matt Patricia to coach this young quarterback, and see how that worked out for everyone.
That doesn't matter, Dell. Made a wild card game, Dell.
Yes.
That doesn't have the same heft as AFC
No,
South.
no,
champs.
no, it does not. Made a wild card game and got your ass kicked by the Bills. Doesn't exactly fit the legacy of Bill Belichick in the post Tom Brady era. That's his high watermark. He made a wild card game.
Yeah. And Cam Newton was good for
No.
a few weeks.
Okay. Maybe a few quarters. Was Cam Newton ever good for multiple games at a time with the Patriots?
Maybe the first two.
I think he beat Ryan Flores in one of those games.
Yeah.
Very early.
Scoreboard.
Yeah. We're talking about the multiple-time Super Bowl champion, and the post-Tom Brady era is highlighted by making the wild card game and beating Brian Flores in week 1. You're not a great PR person for Bill Belichick. If I was him, I'd fire you and ask someone else to do this. Maybe Sam can do the job.
There's nothing else. I can only work with what I'm
given.
given.
Then don't mention it. Pretend post Brady stuff didn't happen.
Okay.
Maybe his best moments are with McAfee.
Still to come.
Hell, I think the most memorable thing he's done since Brady left was being caught on a ring camera without a shirt on.
Yeah.
And the young girlfriend.
Who could forget the young girlfriend?
You might say inappropriately young.
You might say
I'm not saying it. Let the man do whatever he wants. I'm just saying.
Let him live.
I won't say he's earned it. All he did is coach football. I mean, I don't know if that means you earned anything, but
hey, he took Mac Jones to the playoffs. If that's not earning it,
we come right back around to that accomplishment when Mac Jones was handing off the football 35 times a game and not screwing things up, and Patriot fans were deluding themselves into thinking they got the next great one. Only the Colts can do that. Only the Colts can go from one great one to the next great one. And the Packers. The Packers can do it too. The Patriots, they're not part of that club. Philip, you want to get to Rockets Astros? We'll get to that. There's some Astros injury news we haven't gotten to yet. A reliever is on the IL, so we'll get to that when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. But first, before we do all that, I want to talk about the Red Bull Show Run. What's that? What is that? That's F1 coming to the city of Houston. Houston Discovery Green on September 7th. We'll have F1. Now, it's not a race. It's an exhibition. A couple cars going to do something really, really cool. Obviously, F1's about speed. If you love speed, you love car racing, watch great cars do cool things. Two of the Red Bull cars will be out there. The event is free for the general public. No tickets are needed. All you got to do is bring your friends or family and come on out, and you'll learn all about F1. There'll be a massive outdoor pop-up, and you'll have 2 championship-winning F1 cars. They'll take over the streets of downtown, and they'll pull off really cool tricks in those cars at high rates of speed. Also, they're going to have an esports gaming lounge. They'll have an F1 merch store. They have it all. So if you are into F1 or you're trying to learn about F1, this is the event for you, the Red Bull Show Run. It's for all ages, and it's free. Once again, no tickets required. You can go to redbull.com/showrunhouston. That's redbull.com/showrunhouston. The Red Bull Show Run on September 7th.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Before I forget, because Los Salsa definitely will take us off the beaten path, and Philip, he wants to get to Rockets Astros too. Ryan Presley on the IL. He's got a little backache. His back hurts a little bit. So there was an issue in his last outing, and he tried to fight through it, but we saw his struggles. So Ryan Presley on the IL. So now we were talking about, do we demote Ryan Presley? Do we make Brian Abreu the eighth guy? Well, sometimes baseball guys just step in and go, you know what? I'm not even going to make this decision for Joe Espada. I'm not even going to force him to make it. I'm going to take care of it. And Brian Presley's gone for a little bit. We'll see how long he's out. But now Abreu has an eighth, and I imagine he won't be giving that back. It feels like you took it out of Espada's hands and maybe the organization's hands as a whole, and now you have your eighth guy going into your ninth guy. Now they have to find a seventh guy. I'm sure it'll be multiple guys doing that until Presley is back. So we'll see where he winds up once he's back and pitching again. So they get Verlander back, it feels like, on Wednesday. They lose one of their top three relievers, at least by name recognition. There have been guys that have been better throughout the year, mainly Taylor Scott. Okay, with that out of the way, let's get to Philip. He wants to talk about the Rockets and the Astros. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Dale?
What's up, man?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good. Hey, I was just thinking, like you were talking about how the Rockets coach, he wants to keep Dylan Brooks as a veteran. And I was just thinking, that's like Dusty Baker keeping Martin Maldonado as a catcher. I think we would have won the World Series if they would have had Yiner instead of Martin. And that was a good analogy or a different, comparison because what's his name? I can't even pronounce his name for the Rockets. whatever his name is, but he kept Dylan Brooks instead of the good young guys that could contribute. And, I mean, it is what it is. And I just want to ask you what your thoughts on that. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, appreciate it, Philip. This was, I believe, a conversation that we had on the morning show. I don't think we got to it here. There was a conversation regarding, is Dylan Brooks kind of a progress stopper for the Houston Rockets? Is he a guy who's, because of his veteran status, going to get minutes that is going to hamper the development of the likes of Amen Thompson, Tari Eason, now that he's back, and Jabari Smith? I talked about this maybe even when Ime was hired, that this is a guy who's coming from spots, whether it be the Spurs or as an assistant in Brooklyn in their short run with Harden and Kyrie and KD, and even in Boston when he was the head coach, that all had winning on their minds all times. The point was to win. The point wasn't really a developmental franchise. We're trying to win games. So is he going to be one to push veterans into spots where it might be beneficial long term for a younger player to get those minutes? We saw early on Jeff Green was closing games because Jabari Smith wasn't what Ime Udoka wanted. Eventually that changed as Jabari got more acclimated to the head coach and what he wanted. So I don't know if I would compare Dylan Brooks and his production and as far as him helping the team to Maldonado, but maybe you want to say him being a defensive guy is the same as Maldonado being a leader and being a guy that the pitchers want to throw to. I don't know. I don't think Dylan Brooks, despite some of his shooting issues, although they weren't really that apparent last year, is the same type of offensive black hole that Martin Maldonado was. Well, how much better would the Rockets have been if Dylan Brooks didn't play? I don't think they would have been better. Now, going forward, I do believe there's going to be a bit of a push and pull about, is he taking minutes away from others who have a higher ceiling? I feel like we kind of know what Dylan Brooks is. He will be an agitator, good defender, and hopefully he'll at least shoot at the same clip he did for most of last year. I'm not exactly sure that guy is going to be a starter on any team that has any, at least this version of a team that has any real goals of winning a title or even really contending. He was someone they looked to it in Memphis as they were building themselves up. But even then, Dylan Brooks may have felt he was more important to the team than others and took more shots than he should have. We haven't really seen that here. It's only been a year, so we'll see. I don't think he's Maldonado, but I do think there's a chance he's going to get in the way of other guys.
Yeah.
Simply because the coach wants to play a veteran player.
We'll probably see it more put to the test this year than last, because last year you had Tari Eason only played 22 games. And so for the vast majority of the year, it's like, who else are you going to put out there?
Yep.
And even if you don't like Dylan Brooks' shooting, are you going to put Amen Thompson out there? Do you love his shooting? So
no, you do not.
There is a little bit of just, hey, you just have to put out the best five you can, and a lot of nights it involved Dylan Brooks being out there.
Yeah, I don't think the players last year were good enough to make it this thing where it was clear that he shouldn't play.
Yeah.
If it comes to a point where, and of course fans always believe in the younger players more than they do the older players, particularly if they've drafted those younger players. If it comes to a point where you can see that all Dylan Brooks is doing, beyond his own contributions, is standing in the way of other guys, then it becomes, is Ime Udoka playing the veteran more when he should be giving the young guy chances to learn and fail and then get better? I think that's always going to be a push and pull with a coach who, I think, sure, he wants to develop young guys, but winning is the thing. And I think this Rockets organization wants to win, but maybe the short term of Dylan Brooks is not a better option for the future when you've got all these young guys who you like. La Salsa, you want to talk Astros? What's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good on the Astros for taking 2 out of 3 this weekend. And I saw the latest George Miller joint, and it was fire. I'm still waiting on Alien and Long Legs. But what do you think the odds are on whenever Bill Belichick dumps his girlfriend that she'll do stuff on the internet? Later, Jelly.
Do stuff on the internet. I don't know anything about her other than she's a competitive cheerleader. Is that what I think that's what she does? Or at least she did. I'm not sure what she does now. This one feels like a civilian. I know she is dating a famous person, but I don't really want to do it about a civilian. I don't want to put my percentage on a civilian. Like if it's a person with some acclaim because she was an actress or a TV host, maybe. But she's a civilian. I don't know her. I don't know what she wants to do beyond hang out with a 70-year-old man. I don't know.
Well, I have an article from people.com titled "Who is Bill Belichick's Girlfriend?" All about Jordan Hudson. So I can she went to cosmetology
school?
Yes, cosmetology school.
Okay.
She was a cheerleader in college. I'm just reading the bolded parts.
Of
I'm not
course.
reading all the she reportedly met Bill Belichick on a flight in February of 2021. Huh. They're spotted together throughout 2023. And former Patriots roasted Belichick for dating a younger woman on the roast of Tom Brady. And relationship was confirmed in June 2024. So I don't know much about her.
Well, I guess
even after perusing the article.
To be fair, doing stuff on the internet could mean influencer, but I know what Ryan means. But
yeah,
could she? If
Let's also
after yeah, oh, yeah. Thank you for the correction.
R.I.P. Ryan.
Yes, Ryan's not with us as far as being on the show anymore. It is La Salsa. Thank you for the correction. I would say influencer at some point. It's a real possibility.
I'd put that at like 65%.
It's very high. I may go 70%, 70-30 at this point. But as far as the stuff you're talking about, La Salsa, I'm going to refrain because I don't know this woman. What I do know, according to TMZ Sports, is that she used to date a 64-year-old man, a businessman by the name of Joshua Zuckerman. So she is someone who likes to date men older. That's all. It's a trend. The do stuff on the internet thing, I'll leave that to you. You have your own speculations. Anyone else want to get in and maybe not ask about a civilian? You can. We got one more segment to go here on the show. If you want to call in 713-780-3776. I do want to get to some of the what I deemed overreactions from the NFL preseason weekend. A lot has to do with the quarterbacks in play. The Caleb Williams throw that everyone's so excited about, and like real football people, very excited about this play. And when I looked at it, I thought to myself, isn't that the same Caleb Williams we've always seen? A guy who voids the pocket for no reason. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Bo Nix experience because after a couple games, he looks well on his way, according to some, to be the starter in Denver. And that probably has more to do with the fact that Zach Wilson is one of the guys competing with him for the job. So what were the overreactions from this weekend? We'll get to that when we come back. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in on the final segment of the show, we'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So while the Texans game was going on, the Bears were playing the Bengals. And Caleb Williams had one play that, well, he had a couple, but the one throw that everyone got excited about was the one down the sideline to Rome Odunze, where he spins out of the pocket, orients himself as he's fading towards the left sideline, flicks a ball down the field, perfect throw on the money. Everyone's excited. And for a clip, it's great. Like, if you are just scrolling through and you see Caleb Williams roll that way and throw that ball down the field like that, it's a great clip. I'm just not sure why football people care that much about it, because it's the exact Caleb Williams that you would talk about as far as you want to coach some of that out of him. Because if you look at the play, he voids a pocket for no reason. I think he sees a flash of color, like he sees a white Bengals jersey, and he panics a little bit, pirouettes, rights himself, and throws the football. Now, the talent level, you can't question it. You get why people get excited about what he can be when he can make some of the off-platform stuff happen that a lot of guys would be incapable of making. But I'm not sure I'd be all that excited about him creating that himself. It wasn't as if he was running away from a pass rusher and made the play. He did it himself. He escaped the pocket for no reason and then made the throw. He made what should have been a rather mundane play. Just throw that ball from the pocket down the sideline to Odunze into one where it's spectacular and a clip is made, but it's the same Caleb Williams we've seen, which I don't mind anyone who saw that going, wow, look at the arm talent. But from Warren Sharp, who calls John Harris, something we talked about earlier, an idiot, from people who break down film, everyone's losing their minds. I may be in my hater mode, I'm not sure, but when I saw it, I thought to myself, yeah, I know. That's what Caleb Williams does. He does things that other guys can't, but it's a very simple thing to stand in the pocket and throw the football down the field. Like, CJ is a player who can do some of that off-platform stuff, but I bet you CJ doesn't do a pirouette in the pocket for no reason and then throw the football. I think he just throws the football to Rome Odunze down the sideline because there's no pressure. I didn't get the reaction other than it's a nice viral clip. Maybe I should put it this way once again. I don't get the reaction from football people. Football people treating it like it was remarkable, when you would think to yourself, like a coach maybe or someone who says they watch film will go, wait a minute, why are you doing any of that? Just stand there and throw the football. But I could be just, like I said, in hater mode. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of hater mode going on. I think there's also a little bit of preseason football mode on, especially with the Texans and the Bears, who played an extra game, even though none of the principal players played in that Hall of Fame game, where the second CJ Stroud left the game against the Giants, I was just like, can we just get to week one? Like, what? Why do I have to now even think about Case Keenum's out there, not Davis Mill? I don't care. Why are we doing this?
The only reason.
How did we do 4 preseason games for our entire lives until what?
They changed the way they treated them, because even when there were everyone playing 4.
Oh yeah,
they would play. The guys would play into the second half sometimes,
dress
or at least, game 3 would be the dress rehearsal. That's why you treated them that way, because there was a progression in terms of snaps played by the guys we care about. Now, as that has become less prevalent, almost non-existent now, the games have become less important and worse to watch.
And now there's, I mean, how many throws has CJ Stroud had this preseason?
Well, he had one drive against the Steelers.
Has he had 20 throws?
No chance. I don't think so. He got to 10, I think, against the Giants
this weekend,
right? I don't think he's gotten to 20 throws. No chance. He only played the one drive against the Steelers.
Yeah.
Actually, was it?
It might have been 2 drives.
2 drives.
I think the first one was a 3.
It was a 3 and out, and then the second drive, Tank had a nice return to set him up, and then after not fooling anybody on that play action rollout, eventually led to 3rd and 10. He hit Tank on the strike that resulted in a touchdown. Did he have more than 8 throws against the Steelers?
Against the Steelers, let me see.
I'm sure it's less than 20.
He had 10 on Saturday.
Yeah.
Tim Boyle pops up when it's on the box score for passing leaders, just to let you know.
Oh, great. Good for Tim Boyle.
And he was 2 for 4
Yeah,
against the Steelers.
He's had 14 throws, which is fine. We already know what he is.
It does put a limit to how I can look at these plays, though, where it's like, I mean, Caleb Williams, I'm guessing, has thrown a little bit more,
Yeah.
but he's probably also in that 20 to 25 range.
Now, dropbacks could be quite a few, but he's moving around and scrambling for
Yeah.
things. So he may have more opportunities to throw the football, but as far as
just
actual throws,
Kind of get to a real game where these guys are throwing 30-something times a game. Like, and then even that, judging them, like, to use the Caleb Williams example, if he has an awesome first game of the season, it's still just the first game of the season. Like, who cares? And then we have to do that 10 more times. Like, we're doing one preseason throw and another preseason throw that didn't count. Or I forgot if it didn't count or if the guy was out of
he
bounds.
was out of bounds. Yeah, so it didn't count.
Yes. And again, in 2 weeks, we'll be going, well, he's only done it once. Let's see him do it in week 2 against the Texans. Like, but in the preseason, some weird zone where if you have one good throw, it's, oh my God, this guy's going to be awesome. But in the regular season, well, I don't know. Do it in the playoffs is a thing we say to guys.
Well, Lamar Jackson caught that from Julian Edelman over the weekend. The 2-time MVP caught that from Julian Edelman. Julian Edelman, I think he was on the Fox broadcast for Rams and Saints, and the discussion was about who's going to challenge the Chiefs this year. And Joe Burrow was mentioned by Julian Edelman. He said Lamar Jackson's got to get off the milk carton. He disappears. So the 2-time MVP will catch it. So it's just the way it is. I just remember a lot of the discussion of involving Caleb Williams was we need to see him more from the pocket. We need to see him take the easy stuff, not always look for the spectacular. And in a moment where he could have settled for the easy thing, I'm not saying the throw would have been – I think the throw, congratulating him on the throw, it's cool because it was a cool throw. But he could have made that throw in a relatively easy way down, and I think that would have shown growth as opposed to what he did. But you know what? He completed the throw, so be it. Certainly a little bit – I'm not even really hating on Caleb Williams so much as hating on the reaction from football people. Relax, everybody, because particularly if he struggles in week 2 against the Texans, it ain't nobody gonna be talking about. Remember when he pirouetted in the pocket and found a Dunze down the sideline? They'll be like, "Oh, it's the NFL. The rookie struggling." But don't go too strong on him. He's just a rookie. Meanwhile, ESPN's having a discussion today about, is Caleb Williams on the path to being a superstar because of one throw?
He is on the path.
True, because
early on the path.
Yeah, you get drafted number 1 overall. You're on the path. Yeah,
on Heisman.
Yeah, he is on the path. So it's a question that's already been answered. He's very early on that path, but sure. The other quarterback that turned some heads was Bo Nix. I watched the every drop back thing. People put that stuff online. I think Peyton's doing a very smart thing. I don't know if it's regular season worthy, if that's something that's going to be viable. A lot of getting him on the move, asking Bo Nix to throw passes to guys like right in front of him. A lot of running guys over the ball about 6 yards down, not asking him to read a lot. And hit the open guy. Don't hold on to the ball. We'll move on to the next play. Stay in advantageous situations. I think he went 8 for 9, led a touchdown drive. In fact, if he didn't cross the line of scrimmage on one throw, he would have thrown 2 touchdown passes. He pulled a little Bo Nix. Got a little antsy. Jumped across the line of scrimmage before making a throw. He could have waited behind the line and still made it. But all in all, I think Sean Payton's going to be great for him, particularly early. There are some things he's just going to have to develop, and Sean Payton can't protect him forever. But if he's going to start, which it looks like that he's on the track to do that too, maybe not superstar path or superstar track like Caleb Williams, but on the track to start. If Sean Payton can allow Bo Nix to continue to hit the easy button, that'll help. I just don't know if playing the Packers backup is going to – actually, I do know. It won't equate to what he'll see snap after snap in the regular season. But Bo Nix seems like a guy who, at least early. He's going to need some of that easy button stuff. Get him out on the perimeter on your rollouts and see. You give him a half read or half field read or maybe even less than that. And if he doesn't see it, he can take off and run. And that might be their best bet going forward. Anything's better than Zach Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that last point. Anything's better than Zach Wilson.
Tim Boyle was better than Zach Wilson, the guy the Texans are about to cut. Tim Boyle got starts over Zach Wilson last year.
God, I can't believe that was supposed to be a quarterback. Because it was Allen or not Allen, Zach Wilson, Stidham, and Bo Nix. That was the quarterback room.
It's not encouraging if Bo Nix didn't win that job.
No.
It'd be one where we're not exactly stacking the deck against Bo Nix. Let's hope he wins it. And it looks like he's on the path to do that. And what it means for the Broncos means they'll probably win like 5 games, but it's better than winning 5 with Zach Wilson.
He doesn't look like Auburn Bo Nix.
He's more Oregon Bo Nix. He's still running around a lot, though. But he's not throwing the ball directly at guys anymore or throwing balls at the feet of others. And by at directly at other guys, I didn't mean his own players. You watched Auburn Bo Nix. It was an experience. He could be really great on a play and then have people going, oh, I can't believe this guy's still our starting quarterback, and that's why he had to get out. We're done for the day. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And we did it, Sean. So what does that mean?
We did it!
It means Jason Tatum will tell you we did it too. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Altuve hits one high, hits one deep, hits one into the Crawford boxes. 2-0 Astros.
Hell yeah, bro. Let the good times roll. Stay chesty, because your beloved Houston Astros won 2 of 3 over the weekend against the mark-ass Chicago White Sox. They're now 11 games over 500. They lead the Seattle Mariners by 4 games in the American League West. And now you can actually look at the top of the AL standings and see a world where the Houston Astros climb their way to the top through a river of poo, a la Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption. Hello! It is Monday, August 19th, 2024. I am Paul. He is Joe. Joe, most importantly, I know the Astros took care of business against these bums, the White Sox, and it was really nice because I felt like I didn't need to watch the game on Saturday and Sunday, so I didn't. Because the team sucks. They won on Sunday, so the vibes are good. That was all we wanted, honestly. We wanted them to win 3, but winning on Sunday so we don't have to come in, even if they win 2 out of 3 with the vibe slightly down, that's the best part about what the Astros did this weekend.
Yes, they won on Sunday with essentially the Sugarland Space Cowboys and Jose
that
Altuve.
roster. That lineup, I mean, look, I get giving Yordan Alvarez a scheduled off day, and Alex Bregman, who we all thought at the end of our show on Friday had died. We thought he had the Super AIDS. We didn't know what was going on. He was scheduling a press conference with the way it was announced. We thought he was about to go Magic Johnson out there. He didn't, thankfully. It seems like he's going to be fine. He just slept wrong. Shout out to Sam, our social media extraordinaire, for putting out the update. Alex Bregman slept wrong. But, I mean, that lineup yesterday, without Yordan and without Alex Bregman, it's not surprising at all that 4 of the 5 hits came from Jose Altuve and Yainer Diaz. Do you want to go through it for me, Joe? Just go through the list of who they were rolling out on Sunday against this minor league ballpark on the south side of Chicago.
So Altuve, Pena, Diaz, good. That's good. Jake Myers.
Oh, he's batting cleanup. Jake Myers is batting cleanup. Just think about that.
Shea Whitcomb. Zach DeZenzo. Mauricio Dubon. We know that name. Chaz really sucks at baseball, McCormick. And then Pedro Leon.
Oh, wow.
Hitting a hot 100 on the season.
I'm just glad that game lasted 2 hours and 3 minutes. I'm more glad that, patting myself on the back for this, that I didn't watch the game, didn't feel the need to. The White Sox are beneath me. The White Sox are beneath you. You didn't need to watch that game on Sunday, and they sent you home early if you did.
Thankfully, Fromber was awesome again in this game. They yanked him after 82 pitches, which was, I see why some people, it caught their attention. People freaking out about injuries right now. There's only so many it feels like the Astros can have, but it seems like he's fine. They just pulled him early because they know the White Sox suck. And then they put Abreu and Hader out there, got the job done. But yeah, the Sugarland Space Cowboys with Jose Altuve, Jeremy Pena, and Yainer Diaz beat the Chicago White Sox yesterday. And yeah, we would have liked a sweep. Junior Bronco's blaming us, saying because we demanded a sweep. Wrong. Paul's demanded sweeps before, and it's worked out fine. This is not our fault. You can't blame us for this. But that was they won on Sunday. You're right. Good vibes. That's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Good vibes.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree with you about I know we just posted a video on YouTube from John and Lance this morning talking about the chasing for first place and if they can still finish there this season. They're 5 games back. It feels very obtainable at this point to finish first in the American League, at least get a bye in the first round and not have to play.
I'm not going.
It feels obtainable. I'm sure they're not. I don't know if they're going to do it, but it does. It feels within reach, which is nice. I never thought we would be here.
I didn't think we'd be back here either, and you could definitely make the argument. Let's see, because Joe, things are about to get a little more difficult. A wise philosopher, he once said this.
You're going down for real. It's going down for real. It's going down for real.
going down for real. It's Florida.
Florida.
It's going down for real.
It's going down for real. You know? I know what you think you came here to see. If you're a freak, then you're coming home with me. And I know what you came here to do. Now bust it open. Let me see you get loose. I mean, the Astros, they're going to have to get loose. They're going to have to get out of their comfort zone.
Yes.
Like every white man on a dance floor. Because here's what's coming up. 3 against the Red Sox. We're not really that scared about them, these next 3. But 4 at Baltimore, 73-52 on the year. 3 at Philly, 73-51. And 4 against Kansas City, 69-55. Nice. 11 of their next 14 games are against teams that are at least 14 games above 500. And all of these games are against teams that are above 500.
Mm-hmm.
This is their toughest stretch the rest of the way. And if that 5-game lead in the American League that whoever's at the top of the table, the Yankees, has is attainable, this is going to have to be a really impressive stretch for them. I'm not expecting much, and I'm not even asking for much. Just go 500 over this stretch. The Mariners are falling apart. The Rangers are 11 games back, but it's about to go down for real.
I if they're gonna get it, it starts with that Baltimore series. 4 games versus the Orioles. If you're gonna chase them down, like yes, you need the Yankees to lose some games, but the Yankees are 5-5 in their last 10. So are the Orioles. Part of the reason why you've gained ground. I'm excited about this. I believe we declared that 7-game road stretch between the Orioles and the Phillies as the next World Series for the Astros. I kind of want, maybe we should get rid of that just because now all I can think about is the real World Series now that they're back into contention. But this, you're right.
No, those World Series happened, and we're raising banners for them at the end of the year. The World Series that we declared for the Astros. Every time that we declared a World Series, they answered the call.
Okay.
Clear listeners of this program.
So we'll keep that World Series. So it's a World Series, Orioles and the Phillies. That's a 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
We need them to go 4-3, win that World Series. But I'm with you. Just go 500. I'm not worried about the Mariners anymore. They're going to fall apart. That team is collapsing on itself.
The pitching's still good.
It is, but they just keep finding ways to lose.
I have a hard time believing that they will keep continuing to find ways to lose because their offense, not good. The pitching, good enough. And, I mean, their schedule is a little easier than the Astros the rest of the way. So I still am having a hard time believing that they're going to completely fall out of it, especially with this upcoming 2-week stretch for the Astros.
Yeah, it's more about, like, that's why I think trying to go 500 over this next stretch for the Astros, and we'll keep pace with the Mariners for the most part. And then you really have to, like, put your foot on the gas the rest of the season, and that's when you widen that lead versus the Mariners, hopefully. Because if they do figure out, like, the Mariners have the Dodgers and then the Giants, who are both 2 very good teams this year, you got to take advantage when you can. Losing that game on Friday was annoying, by the way. Like, Crochet leaving after 42 pitches, something like that, and then not being able to take advantage of when he left the game is a little annoying that they couldn't find a way to get that win and get the sweep. But all that matters is they got the series win. They got the Sunday win, so the vibes are better. And I feel good about the Astros right now, for the most part.
Some comments here. Chalupa Batman says of my mindset that going 7-7 over this stretch is enough. He says that's a P-word mentality.
I don't agree.
It's tough. And I say it from this perspective. Look who they had in the lineup yesterday.
Exactly.
I mean, good God. Who knows when Alex Bregman's going to be back? Do we trust the Astros? His elbow hurt because he slept on it wrong. Okay, he still missed the whole weekend for what it's worth. And on top of that, Ryan Presley, he's on the injured list. Yordan Alvarez took a scheduled day off. I will believe it is a scheduled day off when he is back in the lineup tonight against the Red Sox. And we'll find that out, I'm guessing, at some point during the 3 o'clock hour. Killer Bees will break down every single small note of that Astros lineup throughout the show. Look forward to that. I look at this and I think to myself, let's see who is alive for that stretch against Baltimore and against Philly.
Exactly. Like right now, it's like getting this team healthy. Kyle Tucker, it's cool he's taking batting practice. That's nice to see. Like to see him in the lineup.
We don't even know what he's doing. Right.
Like don't know how much closer he is to the lineup. But like it's step by step. If Bregman's back today, it's just going to make me laugh even harder. We were all in the bullpen area when that happened on because we were all like waiting for like this big news. from
Yeah,
Alex
we
Bregman.
waited to leave on Friday because we wanted to see if Alex Bregman had HIV. I mean, seriously, the way that it was announced, it was like it was Magic Johnson 2.0. This is entirely the fault of the liberal media covering the Houston Astros, making me think that things were really bad with Alex Bregman. He's got the big C. I mean, come on. I've got COVID-20.
Monkeypox.
Oh, monkeypox is back. You're right.
So like it could have been that.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, at this point, if it's the Astros with their injury history, nothing would surprise me. But you know, he just slept on it wrong. Still trying to kind of figure it out. Like I guess he sleeps like his elbow underneath the pillow. Maybe the pillow moved. He just slept directly on his elbow.
I do that from time to time.
Yeah, I just don't know how it makes your elbow swell up that much. But you know what? Hey, maybe he's back today.
Yeah.
That'd be nice to see.
I mean, it would be nice to see because it's about to go down for real.
It's going down.
For real.
For reals.
You know, when I saw the artist name Flo Rida for the first time, I was struck by how, it's because he's from Florida.
Okay. When was the first time you saw Flo Rida? Like, was it like in a concert?
I've never seen him.
Oh, okay. I
don't even know if he's white or black.
Okay.
Like, I couldn't tell you.
I would say is Paul Gallant just like secretly like traveling the world going to Flo Rida concerts?
No.
Like people go see the Grateful Dead.
I'm musically challenged. It was probably like last week that I saw that his artist name was Flo Rida, and I was like, oh, because he's from Florida.
Yeah.
Now I understand. Okay. All right, guys. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Astros again, 4 games above the Mariners in the AL West, 11 games above 500. The vibes are immaculate. But what the hell is going on that injury front? We know Alex Bregman. Well, we think Alex Bregman only hurt himself while sleeping. But what the hell else is going on? Where's Kyle Tucker? What's up with Justin Verlander? Is Ryan Presley dying? We'll discuss next. It's Astros ER. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros took 2 of 3 over the weekend from the White Sox to increase their lead in the American League West to a season-high 4 games. And now we're taking a look at the top of the table, as they say overseas, when it comes to whether or not the Astros can actually maybe get a first-round bye in these American League playoffs. They are not that far away.
They're very close. I'm ready for playoff baseball, though.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm like, now that the Astros are back in first place, and I think we all feel pretty confident they're going to win the AL West. Now I'm just ready for, like, real baseball.
I still do not know how confident I am.
Okay.
But I am very happy with where things are going.
That's fair.
And I'm getting closer to that point, Joe, where I feel like, as someone who likes the Astros when they're good but doesn't like baseball when it's bad, I feel the same way in that there's a part of me that wants to just play the lottery, press Super Sim, and get to the playoffs. But there's always a danger to the Super Sim button if you've played one of those sports games and you're in season mode and you think your team's good, but you never know in Super Sim mode. One of your best players might get hurt. You might lose more games than you think.
It's true.
So I understand the urge, the temptation. I don't think they're quite there, though, because as correctly pointed out on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston, Friendly Normie says the Astros are 25th in runs scored since the All-Star break.
Yes, but they also have one of the best ERAs in baseball this year. And at one point, they had the worst ERA in baseball. The pitching has been phenomenal. I know the runs are not there. The season's kind of flipped on its head a little bit from where we started to where we are now. Where at the beginning of the season, they were getting guys on base. They just weren't getting guys home. But now the pitching has been so incredible. It does feel like this is 2022 vibes again a little bit, where the pitching can carry this team. And when you're healthier, because I don't know if you'll be fully healthy this season, the offense can do enough to where you can win meaningful playoff games. So I think it's a very valid point that they're still not scoring runs in bunches. That, yesterday's game is so weird to use an example, but you only score 2 runs against the White Sox, and you have a minor league roster out there. But it's just kind of where you're at right now. And that's where it's your point, where it's like if they can go, I guess it's a 13-game stretch. So if they can go 7-6 over the next 13 games when they play the Red Sox, the Orioles, the Phillies, the Phillies and the Royals, like, you'll take it. But it's challenging with where you're at health-wise.
There's going to be a moment in time where I think we look at the starting pitching and it might come back to earth. Spencer Arrighetti, I think we saw a little bit of that on Friday, where the bullpen, which I was stunned to see this. Since May 1st, only the Guardians and Brewers have lower bullpen ERAs than the Astros. Where they might come back to earth, especially if Presley's missing some time. I know Presley's last 4 outings, he gave up a run each one of those. And the offense ranks towards the top of baseball in a lot of statistical categories, but they go through these stretches where they do not score that much. And it is interesting to note that they are 25th in runs scored since the All-Star break, because they had that stretch where they were hitting the bejesus out of the ball, specifically against Boston at Fenway Park.
Yeah. They've really just, and so it shows you like what they've struggled to do in a lot of other games. I still think like it's not a major, just because of who's in the top of the lineup. Like I just feel like they can still figure it out on a consistent enough basis to where it's not a huge red flag. That when Jordan, Tucker, and Bregman are in that lineup, the way Yainer Diaz has been playing, the way Jeremy Pena has still been going this season, and I didn't even mention Jose Altuve, who put a ball literally through the scoreboard this weekend, was maybe my favorite part of this weekend. But the offense is still good enough when healthy, 1 through 5, 1 through 6, that you can say this team can beat anyone on any given day with how good the pitching's been. I do agree with you. Like, while the pitching will come back to earth, don't you also feel that at some point the offense will pick it back up a little bit and it'll kind of balance out? Like, maybe as the pitching comes back down, the offense will go a little bit back up.
Assuming Alex Bregman comes back from his injured while sleeping elbow, and Kyle Tucker comes back from his shin bruise, which has kept him out for 2 months. And while we're on that, it's time for another episode of Astros ER. Friday at the end of the show, we thought that Alex Bregman had suffered some sort of serious injury with the way that it was announced. He was holding a press conference to talk about it. This is standard. This is a routine thing that happens where players speak in the clubhouse before games. But the way it was worded, and perhaps because we were a little punchy at 2:50 on a Friday, we were like,
this just ruined our vibes.
It definitely ruined the vibes, for sure. Alex Bregman had an MRI revealing no damage to his elbow. He thinks he slept on it wrong. He expects to miss just a few days. All right, it's been a few days, so let's see him back tonight.
I mean, they said it's possible he returns for the series versus the Red Sox here. It's one of those annoying things that the Astros do where if he doesn't play, I don't get why they didn't just put him on the injured list. They're just wasting an empty roster spot. And look, Shea Whitcomb had a couple hits this weekend. That was nice to see, but hopefully he's back today. Hopefully he really just slept on it wrong. I still don't quite get it. How sleeping on it wrong leads to the
elbow
point
discomfort.
where you need to get an MRI.
Yeah. Normally when I sleep on my arm, I wake up and it feels like I have no circulation. And yeah, you got to shake it a little bit. And about 5 to 10 minutes later, your arm's back again.
Exactly. 5 to 10 minutes later, you're fine.
I also will say, from time to time when one sleeps with another person in the same bed, premarital. Yes, occasionally everyone does that. Sometimes, let's just say me, sometimes we have a tough time figuring out where to properly put the hand so that the circulation doesn't get cut off or that I'm not uncomfortable. And maybe you, make your partner mad because you seem like you don't want to cuddle with them because mainly you just don't want your arm to fall asleep underneath their weight.
So what you're saying is this is Alex Bregman's wife's fault because
I'm not, but it could be. That's got to be on the table.
Alex was cuddling his wife.
It could be.
And it's a little different for him. Happy wife, happy life. She wants to cuddle, he has to cuddle, no matter what it does to his elbow.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. You know what, Paul? Maybe you solved it.
I'm hoping that the reason the Astros are hitting better at home is because they all have, I guess, better home lives. That was one of the fun suggestions on the Twitch, they hate their wives. It was why they were struggling so much at home. They just changed the batter's eye, by the way, over the weekend. And, I'll be honest, the results that I saw on Friday and Sunday don't make me feel that much better. I don't feel like they needed to do it. I guess Yainer Diaz did almost have a 3-run homer, so it could have been a 5-0 win yesterday, but whatever. To bring it back to Astros ER, Ryan Presley is on the injured list. He has a lower back strain. He tried to pitch through it on the team's last road trip. His last 4 outings, he has allowed at least 1 earned run. In all 4 of them, he's first eligible to return on August 29th, so that is when the Astros play the Kansas City Royals. He's going to miss all of the road trip after the Red Sox, these next 3. Baltimore and Philly, he won't play any of those 7 games.
Okay, in a weird way, I'm intrigued by this, by just what this means for Scott, and how he fits into a high leverage role, how he performs in the 7th inning instead of and now it goes Scott, Abreu, Hader for 7, 8, 9 instead of Presley being there. So I'm kind of curious to see how it goes because that's something we've talked about. But how much faith you have in Presley versus him. So could this be a Wally Pipp situation? I doubt it, but I'm excited to see what the outcome of it is. It does make your bullpen obviously much worse with Seth Martinez having to come back. But look, old man Presley hurt his back, probably sleeping. Sleeping, massages.
My back hurts. You know what? Age comes to us all. I have not had any back issues this week, though, so I'm feeling good about that.
Oh, is that something that happens often to you, Paul?
No.
Oh, okay.
Taylor Scott, I thought would pitch over the weekend, too. Interesting that we didn't see him on Saturday or Sunday, given how much Brian Abreu's been pitching this year. But, hey, whatever. Justin Verlander is expected to be back on Wednesday.
Awesome.
I saw that in Thursday's Corpus Christi game. I guess Justin Verlander made them wear the gray uniforms because he wanted them to. Power play.
Look, you're Justin Verlander. You're in Double-A baseball. You do whatever you want, especially when you're probably providing lunch and dinner for all of your teammates, because that's typically what happens in minor league starts. Is the vets buy the spread for the minor leaguers. So if you're buying the food, you wear the jersey that you want.
I think he just runs the show. If he wants certain music played in between innings, he can make that happen. I would like to know the reasoning behind gray jerseys, please.
Here's what I saw in this athletic write-up from Chandler Rome. The AA Corpus Christi Hooks have a uniform problem. Their grays don't match, meaning they'll defer to the blue jersey that catcher Ryan Rolebski wore while warming up at 6 p.m. Thursday. 15 minutes later, a team-wide text message sent him scrambling into the clubhouse. The Hooks starting pitcher, Justin Verlander, wanted to wear gray. And what Verlander wants, he gets. So they changed uniforms over a 15-minute stretch because Justin Verlander wanted them to switch uniforms.
Okay.
That is kind of psychotic.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is like Framber Valdez when Framber needed to have his special little blue spring training jerseys.
And he provided food for the clubhouse. Great, love it. Although that is down the line, like that is someone who probably makes like $10 an hour's job to make sure they have the right uniforms like readily available for these guys. Even if it even is someone's job to make sure the uniforms are ready, it might even be like someone who has three other jobs at Corpus. So I hope that person got, I don't know.
Yeah, I hope they didn't get fired.
I hope they got a nice steak dinner or something.
Yeah, come on. That's who had to send that text message out. What an awkward thing. You got to text the players while they're all, I'm assuming, like about to take the field. Do they have their phone in their pockets? Some players do. You're not supposed to.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey guys, Justin says change the jerseys. I mean, at least he didn't like go like full Chris Sale and just start like
I
cutting
like
up
that.
his jersey. With
You hate
scissors.
that he did that. I love it.
No,
That's one of the funniest things a pitcher's ever done.
I think it's hilarious. The jerseys were trash. It was very funny.
The White Sox should have started wearing shorts like they used to with those.
I think that was when they did.
Yeah,
I think when he
they
cut
had
it
the
up, they
short shorts on. Like
Yeah.
short shorts are back, guys. They're back. I'm wearing short shorts right now. One last update for Astros ER. Yordan Alvarez had an off day yesterday, and everyone is saying it was routine. I'm just saying that he had the day off, and their lineup looked like the Sugarland Space Cowboys, as Joe George said earlier in the show.
Yep, believe it when I see the lineup today that it was just
Yeah,
a day off.
that's where I'm at, too.
There's no faith that it's not more than that at this point.
He's Joe and Paul. That's Astros ER. We got Sean behind the glass. Coming up next. Yes, preseason football is a scam, but there were some really cool things that we saw in the Texans' murder of the New York Giants on Saturday. Also, is the Giants offense the worst thing in all of sports right now? Embrace debate. First, let me tell you about my friends at the Red Bull Showrun. Guys, you like F1? Formula One racing? Well, it's coming to downtown Houston September 7th. The Red Bull Showrun Houston is an admission-free, highly accessible event that's going to showcase the sport of Formula One racing in the heart of downtown Houston at Discovery Green. So you go down to Discovery Green and you're going to see all of the stuff that you see on Drive to Survive with your eyes. Championship winning F1 cars doing sprints, burnouts, and more all around the Discovery Green on a custom build racing track. Wow. That sounds pretty awesome. Make sure you get there early. It's September 7th as well. There's going to be some street closures, but the event kicks off at 10 a.m. with the opening of the Red Bull Fan Zone. You get there early. You can do all the things that you want to if you're a huge F1 fan or if you just want to know more about racing. The racing action begins at noon. It's the Red Bull Showrun, September 7th at Discovery Green.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Jones in some trouble in the end zone, and it's intercepted, and a touchdown! Jalen Petrie for 6, and the Texans grab the lead.
Daniel Jones right there. He's got to get rid of the football. I know he saw Petrie on the spot, but throw it at Johnson's feet. There's no reason for that to have happened for the New York Giants. None whatsoever. That's an experienced quarterback. That is not a rookie. That's not a second-year guy. That's not Tommy DeVito.
I'm glad that John Harris did a drive-by on Daniel Jones and even Tommy DeVito as well, because Jesus H. Murphy, that was truly one of the worst plays I've ever seen a veteran quarterback make. If you didn't see it, God bless you for not watching a preseason game on a Saturday. Daniel Jones is under pressure. He gets outside the pocket. He gets hit by a Texan defender, and all he had to do was throw the ball out of bounds. He has the strength and the ability to do it. Instead, he tried to throw a pass to a guy who was very, very covered by Jalen Petrie. The pass wasn't even accurate. Petrie picks it off. The easiest pick six you will ever see in your life, Joe.
Yeah, that was he sucks. He's very, very bad. I don't know. Like John Harris is totally correct, which I love the local booth. But you can't make that throw. But Petrie, regardless, great Saturday.
Petrie played really
Great
well.
Saturday.
And for those who don't know, Petrie has been playing in that nickel corner position for much of training camp, which has allowed third-round rookie Kalen Bullock to get some time with the first-team defense. And you actually saw that on Saturday, which is certainly interesting to me. That guy's got so much range. But it wasn't a Bullock day. This was a Jalen Petrie day. And it wasn't, Joe, just the pick six. In run support, considering how bad this guy was at tackling, his first year, his second year, certainly all over the place in a good way his first year, but not so much last year, he made some really good open field tackles. Back-to-back plays, there were a couple. There was one where Azeez Al-Shaair got juked out of his shoes by Devin Singletary, who I low-key miss, doing what he did with that bad offensive line in front of him. Next play, there's a throw to the flat. Petrie makes a great open field tackle on the running back. There's a play where someone tried to run a sweep. He blows up the lead blocker on that play, causes Derek Barnett to be able to catch up and make a tackle for a loss. I thought he played really well, and considering the Texans are going to be playing generally with 5 defensive backs in that nickel formation more often than not, Petrie doing what he was able to do on Saturday excites me because he looks, again, like he did in 2022, his rookie season, like a playmaker.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because this is what he played at Baylor. I guess the official term is the star position, which is just the extra, it's the nickel corner spot. He looked so comfortable everywhere. You're right. The tackling was great. The one where he pushed the running back or whoever it was out of bounds a little bit, like it wasn't the cleanest tackle. I thought it was an interesting point I saw on social media. I can't remember who said it. Like that's probably what we saw, the removal of the hip drop tackle, where he was kind of fumbling the guy out of bounds, where he didn't bring him down to the ground right away. Like that in the past would have been the hip drop move that they've now removed from football. But he had a very good game. And if this is what he's going to be, it's exciting. It's still, whatever the secondary, the second safety position is going to stand out as kind of a question mark for this team. But Petrie in this role is really exciting. It's better than Desmond King would be in this position. Like seeing what he was doing, he was all over the field. It was definitely the thing to be the most excited about this weekend from watching that game from the first half.
Yeah, I'm with you there. You did like what you saw from the Texans passing game between the 20s. It looks like it's going to be really tough to stop C.J. Stroud throwing to either Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, or Tank Dell. I think that they definitely need to take a look at what they were trying to do when they got inside the 10-yard line. Ban the fade. Never throw a fade. I understand that you have a size advantage with Nico Collins at wide receiver, that Dalton Schultz as well at tight end is going to have a size advantage over a lot of the guys who are going to be matched up against him. But the fade is the worst play And C.J. Stroud's fade attempts to Nico Collins, out of bounds. The throw to Dalton Schultz, very out of bounds. And then they tried to run a slant play where I don't think Tank Dell would have gotten into the end zone. I think Dell would have ended up getting just absolutely smashed in the same way that he did that one time where he, at the goal line, remember, broke his leg.
Yeah, there's too much talent on this offense to, once Joe Mixon's out there, between Mixon, Schultz, and the 3 wide receivers, and just having C.J. Stroud as your quarterback, I'm with you. The fade sucks.
Fade is a terrible play.
It's just, it looks really cool when it works. Like
Yes.
You get like the posterized photo of Nico Collins reaching over the top, the Randy Moss, style catch. It's just the efficiency rate. I don't know why in a like analytics world, these teams look at the fade and still say that's a great decision for us. Like the success rate cannot be high enough to where they try it all the time. I don't get it.
The fade success rate is a lot like the success rate that you'll see of insert basketball player who thinks he is the best offensive option for his team with 13 seconds or so left on the game clock, deciding, I'm just going to do this on my own. When it works out, it looks great. How often does it work out? Even the best players in basketball, generally when they are trying to work themselves, set themselves up for that last shot, they're going to miss the majority of the time. And yet they still do it over and over again. It's a lot like the fade.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm hoping, maybe we'll give them a little bit benefit of the doubt here. It's the preseason. They're not unleashing their full playbook right now, but the least amount of fades, unless you really get a matchup you like with Nico Collins, as little as possible. The one thing from last year that I did not love was the red zone conversion, the 3rd and short, 4th and short stuff in Bobby Slowick's offense that I thought we've talked about this, that could hold them back again a little bit in 2024. I think eliminating the fade and finding better ways to score, it starts there. But to me, the best play, honestly, from CJ was like the opposite of the Daniel Jones play, where Daniel Jones is in the end zone, he throws the pick, he looks totally lost. On the flip side, when the Texans have the ball on the 1-yard line and have 99 yards to go, when CJ's back there, he's cool, calm, collected. He gets great pass blocking, and he finds Dalton Schultz wide open in the middle of the field. And that was like one of my favorite plays from this weekend as well.
His pocket presence is Clint Eastwood-esque in insert movie where he has a gun.
Yes. I like that.
It's just calm, cool, and collected. And, I feel a little sacrilegious saying it reminds me of Brady, but the pocket presence that he has does remind me of Tom Brady's. We'll just leave it at that.
I like that. I like that too.
The running game sucked. It sucked. Dameon Pierce, partly to blame. The offensive line's got to figure this out, and I'm a little concerned about this going into the regular season. I think Cam Akers has earned looks, perhaps ahead of Dameon Pierce on the depth chart, and I'm assuming that in Thursday's joint practice against the Rams that he will get those opportunities against his old team. But the offensive line and the receivers blocking downfield too, they got to help out. This blocking for the running game, it just has not been good enough. And I know a lot of people are dumping on Pierce. Rightfully so. He is hesitating a little bit, but
yeah, I want to kind of backtrack a little bit from last week. There is Pierce where I just feel like he can't get anything. My biggest frustration with the run game is why in the preseason did we see, and to your point, maybe we'll see it this week in training camp. I guess we won't. I won't be there. But why did Cam Akers in the game not get any reps behind that offensive line? Like I would have liked to see if it looked any different with him behind that group than with Pierce behind it. I want to blame Pierce, but I'm just not sure I can.
Because Agun Bawale came in before Cam Akers did. I think the Texans are on the same page as I was when they brought in Cam Akers. I think they thought at first, oh, yeah, he's just a guy, and that they have been impressed slowly by what he's doing. We'll see if that means more of a role going forward, but Dameon Pierce right now is definitely not in a good spot, even though I don't think this is all his fault. There are moments where he's clearly hesitating, and he just isn't a fit for this scheme, even though I think he has talent. The last thing I wanted to say about this preseason game, other than that preseason football is a scam, and if you had to pay full price to go to that game where the roof's not even there and you're sitting in the upper levels probably cooking for a good portion of the game, like Godspeed to you. We are blessed to have this job, but as someone who used to work at the flagship station, I'm never going to another preseason game the rest of my life. Even if held at gunpoint, I will take the bullet. I'm not doing it again. Just not doing it, okay? Not doing it. I get it. First world problems. This is making me seem like I'm jaded. I am, but I do want everyone to know I appreciate my job and I appreciate my career. Preseason football is just an absolute waste of everybody's time in the grand scheme of things because it's just a tease to get you an expensive tease, like going to the strip club where you're not actually getting anything out of it.
Ooh, preseason football is a strip club.
Pretty much.
I think that is maybe the best analysis you've ever given, Paul. I mean, I think it's a great analogy.
It's a tease. You don't get anything. You don't get anything out of it. It's an expensive tease.
But sometimes,
I mean,
you do leave excited, and that's how John Mechie made me feel. Like, that was fun. John Mechie,
I refuse to do wide receiver 4 talk.
It's not wide receiver 4 talk.
It is he's wide receiver 4.
It's John Mechie.
If we're doing the stupid wide receiver 1, 2, 3, 4, he's the 4th string receiver.
For the first
best,
time
maybe
in his
fifth.
career,
Probably 5th at best.
looked competent. That was fun to see. For a pro, this is a good story. The excitement from Stroud and Tank and all the guys on the sideline after Mechie scored. I enjoyed just seeing John Mechie have success. I don't know what it means for this roster. I'm with you. I don't totally care if he's on it or not at this point. But in a career where he struggled, it was nice to see some positive things from Mechie.
Yeah, Mechie did some good things out there, so good for him. The last thing, in addition to preseason football being a scam, I didn't quite get to the point. Got lost and just talked about how much I hate preseason football. The Giants are the worst thing I've ever seen. That offense, everyone should go to jail. Brian Daboll, jail. Daniel Jones, jail. Whoever put together that offensive line, jail. Those wide receivers, poor Malik Neighbors.
That one catch, though.
I mean, he had a nice catch. He should have caught one on the first drive of the game. But the beginning, the very first play of the game, Daniel Jones throws it right to Derek Stingley.
Yep.
Right to him. It's not like it was something tricky that Derek Stingley did. It was a comeback. Derek Stingley didn't move, and Daniel Jones threw it right to him. Then you had the interception that Daniel Jones threw while he was in the end zone. Then on a drive where the Giants did actually a couple of nice things, specifically Devin Singletary did a couple of nice things, but Neighbors had a nice catch downfield too. He throws it down the right sideline to I don't even know who. I think Darius Slayton.
I think so too.
Stingley was with him step for step the whole way. We're talking about one of the best in terms of guys to go and get the ball, corners in the league. What are you doing? How are you highly paid? And how do I become highly paid while sucking at my job like that?
Great question.
That's what I want to know. But there's rumors that people were talking to me on my live stream after the game that this guy, bearded Daniel Jones, may or may not be dating a prominent, beautiful NFL talking head. And I'm looking at that, and I'm thinking to myself, this guy's making almost $100 million. And why? Because somebody who used to coach Peyton Manning used to be at Duke? I don't get it. How? How the hell is Daniel Jones in the NFL? How is he a top 10 pick? How is he an $100 million quarterback? That guy is effing terrible. One of the worst things I've ever seen. The Giants' offense is an abomination to the Lord.
If they
Put in Tommy DeVito. He sucks too. Put him in. My God.
Where's Drew Lock? I thought he was on that team.
Yeah, I forgot about him. Yeah, he didn't even get to come in.
If they don't have a top 5 pick this year, I would be stunned. That is one of the 5 worst teams in the NFL this year.
That's the worst offense for sure.
Yes.
I will put money on that. That will be the lowest scoring, lowest yards offense. Brian Daboll can't fix that. He can't. I kind of wish Wink Martindale was still there, so maybe there's a chance that Wink Martindale would sucker punch somebody like his buddy Ryan sucker punching Kevin Gilbride.
I like that.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, Daniel Jones is very bad.
He sucks.
Confirmed bad.
He sucks.
Worst contract in the NFL.
It would be one thing if he was a rookie doing all that stuff. That guy's a 5-year, $100 million guy. Who was the dumbass that thought that was a good idea?
Whoever the GM is?
No, I mean, John Mara had to sign off on that.
He's Daniel Jones. It's like that. It's that one play where he ran downfield and it looks like he got shot by a sniper and just falls down. Where I think about that, and this pick, it's embarrassing.
He is so bad. And hey, you know what? I'm happy for all the players out there who suck and get paid. Rafael Montero, this one's for you. Jose Abreu, this one's also for you. Good for you, pulling one over on a corporation. We all love it. We all want to do it. Come on, let's admit it. We all want to pull one over on our bosses.
Yes.
F the bosses. We all want to pull one over. But at this point, I mean, someone should be arrested. Someone should be arrested.
That's the meanest thing you've ever said to Jose Abreu.
What?
That you just put him in the same conversation with Daniel Jones.
Well,
At
I
least
mean,
Jose Abreu won an MVP.
What, you think the Giants don't want to old Yeller his ass right now?
That's true.
I mean, the Giants are looking at themselves in the mirror. They got rid of their best running back, like their only good offensive player as well. The owner clearly wasn't happy about that. And now they have Daniel Jones next season. Poor Malik Neighbors. He's going to be asking for a trade midway through the year.
Yeah.
Can't wait for his first passive-aggressive tweet about his dog bleep quarterback.
I just can't wait till Tommy DeVito comes back because I feel like you're going to have takes.
Yeah, I will, because everyone put him up on a pedestal because he's Italian, but they won't do the same thing for Aiden O'Connell, who was just benched for Gardner Minshew in Vegas. That's anti-Irish discrimination. But, Tommy DeVito's Italian, and he's basically making a mockery of all the stereotypes about his culture, and he's cooler because he does that. The DeVito stuff last year was so insufferable.
It was like my favorite stuff to listen to.
Ed O'Connell, he's an Irish American, and you know what he does? He just shows up to work and he gets drunk after. That's what a normal Irish person does.
Sits on the bench.
Now he's sitting on the bench. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sorry for the preseason takes. Okay, Daniel Jones. Oh boy. At least the Texans actually get a real test on Thursday defensively, because the Giants' offense honestly might have made them. It might have made them a little bit better. We're just going to go all the way through to 55 here. You know, the preseason, we all can agree. We're just trying to get to the end.
We're close.
It's a tease. We're so damn close. Caleb Williams did some fun things. He had some cute little throws against backups. They were cool. Patrick Mahomes threw a pass around his back. That was cool. But, guys, we got to talk about the big thing in sports because it's back. Now that the Olympics are done, it's back. Joe, why are you smiling?
It's back.
You're smiling. And I know he sees what's in the rundown right now. Sean's kind of smiling, too. Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought you guys were better than this. I really did. But a little sexism showing because we are going to talk about the WNBA, the strong and powerful women of the WNBA. Yeah, man. Did you see what happened to Caitlin Clark?
She got bullied.
She got bullied by Skylar Diggins-Smith. It actually does seem like she was bullied. So for those who didn't see this, there is a clip, and now all of a sudden it has been inserted right back into the midst of the culture war, where Skylar Diggins-Smith, who plays for a team, I don't know who,
Seattle?
During a timeout, goes out of her way to walk and speeds up while walking so that she can walk into Caitlin Clark. But when she walks into Caitlin Clark, I guess, has been, doing a little lifting while everyone's been off at the Olympics. And Skylar Diggins-Smith bounces off Caitlin Clark while trying to walk into her purposefully. The mean girl stuff that goes on in this league is fun. I love it.
I just can't believe how soft the refs are, though. Caitlin Clark got a tech for punching the hoop because she was mad at herself. She she's punched the padding. And
we can't have our women injuring their hands.
But she's just mad at her. She's mad at herself, and she took it out on an inanimate object. She got tech for it. Soft league. But there's so much mean girl stuff. You're right.
There's a lot of mean girl stuff, and the race war also back in the WNBA. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese in NBA 2K, which apparently has women's basketball players.
Oh.
They are tied for the best mark among rookies in the WNBA at a 90 overall rating.
A 90 as a rookie?
Both have a 90 as a rookie. Well, I don't think they're putting as much effort, no offense, ladies out there, into the WNBA ratings. I don't. But for what it's worth, if you take a look at the statistics for Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, the only thing that Angel Reese is doing better than Caitlin Clark this year is her rebounds a game. She has 12 of them a game.
It's because she misses all of her shots.
I didn't want to say it. You're a sexist. It's fine. You can say it.
I'm not sexist. I am a factualist.
Well, I mean, it is factual. She is getting a lot of rebounds because she's missing a lot of layups. I'm guessing her layup rating is low.
Not if you're at 90.
Well, it's the layup rating. It's not that important. Come on. But look, I know some people, I see the text line right now. People are getting mad about it because you're all a bunch of sexists. And I'm sorry, I'm a white knight who supports women. But the front page of ESPN this morning, because I go to do a little show, probably go to ESPN.com, see what everyone's talking about. What are the big stories? The top 3 stories on ESPN.com ESPN.com on a Monday were Caitlin Clark adds to record year with rookie assist mark, and didn't happen. Becky Hammond denies mistreating Hamby. It says Hammond denies mistreating Hamby. Who the hell would know who those people are without clicking on the actual link? And the story, for those who don't know, Becky Hammond, who used to be with the Spurs, like Popovich's assistant, apparently per Diarca Hamby, she was traded because she was pregnant. Becky Hammond traded her because she was pregnant. Like, that's the claim that she made.
First, this headline sucks.
What a
great,
what a great league.
Like, I don't know any of these people, so like, give me a juicier headline to click on the article. What a wild story!
I love that.
Does this happen often?
I don't know.
That's my biggest question. Like, does this happen like once a year where players get traded because they're pregnant?
I mean, that's what every corporation wants to do instead of giving maternity leave. They want to trade the person who's going on maternity leave. They won't say it to your face, but you know that's what they're thinking. Oh, she got knocked up again. She's gonna be out.
I don't want to get
never come back.
I don't want to get canceled for this, but like, is it that different than like trading someone who's injured? Like, if she's gonna miss the playoffs because she's out, like, is it that different than trading someone who has a torn ACL?
A good question. I don't know.
Like, is it really that different?
It's a good question.
Because, like, they're not available this year, but they'll be back next year. So you get future asset in return. It's like the Rockets trading for Steven Adams. What's the difference?
It's a great question.
But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're welcome for the hot WNBA takes. Up next, how wide open is the American League with the Astros just 5 games back of the best record? We'll discuss. Stick around.
Yiner hits one high and deep to left field. There's the first run of the game. Yiner Diaz, home run number 13 on the season.
Hey, bartender, you just set me up with a Yiner bomb.
If you asked a bartender to set you up with a Yiner bomb, what do you think they would do? I don't know why he said set me up with.
Yeah,
While asking for a drink.
Is that how Blummer asks for drinks? Like at the bar?
Could you set me up?
With a Jaeger bomb? With the Irish car bomb?
Yeah, if I had done that at the bar that I went to on Saturday night, which was, by the way, very slow. The service, very slow. I still left a great tip because I'm a tremendous human being. But slow service. Had I asked one of those people who were so bad at their jobs, had I asked one of them, hey, can you set me up with a dirty vodka martini, please? I feel like they would have given me a strange look. Now, they were giving me a strange look anyway because it did look rather colorful. People can't handle my Metro wardrobe. They just can't.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost like you're asking for like a double without asking for a double the way he's asking. Like you're like extra, set me up for a dirty martini. Like they might think they want it extra dirty.
It's just unnecessary words.
Yeah. I was just, it's just curious. Maybe that's how, hey, look, maybe that's how Blummer goes.
So the Astros have now won so many games of late. They have an 11-game over 500 mark on the season. I'm talking about saying things weird. I don't know why I said it like that. You're kind of hypocritical. I was trying to think of how many games the Astros have won of late, and I was like, damn, all I know is they've won at least 9 of 10, but I can't do math past 10. Once it gets past 2 hands, that's where we run into trouble. But
yeah. They've lost 2 games since August 5th.
Hell yeah, there we go. There we go.
That means they've won a lot in between, but only 2 games since August.
Okay,
5th.
you weren't going to count either.
No, but I figured, but I feel like it still sends the message.
All that matters is they're 11 games over 500, and they lead the American League West by 4 games, and they are 5 games out of first place in the American League. It led to an interesting tweet by Jeff Passan, shout out to Syracuse University, who wrote, "This is shaping up to be the weirdest baseball season in a decade." With 6 weeks left, he listed the dozen best records in baseball. Win differential from number 1 through number 12, 7. They're all within 7 games of one another. The best run differentials, listed that as well. The best team in baseball is on pace for 95 wins. The last year without a 100-win team was 10 years ago, 2014. Similarly, the last time the top run differential in baseball was less than plus 231 was 2014. It's barely half that at the moment. Passan concluded his tweet writing this: a year after a 90-win wildcard team faced an 86-win wildcard team in the World Series, the 2024 championship looks as up for grabs as it's been in a long time. You see that tweet? And if you're a Houston Astros fan, you should probably be cackling maniacally like an evil genius.
I mean, they're the favorite.
Third time's the charm. The first 2 weren't very good.
I thought, the third one was the best for sure. I mean, they should be the favorite in the American League.
Everything is unfolding exactly as I have foreseen.
Everything?
No, not everything, because, again, I thought they would be lapping everybody by now and that we would be saying, hey, let's super sim the rest of the regular season because the Astros are just better than everybody and the American League West is a BS division. And, okay, that last part is true again. But 5 games out of first in the American League altogether.
I mean, you can't ignore that 2 months ago, on June 18th, they were 10 games back of the AL West. They're now 5 games back of the American League. Like what they've done in 2 months, they are the best team in baseball over the last 2 months, and it's not even close. And that's why passing the Orioles or passing the Yankees is possible, because those teams, like the Orioles, didn't really address their biggest flaws at the deadline. They didn't add enough starting pitching. The Yankees, they added Jazz Chisholm, but they really just are still not putting it together.
You hesitated when you said that.
But
say it again.
Jazz Chisholm.
Jazz Chisholm, not the other thing that you're thinking.
Not Chaz. Yeah.
Do it.
Nope.
Do it.
Pass.
Do it.
Veto.
I think you could do it.
I'm out.
You're middle management. You can get away with it.
That's not true. That's fake news, Paul.
All right, fine.
But the Astros are still because of their history, they should still be, in my opinion, the American League favorites this year.
Wow.
No one, the Yankees haven't been to a World Series in 15 years?
Yeah, but they're better this year. I mean, their lineup is scary. Pitching's not scary, but the lineup is scary.
Is it?
Yeah, they got Soto, they got Judge, and they got Stanton.
I don't trust them. It's just the Astros.
That's looked at through a lens of Astros.
I know, but they dominate them every single time they play in the playoffs.
I get that. I don't disagree with that.
It's definitely a level of Astros arrogance, 100%. But
they did sweep the Orioles, so that helps.
The way they've played the last 2 months, I don't see why the Astros arrogance shouldn't be back.
I can't say the favorites. I say I feel better about everything, but I'm not getting. I'm chesty amongst ourselves, if that makes sense.
Yes.
I've said get chesty. And if you are an Astros fan, you should get chesty. But if I'm the actual Astros and I'm with all these other teams within striking distance of the best record in baseball, I'm just being quiet. I'm being the strong, silent type, sitting in the back, because they're dealing with a lot right now of injuries that have to go away by the end of the year, I think, if we're realistically calling them the favorites. Sure, it's a crapshoot. The Diamondbacks made the World Series, for God's sake. And the Rangers did beat you in a 7-game series, but they looked like they were dead in September. So anything can happen, as you've told me, something I didn't know about baseball before.
Yeah, it is like a very glass half full view of the Astros when talking about being the favorites, because in that I think, very clearly assuming health, which is probably a stupid thing to do at this point.
Why is it stupid?
Well, because Kyle Tucker's missed, we're in month 3 of him not playing from a foul ball going off his leg.
It's just a bruise, man.
We got guys missing time for sleeping. You got Jordan being taken out of games and then missing the next one, and it's just a regular day. Presley's got a back issue, and he's old. It is like glass half full for sure. JV's coming back off injury. It is very glass half full of that they're going to be healthy to be the favorite. Part of it also is to see, I saw a video this weekend from one of the John Boy podcasts where they're shaking in their boots.
You actually watched them?
It was the headline was the Astros are the AL favorite. So I just was curious. I clicked on it, and what I watched was two very scared Yankees fans.
They were scared.
They dejected.
That was the air, dejection.
Yeah, of just it's the Astros. The Astros are inevitable again.
Oh, they said that. Okay,
because that's kind of how it feels. But this baseball season's fun. I think this is what they wanted from the expanded playoffs. You didn't see a ton of movement at the trade deadline. You've got a super competitive, season this year and last year. I don't know if it's the long-term ramifications of the expanded playoffs, but that's probably what they're going to try to sell us on, of why they did it, because you have all these competitive teams. It does lead to a way more fun the rest of the season.
What I don't like about it is that this allows the teams that don't actually try to justify them not actually trying. This allows a team like the Seattle Mariners to say, well, if we win 54% of our games, we're going to make the playoffs, and who knows what happens when we make the playoffs. So ultimately, owners could do more, but instead, now that the playoffs are expanded, everyone can have their fun. Everyone can say, we finally broke our playoff drought, which shouldn't actually matter when, 14 teams are making the playoffs?
That's a good point, because it does allow teams also to not spend money, and if they can just find a way to squeeze in when it's this competitive. I mean, and I would expect there to still be a 100-win team this year. Someone will break through, probably the Dodgers. Or maybe even the Orioles themselves will try. Someone will find a way to break through to 100 this year. But this is where baseball can be a lot more enjoyable. That when you look at all these teams clumped up, from the Phillies at 73 wins to the Braves with 66 wins, and you've got the Astros are going to be playing all these teams over the next couple of weeks. The Red Sox aren't even on this list.
Yeah,
so you've got just more competitive baseball, and it just feels now. You go through the long summer of where baseball is slow and there's nothing really going on. And now we get to the last month and a half of the season, and there should be a real sense of urgency the rest of the year. And then you have teams like the White Sox who take out their best pitcher after like 4 innings. So, to balance it all out.
Yeah, my God. 12-team playoffs, by the way, in baseball. I confused it with football for a moment. It does feel like it's more than 12. I mean, over the course of a 162-game season, you're just completely throwing those results out the window by having as many teams make it as you do. You are enabling the pores of baseball ownership to be competitive, which I say in quotation marks. It hasn't been, I think, necessarily a net gain. I get that we have more postseason baseball out of all of it, but are people watching that extra postseason baseball? I don't think so. So I think that baseball feels that it is in totality getting more fans to pay attention for a whole year, but I don't think it's a better product because it's more competitive. I just know it helps the Astros out this year.
Yeah, it definitely does. I kind of wish they would have eliminated divisions, because it feels like they look back at like 2015. I think it was, you had 3 teams in the NL Central win 97 plus games, and 2 of those teams played in a 1-game wild card playoff, and they're like, this doesn't work. You've got good teams losing in the wild card round. It wasn't logical at the time, where you could have just eliminated the divisions and found a more balanced schedule where maybe you only play the American League, and then that removes the AL Central from being this dog division and making the playoffs for no reason every single year. But it should be a fun end of the year, and I'm curious how close the Astros can be, or if they will get a bye in the first round of the playoffs.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, is the number 1 seed in the American League actually on the table for the Houston Astros? We'll continue this and get back into a beautiful preseason dub for the Texans next. Stick around.
Next Friday, myself and Sean will be headed to LaBerge, Lake Charles, to do shows there on Thursday and Friday from noon to 3. It's the best place to go and bet on your Texas teams when you want to leave Texas. If you want to get ready for college football, Week 0 is here this weekend, but before Week 1 really kicks off next week, the NFL season, obviously the Texans, the Cowboys, all the local teams are in action. If you want to get an over-under, player prop bets, all of that is available for you at the 19 betting kiosk. You can watch all the games on the 24-foot video wall. They'll have every game on a Sunday or a Saturday. Will be on TV somewhere that weekend, including Red Zone will be there as well. So you can bet on your teams. You can do it however you want, whether it's through the app, at the desk, at the kiosk. It's all there. It's all easy. The food's great. The drinks are great. You can get Carbox, Cofferbach while you're there in the sports book. Go to LaBerge, Lake Charles, and the sports book there when you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, and tell them Joe George sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jones with the blitz coming late, looking down the sideline, and it's intercepted! Second pick of the day, thrown by Jones. Derek Stingley, who had one in the hands earlier, squeezes this one to take it away for the Texans.
He's so bad. Jones is so bad. I want to be impressed by the Stingley interception there. It was a nice play on the ball, but Jones is just so bad.
At least with Stingley, you can see a typical NFL quarterback tries to make that throw and Stingley makes a good play on it. That's where it's so different than the Petrie play. No other NFL quarterback with experience makes the Petrie interception.
I don't know that Brock Osweiler would have done that. I don't know that he would have done that.
Yeah,
I think that would have been too aggressive of a decision for Brock, and I think he would have actually thrown it out of bounds.
Yeah.
Jones went to Duke. He's supposed to be smart.
He can't read a defense. He can't throw the football. Well, you're right. He can throw it. He showed against backups. It's funny looking at his numbers. They were so. Well, I think he was like 70% completion percentage once Stingley and Lassiter came out of
They left him in the whole first half
because it was so bad.
That's almost a punishment.
Mm-hmm.
He left them in that preseason. He was left in that preseason game. By the way, no roof on the top of NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's got to suck to have been in that stadium cooking a little bit.
My dad said it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad.
Now they're on the our tickets are on the opposite side of the field.
Okay.
So he said it didn't feel that bad. And I saw one of our listeners put out a tweet did it feel better than Minute Maid? And people were responding, yes. So even with the roof partially open. But what I learned this weekend was that now it's officially an outdoor stadium until it's fixed. So even though most of the roof is there, that if it lightnings within a certain mile radius, that we'll be going into lightning delays.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yes. There might be zero rain coming into the stadium, but that's what this said. I think it was John Harris who was explaining that.
I feel like it doesn't thunderstorm that much here in September.
Well, it's hurricane season.
It is hurricane season. But I feel like this isn't Florida. If you were in Florida, you would be screwed. Because in Florida, it thunderstorms about 3 to 4 times per afternoon. It's just a thing that happens there. I don't know about here. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I was texting some people who were there. Does the air conditioning feel good? Apparently, it's just miserable when the sun shines on you. The cameras could not figure out how to show things that were happening in the sunlight.
I did feel like there was a couple Daniel Jones throws specifically. I remember where he threw it into the sunlight area, and I lost the football. So I'm curious. I don't know what it was like in the stadium. I'm curious what the players thought, where it's transitioning from dark to light so quickly, if they're losing the ball. But from a viewing experience, I was like, this is a tough look.
It's going to be hard to fix it. I think that the games that the Bucs have, it's always alarmingly bright at Tampa Bay Buccaneers games, and that's an outdoor stadium. So to have one little small part of the field just be completely glared up, for lack of a better term, it's not great for the television broadcast. Jalen Petrie, after that pick six, and they showed him on the sideline high-fiving people, he looked divine because the light was shining off of him. And as he's walking around on the sideline, it looked like he was one of the players in NFL Blitz who was on fire or something like that.
Yeah, it's going to take some getting used to. I hope it's really only a month that's a thing. Because it's just be so weird. It's just pouring rain.
I think they should open the whole roof. I do. I mean, there's a quote from Aziz Al-Shaair today that we shared with each other on our little text exchange. Aziz Al-Shaair said this: if you're soft, you might need to go somewhere. You might make it in the league, but you won't make it here. You'll have a job. It just won't be here. Get with it or get lost. Because the Texans defense, very physical culture that they're setting. And I think you go one step further. Open the roof. You want to play the Texans? You're going to have to go and fight not just the Houston Texans swarm in defense. You're going to have to deal with the humidity.
Yeah.
You may as well just open the whole thing.
I agree.
I get it. The fans it's not going to be a great experience for the fans. You don't have to wear anything. Just show up with less clothes and a lot of SPF. Okay? Lube up a little bit.
Yeah.
Hydrate first, but bring some get some concoctions in your system, and you're going to be sweating it out, just like your beloved Houston Texans. You're all in it together. Don't be soft. They should have to play in the heat. The Miami Dolphins have that as a home field advantage all September. The Bucs do too. The Jaguars do too. I feel like you're missing out here. You have a retractable roof.
I wish they would, but they won't. They won't do it.
My taxes paid for the ability to retract that roof, and I'm voting for it to be retracted.
I think I'm gonna pass. I'm a soft boy. If the AC's good enough, just.
Yeah, you're like one of those people who you're in an Uber or something, and you're probably telling the Uber driver driving your car, I need the air conditioning set down to 68. And you know what I want? I'm going to take a lift. What does that mean? Oh, that means I'm going to have probably a 1998 Toyota Camry, and my driver probably going to have some body odor, and he's not going to turn the air conditioning on.
Because it doesn't work.
He's going to roll the windows down, and he's going to drive on the highway with the rolled down windows. And you know what? I could say something about it like I'm doing right now on the radio. But what I'll do in that moment, in solidarity with the Houston Texans, is I'm just going to sit in there, smell his essence, and sweat it out.
That happened this weekend?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
No. The last time I took a lift, it was rough. I was like, bro, I wanted to say something, because I'm paying for it, but at the same time, I'm like, do I want to tell him he smells?
It puts you in a
like
tough spot.
butthole?
Yeah, because if you complain, then like they can ding your rating.
Yeah.
And really, you're just like, complaining a little bit, and it's probably a fair complaint.
But I mean, turn the air conditioning on if you're in a car. But if I, once again, like the time that I walked to work here, 1 mile, 1.1 miles to work, 1.1 miles back from work. I walked the week the Texans played the Ravens in sub-zero temperatures. I walked to and from work when it was sub-zero temperatures here.
In your snowsuit.
In my snowsuit.
I do remember that.
In solidarity. And I'll do it again. But you guys all got to stop your bitching and moaning. The roof needs to be off. Take your top off. Twist it around your head like a helicopter.
Just be a whole shirtless stadium.
Hell yeah.
Just everyone, rally towels. The Texans don't have to provide them now.
Well, you have to pass a check, like when you go in. You have to pass a would you look hot with your shirt off?
No, you're moving the goalpost here.
No.
So the fat people have to be extra sweaty?
Well, I guess that's true. They would be a little. I just don't want it. I don't want to see what lies beneath.
I understand.
Sounds like a horror movie when I say it like that.
I think it might be a horror movie, Paul, to be honest. Mike Ford sucks. That's one of my other takeaways from this game.
Oh, the Texans backup cornerbacks. Yeah. Look,
they're not good.
Here's something.
They're not good.
Here's something that's unfortunate as you continue to watch preseason football. The backups are generally not good at all.
He seems extra bad.
He's had a rough camp.
Yeah.
He's gotten burned a lot. I mean, their backup corners right now are Chris Boyd and Mike Ford, and they have not looked good. And if Derek Stingley gets hurt, or if Kamari Lassiter, who is a rookie, gets hurt, they're going to be in a pretty tricky situation. The good news is they still theoretically could sign a veteran corner, and I think they should sign a veteran corner because, while Jalen Petrie might be playing nickel corner for them, and you might be feeling a little bit better about the safety position because Jimmy Ward played well on Saturday, and Kalen Bullock has shown some promise in training camp and in the preseason game that he played before that one against the Steelers. The depth for the secondary is not great.
Yeah, it's just not. I would like seeing Stephon Gilmore, who just signed with the Vikings, so he's off the table for you now. I mean, look, there's a lot of guys that will get cut in the next 2 weeks because now that it's one cut day, so maybe they will explore that option then. Because at this point, we have to assume Okuda's also not a factor because he's been hurt for, weeks? It seems like at this point. I did find it also interesting that Lassiter got the full, veteran treatment. He came out of the game as early as he did, and we've really not seen a lot of him in game action. So I thought that was also interesting from the game this weekend. We all knew he was the starter, but I just thought maybe he would get more preseason reps. But
no, he's ready.
Believe.
He's ready to go. Any Texan defender who played against Daniel Jones, let's be honest, they got worse. They got worse on Saturday. If you have to go up against some god-awful quarterback from Duke who got drafted because David Cutcliffe used to talk to Peyton Manning back in the day, and for whatever reason people think that David Cutcliffe is a genius because Peyton Manning's goons will knock on your door and threaten you like the time they threatened that Al Jazeera report that was looking into the shipment of HGH that went to the Manning household. The Manning family, the Manning Mafia, got Daniel Jones drafted. People were even saying, yeah, he's just like Eli Manning 2.0. Why? Because he looks kind of derpy? Like, what are we talking about here?
Peyton Manning is one of the worst analysts in terms of that we've ever seen. I mean, he's the reason why. What's the clown's name? Adam Gase. Why he got jobs with the Jets, the Broncos.
Yeah,
he was just Peyton's lackey.
Well, I don't know if he's a lackey or not. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that got undeserved jobs because they were close to Peyton Manning. In the same way that a lot of people got jobs because they were close to Tom Brady and Bill Belichick that they shouldn't have gotten.
It's true.
But Daniel Jones, because of this weird David Cutcliffe tire punching session that we had for years in national media, because people that didn't actually watch Duke football, because why would you?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Is how Daniel Jones ends up being a first-round pick. Not too long after Mitchell Trubisky was a first-round pick, for God's sake.
That was North Carolina.
Same state, same conference, same results.
Paul, you're a quarterback.
Well, you think I'm going to bend over backwards to support someone from Tobacco Road?
Saying, Drake May is a North Carolina
I hate
guy.
that state, and I hate those ACC people that think that they're good because the basketball programs are good. Our uniforms look cool. We're good football programs now. We can hire Mac Brown. Look at us. We have David Cutcliffe. None of you matter. None of your players should be drafted at quarterback.
Agreed.
You don't go up against anybody. I'm not thrilled about Drake May. I'm not thrilled about it. Okay.
Yeah, I can tell.
Not even. I haven't watched any preseason football, by the way.
But it's just like if you go to Duke or North Carolina.
Yeah, if you go to Duke or North Carolina, I'm like, you probably suck. Like that's what I think.
This is a fair take. Like just like if you're a quarterback from Duke and North Carolina,
you should be a 5th-round pick like TJ Yates was. And by the way, TJ Yates, 5th-round pick out of North Carolina, probably the best North Carolina quarterback ever.
Sam Howell, solid. And he was
he's sure solid.
Pick.
What team is he on? What's team is he on now?
Seattle.
But he's been on 2 teams already?
Yeah, this is his second.
Yeah. He had his tires pumped up. One of the Barstool draft guys said he was going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Well, that's
exactly.
That's what you get for listening to this.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying, you brought it up, and this person's like, I'm a film guy.
NC State though. You got
Phil Rivers.
You got Mario Williams.
Because that's a working class university. But North Carolina and Duke are those ritzy cake eating private school bleep schools.
Russell Wilson, I think
NC State.
He gets credit. They get credit for him, right?
They do.
They get more credit than Wisconsin. How's that work?
They didn't want him to play baseball, so he transferred out of spite.
Run him out of town.
Yeah,
not fully run him out of town, but the coach was like,
they basically ran him out of town.
Yeah, was like, you're not going to play for us if you play.
And now you kind of understand why they tried to run him out of town.
Because he's weird.
Yeah.
I wonder if he was like that in college.
Mike Glennon. They're like, we'll take our chances with Mike Glennon.
Now that's the neck right there. That guy's got a long neck.
He does have a long neck. Speaking of long necks, we'll remember somebody else with a long neck as we get closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. We're just 17 days away. Stick around.
like 17. You see, I ain't talking, right? Stay humble. Yeah, but don't do that by my ear. Don't do it by my ear. I will do it by my ear.
I will do it by my ear. No.
Hey,
That's what I do.
1-7.
That's what I do.
I'll holler at you after the game.
The great Phillip Rivers. Probably the best number 17 in NFL history that I can remember. I know some people are going to make the case for Devontae Adams and what he's done as a wide receiver, but I feel of all those quarterbacks from the Eli Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, and Phillip Rivers draft class in 2003 or 2004? I think it was 04. I felt that Rivers was the best quarterback of those three.
Yeah, it would have been nice if it's just crazy he's the only one without a Super Bowl of those three. Like those other guys had, I think, 4 Super Bowls combined between Ben and Eli. And then Rivers has probably 4 playoff wins in his career. But I agree. There's a reason why there'll be an argument for him to make the Hall of Fame. I'm very curious with that.
He's more of a
how
Hall of
that will
Famer
play
than
out.
Eli.
I agree.
Eli won the 2 Super Bowls, and we put a lot of stock into winning a Super Bowl. But you take a look at Eli Manning's record as a quarterback, we're talking close to 500. He had those 2 incredible playoff runs. He basically has had Joe Flacco's career with 2 titles.
Yeah, I mean,
and with no playoff where he played as well as Flacco. He played decent, but I felt like the pass rush for the Giants carried him in a couple of years where he didn't make mistakes in those playoffs.
Yeah, and I think it's actually exactly 500, I believe.
It's close to it, right?
Regular season record, at least. Yeah, I'm team Phillip Rivers over Eli Manning all day.
But it won't happen because that's the way the cookie crumbles, if you will. Also, who wore number 17 for the Houston Texans? Just get it over with, Sean.
Do you feel there's been a consistent theme with the interceptions that you've thrown this year?
No, I don't. I think every interception really has a different story.
Yep, Brock Osweiler. 2016. Texans went the furthest they ever went in the playoffs that year, for what it's worth, with Brock Osweiler under center.
I think King of Twitch asked this earlier. Worst contract, Brock Osweiler, Daniel Jones.
Well, it's Daniel Jones because the Texans got rid of the contract.
They had to give up a pick to get
Still got rid of it.
I know.
Still got rid of it.
I don't think the Giants could attach a pick to make someone take it on.
Yeah, I don't think the Texans. I don't think they would take a 2nd-round pick to make Daniel Jones the backup here in Houston.
No, and
I would. No, if the Giants were trading me Daniel Jones as a backup, I mean, I would take him as a backup. But
because did Brock start in Cleveland? I can't remember.
I think he did.
I think he did.
I mean, that was the
bit.
Hugh Jackson years, so it doesn't
really
matter
count.
if he started.
He started for the Dolphins against the Texans.
That's right.
In 2018.
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot he did do that.
No, his career was not done after the Texans, but everyone thinking that he had the capability of being a starting quarterback died.
Yeah.
In that just miserable 2016 season.
I can't ignore my guy though, David Anderson. Love DA. He's one of my favorite people in this business when we do radio with him. So shout out to David Anderson, number 17.
When did he play?
DA was the 2000s.
Okay. I've always wondered why he's DA.
Because it's his initials.
Okay.
I don't think it means that it's not all day. All day on the bench.
All day DA. Hey.
Sorry, David.
I thought you liked him. I thought you were friends with him.
Look, John Harris has inspired me, okay? John Harris was just taking drive-bys that whole game on people. So I got to continue my ways.
Okay. The preseason, Caleb Williams had 2 fun throws, Joe.
He did. They were very fun.
You got a new podcast talking about the Bears?
Yeah, we're going to do some Bear stuff, but focus on this still, mostly.
Mostly? Oh.
I'm just kidding. This is my focus. Yeah, we'll do some Bear stuff. But Caleb Williams, those 2 throws were very fun.
Did you feel like he played well for the most part? A lot of people said, okay, those 2 throws came against backup players. I heard Dell on the way in talking about how he didn't really need to do the pirouette and bomb downfield. He could have probably just bombed it downfield without doing the cool stuff before.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's it's wanting to be a cool thing. I mean, that's what he did a lot at USC. Yeah, the offense wasn't great at the beginning of the game. But the hype is out of control for rookie quarterbacks right now. Like what was happening last night on social media for Bo Nix going 8 for 9 for 90 yards and a touchdown, acting like he's Drew Brees again is insane.
Yeah.
I get the Caleb Williams hype. He's the number 1 pick. People are freaking out over Bo Nix. I don't understand.
it's been interesting to see that. I'm glad you brought that up because go back to January, and the first person who was pushing the idea of Bo Nix as maybe the best quarterback in this year's draft class was Colin Cowherd. Who's Colin Cowherd gotten pretty cozy with of late? Sean Payton. So I'm sure that Colin Cowherd was talking to Sean Payton, and Sean Payton actually liked Bo Nix of all of those quarterbacks. But now you're seeing Diana Rossini pushing the same thing in a piece for The Athletic, and Colin Cowherd is doubling down on Nix as the best quarterback in this year's draft class. And he might be right. The reality is he probably will be wrong, and everyone will forget that he was wrong about this, and we will go right back into predicting one of these rookie quarterbacks before we even see them play in a regular season game being the guy. We've seen this with Mitchell Trubisky in Chicago before.
100%.
Some of the people that are crowning Caleb Williams.
Exactly.
It's like the
It's
Mitchell
two
Trubisky
plays.
crowning never happened.
It's 2 plays. Like, I'm overly excited, yes, but I'm also, like, well-adjusted.
They were cool plays.
Not freaking out because I've seen Justin Fields and Mitch Trubisky. But, like, what's happening right now with Caleb Williams and Bo Nix is absurd.
It happens every year, and it was funny, too.
I think it's getting worse.
On the other side of things, people were really overreacting to C.J. Stroud's first performance against the Patriots like it was the worst thing ever. He had 2 drives. They weren't great. No, that's for sure. You got sacked on them. They were really bad, but, I mean, people were like, oh, he might be a bust. He got to play 2 series, and the series went poorly.
Yeah, I think it's getting worse because I think it's because of CJ. CJ has like clouded everyone's judgment.
I don't think it has anything to do with that.
About rookie quarterbacks.
I think that ultimately we have gotten into this land where we are so starved for football, there's so little football that a couple of highlights we get excited about, and we feel the need to overanalyze said small little clips because that's all we got.
Yeah.
And that there's so many take artists out there, and there's so many people that are trying to set themselves apart because they want you to believe that they actually know what they're talking about when they break down film. We just have too many people talking about it. I'm sorry to be a gatekeeper, if you will, but I feel like a lot of people out there who are talking about this time of year forget that it's this time of year.
Yeah, but then like you have like the biggest media personalities are the ones who are the most guilty. Nick Wright's the one who put the Bears in the Super Bowl this year, not me. Like,
well, you haven't revealed your picks yet.
It's not going to be the Bears. Can't
okay.
confirm.
Oh, okay.
Also,
can confirm. It will not be. I will not pick the Bears to go to the Super Bowl this year. I promise.
Also, I mean, listen, just doing a little Windhorst stuff, finger pointing around right now, but Danny Parkins and Nick Wright are very close friends. This is an interesting way to bring your close friend into the Fox Sports family by pumping up the tires of the team that he used to cover and has the local expertise in before that person comes in. So now this person has, by default, become the Caleb Williams guy with the Patrick Mahomes guy. And if the Caleb Williams thing works out, then, I mean, the takes are going to continue to rise up to the top of Mount Takemore.
I do like that we're already having the who's going to be the best quarterback in this draft class conversation again after most of these guys have only played 2 preseason games, probably have thrown less than 20 passes in a preseason setting. And we started this segment talking about who was the best quarterback in the 2004 draft class, where all 3 of those guys' career is already over.
Yeah.
And there's still a discussion about who's the best
And there will be forever.
Yeah. But these guys have only played 2 preseason games, and we're already like, I don't know who's the best.
Unless you're Michael Penix and you were so good in your first preseason game that you don't have to play again. Like, what?
Yeah,
he's the guy, even though he's going to be the backup.
He's exempt from the second preseason game.
He did get hurt, I think, right?
No, they just said they saw enough.
Oh, I thought he
Unless maybe he
I mean, he might have gotten hurt.
I thought he got his bell rung in that first game. That's what at least I thought I read.
The Falcons should do some Astros injury communication then and be like, he slept funny. He's going to miss the game.
Bone bruise.
Not he was so good that he
You could say bone bruise for a concussion, couldn't you? Technically, because like
I
it
guess.
hits your brain.
I'm not a
or
doctor.
hits your skull.
Yeah.
17 days away from the start of the NFL season.
And then we'll know who's the best quarterback in this
After
rookie
week
draft.
1.
Yes.
At least Colt McCoy retired. Tip of the hat.
Yeah, some big TV announcement coming too. I'm curious what it is.
Oh, he's going to be the one, or not the guy for NBC, but he's going to be an NBC play-by-play guy.
Oh,
or
interesting.
color commentary. He's doing his first assignment is Nebraska and Colorado.
Hell yeah, dude.
Okay. I like that.
And on that note, we shift to another topic. Sometimes things happen to you. Sometimes these things that happen to you are very embarrassing. Let me tell you a tale about a man who was just trying to travel when things did not go as planned. Next, Gallant George, stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Astros took 2 or 3 from the White Sox over the weekend. They're a season best 11 games over 500 and have a season high 4-game lead in the American League West. And the Texans beat the Giants in preseason game number 2, 28-10. The defense in particular, Jalen Petrie, looked very impressive. We did get a text line. I believe that this is from Drew Shirley online. On Twitter, he had proposed nicknames for Astros players' weekends, and I think on the back of Astros players' jerseys, they used to in the past have a different nickname, but for whatever reason this year they got rid of the players' weekend.
Yeah, I think it's coming back, the nicknames are.
Okay. Well, they weren't on the jerseys, but you can buy the jerseys that have the nickname on the back, and they don't have those monstrosity jerseys that they were, for whatever reason, breaking out that look just as bad as the MLB All-Star games. But here are the alternative nicknames as proposed for some of the Houston Astros this weekend.
Okay.
Jose Altuve, Boo Mas.
Like it?
It means boo more if you don't do Duolingo like me. 93-day streak on Espanol. Alex Bregman, Mr. August.
Okay, that's not bad. I prefer Mr. October, but Mr. August is fine too.
Jordan Alvarez, Upside Down, a reference to the home run call in 2022.
That's a good one.
Kyle Tucker, slight bruise on the back of his jersey for Players Weekend.
That's mean.
It's not mean.
It's accurate.
He has a slight bruise.
Yeah,
that's why we're not seeing him in that uniform.
He's in his practice uniforms.
Yainer Diaz, not Maldonado.
Love that.
I think a lot of Astros fans would agree with that. I think that's mean. I think that's mean to one of our fearless leaders.
Not our leader anymore.
Well, we'll see if they have what it takes to win in the playoffs without Martin Maldonado. Jeremy Pena, his is Hey Girl.
I just wish like there was like a way we could put you singing Jeremy Pena as his nickname on the back of his jersey.
Could be that. I would, instead of Hey Girl for Jeremy Pena, I would say vasectomy, because everyone sees him and says, I want your babies, Jeremy.
What about, like,
I want your babies and your big biceps all over me.
What about just like I want your babies as his nickname?
Like
Or
that
you want
would
my
work.
babies?
John Singleton's proposed Players Weekend nickname, Bat Flipton.
Good.
He did have a pinch hit home run.
He should be your first baseman all the time.
You think so?
Yeah, I like what they're trying to do with the Zenzo, but just play Singleton.
Yeah, at this point, it might make a little more sense. Maybe they feel better about DeCenzo as a fielder. Mauricio Dubon, better Kemp. Reference to Tony Kemp.
I like Tony Kemp too much to say that.
Jake Myers, not Marisnik.
Same as Marisnik?
They are similar. Chaz McCormick, wait till last year.
I miss Dusty.
Yeah, banana pudding would have worked too. More proposed Astros nicknames for the back of their jerseys on Players Weekend. You say Kikuchi. I say another word for Coochie, if you will.
That might be funnier if it was just like I say another word for all down the back of his jersey.
Yeah, it's like the Bond villain, a lot of vagina. Right. Hunter Brown, JV. Okay.
I feel like he means JV Jr. Like there's a typo here, but maybe not.
These three in a row, Spencer Arrighetti, Victor Caratini, and Zach DeZenzo, are, I believe, a reference to Inglourious Bastards. Gorlami, DeCoco, Margariti.
Like that. That's good.
Ronel Blanco, Mr. White.
Okay.
Brian Abreu, good Abreu. That's a good one. Framber Valdez, Harvey Dent.
Ooh.
That suggests he's two-faced in nature. Taylor Scott, misspelled. That's true. There's an E there. And Josh Hader, not Osuna. Proposed nicknames for the back of the Astros jerseys for Players Weekend. That's courtesy of Drew Shirley, a fun guy.
Now, I'll give you a B+ for effort. There's too many knots. So there's too many names that are similar. Too many nicknames that are similar. There's not Maldonado, not Marisnik, not Osuna. Yeah, change those up a little bit. But overall,
I like those. I think they refer to things that we had that we were not thrilled with.
Text line from the 201, a QR code on the back of Jeremy Pena's jersey that leads to a link of Paul singing his name.
That would work too.
That would work very well.
I sang it to his face once, looked deep into his eyes, and he was so confused because I'm sure he had never heard that song before, because it is a little bit dated. And also, this is the same show where two people that are on it did not know what Hunger Strike by Temple of the Dog was. Will I hold that over your heads despite being completely musically challenged?
Seems like it.
For the rest of time? Probably.
You know what, Paul?
You got one on us.
Got to bully you for my mini victories that I have when I know something about music.
Whoever the next Flow Rider is. that you know.
It was just a week ago that I discovered that Flo Rida meant, like, oh yeah, he's from Florida. Also, I wasn't sure if he was white or black, and I found out that he is not white.
But you knew who Flow Rider was, or you had at least heard of Flow.
Right, I thought it was just Flo, like FLOW space.
The double entendre. That's what they call it.
Yeah,
works both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Now I just don't know what's a bit and what's not, because I thought that was a bit. I didn't know you were being serious when you said that. That's probably a good thing.
Welcome to the show, Joe. Welcome to the show. You know what's not a bit? Peeing yourself. That's really committing if you pee yourself.
That's true.
Now, I bring that up because a former NFL offensive lineman, he peed himself. And he peed himself while on a plane flying to Ireland.
Oh, no.
Former NFL offensive lineman Gosder Sherilis was arrested early Sunday morning after allegedly urinating on a fellow passenger on a flight to Ireland, which was forced to return to Boston. Gosder Sherilis, for his part, released a statement about an hour and a half ago. I'd like to address the media reports about me that surfaced today regarding a situation that occurred on board a flight to Ireland this past weekend. The flight was unexpectedly delayed for approximately 4 hours, and it did not take off until after 12:30 a.m. I believe you can check that. In preparation for the unexpected overnight flight, I took a sleeping medication that I don't normally use, which resulted in behavior that is not representative of my character. And I would like to apologize to the passengers and flight crew. So here's my question. Because I hear him talking about taking the sleeping pills, and I'm assuming, okay, he took the sleeping pills and he just peed himself while he was asleep.
Yeah.
Who hasn't done that? Like, right, I mean, we all grow up doing that. If you're a little kid, you do it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess I've never taken a sleeping pill. My question, so were they in the air or not? It doesn't sound
This
like
is where it gets tricky, because I don't know if Gosder Cherilis stood up and just peed on the person next to him.
Because the way the story is, the headline is written on social media by Jonathan Jones is that he did it intentionally. It reads that way.
Well, because the report says, the
Yeah.
police report, an unruly passenger urinated on another passenger. And if he's in the statement saying that it resulted in behavior that is not representative of my character, and I would like to apologize.
I think he did it on purpose. I don't think this was an accident. Maybe he thought he was at the bathroom when he wasn't. I did have a friend once who, he was a big sleepwalker, and he would we'd wake up sleeping over at his house, all the boys, and he was peeing in a drawer because he thought he was at the bathroom. It does happen.
Here are the details. Cherilis appeared drunk when he arrived at Logan Airport. Well, that's a flight at Logan. Come on. Before the flight took off, he allegedly argued with another passenger over seating arrangements. Then, about an hour into the flight, investigators said he walked up to an elderly woman, exposed himself, and emptied his entire bladder for approximately 20 seconds.
This guy should go to jail.
Court documents said the passengers and crew on the flight were in complete shock and feared for their safety because he's a former NFL offensive lineman. He's a big guy. The flight crew attempted to stop Cherilis, but said he became unruly and aggressive. On his way back to his seat, he allegedly hit an elderly man with his right hand, according to the report.
Going after all the old people.
He's 6'6" and weighs about 280 pounds. They had to use 2 sets of handcuffs to restrain him when he was arrested because of his size. And because the incident happened during the flight over Canadian waters, it's a federal investigation.
Whoa. I mean, this guy should go to prison. You pee on an old lady? Come on.
I love the statement. I took a sleeping medication that I don't normally use, which resulted in behavior that is not representative of my character. The old, what's that stuff that that people use whenever they tweet out crazy stuff? Ambien is the go-to.
Oh, yeah.
I had too much melatonin. And then I started tweeting pro-Hitler tweets. Oh, it happens. Whomst amongst us haven't?
At least they were only an hour. Could you imagine if they were 4 hours away and they had to turn back?
No.
That would suck.
No. I mean, he can't even pull the I was sleepwalking thing here.
Yeah, he was drunk and took medication, it sounds like.
Who hasn't peed themselves when flying back to the old country? I just haven't peed on somebody else. Have you heard about the Troubles, Joe? In the Troubles, we had lots of moments like this. Northern Irish people. That's why we got into the wars with them and we started bombing their cars, Joe.
Because they were peeing on us?
Because they were peeing on us on the planes because they thought they were better than us, these Protestant bastards.
That does make sense. I could see why that would cause a war.
Yeah, I'm just shocked by this story. But look, sometimes things happen on the way to Ireland. Sometimes a giant offensive lineman takes too much sleeping pills and gets drunk and pees all over the elderly and punches another one.
I feel like that is the worst part. Like it's happening, all of a sudden you look up and it's like this 6'6"
What do you
dude.
do? What do you do? A serious question.
You just take it.
What do you do? No, if you're on a plane, yeah, there's a 6'6", 280-pound guy that's just peeing everywhere. What if you're one of the other passengers? What do you do? Like, you're gonna take this guy on?
Like, I don't want to get thrown out the plane.
Hey, buddy, stop it. But you're still, like, in your seat.
Hey, man, that's not cool. Right, exactly. Like, you're not going to do anything.
Hey, not on an elderly person.
And if you're in your seat, I mean, you're probably strapped in. Like, what are you going to do? You got nowhere to run.
The worst part, like, imagine you're someone else who took a sleeping pill, and all of a sudden you wake back up, and you're back in Boston, and you're just like, wow, we're there already? Like, no, this dude peed on someone, and we're back where we left. And it's like, you're like, oh.
Maybe if you're in a window seat, that's when you really start chirping, because it just would take so long for you to get out or for him to come and start peeing on you or whatever he's going to do on you. Then you can really talk a lot, but like nothing's actually going to happen to me.
713-780-3776 to call and to text. And has this ever happened to you? Has an offensive lineman ever peed on you while you were flying from Boston to Ireland? If you've got a story about that, please share. With a class action lawsuit, we're putting it together right now. Also up next, the Houston Astros. They are 4 games up on the Mariners, and they're just 5 games out of the top record in the American League. Can they get it done? Because it's about to go down for real. Stick around.
Altuve hits one high, hits one deep, hits one into the Crawford boxes. 2-0 Astros.
Altuve with the insurance. You ask for that extra run, you're going to get it. That was a hanging slider on the outer third, elevated. Jose Altuve got to it and just flipped it into the Crawford boxes.
That helped the Astros take 2 of 3 over the weekend from the Chicago White Sox. They are a season best 11 games over 500 and a season best 4 games up on the Seattle Mariners for first place in the American League West. And if you take a look at the big picture, the best team in the American League is only 5 games up on them. Depends on the day. Some days it's the Yankees. Some days it's the Orioles. A couple of days ago, it was the Guardians. Things are very much up for grabs in the American League. And it seems the Astros are peaking at the right time.
Yeah, we have to, I guess, like look through the schedules of these teams. But the advantage for the Astros, if they're going to try to catch these teams, is that, in the Central, you have the Guardians, the Twins, and the Royals, who are separated by 3 games combined with the 3 of them right now. The Orioles and the Yankees are tied in their, for the records at this point in the season. So they'll probably beat up on each other quite a bit. I mean, so that could help you. I mean, I guess the Orioles and the Yankees only play one more series. So the Orioles actually play the Astros more than they'll play the Yankees the rest of the year. But you can, take advantage of these, little moments and try to make a run for it. I'm not sure it happens to the 1 seed, but I think being the number 2 seed in the American League is in play. I wouldn't trust the Guardians, Twins, or Royals to be that other team at the top of the American League with the Orioles or Yankees.
If you look at the Yankees and the Orioles, the assumption without looking in detail at both of their schedules is that since they play in the American League East, they have to play each other and they also have to play Boston. So by default, they're probably going to have more difficult games the rest of the way. Depending on how you feel about the Royals or the Twins, who are in 3rd and 2nd place respectively, in the Guardians, but both look like they will be 2 of the American League wild card representatives this year, and they're not that far. The Twins are from overtaking the Guardians for 1st in the Central. You do, I guess, look at those teams and say, well, they'll beat themselves up as well. You're in the division that stinks.
Which is, and Seattle's only four games back. I think you've been saying this today, and I think it's very fair. It's, you can't fully, believe that that they're going to win the NL West.
I don't think the Mariners are dead, and I don't think the Astros have it by default because, as I said earlier in the show, it's about to go down for real. In the words of wise philosopher Flow Rider.
It's going down for real.
Yeah, dude. It's going down for real because they're playing 3 teams that are more than 14 games above 500 over their next 14. Only 3 of those games starting tonight against the Red Sox are against teams that would not be in the playoffs if the season were to end right now.
I mean, you could essentially end Boston's season.
Right. But Boston, for all of the struggles they've had of late, their offense has been pretty good this year. And once again, you got Tanner Houck on the hill against you tonight. He's their best pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not a pushover. I mean, the White Sox were the pushover. And good job. You took 2 or 3. Should have gotten a sweep. Whatever. It's fine. I'm not going to bitch and moan about that. Sometimes you have losses like you did on Friday, especially considering no Alex Bregman this entire series, no Yordan Alvarez, who was scratched or who was taken out late on Saturday and then had a routine day off yesterday, and hopefully he's back in the lineup today. But this is going to be a very difficult stretch, and they could very well find themselves back in 2nd place by the end of it, just given how difficult it is.
Yeah, you got to win the series. You got to find a way. Scratch and claw. I mean, with Kikuchi, Blanco, and then it seems Verlander pitching on Wednesday. I feel like we're going to get that news officially here right in the 3:00 hour as well once the Bees are rolling, that they'll say he's pitching. Because they said as long as he felt okay that he'll pitch in the game on Wednesday. So you need your pitching to stand up and have a good series. Just find a way to take 2 out of 3. It will be tough if they're not telling us the truth about Bregman and Alvarez. Like the math changes very dramatically if you're rolling out the lineup you rolled out yesterday against the Boston Red Sox the next 3 days. Like if you're rolling out a lineup with no Bregman, Tucker, and Alvarez, it's winning 2 out of 3 is going to be challenging, to say the least.
Yeah. They need to get these guys back.
It'd be nice.
What an obvious statement, but the offense, as pointed out by somebody on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston, which you can go to vote for the winner of Rock the Mic, they have had since the beginning of the month, or excuse me, since the All-Star break, they've had one of the worst offenses in baseball in terms of runs per game, even with their little stretch in Boston where they were hitting the bejesus out of the ball.
Yeah, it's not because they're not healthy. I don't worry about it too much. I mean, Tucker's been out that entire stretch basically. I can't remember when the All-Star. Yeah, he's been out since the All-Star break. So, can they overcome it? Yes. Will they be the best team in the American League this year if Kyle Tucker doesn't come back soon? Probably not, just because we would have all really liked him to be back for this upcoming stretch. This was the one point when Dana Brown was talking about they'd be disappointed if he's not back in August or if he's not back till September. This is kind of when people were circling the idea of like, well, it'd be nice if he was back for this stretch.
We're more than halfway through August.
Yeah.
So September is close. We're less than 2 weeks away from September.
I don't know how close he is. You know, he said he's hopeful he can be back this year, or he's working towards being back this year.
Wait, what did he say?
I think it was working towards being back this year.
Well, maybe figure that out. I guess now I want to know.
I'll find it because it was not an encouraging update the last time we got one from Kyle Tucker. Like it's just like, oh, he's swinging a bat. Great. Is he running yet? Has he run from first to second base? Because if he could run from first to second base, couldn't he just be the DH at this point? Like it's just. I'm baffled by this Kyle Tucker thing. I think he is too at this point. I'm sure the Astros are. Look at Yainer Diaz. He did the exact same thing this weekend. He was fine. Like he smashed
it off his shin, right?
Yeah,
I saw that on
smashed the
Friday.
ball off his leg. Again, he's totally fine. And Kyle Tucker is going on 3 months of not playing baseball.
Are you really baffled by it? I mean, they just always do this with the injuries.
I don't think this is on the Astros as much. I'm gonna give them a pass on this one. Actually, this injury seems just way more severe than they thought it was going to be. This doesn't feel the same as Justin Verlander, dropping a hint that he's been doing shoulder rehab in the midst of all of his neck rehab that he gave us, was that a week and a half ago? That was more surprising. Or this isn't Dusty Baker not knowing which hand is hurt for Yordan Alvarez. This injury seems to just have stumped everyone about how severe it is. And the fact that he's been out for 3 months.
That is kind of on them, though. Doesn't it have to be? I mean,
unless they're straight
what
up
did you diagnose it? What did they diagnose it as if they thought it was a bone bruise and that he was only going to be gone for a couple of games?
Unless they're straight up lying about the MRIs that there wasn't real damage, but they keep pushing that there was no real damage.
If there was no real damage, then okay, they can justify not adding at the trade deadline into anybody in the lineup. But I mean, right now, given just what they are doing by throwing out a lineup like they had yesterday, they should have added somebody.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they would have done that.
Yeah,
because you could have added at first base to improve that position while Tucker's out, and maybe for the long term as well. But that's why I still believe that their belief is Kyle Tucker is going to come back this year, that he is going to play. It does feel weird that
I think it's a hope more than a belief at this point.
Yeah, maybe it's a major hope than a actual concrete belief, because they can't give us a timeline. He still has to go on a rehab start.
Yeah,
so he's still at bare minimum a week away.
A week from whenever he's announced back.
So if they announce him today, he's going to Sugarland. He's still. They've said multiple times it's going to take 5 to 7 games for him to get back.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Are the Astros going to catch whoever the hell's in first place in the American League today? That would be the New York Yankees on this August 19th. You can discuss that, plus any thoughts that you have on the Texans preseason on the table as well. Gallant and George, stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros on a roll. They start a series against the Red Sox at Minute Maid Park tonight before going on the road to play Baltimore, to play Philadelphia, and then Kansas City. This upcoming 14-game stretch, it's the toughest stretch they have left this year. And also the Texans, they won their preseason game number 3 on Saturday, 28-10. The passing game looked really good. Jalen Petrie looked really good. Daniel Jones and the Giants offense were an abomination.
Maybe the worst we've seen, and we'll see all year, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that's the worst offense in the league.
Yeah. Maybe Carolina will be there. I'm curious what Bryce Young looks like this year.
At least there's hope with Bryce Young because Bryce Young was in his first year last year. Daniel Jones is a 5-year veteran who's making, let me do the count. Is he 9-figure guy? He's close to 9-figure guy.
He's got to be.
I think the contract gives him 9 figures. Will he see all of that money from that contract? Probably not.
No, I think they can cut him and get essentially out of his contract this year. I think it was Todd the Show, our resident Giants fan on the Twitch, was tweeting yesterday, tank for Shedeur Sanders. Good luck.
Only $92 million guaranteed.
Only.
So close. Well, that means he probably will be a 100 millionaire by the end of his career. So, hey, he might not be good at football, but he pulled one over on the bosses. So hearty congratulations to Daniel Jones for at least being able to do that. I don't know how many people saw a tweet that is going viral today from a visit with Arizona Cardinals training camp, the Trenches Show. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the first-round pick, wide receiver with the Arizona Cardinals, and he was on the Trenches Show, I guess, talking to Zaire Franklin. And on this episode, which is titled Family Feuds, featuring Marvin Harrison Jr., Edgerrin James, and more, Marvin Harrison said he's the best wide receiver in Ohio State football history.
Huh. Interesting.
Wide receivers, man, they got such egos. Ohio State's had a lot of really good wide receivers, whether it's just recently, talking about Chris Olave, Michael Thomas, or
JSN's probably not in that conversation.
No, I don't think so. But all time, you got Joey Galloway, you have Michael Jenkins, Santonio Holmes, who's a Super Bowl MVP,
DeVere Posey, Braxton Miller.
No, I'm not going to go that far.
Legend.
Texans legend wide receivers out of Ohio State. Terry Glenn, a guy I grew up watching with the Patriots, was really good. He passed away, sadly. There's been a lot of really good wide receivers at Ohio State. Did I mention Chris Carter, who's top 5 all time in a lot of, or at least was, in a lot of major categories in the NFL for wide receivers? I love that wide receivers have this ego about them.
Yeah.
It's the one position in football where, for whatever reason, you talk about team, the wide receivers are going to look the other way. And I guess he was asked about going 0-3 against Michigan.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he was.
He was asked about that, and I guess his defense of that is well, that's a team accomplishment. So that he's still the best wide receiver in Ohio State history.
So it's CJ's fault.
0-3. I guess so. He's blaming CJ. He's blaming all the other wide receivers there, all the defensive players there.
Yeah, he doesn't lead Ohio State historically in any major category. He's top 5 in most of these categories, but he doesn't lead any of them. Michael Jenkins leads most of them, who probably is up there. Olave has more career touchdowns at Ohio State than Marvin Harrison Jr. Only by 4, but he's got more. But this is such wide receiver 101. Is 5 guys have been taken in the first round from Ohio State in the last 4 years, and he's just unquestionably the number 1 guy. That's a very wide receiver take. Now, if CJ said that about quarterbacks at Ohio State, I'd probably give it to him. I guess I don't remember who was the quarterbacks at Ohio State.
Kirk Herbstreit
Before Terrell Pryor.
Justin Fields beat Michigan.
You're right. He did.
What about Craig Krenzel?
Oh, Craig Krenzel beat Michigan.
Yeah.
That's a different Michigan.
Troy Smith, Heisman winner.
Troy Smith beat Michigan. Troy Smith did win. Did he win a national championship? No, he did not.
I mean, how many Ohio State
lost it
quarterbacks
to-
did beat Michigan? 10 in a row?
Quite a few. He lost to an SEC team in the title game. I forgot who. Yeah, see, I guess CJ's really the only one who lost, and I guess that's really all that matters for them. Even if you don't win a national championship, it's like, did you beat Michigan? It's an easy eliminator for if you didn't. It's just, well, you didn't beat Michigan, so. JT Barrett beat Michigan every year. Did Cardell Jones? Cardell Jones. I don't think he was the starter. Okay. I think JT Barrett got hurt in the Michigan game. Gotcha. Cardell Jones just played in the college football playoffs. Yeah, he played against Wisconsin. He detonated on Wisconsin. Yes, he did. played in the playoff. I remember their hype around him going to that next year was insane. It was crazy. They thought Cardell Jones would be like the number one pick in the draft. I think he was a 6th rounder. They made Braxton Miller move to receiver because they had too many quarterbacks.
R.I.P. Dwayne Haskins. He had 50 touchdown passes in a year for Ohio State.
He was a monster. Yeah, Haskins was awesome. I forgot about how good he was in college. I wish he didn't go to Washington, where like quarterbacks just like go to die. And Chicago, to be fair. Beat you to it.
Interesting choice of words.
Yeah,
Joe.
you could have picked the words a little bit better there. That's my bad. Although I think he was a Steeler. Yep. When that happened. That was my bad. Oh, that one hurts. Can we move on?
It's strike 2. No, I think you just got to sit in that for a little bit. I think you got to sit in that.
It was an accident. It really was.
I'm not the one who stop. You got to stop too, Sean.
That was Sean. I'm not the one that called him a bust. Do you guys remember that? That was Colin Coward.
I'm going to allow you to shift the conversation. Yeah. I'm going to allow you to shift the conversation.
Woo! My bad.
So anyway, the weather outside.
You got to shift it.
It's hot.
It's very hot. Soft ass Texans fans, as you said earlier.
The Rangers are 11 games behind the Astros. Did you see that? Hear about that?
It's very far back.
They're very far back.
They're probably not going to make the playoffs. Feel pretty confident with that one.
I feel pretty confident about that one too.
Yeah. What else you got, Paul? Mike Ford stinks.
Well, we can talk about the Texans preseason in great detail. I think the only thing worse than what you said this segment was Daniel Jones.
That's true. Things that are worse than what I said this segment.
Jaden Daniels, officially the starting quarterback of the Washington Commanders.
So how many quarterbacks were taken in the first round this year? 4, 5? I think it was.
The top 3, Penix, Nix,
5.
McCarthy.
So 5.
Yeah.
So obviously McCarthy's not going to
6.
play. 6. Yeah, you're right. 6.
Yeah, but McCarthy's not playing.
So Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and Jaden Daniels will start this year right away.
Looks like it.
Is Drake May really not going to start over Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah, it doesn't seem that way.
He must really stink.
Maybe. Oh, you're really trying to shift the conversation, huh?
Yeah, what do you want to go back to?
Nothing. I really just want to make you feel uncomfortable the rest of this segment.
Okay. I think we're there.
Terrell Pryor was good.
That's true.
Terrell Pryor was good.
It's true.
Hey, in Madden once, in a 32-team online dynasty, I took the Chiefs to a Super Bowl with Terrell Pryor as my quarterback.
I would say, was he a quarterback or wide receiver?
He played quarterback.
At one point, he was a wide receiver in the NFL.
He was just mobile, so I would just do cheat stuff and basically like drop back to throw and then run with him whenever it suited me.
Sean, how's Rice doing in your NCAA football championship?
I was, well, not lucky enough because it took blood, sweat, and tears, but we did accomplish our ultimate goal and win a national championship.
Did you abandon your program afterwards?
Abandon the program? No, I did. After some careful consideration with my family, did decide to take the Ole Miss job a year later. I didn't abandon anybody, though.
Man, I mean, you took the Ole Miss job. Did they fire Lane Kiffin?
I guess so.
Damn. They didn't live up to the expectations of Ole Miss football.
Yeah. So that's what I got going on.
Just lost an Egg Bowl or two.
Rebuilding that mess of a program.
Right you are. That's Sean behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. Up next, in honor of one of the most strong, powerful, and independent women in the world, showing off something that she's been working on Friday. What could the best figures in Houston sports
improve upon? How can they get better like this strong, powerful, independent woman? You'll find out what I'm talking about next. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Trust me, this is a sports topic. On Friday, a strong, powerful, independent woman who also is an artist, Sydney Sweeney, posted to her social media some pictures. The caption to those pictures were, "I guess this is a thirst trap." Let's just say, for those who are familiar with Sydney Sweeney's work, I did not know she had that as well. It's like she has, in the eyes of some, unlocked an entirely new skill set.
Mm-hmm.
So,
good on both sides of the ball.
Indeed, both sides.
Yep.
amazing.
Mhm.
And we didn't know that she had that. Perhaps she's been working on that, like developing a jump shot or a three-point shot as your career progresses in the NBA. All I'm saying is it was noticeable, and I respect her as a strong, powerful, independent woman and artist. And I'm wondering how we can localize this, apply it to the local sports figures here. How can someone like Jose Altuve possibly be better? What would be the equivalent of him, like Sydney Sweeney, showing off that he doesn't just have lovely friends upstairs, but he's also packing a lot back there?
I think we start with Jose with
I got one.
The base running?
Yes. Stop being an idiot on the base paths. It's really, he doesn't even have to do anything. He just has to stop doing things.
Yeah, just stop doing this.
Yeah.
Like Sydney Sweeney, clearly, like first one in, last one out at the gym.
She's doing squats.
Jose, just
maybe some
stop.
pelvic thrusts.
Just stop running when you don't need to. I think that's a good start for Jose Altuve. Stop swinging at
the
pitches
first pitch
that are like 3 feet outside the zone.
I thought it was really funny on Friday where I think Todd was talking about Jordan's approach when he's in the 2-hole and how he likes to see a couple of pitches from the batter ahead of him in the lineup so that he can know what that pitcher is bringing to the table. And legitimately, as Todd says that, first pitch to Jose Altuve flies out.
Yeah.
And then Alvarez is up.
Yeah, that's why early in the season when we're having all of our lineup chatter with Jeremy Booth, that was his biggest complaint with the Jordan in the 2-hole was that he wasn't seeing enough pitches because of Jose Altuve. But yeah, if Jose Altuve were to make a major surprise improvement, I would say, be better on the base paths.
That would be the surprise improvement for Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
100%. If all of a sudden he just stopped getting thrown out everywhere all the time.
Or if he showed up for spring training one time and he was just like 6'2".
Hey, come on.
That would also be surprising. I would think that he got some sort of surgery.
This looks like an organic, thing that Sydney Sweeney has pulled off here. This doesn't look like...
It does look organic. You know what? To be fair...
This is not a surgical...
The Baseball Hall of Fame is going to litter in.
This would not be considered asterisk on the ass.
I don't think you can have Jose Altuve growing to 6'2" as the same category.
Okay.
It's just adding a new element to your game.
Yeah, Sean's just trying to height shame.
No, I'm just saying.
Again.
It would be surprising.
Just focus on not spilling Sprite everywhere, okay, Sean?
Framber Valdez, same line, becoming a good fielder, as opposed to somebody who might throw it into the stands and hit little Timmy sitting in the upper level. If he spins around enough, that would be something that I'd want them to work on. For C.J. Stroud, what can C.J. Stroud possibly get better at?
Well, now C.J. has said himself, stop swearing.
Oh, he's a cussy cuss?
Yeah, there's a interview he did recently going around where he said he's cussing too much.
So that's not possible. I like that he cusses. It makes me like him more. Makes me feel like he's a man of the people. Salt of the earth.
CJ. What can CJ do?
The funny thing is, right now, I truly do not know. I don't have an answer for that because we have so little that we've seen of him. So what are his bad habits? I think right now, the one thing that I would say is that he does look like he's trying this year to make more big plays happen downfield. But then again, in this preseason game Saturday against the Giants, he seemed to be doing exactly what he's supposed to do, which is taking what the defense gives him. And with those wide receivers, that's going to happen a lot.
I don't want him to be Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen.
Well, that's just never going to be him.
But like,
that's not
I
who he
think
is.
back to the Georgia game.
So if he was a little faster,
and he knew he had to take risks in that game running the ball, and it was really effective in that game. I think it opened a lot of people's minds. Like, he doesn't need to be like one of the best running quarterbacks in the NFL, but he can move. So maybe run a little bit more. Could just add a dynamic just to the game.
Make your legs a threat.
Yeah.
Make him think about it.
Yes. Yeah.
I kind of agree with that. I think early in his rookie year, when he just didn't throw an interception for the first month and a half, I was a little bit on take some risks. Put the ball in jeopardy. It's not the worst thing in the world to throw an interception.
But he's so good, and I actually think when you're that good, it is. It is the worst thing in the world when you throw an interception. I think that some people have taken it way to the extreme where they're not taking risks at all, and those are the quarterbacks like Marcus Mariota or Mitchell Trubisky who have all the talent, but they don't want to throw the football more than 5 yards downfield, which is super frustrating because that is a big part of this. You have to have the confidence to do it, but you can't throw interceptions on a regular basis. Turnovers lose you games. I feel like the idea of throwing interceptions in the preseason, not a big deal, but in the regular season, I do not want to see them, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, now look, or you could just put CJ's so good at football that the first time he threw an interception, he got the ball back, okay?
Yeah.
That's true.
So
that's true.
You can throw as many interceptions if you want if you force the defense to fumble.
So if he improves his forced fumble ability like he's Charles Peanut Tillman, then okay.
Good reference.
So in honor of Sydney Sweeney showing off that she has more than what we all know her for.
She's a 5-tool player.
Yeah.
She's a 5-tool player.
Let's see what else we got. Laramie Tunsil. I would like him to show to me he doesn't jump off sides. Oh, Blake Fisher, other takeaway. Really learned from Laramie Tunsil this offseason by jumping off sides.
Blake Fisher just is not ready, and if the Texans have a tackle injury, they should trade for a guy.
Yeah.
Fisher is not ready to go.
Yeah, Laramie Tunsil, don't jump off sides. Show me you've got that in your bag.
Jordan Alvarez.
He's perfect.
More Pilates so that you stop having soft tissue injuries and missing random amount of times. There's, as I've said before, there's a lot of Pilates Illuminati ladies, strong, powerful, independent women here in Houston that you can take lessons from.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of them. No, really, there's probably too many. There's probably too many Pilates instructors in Houston. But, I mean, if Jose Abreu's doing it, why can't Jordan? And maybe if Jordan does that, he'll have less injuries where he has to miss a little bit of time, like
but
when he gets pulled on Saturday, misses Sunday.
How'd it work out for Jose Abreu?
I mean, he was in the best shape of his life. Remember, it actually wasn't anything supposedly physical when they first said, like, yeah, he's just got to work on some stuff.
Josh Hader, 27 straight saves. Maybe don't totally suck when it's not a save situation. That could be a nice improvement from Josh Hader.
Well, I mean, that's an expectation.
You're right.
This has somehow turned into a negative vibes. I mean, like, good players adding something extra to the bag.
Okay.
Will Anderson did it on the offseason. Will Anderson, just like Sydney Sweeney, adding a lot of stuff back there. Will Anderson added 20 pounds of muscle.
That's a good one.
Bigger guy.
Anyone on the Rockets need more muscle?
I mean, Jalen Green could put on a little.
I think pretty much all of them.
A little bit more.
Yeah, they're all kids.
Alpi, just more Hakeem Olajuwon moves. Just give me more of them.
Does he do them already?
I think.
Yeah,
so.
I actually consistent 3-point jumper.
Ooh.
Don't have to be awesome out there, but just enough to where, again, keep the defense honest.
Stretch the court. Yeah, 3-point shot from a big man.
Yeah,
let's go.
Anything for our coaches?
I think for D'Amico Ryans, if he all of a sudden became an offensive Mensa, so that when Bobby Slowick or Gerard Johnson leave, they'll be okay.
He just take over.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just is the greatest coach of all time. Not just an ex-defensive player, but also an offensive mastermind.
Bobby Slowick. Some of the Mickey Mouse trick plays, I could do with that.
Bobby Slowick figuring out how to run the football.
Yes. Yeah, the entire Houston Texans offense, running the ball.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be nice.
Damian Pierce. Less hesitation.
You know what Nick Cassero could add to his bag?
What?
Being able to answer a question in less than 30 words.
No, I like that. I honestly think it's an art. If you got that long of an answer for everything that you do, I think that deserves a little bit of credit.
Yeah.
So you can keep them coming. 713-780-3776 is how you call, and that's how you text in. Ways Houston sports figures can add to their bag, if you will, in the same way Sydney Sweeney has added to hers. A strong and powerful independent woman. You can get after us on Twitter as well. At Gallant Says. At Sean A. Mapes behind the glass. We have someone calling in. It's Derek. Derek, what you got?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Sort of like Bill Belichick. He had 55,000 offensive coordinators, and he was a defensive guru. And once they left, he still had Tom Brady and won. Now, once Tom Brady left, he hadn't won a playoff game, or maybe but one. So D'Amico Ryan should be fine. He's already won one more than Bill or tied Bill Belichick for playoff wins without Tom Brady. So I'm gonna do. So that defense coach can transition.
You're wrong about the offensive coordinator thing, though. I mean, Bill Belichick basically had Charlie Weiss, he had Josh McDaniels, and he had Bill O'Brien. So he had three offensive coordinators over a period of 20 years, and I understand what you're trying to go with here with Tom Brady having him the whole time, Gary. But at the same time, I feel like at this moment in time, at this moment in time, though, like where's the Bill Belichick comparison coming for D'Amico Ryans?
No. Can I? I think. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I didn't clear that up. My apologies. I'm talking about the fact that can the defensive head coach, become this? You guys mentioned that you hope that he can turn into, if Bobby Slowick does leave, that he can,
you'd love to see
pick up the offense and keep that train going.
Yeah, it would be great.
Keep that
Seriously,
train going.
Some guys do it.
So what I'm saying is that. Yeah, but what I was saying is that Bill Belichick didn't have to do that because he had those offensive coordinators and he had Tom Brady. So that's what I was getting at.
Cool. All right, Derek. Appreciate the phone call. Derek and/or Gary. I like how he always calls under a different name. We'll take you. We'll take you every time. You can go by your original name.
Yeah, we'll call you Gary.
Every single time. We will take you on the air. Don't worry
His
about
real name's
that.
Derek, and he just normally goes by Gary.
Honestly, I always
just be more honest with
you know what? that might be it because I recognize his voice. I remember one time he called in and he had a tangent about quarterbacks, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about here, but I like this idea of T-Rex arm quarterbacks. And the next time he called in under a totally different name. We appreciate you sticking around and listening.
Thank you.
It is Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. What are the ways the best figures in Houston sports can improve on what they already have? And we got garbage time, too. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Some sad news. If you are a Pedro Leon fan, the dream is over. He has been sent to AAA Sugarland. Trey Cabbage, he's back.
All right.
Taking his place. Yeah, that Pedro Leon stint, not good.
No, I get why they tried it.
I don't, to be honest, now that we've seen it.
I mean, his numbers were pretty good. I mean, he was hitting like 325 in the minors.
Sure.
So I get why they why they gave it a shot with all the injuries they've had.
Yeah.
But it didn't go well. And I'm not sure it will. Not sure he'll get another crack at it this year.
He shouldn't. He had that terrible wall pinch running in the 10th inning, run from second to third base where he doesn't slide. He almost gets tagged down, and he lost the ball in the Tropicana Field Dome, which is understandable. It happens from time to time, but we'll see if Trey Cabbage is able to do more than Pedro Leon. Pretty low bar to clear. No offense to Pedro Leon on that front.
I like Cabbage defensively. I mean, he has he robbed the home run in right field at Minute Maid. He almost had the one against the Angels.
Also true.
But, like,
yep.
He shot some pop with his bat, like and some good stuff with his gloves. So I'd rather him be here.
We would like to see the injured Astros not be injured now. You know, I'd like to see Alex Bregman back tonight. Will we? Who knows? But he was scratched on Friday with elbow discomfort because he suffered that while sleeping. Yordan Alvarez was pulled from Saturday's game. Didn't play yesterday. Supposedly that's a routine off day. I'm always a little bit guarded when I hear about Yordan Alvarez getting pulled from a game. And yeah, we have nothing new on Kyle Tucker from this weekend.
No. And for Justin Verlander, I mean, most likely he'll be back on Wednesday. As long as they give it a good update today, then we'll see something that is more positive. So at least we'll get one positive news story at a minimum today.
Hooray!
It'd be nice if Alex Bregman's in the lineup. And Yordan's weird because it's like they keep taking him out at the end of games for defensive replacements. So logically, you can just say they took him out of the game for defensive replacement for Chas McCormick on Saturday. Sunday was a rest day. He'll be back in the lineup today. The Astros were just at this point now where like they just don't deserve the benefit of the doubt anymore when they tell us things. So we'll believe it when our eyes see it. Or hear it when the Killer Bees talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. Also, of note, guys, this is huge. The suites at NRG Stadium, they're going to get some awesome food this year. So if you're a cake eater, the Houston Texans, they did this thing where they brought the media in and they wined them and they dined them, interestingly, at 2:30 when I couldn't go, because they want all of these people who cover the team to cover them fairly and in a balanced manner. And guess what? You're going to be able to get in some of these sweets: strawberry cheesecake pretzel, Truth barbecue, Wagyu chopped cheese, and buffalo lemon pepper tenders. 80 new food items for the sweets, but it's for the sweets.
I say it looks pretty good.
I think it's really funny seeing all these getting posted, and I'm like, hey, can you get these at any of the many vendors in NRG Stadium, which is missing its roof?
Part of it.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Unless you have a sweet ticket, you can't. They don't care about you unless you're a sweet guy.
Yeah,
or
that's
gal.
true.
Or they them.
I did learn I learned season ticket holders get a discount on food.
Yeah?
I think it's like 10%.
Did you not know this whole time?
I did not know that.
Then you just figured it out?
I just found that out.
Damn, that's got to be frustrating. You
10% off beer.
You should ask for reparations.
No, this is that was my dad's first. This is our first season.
This is your first season?
Yeah, it was season tickets. Yeah.
Gotcha.
We jumped on the bandwagon. Come on.
Well, you didn't fully jump on it. You're still a Bears fan.
My fantasy football group chat is blowing up currently because of what I said about Dwayne Haskins.
Ooh, damn, dude.
Tough.
Yeah, it is. It is tough. I thought we moved on.
I thought so too.
Very disrespectful.
I looked out of my phone and I just see all these.
Were they listening live when that happened?
One of them was.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they're Jeremy's friends. So.
Well, what does that mean?
They're tuning in early to hear.
I haven't really met any of them. I've met like one or two of them.
Oh.
But I'm in the league.
He has friends? Oh.
Yeah, come on, Paul.
He's a father. I didn't know. I assume that when you're a parent, you don't have time for friends.
That's not true because you have babysitters.
Yeah?
Yeah. I still go out.
Yeah?
Yeah, we went out Saturday.
Where'd you go?
No free plugs.
No free plugs. Look at you. Middle management Joe.
I had a margarita, but not at the place we normally go to.
That sounds...
So, no free plugs.
Was that your home? Did you have this one outside your home?
No.
Do you have this in your backyard?
Nope.
Went out?
It was a restaurant.
Oh, okay. That's fun.
And it was expensive.
Oh, wow.
More than I wanted it to be.
Oh,
what
damn.
a great plug for this place.
Yeah, well,
He's living in. He's got season tickets in the suites. He doesn't even want you to know about it.
Not gonna say their name. Though.
No, it's really
No free plugs.
expensive. Really expensive.
I don't pay for the season tickets. They're my dad's.
Oh, nice. All right, guys, time for a little garbage time. I don't know if this is Joe's hometown or not. Is this close to your hometown?
It's close to where I went to college.
Okay. A suburban brewery has been fined for selling cicada-infused shots of Malort.
I saw this. I saw someone do it. They did a news story on it, and I think they made one of the anchors take the shot. But cicadas are like those bugs that make the really loud noises.
Yeah,
like all over the Midwest right now.
And basically, they come out of the depths of hell every 17 years or so.
Yeah. They do it. Yeah, cicada-infused Malort shots.
Yeah.
Malort's already not great.
But unfortunately, they can no longer sell it. They
Why?
can no longer sell it.
Is cicada season over?
Yes, they can't. This is from Lombard, Illinois. The Illinois Liquor Control Commission has told them that they can no longer produce this. You can't make an infusion containing cicadas. After a field compliance inspection, it was determined that the licensee was offering for sale an infusion containing cicadas. The licensee was cited for the violation, provided education on the issue, and fined. Let's be honest, this is Illinois, so it's probably just the government saying, we got to wet my beak. If you're going to put some animals inside the drink, we need to get a little taste, so they stop making it altogether.
Yeah, Illinois is stupid.
I bet it's not that bad, honestly. I mean, it's Malort. What's a cicada going to do to it that already hasn't been done? Malort.
I don't think I would try it, though.
I wouldn't mind it.
I mean, it's against the law to import and possess certain crawfish in Illinois.
That makes sense. You know, we're all going to, there's going to come a day where the overlords don't let us eat any meat. We're just eating cicadas. So we may as well start getting used to it in our Malort.
That would be sad.
Hurricane Debbie blew 25 packages of cocaine onto a Florida beach. Why didn't blow them over here?
What's your go-to move? You trying to resell them? You take them to the police?
Got to take them to the police.
A little bit of both.
Joe, come on, man. We don't break the law on this show. We don't do that. You're going to take a little taste?
No, I'm not going to take a taste.
You made it seem like you were going to take a little taste and sell it to back to the cartel.
Can I make some money on this?
I mean, wouldn't we all be tempted by it? Honestly, if I see this, I am leaving it. I'm just leaving it.
Yeah, I'm not touching
it. Do not touch it.
No.
If you've ever seen the movie No Country for Old Men, just leave it.
Leave it.
Just leave it.
Go away. Hopefully never, ever see it again.
Whoever dropped it or whoever that was meant for is going to want it super badly.
Yeah.
We're going to want it really bad. Don't touch it.
Yeah, it stays there. Because I don't you take it to the cops and you're the rat.
Yep.
Like, that's a problem. So.
Yeah, or you take it and now it's in like your car or something, or in
your
house, and now the cartel's at your house.
Yep. You don't want that. That's true. And on that note, it's been real.
It's been something.
It's been a time. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
I'm Branham. He's Blank. It's Brian behind the glass. It is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It is a busy edition of the Killer Bees. Busy Bees. Jokes write themselves. I'll be here all week. Art Howe will be joining us a little bit later today, 3:45, fresh off the heels of Astro Hall of Fame weekend. Art Howe, managing Ken Caminiti, was also there over the weekend, so we'll pick his brain about Astros Hall of Fame, Caminiti, talk about the current state of the Astros, and the current state of the Astros, pretty good. We'll get into Texans-Giants, a lot happening Saturday, especially for the Houston Texans defense. Not a great day if you're Daniel Jones. We'll dive into all of that. Mailbag Monday for you as well, but we start with the good, the bad, the ugly. Astros take 2 of 3 from the White Sox. We usually allow the Astros to dictate. We start with good or bad based on if they won the series. Is winning the series against the White Sox good enough?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that we've always talked about winning the series because sweeping is so difficult. But with the lineups they were putting out there with no Bregman, with no Tucker, that lineup yesterday was woofda. So I'll take it. Yeah, I would have preferred a sweep, and they were close enough to do it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I take series wins too, even if it's against historically one of the worst teams of all time. You win series, you move on. Astros are 4 games up on the Seattle Mariners. Not to say, how would we describe the lead? Is it a comfortable lead? Is it fair to say comfortable? 4 games still makes me a little bit nervous.
It's I think that it's sufficient for now. I don't think it's comfortable because you know the stretch of games you got coming up, and the next 14 are going to be really tough. And we knew that this one pocket here in August might be their last really tough stretch of the season. So, yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable with it, but it's a nice little padded lead that we didn't have for quite a while.
Yeah, I'll go better. I'm not comfortable with 4-game leads. Astros are 67 and 56, so roughly 40 games left in the season. I think it's 39. So, yeah, I mean, 4 games, that many games left to play. You still have work to do, but I am happy with where they're at. They are trending in the right direction. The Mariners are trending in the opposite direction. So I like the way that they're playing. Things are good for the Astros right now with 39 games left to play. Now, Brian, was it 2 weeks ago? Was it Brian Graff? Was it 50?
Yeah, 15%.
15%. Where is BMAC Graff now with the Astros' chances of making the playoffs?
63%.
63. That low. That's still pretty low.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried. I mean, Joel mentioned he liked being where they are with the 4-game lead, but I don't know. I mean, I know it's only a 1-game difference versus sweeping or settling for the 2 out of 3. But with this stretch of games coming up against the Phillies and the Orioles and the Royals, I don't know. I feel a little worried about just a 4-game lead going into that tough stretch of games and going into September where things looking pretty tight.
The eternal pessimist of the show, Brian McDonald.
Didn't ESPN have it over 80% for the Astros playoffs this weekend?
No clue. I don't pay attention to ESPN odds.
I think it was like they had it at 82% midway through the weekend.
Oh, was it? Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I like where the Astros are. So let's get to the good, the bad, the ugly. We start with the good because the Astros won the series.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got, Blankers? What was the good that happened for the Astros this weekend?
Brown and Fromber were fantastic. Again, they continue to be the workhorse aces at the top of the staff. And they didn't let anybody down. I kind of liked that Brown gave up the early run, kind of ticked him off, really settled in. And Fromber was just amazing to have his pitch count low and have 9 Ks and just keep mowing them down with the curveball and the way that he was setting up his pitches. I thought both guys were brilliant this weekend.
Yeah, I thought so too. Fromber has been outstanding. The Astros have won each of Fromber's last 10 starts. So it's like you go throw Fromber, you have a really good chance of winning the game that Fromber's throwing. And in 8 of those last games, Fromber's 7-0 with a 2.24 ERA. He has 63 strikeouts and 52 1/3. Opponents are hitting 192 off of Fromber Valdez. If you're one of those weirdos that likes FIP, his FIP is 230. Fromber Valdez is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. I was looking at the leaders in his last 8 games. He is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. That's not hyperbolic. He is that guy. I was looking at the American League leaders. Fromber Valdez is creeping up in ERA. Fromber Valdez, I think, is tied for second in wins, one off the lead in the American League. Like, Fromber might backdoor his way, into a top 5 American League Cy Young vote again. Like, he is pitching that well. He's pitching that good. I think there's a really good chance that Fromber backdoors his way into a top 5 American League Cy Young finish.
No, you're absolutely right, Jeremy. I think the fact that, we had concerns early in the year with just, him settling down and not getting frustrated. But boy, oh boy, I mean, once he settled in, he has been lights out, and we've always been staunch in saying, look, the bottom line is his stuff is some of the best in baseball, and he's showing you that yet again in the way that he is dealing every single start. And he and Brown, the combination, that 1-2 punch, is as good as anybody in baseball. It has been. Brown's stats are phenomenal too during the last 8 and 10 games. And the fact you put those two guys at the start of your rotation against anybody that you're going to play in a series, and you got to feel really good about your pitching.
Yeah, the top two are really good. And the Hunter Brown numbers, just rattled off the Fromber numbers. The Hunter Brown numbers probably better. Last 14 starts, Hunter Brown 10-2, 2.33 ERA. That's since June 1st. So when you're starting to talk playoffs, and Brian's at 61.5%, wherever he put the BMAG graph at, when you start thinking playoffs, you got Fromber and Hunter Brown?
Yeah.
That's a deadly duo. Not like Dwayne Haskins dead, but a deadly duo between Fromber Valdez and Hunter Brown. That was a Joe reference, Brian. Brian's looking at me like I'm a disgusting human being. No, I'm not a disgusting human being all the time. That was a shot at Joe for saying that Washington's where quarterbacks go to die. That was a Joe. That was a play on Joe, not a play on me.
I got a question for Jeremy.
Jeremy. What other goods did you have? Because I had Hunter Brown and Fromber there, obviously, as well.
Yeah, you know what? There's a couple of really good offensive goods, and Altuve, again, continues to just do what he does at the top of the lineup, get things started, hit the home run for the insurance run that they needed. But, over the course of the weekend, he had 2 multi-hit games. And Yiner, again, continues to do what he's been doing lately. And just when they need him the most, he's stepping up. Another home run, which was big because the power surge continues a little bit. But Yiner and Altuve were the first two for me offensively.
Yeah, Yiner's been really good for the Astros. Altuve, I was looking at Altuve. Altuve leads the league in singles. He's kind of turning into that guy. His slugging's down a little bit. I know he had the home run yesterday, but he's also a guy who hits home runs like in streaks. Like he'll get hot. Like he'll go a month and a half without a home run, and then he'll hit 3 in 10 days. So maybe yesterday was the start of him getting hot again. But he's fantastic. Altuve's awesome. The greatest Houston Astro of all time. I'll throw in a little Shea Whitcomb debut on top of this. The near home run in his first big league at bat. A pretty cool moment. Goes opposite field, hits it off the wall in right center. Hopefully the Astros can find a spark in Shea Whitcomb because they're searching. They're desperate. First it was Pedro Leon, and now the Astros today announced that Pedro Leon's going back to Sugar Land. You tried to have Zach DeZenzo. He hit one over the monster, but he's kind of cooled off a little bit. Singleton's been below average offensively. Chaz has been a disaster for the Astros this year. So they're trying to find some offense. Shea's going to get a chance. He's going to have a little bit of a runway to be that offense. So hopefully he can do it. Hopefully he can be like an average big league hitter for the rest of the season.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I like the way he looks at the plate. But you're just hoping for one of these young guys to kind of break through. And DeCenzo, again, got his first home run, looked like he might be able to have some pop and do some things. And then he's kind of come down a little bit. So hopefully Whitcomb is a guy that takes advantage of the opportunity and does something with it. And Chaz is just awful.
Chaz is brutal. It's too early for the bads, I guess. Right. Ryan Presley landed on the injured list is a good for me for a couple of different reasons. One, Ryan Presley's incredibly mediocre this year. Let's call a spade a spade. Hopefully this little back thing, the flare up. Now he had it flare up in Boston, so he's been this guy up until Boston, which has been incredibly average, except for a 15-game stretch where he didn't allow a run. I think this is good in two fronts. One, I think it could be good for Ryan Presley. Like, hey, take a couple of weeks off. Let's see how you come back. Maybe you can find the fountain of youth while you're gone a little bit. But also, I think it's good in the sense that when he comes back, Joe Espada should do what everybody's been telling Joe Espada to do, except for a couple of hanger-oners that really love Ryan Presley and what he's done to the Astros. When Presley comes back, he should be your seventh-inning guy. And this is the easy excuse for Joe Espada to make the promotion of Brian Abreu. It's the easy, hey, Ryan, you're back. We want to see what you got whenever you come back healthy. We can't just give you the eighth inning when whenever Brian Abreu's been dominating the eighth. So this could be the easy excuse for Joe Espada, the most interesting manager in the world, to just flip-flop Abreu and Presley whenever he comes back.
No, yeah, I was thinking about a lot of different things when I saw him go on the injured list, simply because of the fact that you now don't have to worry about hurt feelings. You can just do what you wanted to do all along, I think, and that is you either want to demote Ryan Presley and or you'd like to put someone like Taylor Scott right there where Presley's been pitching because he could be more effective, because his stuff has been much better, because he's a guy that, you feel a lot more confident in when you put him in a ball game. And it's going to be interesting to see how when you say that, yeah, I'd love to see that too. But if Taylor Scott pitches well and he takes over that 7th inning role, that's going to be really interesting to see, because he's going to have to pitch his tail off to kind of push Taylor Scott out of the way if Taylor Scott can hold the position.
Yeah, I think the clout and like the cachet and the resume of Presley won't kick him out of the big three. Although I'm not calling it the big three anymore. I've made that decision earlier today. I had to sit down with myself and I said, Self, you've been calling these three guys in the back of the bullpen the big three, and there is one of the three that just does not compare to the other two, and that's Ryan Presley. So Self, whenever you say big three in the bullpen, really think about it and stop saying it, because it's not a big three, it's a big two with Ryan Presley hanging on.
Yeah, no, you're right. The one thing I am concerned about, Jeremy, when you get to that with the big two, with the dynamic duo of Hader and Abreu. Abreu is a guy that is, I think he's second in appearances in all of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about this earlier in the season, and now he's probably going to get even more work, and he's capable of doing it. You just don't want to burn him out by the time you get to the playoffs, and that's a concern with me. If you go to the 6-man rotation, you're going to lose a guy, in the bullpen. So, you know what, you don't want to tax the bullpen too much, but this is his opportunity yet again to prove that he should be right there in the 8th inning. I have confidence he'll do it. I just worry about how many innings he's pitching.
Yeah, that's the question that was going around yesterday whenever Joe Espada pulled Framber Valdez after 82 pitches. And I posted the tweet at Jeremy Branham. I was like, all I said was curious that Framber leaves the game after 82 pitches, because he's never a guy who leaves after 82 pitches when he's pitching as well as he's pitching. When Framber's going like that, it's an easy 100. It's an easy 95 to 100 pitches. So I thought it was curious that they pulled Framber Valdez after 7 innings in a 1-0 game. Like, this isn't a game where it's 7-0 and it's like, well, we're trying to limit our innings and there's no sense for him to pitch in a 7-0 game. Okay, I agree with that. And I do understand and respect the logic of, okay, Framber, workhorse, he's pitching a lot. Let's limit an inning or two whenever we have the chance to do that. We have a 4-game lead. We're trying to, pitch into the postseason, into October. So I get that logic, but it's tit for tat. So it's a trade-off. So you're saving Framber an inning, but you're also racking an inning on to Brian Abreu, who leads the American League in appearances. It's the second day he's pitched in a row. The Astros usually don't like it when relief pitchers pitch 3 days in a row, and they try to avoid it at all costs. So you also add to Brian Abreu's workload, leader in appearances in the league, and then you make him unavailable for today. So I thought that was a weird trade-off yesterday with Joe Espada. Someone tweeted at me that they were saying during the broadcast that he was hot. Houston. I expect him to be hot, but he didn't sleep right or something like that. So I do think that there was probably something that we didn't know about as to why Framber was lifted after the game after 82 pitches. I agree with limiting Framber as much as you can, but it should be in 7-0 games, 7-1 games. It shouldn't be at the expense of adding to the workload of Brian Abreu, but I will give them the benefit of the doubt and respect the decision and believe that something else internally that we're unaware of was going on.
Yeah, my only thought was that they were trying to keep his pitches down. But yeah, in a game like that, when you put basically a glorified AAA lineup out there to start the day, and he is dealing, and he is the reason why you're sitting where you are, I felt a little uneasy watching him leave the game because of the fact that he was just dominant, and anybody else there, one little hiccup and suddenly you got a problem on your hands where you could actually lose the series. I was worried about it. The only thing I could think of was that they were trying to rest him. I hope there's nothing more to it, but you obviously have to have him at his very finest. But again, you're right. I would have liked to seen if there was anybody else that could have done the job for you instead of Abreu. I just don't think Espada trusts anybody else except for maybe Taylor Scott.
Well, you got to go to Abreu in a 1-run game. That's right. Kind of the darned if you do, darned if you don't in yesterday's game. It's because I respect the decision of we need to limit Framber. He's been so good. We got to keep him fresh. I respect that. But you're doing that at the expense of not letting Brian Abreu be fresh, who is also a key cog for you. So it makes sense in a 7-0 game. It didn't make as much sense for me in a 1-0 game. Now they won. It's fine. Maybe the Astros win today by 5 runs, and you wouldn't have needed Brian Abreu anyways, and this entire conversation's a moot story. But I thought that was interesting at the very least. And we'll see if it comes into play today. We'll see if the Astros are up by a run in the 8th inning and they can't use Brian Abreu, because then it's even more curious making that decision yesterday. Brian, goods?
Yeah, you guys hit most of the ones I had. Altuve, Yonner, obviously Framber. And
Nothing about his game is yawner.
No. Fromber and Hunter as well. But sticking with what the conversation, Brian Breu, I mean, obviously we have questions of how he was used yesterday, but a great weekend for him. 2 scoreless, hitless innings, 4 Ks over the 2 appearances. And then Josh Hader quietly lowering his ERA, week after week, appearance after appearance, hasn't given up a run or an earned run since July, and had another easy save over the weekend.
Love me some Josh Hader. Underappreciated. Josh Hader. I was looking at Josh Hader's Savant today. Josh Hader's in the 99th percentile in expected batting average. That's elite. He's in the 100th percentile in whiff percentage. That is elite. He's in the 99th percentile in strikeout percentage. That is elite. He's in the 97th percentile in expected ERA. That is elite. Josh Hader is a dude.
That's what you paid for.
He is a dude. He is
and he's
so
willing
good.
to go more than 1 inning. That can be elite.
What's that?
For a closer to be willing to go more than 1 inning.
Yeah.
You can throw that on your list.
Well, it's not a savant number, so.
No, it's just it could be an elite stat that a lot of guys don't do it, and he's now doing it.
Yeah, he is occasionally. 713-780-3776. Good, bad, and ugly. What do you got? 713-780-3776. HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, a moment for Allstate Siding and Windows. I just recently had new windows put in my house from Allstate Siding and Windows, and I could not be happier. They are game changers. From the way that it makes the house look to the fact that it is a protectant against all kinds of weather-related issues, from hurricane season to the steaming hot summers to the very, very cold times that we occasionally get. Your energy bills could go down as much as 40%. They are phenomenal. And the best people in the business are the people at Allstate Siding and Windows, because they're going to take care of you every step of the way. They've been in business for almost 50 years. The family-owned business is always going to make sure they take care of Houstonians. It starts with the fact that they will come to you to do a free, no-obligation inspection and tell you exactly how they can help. If it's windows, if it's siding, or both, they can tell you all the products that they feature, the ones that will be the best fit for your house, and how that they will make a positive difference with your energy bills and the protection of your number one investment, that being your home. They are fantastic, and you can check out all the ways that they can help you at allstatesidingandwindows.com. But the fact is the best way for you to get in touch with them is also the best way for them to come out and tell you what they can do, and that is to reach out to them and get them to come to your house, because then they can tell you and explain to you firsthand all the different ways that their products and their service make the most sense for you. Call them today, 832-204-1936, and schedule that no-obligation free estimate. 832-204-1936, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Ocho, I think Presley's too predictable with his pitch selections. Need to trust his fastball more to keep hitters humble. He's basically turned into Lance McPresley. I mean, Presley's fastball is pretty mid now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Not very good.
Normally his curveballs is his go-to out pitch, right?
Yeah, I'll throw a slider, but his curveball is probably his best one. 60-91, the good, we can still win 100. Yeah, that would be tough. That'd be tough to win 100 games. Eric the Driver, good pitching all around. Bad, should have swept. Ugly, that minor league lineup on Sunday.
Yeah, it's a little odd that Jordan sits 2 of 3.
Is it odd that Jordan's hitting second?
No, he sat 2 of the 3 games, didn't he?
No, he only said 1. He played Friday and Saturday.
Why did I not think he played Friday?
I don't know. It's on you.
Obviously, it is on me. I'm not going to walk away from it.
He was lifted Saturday for a pinch runner, which I'm not a huge fan of that, even though you lead. I think it could cost you in at bat. If the other team comes back, now you've taken a critical bat out of the lineup. Not a huge fan of that. And then he sat yesterday. So people are like, oh, no, he sat yesterday after being lifted for a pinch runner on Saturday.
That lineup yesterday was tough.
Yeah, I mean, he did it because you're playing the White Sox.
Right.
Like, he's not going to do that when they're playing good teams. He figured it was a good opportunity to rest guys. Like, everybody, he treated it like spring training, and they still won 2 of 3. And they're still up 4 games in the division, so it's hard for me to be critical of it. Alex Bregman, you got a little, elbow bruise. You go sit on the injured list for, or he's not even on the injured list. You go sit for the weekend. Oh, Ryan Presley, we don't need you this weekend. We're going to place you on the injured list and buy you even more time. Jordan, you get a day off. Altuve, you can DH. He treated it like spring training, but they still won 2 of 3. And I can't be critical of a guy trying to rest some of his players after it's like we were talking about this the other day, how the Astros have had to work uphill the entire year, and you don't want these guys to gas out. Mm-hmm. So using the White Sox as an opportunity to get some guys off of their feet, I thought was wise. You do it against a weaker team. You still take 2 of 3. You still have a 4-game lead. I actually give a spot of credit for that.
See, to me, it was just the fact that it was the dangerous proposition simply because you needed yesterday's game to win the series, and the fact that you already are so much, like you said, they've been playing uphill, and they have injuries still that they're dealing with, and they have all these young guys that they're trying to see if anybody can step up and do something. And normally, if you're going up against any kind of a decent pitcher too, you could look at it and go, well, I mean, don't sit there and screw around resting guys enough that you're going to lose a game where every game is important at this time of the season. It worked out for them, but I was leery of that lineup when I saw it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. There's a good opportunity to get some guys off their feet, and you still win the game because you had Fromber pitching. 8818, I think they pulled Fromber for the reason to keep his momentum trending upwards. If he goes out for the 8th inning and gives up the runs and we lose the game, we know what that could be in the next couple of games, could turn ugly. Yeah, but it's 82 pitches against a team that he's like pitching in a rocking chair and just dominating. So, I'm kind of torn on that. 0944 bad. Myers and McCormick. Myers does not come through in the clutch, leaves too many runners on base, and McCormick is just bad. Rookies strike out too much as well. They're rookies. I thought it was interesting, and this was one of my bads, is that Gary Pettis is turning into the opposite windmill that he used to be. We had one last week where it's like, well, why didn't he send the guy there? I thought he had that opportunity yesterday too. You get a base hit. You have Jake Myers-Yiner. Pedro Leon was at second. Yiner gets a base hit to right. Strong arm, and it was an easy one to play. It was a good throw to the plate, a little bit up the line, a little bit high. And Jake Myers is on deck. I was blown away that with 2 outs and Jake Myers coming to bat, that Gary Pettis did not wave Pedro Leon. And he might have been dead meat. He might have been out. 90% chance he was out. But there's 100% chance that Jake Myers did not get a hit. So hindsight is on my side. I thought that was pretty interesting by Pettis.
Yeah, it is. Again, I'm always been the guy with 2 outs and a base hit. I always lean on sending, and that was the part of the conversation we were talking about last week. But yeah, especially when you know who's coming up next, and as your third base coach, you are very cognizant of that. I was surprised that he didn't at least try it because of the fact that chances are you're not going to get that run in, and that run would have been very important.
Yeah. So what was your bet?
Eric Getty wasn't great to me. I put him on the bad list because of the 2 bombs to Luis Robert, the fact that, after really cruising his pitching as well as he had pitched, it wasn't a great start for him. And then I had Chaz and DeCenzo on my list of guys that were 0 for the weekend.
Yeah. You go up against the White Sox, you expect more from Eric Getty. Not awful line score against like an average team, but against the White Sox, you have to kind of grade it on a curve. So 4 runs, 5 2/3. Not great against the White Sox lineup. That's not good. It's probably the worst that Eric Getty has looked since his first start in July. Like he's been on a heater. Eric Getty has. So that was his worst start since early July. So, where's he at in the pecking order with Verlander coming back? He's 1 of 6. Like he's not going to be kicked out of the rotation yet. So he still has some time to get it going. And I'm going to give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt too, because it was his first bad start like in 6 or 7. I thought Espada did a bad job on Friday. He failed to pinch hit for Chas McCormick. Chaz coming to the plate, down by 1, 6th inning, 2 outs, runners at second and third. They bring in a righty. And they do not pinch hit for Chas McCormick. Espada let Chaz have that at bat. Chaz, first pitch, roll over, weak ground ball to the left side. Espada, you cannot use Chas McCormick over John Singleton against a righty in a close late game situation. If you have that opportunity again, I hope you learned your lesson.
You tweeted it. I liked it. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, I don't know what the hell they're doing right here. No matter how much and how frequently, and obviously with Espada, the fact that Chaz is in just a massive slump and he's pressing and he's not good. And then the fact that he does it on the very first pitch, that was frustrating to me. I needed to see somebody else in that situation.
Yeah. All right. Any better bads?
Brian, you got any?
No, I mean, you ran through all of mine. DeZenzo was, 0 for 6 with 5 Ks over the weekend. Chaz was 0 for the weekend. And then that lineup yesterday, 4 through 9, went 0 for 17 with 7 Ks.
Yeah, that was my ugly.
Yeah, 4
my
through
ugly
9.
was the lineup.
It was a AAA lineup. It was embarrassing.
Yeah, thankfully they got the win.
If you're not facing the White Sox, the Astros don't win yesterday.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like he wouldn't have done that against a real team.
I know, but I hear that, but that's a risky game to play when you're in a race that's only at the time 3 games with 3 game separation.
What's the alternative though? To run his guys in the ground?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that.
I just think for now we've already kind of accepted. The discussion we had last week was the fact that right now, because it's such a dogfight, that you really can't take the liberties of resting these guys. Yeah, you're playing the White Sox, but you'd hate to see it backfire.
But how did it turn out?
Well, it obviously, in hindsight, it turned out great. But it was a risky proposition to roll the dice on that, because what if it doesn't? What if you lose the series to the White Sox?
I mean, you can also have the foresight of, I think we're capable of beating this team with Fromber on the mound with our B team lineup.
You can, right?
And he
worked
did.
out this time. I get it, but I didn't like it. And I thought it was risky.
Like you don't have another off day until September 3rd. Like you're in a stretch of 16 games in 17 days or something even crazier than that.
18 in a row starting Friday night, I think.
And then you play a stretch after the 9th of 9, 12, 15 in a row. Like you're about to go through this grind of not having days off. So you can't run this team into the ground. Like you're trying to win a World Series. You feel like you can beat the White Sox with your B lineup. I had no problem with that.
I don't like this assumption though, because you just lost to them Friday. You lost a game to them Chicago the last time these two teams faced. I get
that's the trade-off. I mean, that's a tough
I get
decision
why you would
gotta
say
make.
it, but it hasn't been a guarantee.
No.
Well, and I think the assumption is that they're going to make the playoffs, but you'd hate to look back and go that lineup if they would have lost that game, because that the opponents are about to get tough for the next 14. That just, like I said, it was risky. I'm glad it worked out for them. But, man, when I saw that lineup, I was worried.
See, my thought is you're trying to win a World Series. Like, I really don't care about anything else. Like, I'm doing whatever I can to put my team in the best position to win a World Series. And if Yordan Alvarez breaks down because he's playing too much, the chances of you winning a World Series are gone. Even if it's Alex Bregman that's trying to play through an elbow injury, if that turns into something much worse and then he's out for the year, the chances of you winning the World Series are probably gone. So I'm totally okay with easing off of your starters while you have a 4-game lead. And 4 games isn't comfortable, but 4 games is still 4 games. Like it takes 4 days for a 4-game lead to be completely erased. So I can't have my starters break down. So agree to disagree, I guess. 713-780-3776. 947 says he treated it like spring training, except putting more innings on Abreu. I'm worried he's going to hit a wall. That's something he's got to monitor, too. I mean, he's going to have to monitor trying to give Abreu some days off, too, so he can stay fresh. Eric, most critical week for the division. Seattle at the Dodgers and Sox in town win 2 of 3, and Seattle gets swept. It's over. Perhaps. I would say that the current week is always the most critical week.
Yeah. I'm not looking to, especially with this team this year, I'm not looking ahead to anything. I'm just going game by game, series by series. Hopefully you get Bregman back sooner rather than later. I don't know if you guys caught that or not, but Chandler had a note where he was saying that Verlander should be back by Wednesday and Bregman right after that. And I was like, wait a minute. I need Bregman back in the Red Sox series, preferably. That would be great.
Again, do you want Bregman back and then risk him getting hurt? And if he's only like 85%, or do you want to give him 3 more days, make sure he's 100% and good to go for the rest of the year?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm also.
But I'm asking, which would you rather?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I trust their medical staff kind of to make sure that they know what the injury and the severity is. But his bat was so important. Even if you could DH him, I would love to have him in the lineup if he could swing a bat.
Because, we'd all love to have him in the lineup, but if he's not ready, he's not ready.
Yeah, okay, but he doesn't have to play third base. He could still DH.
Yeah, but do we know he's okay to DH?
Well, that's to the point. I mean, I'd rather have him in the lineup for the offensive purposes, but yeah, we don't know what we don't know. I hope that it's okay and nothing more severe, because the first thing that alarmed me was the fact that they were talking about he was just going to sit out the weekend, and now we're sitting here contemplating how long is he going to be out.
Yeah, Rome says he was never playing today. He probably isn't playing tomorrow either. That was Rome on Bregman.
That meaning today, like tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was before the series. Right.
So I'm of the belief, make sure Alex Bregman's 100%. Like if it means he sits out another week, don't play him again until next Monday. Now it's kind of weird that you wouldn't place him on the IL at that point, which I was in favor of doing right away. Like if he's got this little element, he's not trying to play through it. You've built a 4-game lead, 3 games at the time. Like, hey, just give him 10 days. Like if you're going to give him a weekend, why not just give him 10 days and make sure that you're erring on the side of getting him back at 100%. The worst case scenario here isn't that he misses a series against Boston. The worst case scenario here is that he re-aggravates an injury, makes it worse than it is, and he's done for the year.
Yeah, no, look, I know what kind of opponents you're about to face. I don't want to see that lineup from yesterday or anything close to it. I'd love to have him in the lineup. My thought was if it's the arm and it's a throwing issue, but he can swing, I would love to have him as long as they didn't put him on the IL. I would love to have him in a position because he was red hot when they sat him down.
I mean, everybody would love to have him, but would you rather have Alex Bregman 85% with a chance to re-aggravate the injury or wait a series and have him 100%?
Well, I understand your point.
No, I'm asking you, though, because you haven't answered.
Okay. I would love to have him back. I would take him at 85%, and I'm not going to put the caveat and risk him being injured more, because if they know that he can't throw but he can swing, I would have him in the lineup offensively.
How would there not be a chance of re-aggravating an injury, though?
Okay, but you always say this, too. We talk about it all the time. There's always a chance you can get injured or re-injured.
But there's a higher chance if you already have an ailment.
Okay, great. I'm just saying, because of who they're playing and the schedule, and because their offense finally started getting hot and he was red hot, I would. We're always
roll the dice.
They're always rolling the dice. I'm rolling the dice now, and I'm putting them in the lineup.
All right. 713-780-3776. 85% Bregman in the lineup, or wait a week and give him 100%. What would you do? Also, Yiner. Yiner's playing first base today. You probably hate the lineup, Blinkers. Altuve, Jordan, Yiner, Pena, Caratini, Myers. Cabbage is back and in the lineup. Dubon and Whitcomb is the Astro lineup behind Yusei Kikuchi. Speaking of Yiner Diaz, have you noticed this about Yiner? He's at his best when the club needs him. I'll explain. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Art Howell will be joining us in about 10 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on the Astro Hall of Fame weekend. He was Ken Caminiti's manager with the Astros. We'll get some Caminiti stories and then get his thought, too, from a former manager with how the Astros are performing lately. Have you noticed that Yainer Diaz is at his best when the Astros need him to be his best? Yainer's been really good lately, really good for about the last 2 months. And if you even go back to last year when Yainer started to turn it on, when did Yainer start to turn it on? He turned it on whenever Yordan Alvarez was out of the lineup. Dusty was not playing Yainer every single day. Yordan was hurt for about a month with the hand, 2 hands, who knows what it was. Yainer was inserted in the DH spot and was playing almost every single day, and really an everyday guy for the entire time that Yordan was hurt. Whether it was DHing, getting his spot catching start every now and then, he was in the lineup every single day, and he was batting 4th or 5th while Yordan was out. And Yainer in that stretch had a Yainer Diaz hot boy summer where he went nuts. He was going crazy. He was racking up his home runs, eventually ended with the 20s in his rookie year. Was going absolutely crazy for the Astros offense when they absolutely had to have him. Fast forward this year. When did Yainer start to heat up? Because Yainer didn't get off to a good start. Yainer's first couple of months of the year were not very good. When did Yainer start to heat up? 2 different times you could really point to. One, when they moved him up in the lineup and like, hey, Yainer, be an RBI machine for us and batting in the 4-hole, which was also right around the time that Kyle Tucker got hurt on June 3rd. It's August 19th. Yainer's been hot for 2 months. Kyle Tucker's been out for 2 months. Yainer Diaz, for the second season in a row, steps up when the Astros absolutely have to have him. Yordan last year in the summer, Kyle Tucker this year in the summer. Yainer's at his best when the Astros need him to be his best.
Yeah, you look at just yesterday alone, we were talking about how bad that lineup was, but he gets robbed of a 3-run bomb to start the game off, too. I mean, when it's crazy how some of these guys, when they find that hot pocket of power, how they capitalize. Normally when Yordan hits one, he hits a bunch. Yainer, another guy, once he gets hot and gets that first one going, he can normally heat up. But he leads the team in RBIs. Whether we were talking about early in the season too, was the catching taxing on him? Was it taking a toll? Regardless, wherever you have put him in the lineup this year, and we were criticizing early in the year, runners in scoring position, was he struggling a little bit there? Was he pressing a little bit there? Now there's nothing to say other than you're always happy when he's coming up to the plate, and especially at times when they were pitching around Yordan, the fact that he would come right up behind Yordan and do the damage and do exactly what you needed to get done.
Yeah, they're still pitching around Yordan. Like, they're still not to the point where they're fearful of Yainer, that they're going to allow Yordan to beat them. Like, managers are still going to force Yainer to beat them, which is why whenever he moved up behind Yordan, he became the most important piece to this Astro offense, because they're not going to pitch to Yordan in critical moments. You're not going to allow Yordan to beat you, and why would you? Like, I love Yainer. I love Yainer. There is no way that I'm letting Yordan beat me. Like, in a critical spot, I'm going to put Yordan on base and face Yainer. And Yainer still has his holes. Like, I think he's a really good offensive player. I think he's one of the better offensive catchers in baseball. You know how I feel that I want them to extend Yainer in the offseason. And if they do that, I would like him to be moved to first base so he can work only on offense. But he still does have his holes. Like, he still swings at pitches out of the zone. He doesn't, ever really draw walks. But that's okay. Like, hitters have weaknesses, and do you take the total body of work? And with Yainer Diaz, the answer is a wholehearted yes.
One of the weak spots I think we talked a lot about during April and May was that Yainer was maybe a little bit weaker with runners in scoring position. I know we talked about where he was in the lineup, but not putting him in spots with runners in scoring position. But I think, obviously, in large credit due to this 2-month stretch where he's been amazing. But you look at his runners in scoring position numbers now, he's hitting 366 with a 940 OPS. Like, that concern we had at the beginning of the season, he can't hit with runners in scoring position, 940 OPS over the full season. So he's really turning on in an area that we thought he was weak in at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, that was a stat that carried over from last year, because he was atrocious with runners in scoring position last year, but he's been really good there. And sometimes I still see people carry that thought from last year to this year. Like, people, Yainer's terrible runners in scoring position. Well, you haven't paid attention this year, if you think that's the case. He was not good at it last year. Yes, he was poor with runners in scoring position last year. This year, he's flipped the script. He's been very good with runners in scoring
I think
position.
the other positive, too, is though, yes, he still has a tendency and struggles a little bit with the off speed on the outside and chasing, his eye is getting better. He's able to hold off and lay off pitches that a lot of times last year and early in the season this year, you just see him flailing at and not put a very good swing on it, even if he was going to make contact. And now you could see his eye improving a little bit, too, and getting a little bit more selective and able to lay off some of those pitches.
I think he still struggles with that. Maybe it's an improvement, but he's still somebody who's a free swinger. He's still he's got a little bit of a Jose Altuve gene in him, in that he'll swing at pitches way out of the zone because he has the ability to touch those pitches. That's why Altuve does it, because Altuve can make contact with pitches way out of the zone. Yiner still does that from time to time. We saw that was the Friday game where he was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. He's better, I agree. But he still has a habit of doing that poorly from time to time. It's kind of like he needs to reset. All right, 713-780-3776. Astro Hall of Fame weekend honoring Ken Caminetti. We'll get his former manager, Art Howen, here to talk a little bit about Cammy, the late great, the newest inductee to the Houston Astro Hall of Fame, and get his thoughts on how the Astros are performing right now as well. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Efforting Art Howe. He can be pretty elusive. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Brandon T. Cash or Trash, Yiner Diaz will make the All-Star team next year. Usually do that on Tuesdays, but since we got a little bit of time here, Brandon T., we can make do.
Yeah, I'll trash it.
Okay.
Trash. I mean, is he going to be the catcher? Is he going to be the full-time catcher?
See, I think that's a huge question.
Yeah, that's why if he's going to be the full-time catcher, then I would trash it. If he's playing first base, I'd give him a shot.
Yeah, I actually think he's got a better chance to be a catching all-star than a first base all-star because you see less offense at that position. So, like, his bat plays more versus the mean at the catcher position than it plays at first base. So I think if he stays at catcher, he's got a better chance of being an all-star. If he plays first base, I think it's going to be more difficult for him to be an all-star because now you're looking at you have to do some numbers offensively that you wouldn't need to do at the catcher position.
And it wasn't a starter, just make the All-Star team?
What's that?
Was it a starter or just make the All-Star team?
It was make it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then I see. Because I'm thinking Rushman, Sal Perez.
Yeah, there's some good ones.
Yeah, at catcher. So, but again, at first base, Vladdy Jr. He's on a burner right now too. So, yeah, it's possible. Yes, I just don't think yet.
Yeah, he's got a shot. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. I do like that he's playing first base tonight, though. I like it whenever Yiner and Caratini both are in the lineup. People right now are saying, that Singleton must be in the doghouse because he sat for a while. He's going up against a right-handed pitcher. I think it's more they just want to get a look at Yiner at first base and then what a lineup looks like with both Caratini and Yiner Diaz. All right, let's go out to the HRP guest line, being joined by former Astro great, whether it was a player or as a manager, Art Howe, joining us on the HRP guest line. Art, I saw some B-roll of you at Minute Maid Park over the weekend, taking part in Astro Hall of Fame weekend. What do you think of how the Astros have done this over the years now, bringing back some of the greats, honoring Ken Caminiti, a former player of yours? What was this weekend like for you and those around you?
Well, it was great. First of all, it was like a reunion. To get to see a lot of your ex-teammates and my general manager and all kinds of friends. And then at the same time, it's very nice that they do honor, someone like Kenny. He played for me, great kid, kind of guys you want on your team, run through the wall for you, and became one of the best players in the game before, the tragedy that he had.
Art, I'm curious with some of your fondest memories. It was great to hear from during the broadcast some of the guys with their memories. I mean, he was always one of my favorites because of the fact that a lot of times I don't think people knew just how hurt he was and was still playing and just how he kept finding ways to get better every season.
Oh, for sure. First of all, my first spring training was the first time I really got a good look at him. And the first thing that jumps out at you, obviously, is his arm. Ken had just a cannon from third base. And then at the same time, that's the same year we brought in Bagwell, and he was a third baseman, and Louis Gonzalez was playing third too. So I had a little problem there. All three guys I needed in the lineup, so I had to find positions for them. And thank goodness they all went along with it. Louis went to left field. Obviously, Bags went to first and became a Hall of Famer there. So it was great. Those three players were a real good core for the organization to build on.
Being joined by Art Howe on the HR&P guest line. Art, I always think that the greatest feat of arm strength by a third baseman is the play that Caminiti made, diving play towards the line, playing deep third base, and threw it from there to first base on a line, a frozen rope from his butt. What was the greatest throw you've ever seen Caminiti make?
That was probably it. But he made your eyes light up every time he turned it loose because, there was no arc to the ball going across the infield. Sometimes I'd saying to myself, throw the ball, Kenny, throw it, because he had such a good arm. He could just take his time with releasing it. And you're, as a manager, and you're not really knowing how great his arm was at first, you're concerned that he's going to hold it too long. But once he made up for a lot of lost time once he let that ball go.
Art, can you talk a little bit about, from the standpoint from a manager, how much easier it is when you have the tight-knit kind of 100% baseball only type mentality that you had in your clubhouse. You had such almost that inner circle of guys when you had Cammy and Baggy and Bish and their friendships with Luis Gonzalez, but also like a Daryl Kyle. It seemed like that would help you because of the fact that everybody said that you had leadership like that grew together inside that locker room.
Oh, definitely. It's just too bad we couldn't have kept it all together over a period of time, because each year when I was there, they got better and better. Well, and then I got the heave-ho, but they continue to, to produce and get better. And look now, I mean, the organization, as far as I'm concerned, is a dynasty. I mean, everybody was all bent out of shape early in the season. Oh, what's going on with the Astros? That's what I love about baseball. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And the cream rises to the top. And you look at the rosters. That's what I do. And I knew the Astros, on paper anyways, have the best roster in their division. And it was just a matter of time till they start putting the pieces together. And they haven't even been fully healthy yet. They get Tucker back and Verlander's coming back now. And when they get all the pieces in place, Katie bar the door.
Yeah, from 12 and 24, 12 games under, 10 games back in the division, now leading it by 4. People are starting to look at the, race for a top 2 seed so they can avoid that wild card series. Well, what do you think has led to the turnaround, Art?
Oh, man. Well, just some timely hitting, but more than anything, the people that filled in with all the injuries they had were able to, fill the gaps. And with Tucker being out, the team has actually made a run at everything and doing well. At the time, he was the hottest hitter, not only on the Astros, but probably in baseball. So, to be able to, to replace a player of that caliber and not even skip a beat says a lot about the organization as a whole. But that's more than anything. When everybody has injuries, it's the team that can, weather those storms and continue to do well. Bregman, he's a slow starter. Everybody knows that. He's on fire now, swinging the bat the way everybody knows he can. So, and Alvarez, he's the real deal. That little second baseman by the name of Altuve, I think maybe the best player in the league. So, I mean, they've got some great ball players on their team. And they're used to winning. That's key. People don't realize when you are used to winning, you expect it. You know what it takes to win. And this team knows what it takes to win.
Art, can you talk a little bit about the job Joe Espada walked into and then basically going from where they were to where they are now, what his role in being able to kind of right the ship and weather the storm and do all the things he's done as a rookie manager in this league?
Joe's done a great job. As you said early on, everything seemed to be going a little haywire. Plus, he's replacing Dusty Baker, probably a manager who's going into the Hall of Fame, no doubt. That's a lot of pressure on a young man. But I'll tell you what, he's done one heck of a job. He's kept the clubhouse together. He's been nothing but positive with the players, and it's obviously paid the dividends. He's doing a nice job handling the club.
Art, we appreciate the time so much. Great catching up. It was good to see you on the Shin there for Astro Hall of Fame weekend. I know it was a joy for you to see Kim and Eddie honored. We appreciate the time.
Well, my pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Art Howe, popular name in Houston Astro lore. Great question about Espada, because if anybody knows what it's like to be in the dugout, it's Art Howe.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I know that in the past we've had Art on. We've talked to him about Moneyball. I think that's a different conversation. But I'm sure this was a joy for him. You could see him when he was in the suite with all the different players this weekend. It looked like a reunion. It looked like, the joy of all those players and all those guys being able to share stories and memories. And then how it kind of ends up being on the telecast where you get some of those different perspectives and stories from different guys that cross paths with the guys that were being inducted and players in the past has been fantastic. I think it's a great move by the organization.
Yeah, it's cool how they do that. And it's good talking to some old names too. Art Howe, one of the best. What a classy man, that Art Howe. All right, 713 713-780-3776. Let's get into the Texans-Giants from Saturday. That beatdown. The Texans were swarming all over the football field. Our takeaways from the Texans-Giants on Saturday. Yours too. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texans dominated Saturday. They dominated. They dominated the game. They were swarming all over the field. Starters, 2 series, offense, defense. Daniel Jones and the Giant offense had to play the entire half so they could feel good leaving the game because they were getting dominated by the Texans defense. Texans good, Giants bad. Which of the two is more true?
I think I'm going to go Texans good.
Okay.
I'm going to go Texans good. I mean, Daniel Jones did pretty much gift wrap the pick six, and he can throw it to you in a heartbeat. But I think that it just was more and more encouraging every time I see this team go out on the field that both sides of the ball are going to be exciting. As much as we talk about the weapons for CJ on offense, but when you look at the defense and you look at the possibilities and then getting stronger after week 6 when you get Autry back, I think both sides of the football, this is going to be a fun year to really be on both sides of the football and watch how this team performs.
It's probably both. Daniel Jones is awful.
Yeah.
Like, he is so bad. He's going to cost people his job.
Was one of the worst throws I've seen in a long time.
And look, I get
worst decisions in a long time.
And I get the panic. Like, I understand. Like, this is why getting to the quarterback matters so much. Put pressure on the quarterback, and they look totally different. If you give any quarterback, if you give Daniel Jones time to sit in the pocket and just cherry pick where he wants to go with the football, he's going to look good. He's going to look good because it's the NFL, and he's one of the top 32 quarterbacks in the world, top 45 quarterbacks in the world. But even a top 45 quarterback, you give them time, they're going to beat you. Like a Gardner Minshew, you give him time, they're going to beat you. The name of the game is to get after the quarterback and force them into bad decisions, force them to panic. And that's what the pass rush did, and they did it without Will Anderson, without Daniel Hunter. Like, everybody's giving Jalen Petrie his flowers, and great. Like, I'm here for the Jalen Petrie redemption tour because he wasn't very good last year. I like the fact he's playing nickel. I think he's better in the box. But that interception was more on the pass rush than it was anything that Jalen Petrie did. Jalen Petrie was in the right spot, right time. and had the pick six. But that was on the pass rush. That's why it's important to get to the quarterback, and that's why the Texans built the roster the way they did, to get to the quarterback. And look, D'Amico's a defensive-minded coach. This is the type of defensive roster he wants.
Well, and you mentioned it. Getting to the quarterback means that when you're putting him even in the nickel, where I was really impressed was with Petrie. We know he puts his nose in there and he likes to tackle, but when they do some of their blitzes and they start doing some of their exotics, and you see Jalen getting right into the quarterback's face and going in and disrupting things in the backfield, and you know what kind of hitter he can be. I think that's going to be fun too, to see if he settles in there, and the fact that we already know that he can hit, he can tackle, and that D'Amico uses him as kind of like a missile that gets in there. That's fun to watch getting to the quarterback, no matter who else is playing safety.
Yeah, he wasn't a good tackler last year, but he looked good in that game. He looked good in that game. So here's hoping that Jalen Petrie, because he's playing mostly nickel, and he's gonna play safety in 4-3. If you just look at the starters and the ones, they played some 4-3 on that second series, and he was back at his safety spot. So when they go 4-3, he'll play safety. When they're in nickel, he's going to play nickel, which I wonder what that does for a Des King on this roster. If he's not, the Texans don't keep multiple nickels. Go look at last year's team. They kept Tavier Thomas over King. Then they brought King back when there was an injury, and then Tavier Thomas was pretty much an afterthought. So I'm really interested to see what happens at that nickel spot behind Petrie. Does King make this team? So I think that he could be on the roster bubble. And let's not forget that he was cut last year. So I find that to be interesting. But what else stood out to you in that game?
I mean, Stingley. The pick on, you want to talk about a pick that was not really to his credit with Petrie on the pick six. The pick that Stingley made, and the fact that it's not just about the covering, and I know everybody was raving about his hands as well, but just stride for stride and dives out, makes that play, gets that pick. I just think he's set up to have a really, really big year. And the fact that, you're getting to a point now where you've got a lockdown corner that is going to be one of the top corners in this league that you can just leave on an island and know that he's gonna lock down whoever he's got is fantastic.
Yeah, he's a stud. He's really good. And we gave Caserio a lot of grief in year one for drafting Stingley over Sauce. And I'm not even going to say Stingley's better than Sauce, although that would be the very popular thing to do, doing radio in Houston, to be pandering all of this. I think they're both really good football players. I'm happy with who the Texans have. I'm happy. And I was a Sauce guy. I knew him from Cincinnati, watched him play. I thought he was going to be really good. I wanted Sauce over Stingley. I have no issues having Stingley over Sauce. Stingley's a stud. The only question that I have with Stingley isn't that he can cover. It's, okay, 1 year in the league, he'd been hurt. Last year, he wasn't really, even though he had a little bit at the beginning of the year. So is he a guy who can stay on the football field? Because I have no doubts that he's a really good football player. I have no doubts that he is really stinking good. The missing panels are obvious.
They glare.
It's like,
for lack of a better term, right? What was it, right at the 20-yard line?
Yeah, and I'm sure
so
it'll move
bad.
based on the sun. But most games are new. Maybe not most games are.
I looked it up. Their first noon game at home isn't until week 4, so there's a little bit of time that they still have to get it fixed if they can. I don't know if it's possible by then.
They said it was supposed to be fixed by week 4, so maybe that'll avoid some of the bad.
Yeah, because they have 2 road games, and then the first home game is the night game against the Bears, so that it won't be an issue for that game.
Yeah, hopefully it's done by week 4, because I did read somewhere, I think, that it was supposed to be done by week 4 of the season, but that's tentative, of course.
You can't get these parts at Home Depot or Lowe's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Grade
look
the
it was
jokes.
distracting. I just wondered I was wondering on the field making plays, how bad that was on them. I mean, you could see it coming down on them, but it was brutal. My first thought was they've got to get this fixed by week 1. You mentioned with the schedule, they might catch a break, but that was awful.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's like old Texas Stadium, though, where they left a hole in the roof so God could watch. Maybe he wants to watch the Texans this year,
See
or
the
at least
time
the
lapse?
first 4 weeks.
When they show it move and everything like that, man, it's bad.
Yeah, the missing panels are obvious. I hope the first drive of the game, though, isn't a microcosm of the year. You moved it with ease. First team offense moves it with ease. Stroud's just throwing the ball over the park, moving it into the red zone with ease. With ease, no resistance at all. You're pass blocking well, even though the Giants had their dudes that were playing. Then you get in the red zone and you stall out in large part because the run game is iffy at best. And look, you're still without your starting offensive line in its entirety. Joe Mixon did not play in this game, so there is room to improve here. There is hope that once you get the entire starting offensive line, once Joe Mixon is there, that the running game is going to be halfway decent. But we're kind of running out of time, and what we've seen so far is that the running game, especially with Dameon Pierce taking the rock and the running back position, the starting running back position, iffy at best.
I'm glad you said the name there at the end, because I was going to ask, is the running game iffy or is Dameon Pierce not iffy? Because the Steelers game, he was 4 carries for 4 yards. This game against the Giants, he was 4 carries for 5 yards. But you look at some of the other guys on the team, like Cam Akers, his yards per carry is fine. Our guy, J.J. Taylor, his yards per carry was fine.
Backups mostly.
I know. But when you look at the rest of the box score outside of Dameon Pierce, the running stats aren't that bad. It's really a Dameon Pierce. I mean
3.5 yards a carry.
Yeah, I know. Well, but yeah, sure. But so obviously weighted down a little bit by Dameon Pierce, and Jawad Taylor didn't do, or Jawad Jordan didn't do a whole lot either. But yeah, I think it's mostly a starters in the Dameon Pierce issue. Like once they have all the starters on the offensive line, once Joe Mixon's back there, I think it's going to look not dynamic, but a lot better than what we've seen.
Can't look worse.
No,
Yeah,
I was just going to say,
worse.
you've got
Can't
to
look
have
worse.
better production from the running game, and he does. Glass half full for Pierce is the fact that he didn't have Laramie Tunsil, and he didn't have the full complement to be able to do what he's capable of doing. But when you look at it, he's still doing the same things of just running it kind of full speed into the line, and it is worrisome. And Cam Akers still has that little burst, and he's got that shake where I think that right now Cam Akers to me would be a safer and better pick to be the backup running back to Joe Mixon. And there's also, we're putting a lot on Joe Mixon now. No matter how much I'm fired up about him, you're putting a whole hell of a lot on Joe Mixon when the season starts.
Week one, you need to spell Joe Mixon for 5 carries. Who do you have more faith in getting the most amount of production out of those 5 carries? Cam Akers, Dameon Pierce.
Easy for me, Cam Akers.
Cam Akers.
Yeah.
Cam Akers, Brian? Is you unanimous? Your microphone is off. You
Oh,
forgot
that's
to
my
turn it
fault.
on.
Yeah, sorry. It's been a rough
that's
day.
gonna be a fine in Kangaroo
Yeah,
Court.
Cam Akers easy.
Yeah, so I think the Texans are seeing the same stuff. Like they went out and signed Cam Akers once camp started. They said good things about Dameon Pierce, but of course you're saying good things about Dameon Pierce, probably because you're trying to trade him. I think that Cam Akers will be ahead of Dameon Pierce by the time the season starts. I'm in favor of kicking the ball through the end zone. This new kickoff rule, just kick it through the end zone. Like you're gaining a difference of maybe 5-7 yards per offensive start, but you're also adding the risk of them running it back for a touchdown. I don't think that the way the Texans do things, and Frank Ross, their special teams coach, I don't think that they're going to be in favor of kicking it through the end zone, but I am a fan of kicking it through the end zone. I would just kick it through the end zone, give the other team the football at the 30-yard line every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's an interesting new wrinkle for the fans. I didn't think it was broken enough to have to fix it. So, depending on how you want to try and treat that, I just think, is it really worth it for the 5 to 7 yards? And for me, I think the chances are going to be upgraded again. Someone's probably going to. I think you're going to see some injuries. I would rather go back to the old way of kickoffs.
Well, but if you're coordinating it this year, like if you're the coach, what are you doing? Are you kicking it through the back of the end zone? You're trying the high pooch kick, trying to limit them from getting to the 30-yard line, try to shorten lengthen the distance they need to drive. Like what would be your game plan?
I would be fine. I mean, I'm fine just kicking it, trying to kick it right on the edge of the goal line, and then take your chance in coverage, because I still think that you're going to end up tackling them, like you said, between the 20 and the 30-yard line, and you're going to be just fine. And I think there's so much congestion there. I still think it's going to be tough to see the return game be that beneficial, but I'll take my chances with that, because I just don't think it's that dynamic.
That's why I'm kicking it out of the back of the end zone. Just
I think
eliminate all risk.
I think I'm mostly kicking out of the back of the end zone. I guess, if you have a scouting report on team and their kick return game is terrible, then I might try to take a few more risks. But otherwise, I just trust my defense. Like if the Texans had a bad defense that you couldn't trust, then maybe I want to take the risk of getting the extra yardage to help them out a little bit. But, if it's 5 yards difference, I trust this defense to be able to handle it, and I'd rather just mitigate the risk completely.
Yeah, that's why. And the other part of that, too, is you only get so much time in practice. You can eliminate practicing it mostly. Like, here, Kayemi, go kick the ball out of the back of the end zone. But you're not working on it as much, so you can allocate your time on other things. Secondly, like I think this is a great, the great point that DJ brought up last week whenever he was on. A lot of times you're keeping specialists because of how they are in the kick coverage game, punt coverage game. in like in a Ben Skoranek point. Like, do you want Ben Skoranek on your coverage team, or do you want to keep John Mechie? Like, okay, kick the ball to the back of the end zone, and it's a very, very easy decision. And that leads to John Mechie. John Mechie, first off, Case Keenum was responsible for bringing the most out of John Mechie. You saw who was quarterbacking whenever John Mechie's emergence happened, right? It was Case Keenum bringing the most out of people. But finally, we saw John Mechie do what we've been waiting for John Mechie to do.
It's right here in my notes. Mechie finally shows up. I've been waiting for it, watching for it, trying to see how he's going to play and if he's going to play his way onto the roster this year. And this were the first signs where you could really be encouraged that Mechie's going to make this roster and Mechie can do some things. And you're right. I mean, not only from the standpoint of who threw him the football, but when you hear the stories too about how Case has kind of taken him under his wing and he credited Case for being kind of big brother to him. That's all great because we needed to see something from John Mechie, and thank goodness we finally did on Saturday.
Yeah, he looked good. He looked good to me. Real quick, we're going to keep talking about Texans, but Luis Garcia has been ruled out for the 2025 season. Joe Espada mentioning it to the media, Luis Garcia will not pitch for the Astros this season. So his return will have to wait until opening day 2025. Blankers nailed it.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I hate to be right on that one, but yeah, I mean, look, and the main thing now is just make sure that we're not dealing with a lingering Lance McCullers type situation. Make sure that whatever it is or whatever needs to be done between now and spring training next year, that they can get that taken care of, because you've already shown with the addition of Kikuchi, with the way that the top two guys are pitching now and Arrietty's emergence, that you can get by without Luis Garcia this year. And I think we had all kind of penciled him off as just a long shot. But now you just got to make sure he's ready for next season.
Yeah, he should be. I mean, he should be trending in that direction. Should be just rehab. Like, he had the surgery. He's supposed to be just rehab, getting him to be game ready. So he's been ruled out. McCullers ruled out. This is why you can't count on Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy next year, though, by the way. Like, fool me once, shame on me, or shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So this should be the lesson learned going into next year. They were saying in the offseason, they were saying in the build up to the trade deadline, we're gonna get Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers. How many times did Dana Brown say getting Luis Garcia and getting Lance McCullers will be like adding two pieces at the trade deadline? He said it all season. Next year, you're going to have the same thing with Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy. Learn your lesson from McCullers. Learn your lesson from Luis Garcia. You cannot count on those guys to pitch next year. If they surprise you and they come back, great. You make a tough decision whenever they are fully ready. But you have to go into next season with the idea they are not going to pitch the year. A couple of other notes. Verlander has officially announced the starter for Wednesday's game, so that's good. Verlander has made the return back. He's only made 10 starts this year. He will be back on Wednesday, according to Joe Espada. And Alex Bregman, this is from Spolane. He said that Espada said Bregman took ground balls, hit in the cage today. He's asking, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. Good for Espada to give me a little riddle there. All right, 713-780-3776. We talked about the Texans-Giants. What were your takeaways from it? Also, I've added a guy onto the 53, and I've taken a guy off the 53. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, I've kicked a guy off of my 53, and I've added a guy onto my 53. Dameon Pierce gone. I don't think Dameon Pierce is making this football team. I'm sorry. We all agree. Cam Akers, so you trust him more than Dameon Pierce right now. He's just better in this scheme. And they went out and got him. I don't really care what coaches say behind the microphone. They're going to say good things about everybody for the most part. Now, there are some clues, like DJ picking up the clue the other day on Hutchinson about how D'Amico Ryans is showing the team, like, this is how a play's done. This is effort that we're talking about. And then showing an Xavier Hutchinson video. It's like, okay, well, they feel pretty highly about an Xavier Hutchinson. So, yeah, Cam Akers, to me, is the backup running back on this team. They love Dare for, like, the versatility he brings, pass protection. They like him, so he's guaranteed a spot on this roster. But in addition to, like, Dameon Pierce not producing well last year, so far in 2 preseason games, is also the fact that I think they have 3 young running backs that they like. And they have the option to pick one, guarantee one to make this 53-man roster, and then hope and, all of these, pray that the other 2 guys make it through waivers and land on the practice squad. I think they like the British Bulldog Brooks. I mean, they brought him in as an undrafted free agent. They drafted Jawar Jordan as a 6th-rounder, and then our guy, J.J. Taylor's making plays. So you have 3. I mean, J.J. Taylor's not like a fountain of youth. He's not super young. He's older than you would think. But Jawar Jordan, a rookie. The British Bulldog Brooks, a rookie. So you have 2 rookies that, I think that they like, obviously. They have Taylor, who they brought in, was on the practice squad last year. I think they're going to give one of those guys the final running back job on this 53 and then hope the other 2 guys make it through and land on the practice squad. So the fact that you have 3 guys that they like, the fact that Dameon Pierce looked bad last year, has looked bad in the first couple preseason games, I think they're going to move on from Dameon Pierce. Now, I think they would like to trade Dameon Pierce. Now, they're not going to get much. You might be able to get a 6th-rounder for Dameon Pierce and a 7th through the whole late, round pick swap thing. I really don't see Dameon Pierce on this roster anymore.
No, I agree with you. I thought that they would probably be looking to see if a team would like to trade for him based on what they saw in year 1 in his career, and thinking that maybe that with their system and a different scheme that they could revive him a little bit and that it wouldn't cost much to get him. But yeah, I just think that, look, I was impressed by Taylor. I thought that he's got some shake and he looked pretty good too. He's got some burst. So I think that there are running backs that are capable because they're not struggling just with the system and trying to get yards the way that Pierce is. And maybe it's the best for both sides because Pierce with a fresh start in a different system might be able to do something. I just don't believe in him as being a running back to carry the football on this team.
I think it's this scheme, too, that's like the specific thing there. Because I agree. Like, I think there's going to be a team who they have different schemes that fit Dameon Pierce's strengths better that would trade a 6th-round pick for a Dameon Pierce. Like, but you're not getting more than that. No. I even think it's a coin flip whether or not you get that. But I have him off the 53. Like, I'd rather see Jawar Jordan on this team. I'd rather see the British Bulldog on this team. I'd rather see J.J. Taylor on this team than see Dameon Pierce on this team. I'm sorry. And I like Dameon Pierce. He's just not a fit. And I think it's overwhelmingly obvious now. And they have running backs on this roster that I think that they rather keep. I officially do have John Mechie on the 53 now. I had not prior to this, but he showed me enough in that game where it's like, okay, he's still young, he's still cheap, he still has this year and next year on the roster, on the under contract. Go ahead and keep Mechie. Now, I am putting Noah Brown on the pup. Mm-hmm. Skoranek is also hurt. He didn't play in that game, so I don't know if they're pupping Skoranek, but I don't see Skoranek making this team over Mechie. Part of this was DJ talking me into it and, like, does he lose value with the new kickoff rules? I think there is truth to that. I think it's a really good point. So Mechie makes the jump to me. Noah Brown's on the pup. Skoranek's either off or on the pup. And, I'm keeping those 6. Nico Collins, Diggs, Tank. I'm keeping Woods still.
I was just going to say, what about Robert Woods?
Hutch and Mechie. I actually think it comes down to Woods and Steven Sims. If they want the returner, I think they keep Sims. If they want to keep the veteran in the room, I think they keep Woods. You could save $5 million if you move on from Woods, but they're not hurting for money. They're over $20 million under the salary cap.
We've seen Woods go back and return some kicks too if he has to, but the fact that they could have another veteran if injuries pop up that has been able to plug and play and work well with CJ. I think that's better than seeing if Sims could do something if you absolutely need him. So I think if push comes to shove, it's between those two guys. That's why I was curious if you had Woods on or off.
I have Woods on.
I think Woods you keep Woods before you keep Sims.
Now, there's some things that come into play here. Maybe they want the specialist and they go Skoranek or Sims over Woods. Maybe Noah Brown's not a pup guy and he's just ready to go week 1. Well, then that's probably going to make Woods, the odd man out here too. But, I have those 6 currently. We'll see where Noah Brown's at health. I rather, even if it's almost the Bregman conversation, I'd rather have Noah Brown 100% in week 5 rather than Noah Brown 85% in the first 4 games of the year. And what makes it a little bit different than the Bregman conversation is at Noah Brown's your wide receiver 4.
I was gonna say you're in a position of strength.
You can wait.
Yeah. It's not like with the Astros pressing for offense and looking for any possible answer that could step up and get a hit.
Mm-hmm.
You have so many talented receivers in that room right now that you don't have to rush him back.
That's where it's different. Like Noah Brown being ready to go week 1. How much does that help your offense whenever you have Collins, Diggs, and Tank all healthy? I would say it's minimal.
Mm-hmm.
I would say let's just put them on the pup. That way you keep 7 receivers, and then let's see where you're at in week 5. Maybe you have a knock. Maybe somebody's hurt. Maybe you're willing to move on a little bit easier from one of these guys than you otherwise would be. So, I have Collins, Diggs, Tank, Woods, Hutchinson, and Mechie. I also trimmed a quarterback for my 53.
Boyle?
I've trimmed 2 quarterbacks, I guess, for my 53. Yeah. I only have 2 quarterbacks making it. C.J. Stroud, Davis Mills. I hate to do it, but I'm an equal opportunity hater. I would cut my mother if I had to. And in some ways, cutting Case is like doing that. So Case Keenum will not make the 53. There is a new rule this year.
The new rule.
There is a new rule this year where you could elevate your emergency third quarterback from the practice squad. You could not do that last year. So the fact that you can do that now, why are you wasting a roster spot on quarterback number 3, especially if you have a deep roster like the Texans do, where that 53rd cut's going to be really, really tough? Would you rather keep an extra non-quarterback, or would you rather keep, a veteran like Case Keenum? Case could also make the practice squad, perhaps, because I'm not sure how many. It'll be tough. But if he's your third string quarterback, you're not keeping him over the 53rd guy on this roster. You can sign a quarterback to the practice squad. Maybe it's Tim Boyle. Maybe that's why they brought in Tim Boyle. And then they elevate him on game day, which actually it doesn't count as an elevation because you only get so many of those a year.
Right.
So that's a new rule this year that was not in place last year. So you can call up the emergency third quarterback from the practice squad. Last year that was not in play, which is why they carried a third quarterback. This year that it is in play, I don't think they carry a third quarterback on the 53.
No, I could see that happening. But now, so you could actually do that with Case, right?
He could be on the practice squad.
Yeah,
but he would have to. Every other team would have to say no thanks.
But I think that part of it too is at this point in his career, he likes being back in Houston. He's comfortable here. I'm not sure that he would want to go anywhere else either, to where that might be a good thing for him.
It's a big difference in money.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a big difference in money. And you look at Minnesota, who's had a quarterback injury. I don't know if he ever crossed paths with O'Connell, but that's a system that he's comfortable in. So I don't know. I don't know if there would be a team that would pick up Case to be on their 53. They might not. And then Case is just the practice squad quarterback. Yeah. But I do think that's why they brought in Boyle. I think there was something to that.
Okay, because that's interesting to me too, because I thought with that rule, that's something that you could actually manipulate a little bit to your advantage. But yeah, I mean, I could look. Case is a lot of things. I think his veteran leadership, his presence, we talked about it, the fact that he has been like a big brother to Mechie, the fact that he and CJ have such a great relationship and he's helped them in a lot of ways. That's fantastic. That was exactly one of the reasons why they brought him in last year, and then he ends up helping you late in the season. It's phenomenal. But Davis Mills has looked really good as the backup when he's been in there, and that's something that I'm not sure we were all sure of him doing at the start of training camp, and now you feel a hell of a lot better about the backup quarterback.
Yeah, I think so too. And now he does have the injury to monitor. 2-4-2-2 package Damian and Keenum to the Vikings for a pick next year. Neither guy has tons of trade value, and the Vikings, they have a very similar running scheme than the Texans do too. So I don't know if that's a great fit for Pierce. Can Case coach for $3 million? I think that is what Case is going to do. I think he is going to transition into coaching. I think he'd be great at it. 713-780-3776, 9666. New kickoff rule is lame. No surprise onside kicks anymore. The percentage of recovered onside recovery was already low enough. I'm not a fan of it either. I hate the new kickoff. Yeah, I know you feel the same.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same. It's just gimmicky. It's taken from another league. You don't need it. It's not that bad. The game wasn't hurting that much or was, you're going to make that big of a difference just by doing what you did.
1022, would you elevate the kickoff differently or evaluate it differently if it went to the 40-yard line instead of the 30, similar to the out-of-bounds penalty? Yes.
That would be a difference maker.
I'm in favor of kicking it through the back of the end zone if it puts it on the 30. If you're talking about the 40, then we have an entirely different conversation. So, yes, I would evaluate it differently. Texans look good on both sides of the ball, but I have some concerns with the running game. Your thoughts? Yes.
That's exactly what we've been talking about. Look, I think Cam is that's why I think it was such a savvy pickup at the time. We didn't know what we didn't know about. Is he going to be able to come off 2 major injuries, how he's going to look? But what he's shown me so far, and just being a guy that's not going to be the number one, that can do a lot of things and catch the ball out of the backfield, has made me feel a hell of a lot better that if that's the best you do at number 2, you're fine. And they could also still be looking at other rosters and figure out if there's another back they could bring in.
Yeah. I mean, Cam has had some really good games when he's been healthy, even since he left the Rams. So, and late in the year with the Rams 2 years ago, he had some really good games. Now, 2 Achilles, that scares you, but he's looked fine.
Yeah.
He's looked all right.
Yeah, and the one thing I did want to mention, because I know we've been talking about it, and CJ is CJ, his poise in the pocket is borderline getting to the point where I feel like it's elite. Like nothing rattles him. And for all we've seen over the years with Deshaun and everybody that just wants to tuck it and run or try to make the big play, when they were pinned back on their own goal line and the rush was coming in and he stepped up, then he stepped back, then he went over the first layer to Schultz and got that 20-yard gain or whatever like that. And it's like, boy, you can't underestimate just how poised he is when the rush is coming, and that was one that stuck out to me.
Especially with the direct comparison to Daniel Jones handling a rush in the end zone, exactly the opposite.
Yeah, I love him. I'm a huge fan of CJ. Brian, anything we didn't cover you wanted to get to?
No, I think we covered it all.
Look at us. We're just good.
I think the other thing, too, was interesting to see Bullock playing a little bit with the one. Bullock getting some run with the ones, and the fact that they kind of like him and they trust him at safety with the ones, which was good.
I think they want him to be their starter by week 6.
Yeah.
Like there's a certain, not that they have a deadline, but I think that they are grooming Bullock to be a starter for them before the end of the year. They like him, it seems like. Now, I don't know if it's week 1. I still think that Murray probably has the upper hand week 1, but I do think eventually they transition into that.
Good tackle, too, on Singletary.
Yeah.
At the goal line.
Mhm.
Shows he's not afraid to put his some
Which is
safeties
a knock
don't
on
want
him,
to.
actually.
And so the fact that he put his nose in there and stood him up at the goal line was great.
30-39, thoughts on Kate Stover making an impact this year? I think he'll have some games where he makes an impact. I'm not drafting him on any of my best ball teams, but yeah, I think he'll be a factor.
They like him long. I think they've got plans for him long term, though. They like the fact that he can develop into being a really good tight end for them.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Long term, I like him, but this year he's probably your tight end 3. So his week to week, quote unquote impact, I think is going to be fairly minimal.
See, I actually have doubts with him being like a long term starter. Like I don't know if he's
Is that because he's too
so
much of a
skilled,
physical...
so athletic. Like I think he's a good piece to have for his 4 years of rookie contract. I don't know if he ever develops into a clear cut number 1 tight end.
Just like a.
I think it's more skill and like talent. Like to me, he's not all that skillful. He's not like the prototypical tight end. He's more just kind of like he's going to outwork you and like out tough
he's
you.
a beast too. They like him because he can block. They like him because he's athletic, but he's strong. But can he catch the ball? To your point, like
Well, I think he can catch the ball, but he's not like you look around the tight ends in the NFL. They're like 6'4", 250. They run really fast and all have great hands. Like Stover's not that.
That's what I'm saying. You're not going to get the kind of Mark Andrews or Kelsey or Kittle or those type guys. He can catch it a little bit. CJ likes him. But his real strength is literally his strength and athleticism and getting in the trenches and then being able to give you kind of those safety valves.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason he was a 4th rounder. Like, if he was 6'5" and ran a 4.5 and was this unbelievable athlete, he would never got to the 4th round. But I do think he'll be valuable to the Texans, just not, elite tight end someday. Hockley, do you think do you think one of these young guys could be Arian Foster 2.0 that is so excellent in the zone scheme? I'm not going to put any of these guys on Arian Foster just yet.
Yeah, no, I'm not going that far either. Look, I think they can be a key a piece that can be utilized and be positive. I'm not going Arian Foster.
All right, 713-780-3776. It is time for our Mailbag Monday. What questions do you have for the Bees? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, what is your question for the Killer Bees? Pena?
Hello?
Yeah, Pena.
Come on, Pena. This is your time to shine.
Hello?
He can't hear us.
Pena.
I think
your
it's
time to
I
shine.
think
Go.
it's a board thing. The listener is
Can you hear
not
me?
the listener is not able to hear us. Pena, you're gonna have to text it in 713-780-3776. Sorry about that, Pena. You have to text us in 713-780-3776. 6860 preferred fuel when grilling: gas, charcoal, wood, etc.
I love charcoal. The charcoal to me, grew up on it for the most part. Loved the tailgates and when my dad would use the charcoal. So I'll go charcoal.
I like it when somebody else is doing it, preferably. Food always tastes a little bit better whenever it's somebody else that's cooking it. But if it's me, gas is easy.
Yeah. Charcoal's the
gas
flavor's
is
better.
easy. The charcoal flavor's better. Wood flavor's pretty good too, though.
Yeah, it's not, I agree with
sure.
that. That would be second to me. But yeah, that char grilled taste is just something that that's from my childhood on. That's what I prefer.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to the HRP listener line. If this doesn't work, Brian's fired. 713-780-3776. Question for the Bees. Pena, what's your question for the Bees?
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I'm usually, every time I get on, I hear like a little like a staticky noise, and I didn't hear it this time. I didn't know if I was on the air or not.
It's all
sorry
good.
about that.
You're all right.
So my question for y'all is shrimp. What is y'all's preferred way of eating it and just making it? A grilled, a boil, or fried? That's about it. Thank you. Have a great day.
What was shrimp?
Yeah, he said shrimp.
Yeah, I love me some shrimp.
Fried for sure.
Disagree.
Yeah,
I'm
fried's
gonna go-
my number one.
No
I mean,
chance.
I'll take shrimp 1,000 different ways.
Me too.
In fact, I'm going to have some this weekend coming up. But
Nice flex.
my dad's birthday's coming up this weekend. He always wants to go to a seafood place for his birthday. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to have some fried shrimp this weekend.
I'm gonna go grilled. I love grilled shrimp. But again, growing up with a family where my mom and dad owned and operated their own restaurant, and my dad, the easiest thing on the weekends would he just fire up the deep fryer and go with the fried shrimp and
Were
fries.
you guys eating a bunch of shrimp in Wisconsin?
Oh boy, we
Okay.
did. I mean, yeah, and it was awesome. Fried shrimp is great, but I'll go grilled.
I love shrimp. It's one of my favorite. The issue whenever you fry it is if you really like shrimp and you fry it with too much batter, you're kind of losing losing the shrimp a little bit.
That's
You're
where the
kind of losing the
restaurant
flavor.
gets you.
So if you fry the shrimp, I'm okay with fried shrimp, but it better be a very light flash fry.
I'm with you.
Coconut shrimp ain't bad either. It's not my favorite, and I'd rather have it fried, but a little coconut fried shrimp ain't bad. Now, both of y'all are wrong. Saying there's wrong when somebody else's opinion. Blackened shrimp.
Oh,
Blackened
yeah, no, I
wasn't
like
an
all,
option.
all of the
That-
above.
yeah.
Yeah, he's asking us how we like our shrimp, though. Payne, you didn't give us the best option of all. Blackened shrimp is fantastic. Give me some blackened
Yeah, my
shrimp.
wife hates the blackening flavor, but I think that's because she's from the north. Maybe
Yeah.
she's not as used to the Creole style cooking, but I love blackened shrimp.
Yeah, blackened shrimp's awesome.
Fried would be third for me, actually. Fried would be
Really?
last. Yeah, give it to me grilled, give it to me boiled, give it to me blackened. I'll take all of that before fried because I like the shrimp.
Yeah,
Like, I
you
like
do
the shrimp.
the shrimp cocktails and the boiled shrimp, man. That's always fantastic as well. But yeah, I mean, I grew up on the fried, but I've gotten away from it. There's a lot better ways, and blackened is one that he did omit.
Yeah, he did omit it. 713-780-3776. Question for the Bees. Ocho, what do you guys think of joint practices not only being televised, but televised in Red Zone channel form?
I don't need the red zone form, but I do think that right now, with the way that they've kind of gone away from the 4 preseason games and the fact that we see less and less of the starters playing with a lot of teams holding them back even this week, those joint practices become more and more intense and more important. And I would like to watch them. I would be dialed in to watch some joint practices to see ones versus ones instead of some of the stuff that we're subjected to seeing in preseason games.
Yeah, I would love for them to be televised. I think it'd be great. I've kicked around the idea of going this week, but it's way too hot, and I have baby duty in the morning. I think it's a great idea to televise them. I would absolutely watch them. Red Zone channel, I agree, is too much. I don't need them to bounce around. In fact, I want to see every play. I really don't care about other people's joint practices a whole lot either. Like, I would watch them, but I want to be lasered in on the Texans,
Especially when we're talking about different position groups that we're watching. If we wanted to see early on, if we wanted to see how Laster stacks up against a one receiver from another team, or we want to see how Bullock is capable of playing safety, or, some of the things on the position groups that we're watching, or, for Kenyon Green being able to block against someone else's D tackle in a one-on-one situation with the ones, I'd love that.
Yeah, it would be. I think it's a great idea, Ocho. But
I think it'd be great, but I wouldn't want it live. There's just too much dead time. Like I would need some sort of chopped up, like not necessarily a highlight reel. That's too short, but basically a condensed version. Skip through some of the dead time and give me the action, because obviously on the field too, you got different groups going against different groups on different sides of the field. So it would need to be produced a little bit, but I'd be into it.
You want a condensed game? That's fine. I don't need to watch it live either. Eric the driver, what's y'all's go-to burger toppings?
Not tomato.
You guys already know. Yeah, not tomato.
You don't like tomato on your burger?
No, that was our joke, because of the fact that
So you do like tomato.
They accused you of going with tomato
preferring
over
tomato
bacon.
to bacon.
Yeah.
Well, I would go tomato, lettuce, pickle, probably an easy mustard.
No mustard for me.
Easy mustard.
I'm going cheese, grilled onions, grilled mushrooms, and I probably don't even need any condiments.
I'd be cheese, bacon, crispy onion straws, and mustard.
Yeah, I like my burger basic usually, though. I'm pretty basic when it comes to my
If it's a good burger, I'm with you.
Did Blankers eat Lake Michigan shrimp?
I don't think so. No.
3358 fried shrimp with panko. Is that how you pronounce it? Panko?
Yeah, panko.
I like that
whatever.
on my cutlets.
What is that?
My chicken cutlets. Is that little crumble?
It's
you can
like
buy
a
at the store?
Japanese breadcrumb.
Yeah, I like to do. I like that with my wife once made the chicken katsu curry.
Sure.
With that on it, it's pretty good for schnitzel too.
I don't like curry.
You get a little cutlets. You don't like curry? Curry's so good.
I don't like that.
Corey says grilled shrimp and a jalapeno with cheese wrapped in bacon. That is fantastic.
That sounds great.
That is so good. Keith from LA, who will win in a 2-on-2 basketball game out of the 97.5 lineup? I'll take us.
I'll take us, and I'm not even blinking.
Yeah, I'll take us.
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I agree. What's the best combo for shrimp? Getting hungry.
Are you guys scallops fans?
Love scallops.
I love scallops too.
Love scallops.
Shrimp and scallops are fantastic, and the same thing. For me, the grilled scallops are fantastic, and blackened scallops are really good.
I would probably go steak over scallops if I'm getting, because I like steak. I like a little surf and turf.
Sure.
So if I'm going best combo for shrimp, give me steak. But of course, scallops are fantastic.
Yeah, I love them.
Fantastic. What's your dream car?
Dream car?
Dream car.
I'm not big on the cars. I would like a really comfortable SUV.
Okay.
So I don't know.
You don't have a classic car that always caught your eye?
No. And I had so many cars break down on me ever since I started driving that I just need something that's extremely comfortable and reliable. So I would go SUV. I don't know. Range Rover.
Yeah, Range Rovers are nice. My dream cars would ever pay me to drive their car, if I'm being honest.
You want that big Tesla?
I don't.
Like?
I do like the Tesla trucks.
I just saw the new one that's black, and even then, the shape and everything just turns me off.
But I'm pro gas, so I'm kind of in a little bit of a dilemma. If I ever bought a Tesla, it would be my secondary vehicle.
Okay.
I don't think I would ever buy the Tesla truck. It's just not practical enough for me. But I would get a Tesla car and then have my truck on the side.
Yeah, those people rave about the Teslas. I mean, driving around and everything like that, and they're quiet. They look very, very comfortable. I know one of my buddies has one, and my best friend got in the car, and he put it on the autopilot, and he was so uncomfortable. He said, "You either got to stop the car or whatever. I can't do it."
Yeah, I don't like the self-driving cars. I would not. I wouldn't trust it. They go very fast though. Their get up is quick, very quick.
You think about the electric golf carts without a governor. They can fly pretty quickly.
They're fast. Who had a worse ROI, Jose Abreu or Jake Asman? That's not nice. Jake's still catching strays.
Red Weasel makes it.
Jake. Jake. Food group for the rest of your life: Mexican or Italian?
Mexican, easy.
Yeah, Mexican.
No doubt. I mean,
well, for you, for sure. Yeah.
Do I even need to say anything?
No, you don't.
And I'm Mexican.
There we go. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's hit our Willabits. We haven't done a Willabits in a while. You never know what you're going to get with Willabits. You just know it's going to be really, really good. Willabits with the Bees next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I got to tell you about HRP. I love HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar, owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Business owners, let HRP help you. They can help you with HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HRP can help in any or all of these areas. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job. HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. They're going to keep you up to date with all that you need to know, what's going on in the world, what's current, what's going to help you in your business. They're the best. If you have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HRP is going to find a way to help. That way you can spend your time back in the things that interest you within your business or just growing your business. And HRP does it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You're going to love that, but you're also going to love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and they know your business needs. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. That's 281-880-6525. Or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Catching stray. She says that funny. Texter, I was the one that asked about the dream car. I'm disappointed. Blanker says a comfortable SUV, and you say a Tesla. You guys could get that now.
Yeah,
I'm practical when it comes to my cars. I'm not a huge car buff.
Same way.
Give me whatever is the best to get from point A to point B. Maybe some chores on the weekends. I'm not a huge car guy. I'm just not practical. Give me practical.
Me either. And I don't know how you guys do it, but like for me, my car gets beat up because I'm just always constantly taking the kids and practice and in my back seats. If we need to go somewhere as a family, we're taking Lisa's car anyway. So it's I don't care what I drive now.
Yeah, sorry to disappoint you. We're here to disappoint. It's what we do. All right, catching strays is what she said. So what are we doing here? People caught strays over the weekend or what?
Yeah, there were, especially these are all from the football world. Some just casual comments, as the name "catching a stray" might suggest. Just casual comments thrown out in the middle of these either NFL broadcasts or sideline reports or things like that with coaches, where you're like, man, do they really need to take that shot? They did, and we start here in Houston with John Harris from, I guess you could say the flagship, even though, I mean, his show airs on the flagship.
TV.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him the flagship.
Yeah, I mean, his show only airs on the flagship, though. It's like, I guess it's a gray line.
I caught a little bit of that new show today, by the way.
Oh, the new
host?
Yeah, I turned it on just to see what it sounded like, see if they did anything different. And you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of a sitcom that when the actor's like, you know what? You're not paying me enough. I'm not going to do this anymore. And the company's like, okay, we'll just hire another actor to play the exact same character. That's what it reminded me of.
Is that right?
It's like the exact same show, except now you have like somebody else playing the character of Landry Locker.
I didn't even
It's
see
so
who,
weird.
Did they do that?
They didn't change a thing.
I didn't even see who the new lineup was.
Was it 2.5 Men when Charlie Sheen left? Did they replace him?
Yeah, they were playing with
replaced him
Ashton
with Ashton
Kutcher, and he was
Kutcher.
a different character though.
Oh, okay.
Different character. It reminded me like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like
Oh,
remember when the
Aunt
mom?
Viv, yeah.
And, was it? Yeah, and Viv.
Aunt Viv.
And Viv. I don't even know what season it was. It was early, season 3, season 4.
Season 3, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Aunt Viv all of a sudden was somebody new, but it was still Aunt Viv.
Yeah.
That's what it reminded me.
They also replaced the whole house with no storyline too. All of a sudden, the living room and the kitchen was completely different from season
right.
1 to 2, and there was no mention of it.
So weird. That's what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
Though. It was like Aunt Viv is what it was. All right, my bad. So what did Harris do?
John Harris, he decided to take a shot at another NFL quarterback on just a random call of C.J. Stroud.
Rip, and that's really tough for a young dude to handle. On 3rd and 2, oh, what a strike. Fits it in perfectly, and Stephon Diggs announcing his arrival to the Houston crowd. You know, Kevin, this Wednesday in practice, you'll see this just get inside your DB and CJ will hit you. I don't know Josh Allen would have, but CJ will put that ball right on the number.
Okay.
So,
I like this one.
Yeah, it's fun, but it had a lot of NFL media hand-wringing, like, oh, why would you take a shot at Josh Allen? Then I can't. Oh, it was Mike Sharp or anyway, Warren Sharp. Sorry, Warren Sharp decided to go a super analytical nerd and post all of Josh Allen's like short yardage passing stats and where he ranked against the rest of the NFL. People took this very seriously for some reason. Well, when it was just Johnny, if you know Johnny makes jokes like this all the time. He's making a joke.
It's a shot.
It is a shot, but Johnny makes jokes like this all the time. He's obviously sticking up for his new guy, and it was. I think people took this way too seriously.
He didn't need to do it. He didn't need to do it.
Were they all they were all listening to the Texans broadcast? Because that wasn't a national game.
No,
so...
it only takes the one
I
awful
suppose
announcing to pick it up,
someone...
and then it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's not broadcasted nationally. Like it might be on NFL Network, but they don't have a national crew. They take either the whatever team. I heard this live, and I was like, dang, John didn't have to do that. And I'm not an Allen guy. I thought it was funny, but kind of weird, a guy who's employed by the Texans taking shots at Josh Allen. I'll just say that. I enjoyed it. I thought it was funny. I don't know how the Texans HR loves the idea of him taking a shot at Josh Allen. Yeah, I don't know how much they like that.
Coming from that world where you either hear it from the football operations staff or you hear it from someone else that says, we don't want to ruffle those feathers, you shouldn't do that. I give him credit for having the stones to say it.
It'll be interesting because Johnny Harris is on the sideline for these Texans games, and it's. I mean, it'll be interesting. Josh Allen scores a touchdown and looks over his way if he knows what he looks like.
He's going to take a shot. All right, what else we got?
All right, so Julian Edelman was on the 49ers, I believe it was the 49ers broadcast, and was talking about his Super Bowl favorites and decided to give a little comment about Lamar Jackson.
I've learned my lesson. I'm never betting against the Chiefs again. Okay, I will never bet against them. I lost a lot of money, but it's not up to the Chiefs. We all know what the Chiefs are. They got Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Spagnuolo, Chris Jones, and everyone. It's up to everyone else. We need to see a Joe Burrow come out and do something, stay healthy, start fast. You need to see Lamar Jackson, who's been on a milk carton in the playoffs, so he's missing. And then, you got to see the other guys. There's going to be a dark horseman.
But right now, your money is on the Chiefs.
I'm going with the Chiefs.
Okay, a little shot at Lamar.
Yeah, he's on the milk cart, which is a very dated stray bullet to throw as well.
I don't know how much I liked Edelman here. One, the horseman it's not a dark horseman, it's a dark horse. He was also talking out of the side of his mouth whenever I saw this, and then he had to explain the joke. He goes, Lamar Jackson's on a milk carton. He's non-existent. You didn't have to explain the joke, right. Julian Edelman. He was green.
Well, he
Julian
might have
Edelman
had
was
to
green.
because it's such an old reference.
Milk cartons. I think that's still a normal reference.
Yeah,
but
you guys
don't
know
actually
dad
put kids on
joke
the milk
I
carton.
use it a lot, though.
I think it's a fine reference.
Now we put him up on billboards.
But he was redundant. He goes to milk carton, then he was redundant and
Sure.
explained the jokes, and he disappears. We knew what you meant, Jules. We knew what you meant. I think he was trying too hard. Maybe it was one of the first few times he's been on TV, and he was trying to make a statement.
I don't know how much
He
he's
was
been on
trying
TV.
too
I
hard.
know he had a TV commercial at one point, but
Now, neither one of these strays have been wrong. John Harris was right. Josh Allen's incredibly inaccurate. And Lamar Jackson does disappear in the playoffs. So, both of these strays have been correct.
It's more so having the stones to say it.
yeah. So next one up, this one also has a Texans tie. They were talking to Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel on the sideline. I believe it was during halftime or right after the game, and just asked him simply how Tua's doing, and he took it in a direction I don't think anyone was expecting.
I was happy with it. We had the same play, the first play of the drive, as we did last year in Houston, and he completed it instead of throwing a pick, so that was a good start.
Apparently, Mike McDaniel has not forgotten that interception that Tua threw a year ago.
Man.
Would you call him the mad scientist?
I don't know if I've ever called him that.
Or something like, he is kind of a mad scientist, though. I'm sure he probably.
Yeah, you wouldn't pick him out of a lineup and identify him as a football coach.
I called him something. I don't remember what
you
I
did.
called
You
him.
had a name for him, but he looks like.
It looks like an insurance adjuster.
Either he's either that from the Geek Squad or he's just a mad scientist type guy. But he's the kind of guy that will never let the mistakes or the mishaps go. I can see him bring it up, but you didn't need to do that. That's your guy now. You just signed him to a big contract.
He was joking with him. I think.
I don't know. The
maybe
tone,
I did
the
call
tone
him
of
that.
delivery didn't seem like a joke. It seemed like he was burying him.
He has that kind of relationship with him, though. He'll throw Tua jabs. He'll throw jabs at his players, but he's also super friendly with them.
They just had him. They had him mic'd up during the training camp this year when he was walking around practice, and he was jabbing at a lot of different players. I even think Tyreek Hill in his contract.
It's very much his personality. They were the in-season Hard Knocks last year.
They were,
and it is very much. I love him. I think he's hilarious. Tua today was on a podcast too, blasting Brian Flores. Y'all catch that?
Yes.
He's like, Brian Flores would tell me that the worst things in the world every single day.
Good on him. And again, maybe it's kind of like once Josh Hader got his money, he'd go 2 innings, and once Tua got his money, he decided he could just be free and say what he wanted. Boy, he went scorched earth on Brian Flores.
Yeah, it's that was interesting. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Stephen Gilmore dream is over. It is over. He's officially signed, and the Falcons are shutting down Michael Penix. Why? Why would they do this? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back, and he does it with a variety of different treatments and ways. One is PRP treatments. It's not a procedure. It's literally like fertilizing your lawn. You've heard athletes doing it for years and years. The PRP actually, it's basically getting your blood going so that it stimulates extra growth and better growth. And you can do it for more than just your knees and your elbows. You can do it for your hair, and they do it right here in the Med Center. The other way to do it is the full NeoGraft procedure, which I've done both. I've had PRP after I had the NeoGraft. Phenomenal. Best in the business at doing it is Doc Linville and his staff, because they're local, because they know what they're doing. They're going to walk you through every part of the process, and they're going to explain it to you so it all makes sense. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem. It's solving the problem once and for all. And when you have a consultation with Doc and his staff like I had, you can ask questions and get answers. And one of the first things I asked about was, well, how do you know that the hair's not going to go away that you're putting there? And he said, essentially, it's like the fact that no matter where you lose your hair in your hairline or up on top and back, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. And the more I thought about it and have friends that have lost their hair, I always am very, curious why they always still have it like a wreath around the sides and back of their head. He says, look, genetically, you're not going to lose it. I take some of that, I repurpose it, put it where you need it most, and in no time at all, you're going to see that hair. And because I'm taking it from a place where it doesn't go away, it's going to be there for the long haul for the rest of your life. Fantastic to me. If you want a consultation like I had and don't want to pay the $150 like he charges for people off the street, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com, sign up for your first appointment. That appointment is free of charge. No signing on the dotted line, no cash out of pocket, no commitment to make. Just you going in to talk to Doc and his staff, getting information about PRP and the NeoGraft, asking questions, getting answers, and leaving you with the information so that you have something to consider and ponder when you're thinking about, do I want to try this for getting my hair back? If you do, you won't be disappointed, because I'm here to tell you, it's going to be there, it's going to stay there, and you're going to love the way your hair looks. It's going in the same direction, the same color, everything great. That's why I did the procedure. Check them out and tell them I sent you by, because I would tell and recommend this to anybody. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Well, the news of Stephon Gilmore being a Houston Texan are done. He signed with the Minnesota Vikings. They gave him the contract he wanted. I know this was a name that we've been watching for to see if he was eventually going to sign, and he does with the Vikings. So the dream of him joining the Houston Texans is dead for now.
I think the well has gone dry in terms of the guys that we had on our request list for interested to see if the Texans would take a flyer on a veteran that could possibly help them. Simmons was my guy. You know, you brought up Gilmore right from the start.
Simmons is still available.
The safety.
No, I'm thinking Howard. I'm thinking Howard.
Atlanta. But yeah, I mean, look, Gilmore would have been nice, but you just got to believe what they see is that Laster's going to be the guy. After watching the game this weekend, the one thing that I was going to notate is something that you brought up in terms of the depth at linebacker. But I think that's the position group that they look at now to say that they've got money to spend and they're going to be watching a lot with cuts and cap casualties. That I think they need another linebacker or two that can create better depth for them in case something happens, or in the case of Harris fighting the calf.
Yeah, two will be tough. I mean, Harris could start on PUP though. Like it doesn't seem like he's right around the bend. Comes back and leaves. I didn't realize it was like in the stretching drills that DJ mentioned when he was with us on Friday. So it doesn't seem like Harris's return is imminent. And they probably want to work him back to being 100% before the season gets underway. So I think it's a very real chance Harris doesn't play in week 1. I think there's a very real chance that Harris is pupped to start the year. So now you're looking at starters like Al Shire and Henry To'o. So that's worrisome. That's troubling. I have Hansen and Hewitt making the team behind them. Like, yeah, I don't like that position. That's been one of the weaker ones I've seen all training camp, especially when you add in the injury of Harris. So
yeah, the injury
I think we're
me.
gonna see a name there that we don't currently have on this roster.
And the fact that they keep talking about 202 and he's got all these instincts and everything like that and a great football IQ, that's fantastic. But just athletically and what you need a guy to do, I just don't know with an injury if you want to rely on him to be able to fill in for a guy like Christian Harris.
No, I'm with you. I think he's a fine backup. He's not somebody I want playing a whole lot. I think really don't want him in the base 4-3. Like I think he's a backup when you're running 4-3. Now I think he's probably a starter, even if Harris is here in a 4-3, which you can get by with that because he would just be off the field on nickel. But yeah, it is a troubling position. You're right. The Falcons are pulling off something very interesting. Michael Penix did not play in their preseason game, and then Raheem Morris was asked afterwards, why not, and why are you not playing him?
Last week, we wanted to get him out there and get a feel for what he was in live game, which we kind of already knew. Wanted to see him be able to answer questions, talk about it on the sideline, go out there and execute, make mistakes, and know what to do. Like when he looked the wrong way, getting right to the check down. He did a lot of those things a lot, but it took a hit last week, should have changed the protection. He's able to clearly communicate those things. I mean, we've seen enough last week of Michael Penix and the live stuff, and now we had the chance to mitigate him in practice. And we give him a bunch of live stuff out there in practice that you do everything that you would do in a game other than get hit. But we feel really good where we're at with Michael. We feel really good where we're at with the other guys that we set, and we treated that the same way. But Mike showed us last week enough that we don't have to play him in the preseason.
Why are they not playing a backup quarterback who's a rookie in the preseason? What is the logic here?
I've got a conspiracy here.
All right.
I think what they're trying to protect themselves against, because Penix looked good in that first preseason game. I think they're trying to protect themselves from Michael Penix playing really well in preseason game 1, then 2, and 3, and starting the conversation with the media and the fans, especially when Kirk Cousins has a primetime game and he sucks because he always sucks on primetime. Starting the conversation, when will Michael Penix be the starter, before they're ready to have the conversation.
Similar to the reason why you don't bring Joe Flacco back in Cleveland with Deshaun healthy, because you don't want to hear from the fans that you need to start Flacco over Deshaun. It's a good point.
Similar, but on a way bigger scale.
Financially, yeah.
Yeah, because he's the 8th overall pick.
Yeah, look, it's a good point. It sounded like because he was avoiding wanting him to get hit too, like maybe that. But at the same time, if he's your backup and you're not relying on him, throw him out there.
Yeah, I don't. That's where I'm at. Like, who cares if he gets hit? Like, he's supposed to be your backup. What's the worst that can happen? He tears his ACL and he comes back next year. He's your backup. I like that theory. They're kind of protecting Kirk here. They're kind of protecting their investment here.
Because
their financial
what we heard right after the draft was, Kirk Cousins wasn't prepared for that pick. He didn't know it was going to happen right away. Apparently, the feelings were a little bit hurt, not to the point where he's going to start a problem in the locker room, but feelings were a little bit hurt. So I think this might have been a little bit of protecting feelings.
Yeah, that's right. He did come out and say
he wasn't ready for it.
He wasn't happy for it. Yeah, he knows he's going to get his money, but right after trying to get excited about your new team and and everything that goes with it, that happens, and he was not happy. You're right.
Okay, this is interesting. The pushback that I would have on this, though, is I already think that's going to exist. If Kirk Cousins throws 3 interceptions in week 1, they lose. If Kirk Cousins throws 2 interceptions in week 2, they lose. They're going to call for his head regardless. So I don't know if they'd actually. I like the theory, but I don't really think it plays out in practice.
I think you're though falling into the trap of rational coaching, though. Like coaching, what we think is should happen. What's logical isn't necessarily what coaches and front offices and ownership groups are going to do. You're right. They probably will get the calls on sports radio in Atlanta, regardless of where they play them. But it gives them. Let's say this is October. That gives them the ability to say, well, Michael Penix, he's not ready yet. But if he's playing every preseason game and looks great, then it's going to be harder to make that argument.
Are we cashing or trashing this? 713-780-3776. I'm cashing.
I'm cashing it as well.
Go ahead.
Because you know how organizations are, whether it's right or wrong, or the other guy might look like he's a better player right now. When you make that commitment to the guy, you're going to baby his ass and make sure that you butter him up, you kiss his feet, and make sure while the contract is there.
I mean,
they're going to take care of him.
But they also drafted Penix, so they weren't doing that.
They did the opposite.
But I think they drafted him for. I still think they drafted him for post Cousins.
But it's 4 years though, and Michael Penix is an older quarterback.
He's on a 4-year deal with a 5th-year option.
I mean, that would be Michael Penix taking over
like a 2-year deal. Yeah,
I think it was a 2-year
27.
Deal. I'm cashing the theory. I don't think it actually matters, though.
Probably not.
I think it's kind of foolish. And, I mean, again, he's a rookie quarterback that you want to develop. Well, how do you get him to develop? You play him in football games. It's so weird to me.
Especially since if he does what we think they might be worried about, it means he's playing really well. So that means if you did go to him, you have a good quarterback.
And it justifies you as a team and an organization making the pick.
Right.
So
it makes you look smart.
Yeah, exactly. So it actually helps you.
You want to have another conspiracy theorist?
Hit me.
I think the Falcons have no idea what they're doing.
That's fair.
I think they're over their head and have no idea what they're doing. Terry Fontenot, this is his first general managing job. Now, he's been on the job for a while. But even then, they kind of like round peg, squared hole their roster with their head coach, Arthur Smith at the time. They move on from Arthur Smith. It's like, well, you have all these offensive pieces, bring in an offensive guy. They bring in Raheem Morris. They draft Michael Penix that early in the draft when you already signed Kirk Cousins. I think there's a very real chance that organization is incompetent.
Now he's throwing big money at Simmons and Judon, and now it looks like
Simmons was a one-year deal,
right? But also with Judon, you committed a third-round pick, and now they don't have a deal in place, and it looks like they're not going to get one done.
And the big knock on that too is like I've seen people be critical of the Falcons because on draft day they all knew that they needed an edge rusher, and instead you draft a quarterback at number 8 whenever you sign Kirk Cousins with the money. And there was a lot of defensive ends that were there that like the Latu guy who ended up going to the
one off the board yet.
Dallas Turner. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
there
wasn't even a defensive
They
end
could have
off the board
drafted
yet.
the highest defensive end on their board.
That's right.
So a lot of people were critical after the Judon trade. So I think there's a very real chance that front office is bad.
But now and then on top of that, you trade for a guy you don't get an extension for, and you give up a third-round pick, and we know that, from Bill O'Brien with Laramie Tunsil to the fact that normally if you're going to make a trade like that, to make sure that you don't look like you have egg on your face and the guy walks after a year, you lock him down.
Yeah, I think it's a bad front office. I think we got a bad front office there in Atlanta. Now, they might have enough talent to overcome a dreadful division, but we'll see long term if there's something there. There was a 49ers beat guy that had a theory as to why the San Francisco 49ers played Brock Purdy in their preseason game, because they set out every single one of their weapons. They set out like Jawan Jennings and Jordan Mason, who are like their third running back and like wide receiver 4 or 5. They were without a couple of their offensive linemen, and they still played Brock Purdy. They even had Kubiak calling plays in that game and not Shanahan. So this beat writer's theory is that he wanted to show the rest of the NFL that Brock Purdy isn't all that great whenever he doesn't have the offensive weapons beside him or he doesn't have a good offensive line in front of him. And there's some thought that maybe it could come to the whole contract extension thing.
Yeah, I could say it's the system and not you, Brock.
There's a theory out there.
I would agree that it's the system and not the quarterback, but that seems like an awful long way to go to play games on that.
Why would you play Brock Purdy in that game with
I don't
offensive
have a good
linemen out,
I can't
with all the
dismiss it.
skill guys out?
I know I can't dismiss it.
Weird.
It
weird.
seems like let's go with it for a second and say that's legit. I would lose a lot of my respect for the intelligence of Kyle Shanahan.
But I also think that, I agree with you, Brian. I've always thought that Brock Purdy it's the system more than the quarterback. But you also have to be good at doing the game manager part of it, because Trey Lance couldn't do it enough to get on the field for what they gave up to get a guy like that, to where his argument could be, it's a great system. You still got to have a guy that's not going to make mistakes and be able to execute it, and not everybody can do it. But yeah, it's a risky proposition.
And putting him out there, though, with offensive line and weapons missing, I mean, you're trying to win a Super Bowl this year. The 49ers are at what worst, like the third best odds to win the Super Bowl, maybe behind the Chiefs, and I don't even know who would be.
That adds to the conspiracy. Why are you playing him?
I know, but that's the point. Like I'm saying, to Kyle Shanahan's intelligence, to make the point to Purdy for a future contract negotiation at the possible risk of injuring your quarterback when you're trying to win a Super Bowl and like the second best favorite in the NFL seems like a ridiculous move to me.
Maybe who's the backup? Joshua Dobbs, who looked good. Maybe he's a Joshua Dobbs fan. Kyle Shanahan.
Call Minnesota and ask how that worked.
Maybe
out. Rely on Josh Dobbs for more than a game or two.
Maybe he's a Joshua Dobbs fan. I wouldn't have played Purdy. I'm with you. I wouldn't have played Purdy, but it begs the question: why is Purdy out there?
Plus, he got beat up a little bit. Too.
Yes, he got hit.
Yeah,
he got hit.
And you're going to go Josh Dobbs for the whole year and run that risk just to prove that point?
Well, they're both things are in play here. Like, one, why is he playing? It's dumb for him to play. Then why is he playing? The agent's going to come to Shanahan and John Lynch whenever he's ready for that contract extension, demanding top 5 money. And Shanahan and Lynch are going to put on the film to his agent and go, "That's top 5 money? No, it's not." That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, but we both know that showing a preseason tape from I guess it would be 2 years in the past at that point. That's not going to make a difference in contract negotiations.
They're going to say, you need us more than we need you.
Yeah, they can make that point, and Purdy will wave goodbye as he walks out the door and gets that money from someone else.
I don't know. I think Purdy's going to be like, you know what? You're right. I'll take top 8 money, and I'll be your quarterback for the next 5 years.
Teams aren't going to win in negotiations to quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how.
Some quarterbacks.
Not with quarterbacks that would be in command on the open market.
I disagree. Mahomes is an under market
He
deal.
decided to
Brady
give that.
did. I know, but that's the point.
Well, yeah, but
Quarterbacks are
that's
willing
not
to
the
do
player
it.
winning or that's not the team necessarily winning the deal. That's the player giving them, a good deal.
Let's call it a team-friendly deal.
Yeah, but
That's
that
a team
was
winning the
on
deal.
the behest of the player, not the team getting one over them. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to win these deals unless the players.
But isn't that
to it.
every single team-friendly contract, though? Is that the player is willing to give you a hometown
You're
discount?
talking about using preseason tape as leverage to be able to win the
yeah.
deal. What I'm saying, that's not good enough to win quarterback deals. You're only going to win the deal, to your example, if Mahomes or Brady decide to give it to you.
But if he gets a guarantee for, say, a couple extra years and he gets top 8 money instead of top 5, but he's got a plethora of weapons around him offensively as opposed to going to a crap team where he's going to get his head ripped off, I think there are guys that are going to consider that for the longevity of not only the position, but getting similar money, but playing on a chance to win every year team.
Yeah.
Because you're not like some of the guys we say when even Tua comes up or Love. Or
Well, that
those
would
guys.
still be the player deciding to give the deal versus the team winning it through a negotiation.
But that's every deal. That's every deal. That's every deal that's signed.
I know. Well, that cancels out your point, though, with the tact of putting him in the preseason game to win leverage in a
it
contract
diminishes his
negotiation.
value. Diminishes his value. It shows that his value isn't as great as perhaps
Yeah, I just don't think
he
that's
and the
enough
rest of
to
the
win a
NFL is
deal,
thinking.
though.
But Brian, nothing's off the table when you go into these negotiations like that. Because look at when baseball guys go to arbitration, and some of these guys are just all wide-eyed, going, "I can't believe how they treated me in arbitration." At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you've done for me. They're going to bring that crap up if it saves them money.
I'm sure they'll try. I just don't think it'll work.
I think it will. I think the teams around the NFL are going to be like, man, y'all see Brock Purdy without the skill and without the offensive line of the 49 with Kubiak calling plays?
Yeah, that
he looks
great
like
Falcons
he looks
front
like a
office will
backup
certainly look at
quarterback.
it.
He looks like a backup quarter. I can't pay that guy top 5 money. You see how he looked in that preseason game? Not for me. All right, I feel good about the Astros as a World Series contender again. I'll tell you why next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
They're the Astros are saying they will officially go to a 6-man rotation. So there is that. To be expected. Nothing new there. So I think you have to take the Astros seriously as a World Series contender. And maybe we should have always thought that. Vegas has been very respectful of this team all year long. Even when they were 12-24, Vegas was not adjusting the line in this crazy way because they knew the Astros roster was good. But this is why the Astros should be taken seriously. They have the top 2 in the starting rotation that are really stinking good. They have 2 horses at the top. Hunter Brown 10-2, the 2.33 ERA since June 1st. The Astros are 10-0 in the last 10 games Fromber has started. In his last 8, Fromber 7-0, the 2.24 ERA. They have 2 starting pitchers at the top of the rotation that are amongst the best starting pitchers in baseball. And then if you stay within their rotation, they still have some of the best middle starting pitchers in all of baseball. Yusei Kikuchi's been fabulous since he's been an Astro. Even Ronel Blanco is still amongst the leaders in ERA in the American League. That's to a surprise of some. He's got a sub-3 ERA, Ronel Blanco does. Spencer Arrighetti's been much better, even though he wasn't as good against the White Sox. Justin Verlander is coming back. So you have 2 horses at the top. You have 3 other starters in the middle who are still very good, and you only need 4 in the playoffs. And then even Arrighetti can get some outs. You look to the bullpen. You have 2 dudes at the back of the bullpen that can slam the door shut on games. Brian Abreu and then Josh Hader, who's been excellent in safe situations. Flip it over to the offense, and the offense has struggled some, but even though the offense has struggled, the Astros are still top 5 in baseball and in the American League and a bunch of different offensive stats. They're like 7th in runs per game too. So the offense is good enough, and then when you break down who the offense, what they have in it, they have Yordan Alvarez, who is kind of has a knack for the big moment, turning games upside down. You have Jose Altuve, who has the 2nd most postseason homers of all time. Alex Bregman's still solid. Hopefully Kyle Tucker comes back. Yainer Diaz is coming on as a young player. The Astros have the pieces. Not going to say that they're going to win it all. They're going to win the World Series. I cannot predict the future. But the Astros have all the pieces in play that you need to win a World Series.
And you factor in, Jeremy, because I don't disagree with you. And I think this was the team we all thought we were getting at the start of the season. For the very fact of the matter is that during this golden era run that they've been on, they're battle tested. They're seasoned. They know when the even look at what happened during the course of the season. Most teams would have folded up their tents and gone home and said, it just looks like it's not going to be our year. And injuries this and numbers say we're not that. And at the end of the day, at a certain point, you just pull the plug and go, hey, we're going to give it a go next season. But instead, this is a team battle tested that knew what they were capable of doing if they could get to close to 100%. The one major factor is Tucker. I mean, because even without Verlander, you touched on the fact that they have unlike the Texans in the past, they have insurance policies all over the place. If someone goes down, they have another option. So now you're going to a 6-man rotation because you have 5 fully capable starters that have been towing the load while Justin Verlander's been out. The big thing is with a Victor Caratini, an unsung hero in insurance policy, was supposed to be a backup catcher, but because of the offensive limitations with injury, you were able to put Yainer at first or DH. Caratini holds his own, unlike a Maldonado, to catch and also be able to hit and be a switch hitter. And now suddenly you don't miss much. Yes, you missed Kyle Tucker's All-Star, but at least you're being able to tread water until you get him back. As long as you get Kyle Tucker back, no one wants to see that top 5 in the batting order. And the fact that the middle of the lineup with protection can be so good, then Pena could be good down lower in the lineup. And you start talking about guys that can pick up some of the extra slack. You've got a lineup capable with pitching, and the fact that even with a Presley, if Presley underachieves, the fact that all of a sudden out of nowhere, here comes Taylor Scott, and Taylor Scott's able to pitch the 7th inning for you.
Yeah, I like where this team is at, and like Art Howe was telling us earlier, like they still haven't played to their potential. Like I think there's still meat on the bone in terms of this team improving, and it's mostly offensively because I think you're getting about the best you can get from a pitching staff point of view. Verlander will help, extend the rotation, 6-man. It'll be able to lighten the load on their starters. Hopefully, that's something that benefits them late in the season. The team kind of reminds me of the 05 Astros, where their pitching was just very, very good. Their pitching kept them in every single game, and then they got some timely hitting. But you look back at that team, like the bottom of the order on the 05 Astros was brutal. I still think that this bottom of the order isn't great, but now you have guys that will be at the bottom once Tucker's back, Bregman's back, knock on wood. that are kind of defensive-minded players. Like Pena, I'm sure will be hitting like 6th or 7th. Jake Myers will probably be hitting 7th or 8th. But those are defensive-minded guys. The problem you have now is that those guys are batting in the top 4 spots in the lineup. Like you had Jake Myers hitting cleanup the other day.
Cringe at that thought.
So you're still like the bottom of the order is still going to be weak on this team.
So,
but you can live with that when you have the 1 through 6 that you hope is strong, and then when you're getting the pitching that you've been getting lately.
Now, to try and minimize how bad the bottom of the order is, does that mean Jordan's in left field, Caratini's is catching?
I wonder. I think they'll probably be game by game, I bet.
Yeah.
Like, depending on where they're playing, who's on the mound for you. Because, like, when Fromber's pitching, they don't have a problem playing Jordan in left field because he's a ground ball pitcher. Hunter Brown's a ground ball guy, too. But then, like, if Verlander's pitching, who's a fly ball guy, that's probably when Jordan will be DH.
Because ideally, if Dubon does truly go to his utility role and Jordan's in left, Tucker's in right, Jake's in center, Caratini's catching. Now, depending on what you do with DH first base, everything else is already spoken for with Bregman, Altuve, and Pena. And that lineup is really, really salty.
If you just went pure best 9 offensive players, which I don't think you would every single game because, again, you're trying to like play with who's pitching for you, what field you're on, et cetera. Like if you're playing on turf, like they don't like Jordan on turf or a big left field. They don't like Jordan playing a big left field a lot. But if you're just going best 9 offense, I think, well, it kind of depends on who you're facing, too.
The pitcher, yeah.
But if I think Caratini's in your best 9. I think he's catching, especially against a righty. Probably Yiner.
Yeah, so if Yiner's at first base, then what are you going to do? You got someone else at DH?
You could either go, if you're going pure offense, you could go Jordan left field, Yiner Singleton first base, Yiner Singleton DH, whichever one's not playing there. They probably would play Singleton at first base and DH Yiner if they were going pure offense. But if it's like a lefty on the mound, they don't like Singleton against lefties. So, but they also like Caratini more against righties than lefties. Like today, there's a righty on the mound. Singleton's not in the lineup. Caratini's catching. Yiner's playing first. Jordan's DHing. If you were to put Jordan in left field today, that opens up DH, but you have a righty pitching. Is there a lefty bat? Maybe Singleton?
Yeah, see, I just go the lefty-righty means the most to me. And if it's a lefty, I just don't think they would go Singleton.
I don't either.
Yeah, so I think that from that standpoint, then you figure out, well, who's the next bat up? So if you go Yiner at first base because Singleton's out,
they don't love Caratini against lefties though.
So then where do you go? So you go Yiner at catcher, and then your first baseman, if it's not Singleton, is going to be DeCenzo?
Probably because he's a righty against a lefty.
And then is Whitcomb out?
Maybe he'd be in the mix there. Like he's currently playing third because of no Bregman.
Right.
But if Whitcomb outproduces DeCenzo the rest of the way, maybe he is your first baseman against lefties come playoff time. And then depending on what you do with Jordan, like you hope you have Tucker back. Myers is your center fielder. Like they're just committed to Myers in center field, which is fine because
Let's be honest, he's been better offensively than we thought he was going to.
He's actually been the exact same guy who he was last year. I was looking at this today. Jake Myers' numbers this year versus last year are almost identical. Now he got off to the hot start, so I think it kind of makes us think differently. But Jake Myers last year had a 227 average. This year it's 231. Last year Myers had a 296 on base. This year it's 295. Last year Myers had a 382 slugging. This year it's 392. Same guy.
Yeah.
He's the same guy, except they just said, he's so good defensively, we're just going to put him out there no matter what.
He's been more dingers?
His slugging is 10 points better. He had 10 homers last year and 341 plate appearances. He has 12 homers this year and 398 plate appearances.
Wow.
He's almost the same exact offensive player that he was last year.
Crazy.
The difference is Chas McCormick has done nothing. Yep. So Chas McCormick last year pressed Myers out of the lineup because his bat was so good and was fine defensively. This year, there's been nobody forcing Myers out of the lineup, despite Myers being almost exactly the same offensive
And you
player.
can live with him if he's your worst option at the end of your lineup, if you have all the other guys that they are capable of putting out there just for offense alone.
Exactly. And because Chas isn't pushing him. Like if Chas was pushing him, we have a different story.
That's why it's going to be this offseason is going to be so intriguing because are you going to do something with Chas? Are you going to find a better bat so that becomes a possibility? But can they play center field? And then what are you going to do with Yiner?
Yeah, those will be the questions.
Because Caratini's got 1 year left, right?
Yeah. So Caratini's either your starting catcher or your backup catcher, depending on what you do with Yiner. So yeah, I mean, if you have a righty on the mound, your best 9 is probably Caratini catching, Singleton at first, Altuve, Pena, Bregman, Jordan, Yiner DHs, and then Myers and Tucker. If you have a lefty on the mound, it would be.
That's where it's interesting at first base.
Probably, and I think catcher a little bit. I think that they would prefer Yiner to catch because they don't love Caratini against lefties. Now, they've been using him more lately, but the career numbers do not back that up. This year, they've been kind of even. I think at first base you would have DeZinzo Whitcomb, whoever's playing the best there, or maybe you just go Caratini, catcher, and Yiner at first base, depending on who's hot,
Yep.
and then maybe who's pitching, because they like Caratini catching Kikuchi. Altuve, Pena, they're not changing. Bregman will be at third, depending on what you want to do with Jordan defensively. Left field DH, Myers center, Tucker right. You really don't have a great DH option. Maybe Dubon. Maybe you play Dubon in left, Jordan DH.
It comes down to your lesser of two evils. Is Caratini batting right-handed better than whatever DeCenzo or Whitcomb are giving you if they were to be your option at first base? Because then you just play Yiner at first, you play Caratini and take your chances with him as a right-handed bat, and then just say at least he's better than what the young guys have been giving me.
Yeah. I think one thing we're probably not bringing up is that Espada seems to like his catchers catching certain pitchers. He kind of goes a little dusty there because, like, Caratini's caught every single Kikuchi start. Yiner's now catching Fromber and Hunter Brown. It'll be interesting to see who catches Verlander. So, like, maybe we're not putting any emphasis on that, and maybe we should put all of our emphasis on that.
Because then the other thing that they're saying, too, is because you don't want to limit Caratini. Right now he's getting 2 out of every 5 guaranteed, and then they're finding a place for him. They said when Verlander comes back that evidently he prefers Yiner.
Oh, really?
So, therefore, Caratini's still only getting 2 out of the 6, but you need his bat in the lineup.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's got a bunch of options that really aren't great options, but he has to kind of make chicken salad out of other things. 2568, Jordan gunning down people from left doesn't hurt defensively at all.
Jordan see him on skates.
And his range is pretty bad out there. 4963, Jake had that big hot streak for like a month, made him seem like he's better offensively this year. No doubt. No doubt. We kind of get conditioned into what a player does early in the year, and then we just kind of think he's that guy again. 2568, Chaz needs to be fat again. Dang you, fat shaming Dusty. He doesn't look skinny to me.
No.
I wouldn't say Chaz looks skinny. I had somebody in my mentions the other day says that he thinks Chaz is hurt.
I don't.
But his
mentally he is.
Yeah, it's probably
Yeah,
he's hurt from the shoulders
yeah,
up.
he's mentally hurt.
His sprint stuff though is still very high. Like his speed is fine, his range has been really good. So I feel like if he was hurt, you would notice it in his speed and his range, and that stuff is still high.
Yeah.
I don't think he's hurt. I think he just kind of walks funny at times. Now to what you said, could he be hurt from the neck up?
Yeah, he's bruised. He's got a brain bruise.
He needs to find Fromber's guy. Can Fromber's therapist speak English? I wonder.
Did that not blow your mind a little bit too when they showed the 3 fastest times from home to first, and it was Dela Cruz, somebody else, and Pena?
No, because I look at Savant weekly.
God, that's crazy.
So I knew that.
I just wouldn't put him in a Dela Cruz type level, but boy, he's flying.
He is super fast. Yeah, he's quite the athlete.
Yep.
713-780-3776.
Even though he runs like he's got a hitch in his giddy up. He's got a very awkward.
He does.
He has an awkward kind of stride, but boy, he gets it done.
I think it's called swag. You just don't know anything about that anymore.
What is it called? That gait? His gait. His
Yeah.
gait looks a little.
He
different.
does have an awkward gait.
Yep.
I like to call it drip. Are they a Red Sox player or are they a
character from the Boston heist movie, The Town?
Oh,
I like that movie.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
All right.
Very good movie.
Next with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Brian likes this song.
I do too.
How can you not?
It's a good
Great
one.
song.
Makes me think of like Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
Well, funny you should mention that.
Yeah,
We're talking about the town.
Ben Affleck, he and Jen Lopez are going through it again.
They are.
Yeah.
They've been for a while.
They're breaking up.
I thought she was
that way for a while.
Yeah, they've been separated.
And
Apparently,
seen in public.
Apparently, he doesn't want to embarrass her. That's why they haven't officially divorced.
Huh?
Yeah, it's weird. She's weird.
This one and House of Pain.
House of Pain.
What's the connection?
They are always normally associated with Boston.
Oh, okay. I was
House of
struggling to
Pain.
make
The group is, I believe, from Boston too. So it's Jump Around in this one that always gets played Boston themed.
I feel like you just want to mention Jump Around because they always play
No.
football
Obviously,
games.
it's greatest trade is fourth quarter at Camp Randall, but yeah.
All right, let's get to it. Is he a Red Sox or is he a cast member or character?
Character. Yeah, these are not the actor names because I'm not going to just say Ben Affleck. That's too easy. So these are the character names, either a Red Sox player or a character name from the movie The Town. Number 1, Adam Frawley.
Who's first?
Joel.
Charity first, right? Because I suck at this game.
Sure.
I will go.
I think it's age over beauty.
I will go cast member.
How do you spell it?
Frawley. Frawley.
I'm gonna go a Red Sox.
Joel's on the board first.
Dang
that
it.
is actually that's John Hamm's character from The Town. He's an FBI agent.
I forgot that John Hamm was in that.
Same thing. I didn't remember it in the movie.
That's why I had to go the names of the characters because I couldn't say John Hamm.
When was this movie made?
2010.
I think I saw it in 2010.
Oh, you haven't seen it since? You're not like what's his name from the Celtics watching it every week?
No, I'm anti-watching movies again.
The Celtics head coach. He
Yeah.
apparently watches it every week.
Really?
Yeah. He quotes the movie all the time. All right, so Joel's up 1-0. Number 2, Jeremy going first. James Coughlin.
Can you spell this one?
Coughlin is Coughlin. Coughlin.
Like Tom.
Yeah, exactly like Tom.
I'm gonna go cast member of The
Joel?
Town.
I am as well.
That is Jeremy Renner's character. You both get one there. Yeah.
Oh, really? That was the main character.
Yeah, that's the main character. Exactly right. So that
Good actor.
Joel is 2-0.
really is.
Jeremy's 1-1. Number 3, Stephen McRae. MacRay. McRae, but Stephen McRae.
I'm gonna once again say cast member.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that is another character from the movie. That is played by the actor Chris Cooper. Number 4, Joel up 1, and Jeremy going first here. Zach Kelly.
Is it with Kelley or just Kelly?
Kelley.
I'm gonna go cast member of The Town.
I am as well.
You're both incorrect. That is a Red Sox relief pitcher.
Dang.
Yeah,
You didn't say Joe Kelly, so.
No, yeah, Zach Kelly. Yeah, Zach Kelly. All right, number 5, Joel going first here, still up 1. Desmond Eldon. Elden. Desmond Eldon.
I will say, I'll say cast member.
Yeah, me too.
That is correct. That is the actor Owen Burke, his character from the movie.
So that's 5?
Yeah. Joel's
He's
still
up
up
one?
1. Joel's still up 1. We got number 6, 2 left to go. Jeremy going first here. Bailey Horn.
I'm gonna go with a cast member of The Town.
Joel?
I am as well.
You're both incorrect. That is a Red Sox relief pitcher.
How do the Red Sox have so many players I've never heard of? What is wrong with that team? How are they
haven't
decent?
spent a lot of money outside of Rafael Devers, I guess. All right, number 7, Joel's still up 1, going first here. Mickey Gaspar. Gasper.
I'll pick the opposite of what Joel picks.
Yeah, I figured you would. I'm going to say cast member.
All right, it is a tie. Jeremy Jeremy ties it up. Mickey Gasper is a Red Sox backup catcher and infielder.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was listed on their depth chart of both catcher, first, and second.
Huh, he's a utility guy.
Yep, utility guy.
Man, I thought I was for sure going to lose.
Ends in a tie, unfortunately.
I'll take it. I'll take it. It's a moral victory for me.
That's the worst performance I've ever had in this game.
Normally you run
usually
the table.
go at least 6 out of 7.
I'm going to look to see how many of these guys are on the 26 man.
I don't know. I just Googled Red Sox depth chart, and that's what came up.
How many Red Sox did you have? You had Gasper?
Yeah, Gasper, Zach Kelly, and who was the other one? I'll have to pull my list back up here. The other one was
relief pitcher.
Bailey Horn.
Oh, Bailey Horn's not on the active roster.
I didn't include guys that were on the injured list. I just went to depth chart and looked for guys who weren't on the injured list.
He got Bailey Horn not on the active roster. You can throw this. You can throw this result out. Throw this result out.
I'm taking it. It's better than an L. I'm taking it.
This result
Joel's
is
not
gone.
gonna throw it out. He didn't lose.
Result
I
gets
didn't
thrown
lose.
out.
I'll take it.
All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Jeremy Renner almost.
You say it gets hard.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I think it's well done.
Yeah, I like it.
That's good, Brian.
You didn't like it the first time you did it, but it sounds good.
I cleaned it up a little bit. I think it was, it's a little cleaner this time.
Yeah, that sounds good. You say, yeah, there we go. What does you say, Kikuchi? Astros are 3-0 in his starts. What does he do against the Bo Sox?
5 2/3, 3.
5 2/3 feels like a lock. That's pretty much what he's been every single
He's
start.
going to find it a little bit. He hasn't been, I know. He's teetering around 5. 5 2/3, give him a little extra there, but unfortunately 3.
Probably the best lineup he's faced. He's went Tampa, Texas, Tampa.
Yeah,
I think
would
this is
say
the
it's
best lineup
he's faced.
Yeah, this is the best lineup he's faced. And the Red Sox have seen him a lot. Now, they haven't seen the new and improved, you say, Kikuchi. Yeah, I'll take that.
I don't know if I could take it with 3 earned runs.
I'll take it.
Not with the way the offense is, especially with some of the lineups
What's the offense put up tonight?
Yeah, I would take the unknown over 3 earned runs.
Tanner Hawk-Tua pitching for the Red Sox. He's had a good year.
Been pretty good.
He's had a good year. He faced the Astros 2 starts ago. 1 run in 6 innings. So hopefully the Astros can get to him a little bit better this time at Houston with a new batter's eye.
New batter's eye. I think it's the same thing.
In center field, too. Soccer Matters coming up after us, which you can listen to Glenn Davis. He'll be talking about the Premier League, La Liga opening weekend for both leagues. A stretch run for the MLS for all clubs, including your Houston Dynamo. He'll have ticket giveaways on Soccer Matters, too. We should pick a Premier League team this year. Keep track. Keep tabs at the table and what tactics the squads are using and who our gaffers are.
Yeah, I might have to let you guys handle that.
I was going to say, I don't think I'd fare any better than I would at Red Sox player but
I would just literally spin a globe and point. I have no idea.
I want to pick a Premier League club this year. So y'all text in and tell me which Premier League club I should cheer for. I want to go all in. I want to be in on the tactics, the transfer window. I want to be all in on I love soccer. I just have never been able to get into the Premier League, but I need to. So y'all tell me who I need to follow. Who does my club
Lance
need to
has
be?
one, right?
I don't know. I want to be like Lance, though.
No, I'm saying Lance has one. I know Dell watches a lot of soccer.
I think he's Everton.
I want a squad.
I think that's right. He's Everton.
Isn't there? I mean, you're Branham. There's a team called West Ham, right?
Have they been relegated though?
I have no idea.
I don't want a squad that gets relegated every other year. Like I want to.
Going to bandwagon it?
No, I don't want to be a top of the table team though. Like give me a top 10 of the table. There's 20 clubs. Give me a top 10 of the table, somewhere between 6 and 10, that has a chance to win it all every 3 to 4 years.
You can follow. Is JJ Watt's team one? What league is JJ Watt's team in?
They're Burnley,
just got
right?
bumped up,
Burnley, yeah.
Did they get promoted to the Premier League?
I think so.
Glenn's gonna hate this conversation.
That's all right.
I mean,
Craig Ackerman's a Man
6.
City team, I believe.
See that's too big.
Yeah, it's like rooting for the Cowboys.
No, that's Man United.
Okay.
Burnley's not in the Premier League this year, so I don't, if they were promoted, maybe they went from League 2 to League 1, the championship.
What about the other one? The other actors that own that team?
Oh, it's actually already started. There's already been.
You're talking about Wrexham.
Yeah, Wrexham.
Yeah, that's Ryan Reynolds.
They're still a ways off.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'll go listener participation. Whichever club y'all want me to follow, and the most of you, I'll follow that club. All right. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. Apparently Brentford's nickname is the Bees.
Huh. Seems like an obvious connection.
Yeah.
Seems like I could be a Brentford fan.
There you go.
They finished 16th on the table last year, though. That's borderline relegation.
Maybe they have some
bandwagon Branham.
That's too bad. I need a better club than that, I think. What about Aston Villa? All right, what are you nominating for car wreck of the day?
I will nominate Gosder Cherilus, former first-round pick of the Detroit Lions, now 40, got on a plane going from Boston overseas and ended up urinating on an elderly lady, hitting someone else before passing out, and appearing drunk when he got on the plane.
I was just supposed to say name the drug or guess the drug, but it's alcohol.
It is alcohol, it seems. Yes, not a good look. And the judge said, quote, "It's pretty egregious what you did as alleged."
Maybe he couldn't hold it.
Obvious statement.
Okay.
Maybe he couldn't hold it. Maybe he's got bladder issues.
Okay.
Possible.
So you peed on an older person.
I mean, it could be accidental. We don't know the intent. We don't.
Right,
we have no clue.
But if you're peeing on yourself, the chances of it getting over onto another seat on the airplane are pretty tough. You're probably just loading your pants and undergarments.
Well, I mean, it said it peed on her, right?
It said urinated on an elderly person.
Yeah, do we know if we don't know if he intentionally aimed at her or if she caught some splash?
Exactly. Or did she just rub up against his pants?
He appeared drunk when he boarded the plane, allegedly argued with the flight crew about his seat. An hour into the flight, urinated on an elderly passenger, then hit another passenger, and then took that passenger's seat and passed out.
Yeah, it's not enough information. If I'm the attorney of this guy, he soiled his pants. He has bladder issues, a little bit brushed up against this old lady. We're terribly sorry it happened, but he did not commit a crime.
He hit someone and took their seat.
Allegedly, it said, right?
Right.
Yeah, and what does hit mean? Does it mean he kind of ran into because he's a big football player? Or did he close fist it? Like, we don't know.
I'm betting on the legal system winning this one. In one way or another.
Settlement.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm betting on a settlement.
Settlement sounds like the leading favorite here. If this guy needs some representation, I would be happy to represent him in his case. I'm not legally licensed to do that. I've never
really
taken
going
the bar.
with the legal system.
Yeah, good point. Although I think I just attorneyed that one pretty good. Panels and NRGs, my car wreck of the day. Hurricane Barrel still doing its thing. And I'm not blaming the Texans for this. Like, I'm sure they're working as fast as they can. This isn't a shot at them, but it really hurts my viewership experience. And really, that's all that matters. I'm glad that no one was hurt by the panels that fell off of NRG. I'm glad that no one was too hot in NRG Stadium the other day. But all that matters is my viewing pleasure, and my viewing pleasure was not at its optimal pleasure because of these panels in NRG being out. They need to hurry up and fix this so I can be entertained.
I agree.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's why it's car wreck of the day.
All right, I'm going to nominate myself for multiple times accidentally putting in the top of the hour rejoin when I thought I'd put in the bump to break. So I don't know if that's been mentioned in the text line. I thought it might, but either way, I'm going to nominate myself. That was a rookie mistake that I made twice in about 10 minutes.
What happened there?
I dragged the wrong file in. What I haven't discovered yet is if the file got corrupted or changed, or if I literally just grabbed the wrong one, but that's what happened.
Yeah, that was
it was a rookie move.
If it's the worst thing that happens to you today, it's not the worst thing.
Oh, it's not the worst thing that's happened to me today, but it still deserves a car wreck of the day nominee.
2568. Maybe she said to him that he needs to shower, and he thought she said,
"Oh God."
We don't know that to not be true. It's gonna be hard to prove. I think.
Yeah, unless someone got on a cell phone.
Abuse.
Yeah, do we have video evidence of this?
I don't know. I haven't seen if anybody has phone evidence. It wasn't on the story.
I mean, if there was video evidence, it would already be out there, I think.
Probably right.
Yeah, they probably don't have it.
Like, Airplane Lady was out immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless
arguments and punches, like, they're usually out pretty quick.
Normally coming off the plane, too, they're going to be questioning people if anybody videoed it.
Yeah, I think it'd be out.
Yeah.
I think TMZ would have it. 0754 Joe George for car wreck of the day.
Not a bad call.
Yeah, that might be something we talk about all week.
Not sure that we're going to repeat it now, but
I'll repeat it. What did he say? He said
Washington is where quarterbacks go to die.
No, not quarterback, but in specifically speaking of a quarterback that
he wanted to trade Fromber.
That's true too.
Wanted to trade Fromber.
That quote won't end up on who said it.
Did you see the left fielder for the Yankees last night too, Jason Dominguez? Go ahead, run on second base hit to him, and he looked at second and to see if he could get the runner at second, and then hesitated, and the guy scored.
Couldn't happen to a better franchise.
Exactly.
All right, thanks to Brian for doing all the what wins.
Panels.
All right, go panels. Yes, because I lured the other guy out of it. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's blank on Brand. I'm Glenn Davis. Soccer Matters right now.
All right, we're off and running tonight here, and I'm going to set this up the way it should be. This might be controversial tonight. Breaking news. You're going to hear it here first, and you won't believe this today. Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5 is on the air, brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. How's that for trolling? Maybe you will hear something that's first. One thing you know, like it or not, the European seasons have started. What a busy summer with Euros, Copa America, Olympics, Leagues Cup, NWSL, MLS. Are you coming up for your air, or are you insatiable and glad that Europe is back in action? 713-780-3776. Are you ready for more? We're ready for more here at Soccer Matters. We're streaming at ESPN975.com. Call-in number 713-780-3776. And it's, as always, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. I got Dynamo and Dash tickets to give away. We have a lot going on here tonight. We had a lot of Premier League results. We had some games even today that we're going to get into. So I just want to get some news out of the way here. So let's start with some quick hits from the category of news. All right, so couple of interesting things. Tonight, the Blue Moon, by the way. The Blue Moon. You're going to hear a reference to the Blue Moon. Cactus Music will like this when we do our break music tonight. But we're going to do a reference to Blue Moon because there is the Blue Moon. Apparently, it's going to be a little bit more recognizable tonight and tomorrow. That's kind of what I heard. Leo Messi is going to miss Argentina's September qualifiers versus Chile and Colombia. So he did have ligament damage. That was the worry when we got that shot on television. They panned to his ankle, swollen as can be, ligament damage. This, along with Angel Di Maria retiring, has opened the door for a former MLS player, New York City FC's Tati Castellanos, who's playing at Lazio now, and he's going to get a call up to the national team, so good for him. U.S. will play Mexico in Guadalajara on October 15th. Right here, we got El Clasico in Houston, America Chivas, October 13th. That will be, I think, a big celebration. I get it. You're going, it's a friendly. Yeah, but it's a little bit of muscle flexing for both Club America and Chivas when it comes to brand, support. You know, there's a lot of interesting things that go on there. And along with Tigres in this market and Rayados, I mean, those are the two biggies. That's going to be a fun time. Ilkay Gundogan, retiring from Germany. Next move. Is he leaving Barcelona? He says he wants to go to Saudi Arabia, probably cash in one more time. And you know what? If he wants to leave after what he's done for Barcelona, let's let him go. And he was only there a year. But, you know, he decides to call the shots at the end of this pretty remarkable career that he's had. Thierry Henry resigned from the French youth national team. So if it doesn't become official with Mauricio Pochettino, there's always a Thierry Henry out there, free agent in the market. Would you like him to coach the national team? 713-780-3776. Landon Donovan is now the interim coach at the San Diego Wave. He lives in San Diego. That's the team that Maria Sanchez went to after bagging a $1.5 million contract over a couple of years. She's got a grand total of 1 assist or 2. So that's what you get for $1.5 million. But you know what? You can't be critical of NWSL players. You know, everybody wants to be treated equal, but when healthy pressure comes into it, then you're considered not doing the right thing. Well, I think people should be held accountable. That comes with player performance, being a professional soccer player. I love her skill. I love her left foot. I love the free kick she hit here in Houston, but not getting it done on the field. And you know what? It probably brings attention to the club. It's a good market for her. So I hope she starts scoring goals and getting assists. Alex Morgan hasn't scored a goal there either. So San Diego will get Landon Donovan, and hopefully Landon can help turn this around. A lot of times with managerial changes, good things can happen. All right, how about a couple of scores today? We had Leicester City 1-1 with Spurs. How about Jamie Vardy? Scoring against Spurs, got taken off, was, kind of shouting down Spurs. You had Villarreal 2-2 with Atletico Madrid. Julian Alvarez got his debut there. 78th minute came on. So that's going to be interesting watching him. That makes me want to watch Atletico Madrid a little bit more. Julian Alvarez being there. And then, of course, Skanderbo 1-1 with Elbasani in Albania. Another one you want to keep up with as well. Juventus 3, Como 0. Tim Weah got a goal. The U.S. international. Okay. So let's go to some Premier League. And by the way, we have on the show a little bit later Batiri, the artist, with goalpark.org. That is a linear park that they're raising money for to build down in Edo in anticipation of the World Cup and really try and spice up the area a little bit. Now they've got Houston City support on that. We'll ask him how far along this is and when they think they're going to break ground, things like that. They're going to have a wine tasting fundraiser at the Esperson building, $46 on a Thursday, if you want to learn more about it. But it's goalpark.org, and you know, it's connected to the World Cup. So let's go to Manchester United. Got an 87th minute goal from the new Dutch signing off the bench, Joshua Zirkzee, who was at Bologna. They get a 1-0 victory over Fulham.
Zirkzee, with space in which to operate. Casemiro, Garnacho, and McTominay! Zirkzee wheels away. He's made his mark on opening night.
Just go back and look at the defending on this play when he scores. I'm gonna hide the man's identity, number 3, for Fulham, who basically looked like he got up doing the hip shake. I don't know what he was doing. He stuck his hip out, didn't try to close him down. It was an absolute nightmare defensively to throw points away like that. But good for Zirkzee, and it's not going to dull the excitement of the Manchester United fans. So they take a full 3 points. Good for them. And then you had Erling Haaland doing what Erling Haaland does. Opening the season with City's first goal. He gets a game winner against Chelsea.
Haaland, here's a chance for Erling Haaland, and he needs no second invitation. On his 100th appearance for Manchester City, his 91st goal, just phenomenal.
91 goals in 100 appearances. Pep Guardiola says he's now getting into the category of Messi and Ronaldo level. Here's what Pep had to say. He said, quote, Haaland has the numbers that have controlled he has the numbers that have controlled the last decade, 15 years. So he's talking here about Messi and Ronaldo. Absolutely everything, Guardiola said. More rest for Haaland. In my opinion, no Euros, less national team demands. And Guardiola went on to say there's going to be more individual player breaks this year for him because he is very concerned about the overuse of players, the volume of games, the competitions. He said, quote, there has to be a desire to be here, to still enjoy to play football, enjoy training, to be in the locker room together. When this happens, after you can demand everything. So he's saying if there's still a joy in the players and they're not over fatigued, as a coach, you can demand more out of them. But if you're dealing with fatigued players, I mean, you're really in two minds whether you're going to push them, caress them, you know. So it's becoming a problem, and guys like Guardiola are not afraid to speak out. You know, they can. Ancelotti, these guys can speak out. A lot of other guys aren't going to speak out, but these guys will. Okay, Thiago Motta took over at Juventus, and now all of a sudden Weston McKennie may be being looked at staying there now. Motta took over for Massimiliano Allegri, and now Weston McKennie seems to be back in the picture at Juventus when we thought he might be leaving. So that's a pretty interesting one. Okay, let's go to La Liga. Robert Lewandowski getting the 3 points. Now, by the way, before we run this sound, this was Barcelona at Valencia. They were 2-1 winners. That's a tough opening game for a season, actually. First match for Hansi Flick, the German coach. Tough environment to play in. Hugo Duro in the 44th. Lewandowski tied it in the 45th. And then here's the 49th minute penalty that wins the game.
Mamardashvili, bajo los tres palos. El polaco, Lewandowski, el gran goleador. Va, sí. Toma carrera. Lewandowski. ¡Gol!
Goal! Guillermo, stop that. You're not allowed to yell goal calls on this show.
But I like doing it.
Okay. Actually, that was me. I was throwing Guillermo under the bus. All right, so Lewandowski comes out after the game. He says, hey, we didn't play well. By the way, look who didn't play. Ilkay Gundogan, which future you don't know. By the way, Fenerbahce and Jose Mourinho's after him. But he may go for the big payday in Saudi Arabia. So Jose's already off and running at Fenerbahce, buying, pushing upper management to buy players. Now, let's not forget, the president of Fenerbahce is a young guy. Well, he's not that young. Well, yeah, he's a lot younger than me. Ali Koch, who went to school at Rice here in Houston. He is the president, one election again, of Fenerbahce, a huge team in Greece. And the Koch family is a very big name over there. So here's something interesting from Hansi Flick. 3 17-year-olds started this game. Now tell me who's doing that. Lamine Yamal at any big clubs. Obviously, we know about him. Marc Bernal in midfield. And then Pau Kubars. It's pretty incredible. 3 17-year-olds. You get the full 3 points. Wasn't pretty. But these are 3 points that at the end of the year you might be going, wow, remember that opener where everybody might take the foot off the pedal, say it's early? No, we took the full 3 points. We got it done. Real Madrid did not. 1-1 with Mallorca. Rough time for them. 13th minute, Rodrigo hit a sick goal, put them up. But then the equalizer came in the 53rd. It was Vedat Muragil. It was a header. By the way, Jude Bellingham and Antonio Rudiger, if you've ever seen statues, they don't move very much. He was in between these two statues who just kind of looked at each other and watched the guy head it in. I mean, this is part of zonal marking and defending on corners. I think we see a lot of hybrids these days where we see people lined up on the edge of the 6. These guys have free reign to attack anything that comes in, and then you man mark certain people. Well, the guys on the 6 have to be fully aware, aggressive, tuned in, antennas up, and they have to be voracious when it comes to attacking the delivery. If they get relaxed and get on their heels, it's easy to get caught. And, not many people are going to call out those two guys, but yeah, Jude Bellingham and Antonio Rudiger were doing their best Greek god statue imitation because those guys did not move. So there was a red card for Ferland Mendy in this one. Ancelotti was not happy. He said, Carlo Ancelotti, Don Carlo, said, we lack balance. We gave away counterattacks, crosses. It wasn't a good game. We have to defend better and, above all, have better balance. So what I would say to this is, and by the way, Mbappe is playing as more of a center forward there. So his runs are starting from the middle. They're not starting from the left. That could change maybe at some point. I don't know. Vinny Jr. is being honored here because he is their left-sided guy. But blending and integrating and balancing a team out, including this many stars, as much as people can always go to the card that says, oh, wow, look at all the money City has. It should be easy. Or look at all the, let's see Pep coach a Burnley, or let's see Pep coach a lower division team. Well, I'll tell you something. Pep would make a lower division team better, okay? He's got the choice of coaching who he wants now. All right. So anyway, that's not easy to do. And it's Vinicius Jr.'s team for the moment. And we'll see what Kylian Mbappe does. Next for Real Madrid, they're home to Real Valladolid. All right. On the Dynamo, well, Saturday it starts. 10 games to go. Let's see what happens. What's nice for the Dynamo is I think they're positioned very well here. 3 out of their next 4 at home. Bank some real points here in these next 4 games, and you can take a lot of the pressure off. And then you can begin to decide, as the manager, Ben Olsen, how you want to enter the playoffs. But if you can get some real points in these next 3 out of 4 games, you're going to take a tremendous amount of pressure off. And the Dynamo have not been as good at home as they should be. All right, 713-780-3776. By the way, get over to lsse.net, lsse.net, if you want to get into the line for being the first to be able to buy Club America Chivas tickets for October 13th. That's going to be a good time out there. All right, 713-780-3776. Right now, 2 pairs at 713-780-3776 to give out to Houston Dynamo, Toronto FC. So caller 2 and 4 get Dynamo tickets. Caller 6 gets a pair of tickets to Friday night's Houston Dash match. 713-780-3776. This is Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, I'm going to Sammy Hagar. We're going to get some Van Halen on Friday night. Jeez, I better get the date right. My friends at Cactus Music, I'm talking to you. Who's going to Sammy Hagar? Get a little of this. Why don't you finish what you started? A lot of people don't do that. It's pretty common. I'll tell you who did. I'll tell you somebody who did finish what he started. Jeff Lunau, the Astros GM, who now has soccer properties around the world. His team Leganes debuted in La Liga after getting promoted. 1-1 draw at Osasuna. A good result to start it. Only 3 teams won outright in La Liga. Celta Vigo, Barcelona, Rayo Vallecano, the only ones. All right, it's going to be a good night of rock and roll on Friday. I'm pumped for that. And next interview, good friend. He writes for LeaguesCup.com. He's been covering the Leagues Cup. He is Victor Ariza. Here's my interview from earlier in the day with Victor. All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. As always, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Big thank you to John and his firm because they help get soccer on the airwaves along with all our other great sponsors. DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL now. By the way, if you get in any kind of an accident, car, boat, motorcycle, you will want the best representing you to get what you deserve. Maybe you drive an 18-wheeler. Maybe you work construction. DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL now, and they love the game of football. All right, next guest, Victor Ariza, Deportes Nation. He has been writing a lot of the Leagues Cup updates and post-match reports for LeaguesCup.com. Victor joins us now. Victor, how are you?
Good, Glenn. Always glad to be on the best soccer show in town.
There you go. We love that. We love that. All right, let's get right into Leagues Cup. No Liga MX teams in the semis. Does this mean Major League Soccer is better than Liga MX?
Absolutely. Shut it down. Put the crown on MLS, best league in the world. No, it's obviously for Mexico, you have to take into consideration some of these teams are coming out of preseason. But it is a little bit disappointing to not see some of the heavyweights.
Stop you there. They're 4 games into their season. They played 4 rounds in Liga MX. It's not coming out of preseason.
Yeah, well, that's enough for rhythm. But it is disappointing to see not some of the heavyweights not go a little bit further. America, penalties or not, they should have probably been, or they were probably one of the teams, if not the team, to be considered one of the title contenders and probably should have at least made it to the semifinals. Chivas, I think, was a huge disappointment, especially when you had the San Jose Earthquakes in their group. I expected a little bit more out of León, but the Rapids have come out of that group and they have obviously made a run. But overall, yeah, I mean, I think Monterrey not getting out of the group. Mazatlán, I was a little bit gutted for because they seemed like the Cinderella story. But all in all, yeah, I think it's disappointing not to see more teams giving more of a fight because it's made it interesting more than anything.
Everybody's got their take on it. Everybody conditions it in any way they like. That's part of what this is. It's not exactly a standard fair playing situation, playing every game in the United States. And we'll get into that in a minute. But look, Monterrey didn't advance. They fired a coach. Necaxa got beaten, embarrassed 5-0 by San Jose. No Mexican League teams in the semifinals. There were other pretty astounding results that we saw. I mean, Austin FC knocks off Pumas, and then in their next match, who was the other team they beat? They then beat Rayados.
Austin beat Monterrey, yeah.
Austin FC knocked off those two of the biggest wins in club history. So for me, this is all about Liga MX competition against Major League Soccer competition. The Dynamo's 2 games were the 2 best games of the year. Forget about the results. 1-0 loss to Atlas, and then that 2-2 game that they should have won against Toluca in regulation. Yeah. These were 2 of the best football matches at Shell Energy Stadium, yet nobody's showing to these games. Why?
I think part of it is the promotion, from the teams. I think, at least here locally, I saw commercials on TV, which is something I like to see more of the Dynamo themselves. But part of it is kind of the same struggles, ironically, they've had with the Open Cup, right? Where there's no promotion. Nobody tells you the story. And maybe this is the lack of media too, right? But nobody tells you why these competitions are important, why these are encounters you want to see. Because like you said, once you're out there, I mean, these are two of the best games that we've seen all year at the stadium. Because there's just more of a competitive nature to it.
They are the two best for me, Victor, simply because I love the Liga MX MLS competition. It's something different. There's some tactical nuances that are different. It's just different. It's different players. It's not the same teams playing against each other. And I think that may be part of the problem is people are so saturated. You had Euros, you had Copa America, you also had Olympics, you got friendlies, now you got Leagues Cup. I mean, why does somebody want to come out and see what they already see, which is MLS against MLS consistently?
Yeah, especially for some of these games. No, I agree. But I think, like I said, especially when it's Liga MX versus MLS, I mean, they can say all they want, but you can tell the players, the coaches, they care a little more about winning these games. You just see it. The way they compete, the frustration on their face, the pride. That's why personally I like it too. I like the Open Cup as well. I just think it's two different flavors of the same sport.
Victor Ariza joining us, Deportes Nation, leaguescup.com. He's writing a lot of the post-match reports there and probably has a few more to go. Just real quick here, let me get into a couple of things there. LAFC 3-0 over Seattle. Hollingshead, Kai Kamara, and Denis Bouanga. Okay, so they get 3 goals on 10 shots. This is typical LAFC, the best transition and counter a game in Major League Soccer, no question. The data is owned by Seattle, but the thing is against them, you got to get the first goal against LAFC. Olivier Giroud gets 26 minutes. Between Bouanga, Hollingshead, and Kamara, the guys who scored goals, 4 shots, 3 goals. Okay, so incredibly efficient, timely goals. That's what LAFC is about. Union and Mazatlan,